Chapter 401 She beat the official? Wan Lauer was brought into the house by the yamen runners. He took a quick look and saw a middle-aged man sitting above the hall. He was thin, had a goatee, and his hair was tied up with a jade hairpin. The new county magistrate sat below him, and they were drinking tea. Wan Lauer hurriedly saluted. "I, Wan Jinju. Greet the two adults. Get up." The same voice sounded from above. Wan Lauer got up from the ground and also took Fubao up. He stood in the middle and didn't dare to look up casually. Li Zimu had been looking at Wan Jinju since he entered the room. Seeing that he seemed to be inconvenient to move, he asked, "Are you injured?" "My lord, I was injured. But it's nothing serious. Dad is lying. The doctor said that you are seriously injured and need to rest for half a month. He also prescribed you so many bitter medicines. You can't lie in front of the adults." Fubao's crisp voice sounded in the hall, which seemed particularly abrupt. Li Zimu looked at Fubao unconsciously. At first glance, he felt that the little girl looked kind and very spiritual. "Who is?" "Oh, sir, this is my little girl, named Wan Hao." Wan Lauer quickly replied. "Wan Hao? Yes, it's a good name. Since you are injured, sit down and talk." "Thank you, sir." Wan Lauer quickly took Fubao to the lowest chair and sat down. "I heard from Sir Lu that you came here to send the robbers away. Can you tell me the details?" Wan Lauer was a little surprised. Didn't they say that they would record the confession in court? Why did it become a private questioning now? And this case should be the matter of the new county magistrate. But he didn't understand the affairs of the official. So he honestly told everything that happened last night. After hearing this, Li Zimu asked, "According to what you said, we cannot be sure that the other party is the robber. But since the other party has done something wrong to you, he must be a person with bad intentions. After I have handed over the matters to the new county magistrate, I will hand over the case to him." "Thank you, sir." Li Zimu tapped the table with his fingers for a few times before asking, "I heard that the Lieutenant General of Dezhou is your nephew." Wan Lauer was a little confused. Why did he ask about Quaner? But since he was asked, he could not answer. So he nodded. "That's right." Then he heard Li Zimu said loudly, "Go and bring Wang Sheng." Wan Lauer lowered his head, and he was still a little afraid of officials in his heart. This was a fear born in his bones, and it was difficult to get rid of it for a while. Little Fubao sat on Wan Lauer's lap, with a pair of big eyes, looking around the furnishings in the room. Not shy at all. Not long after, Wang Sheng was brought in. "Sir, I greet you." Wang Sheng wanted to complain, but he didn't expect there were so many people in the room. Even the new county magistrate was here. He stopped talking and changed his words immediately. Wang Sheng was very depressed. Why was Lu Hongyu everywhere? It seemed that this person was here to defeat him. He wanted to find a chance to complain to Li Zimu, but he didn't expect that Lu Hongyu never came out after being led into the back hall by Li Zimu. He didn't have a chance to see Li Zimu alone, so he didn't have a chance to complain. Now, he was suddenly called in again. I don't know if Lu Hongyu and this unruly citizen put him in front of his brother-in-law. Wang Sheng. Do you know the person sitting there? Li Zimu's face was calm, and his tone was calm. He couldn't tell whether he was happy or angry. Wang Sheng glanced at the direction Li Zimu pointed to, which was exactly where Wan Lauer was sitting. He lowered his head quickly and said, "I know him. He pulled a car full of people and said they were robbers." I think he was lying. He is a peasant and doesn't know kung fu. How could he possibly deal with 5 robbers? Besides, robbers have always appeared in groups since ancient times. How could there be 5 robbers together? Even if there were 5 robbers, it was impossible for them to all be defeated by him alone. Moreover, he was unscathed while the robbers were all seriously injured. So I thought he was teasing the officials and taught him a lesson. Wang Sheng had already made up his mind. Regardless of whether Wan Lauer and Lu Hongyu complained or not, he decided to take the initiative and state his reasons. Sure enough, Li Zimu nodded after hearing this, and looked at Wan Lauer and said, "Is what Wang Sheng said the truth?" Wan Lauer quickly shook his head. "Sir, it's not like that. It's... What is it? Do you dare to say that those people are really robbers?" Wang Sheng was usually arrogant. At this time, regardless of the occasion, he stood up directly and shouted at Wan Lauer. Wan Lauer was also feeling guilty. Those people were not robbers, so he did not dare to fight back. Fubao suddenly climbed down from Wan Lauer's legs, ran to Wang Sheng, put his hands on his waist, raised his head, stared at Wang Sheng and said crisply, "What are you yelling for? Don't be mean to my father. You think you are great just because you have a loud voice? There are 2 adults sitting up there. You have no respect for the elders. You should be dragged out and beaten with a stick." Wang Sheng had already suffered at the hands of Fu Bao. And now his ears and scalp still hurt. And now he saw this damn girl. He was so angry that his teeth itched. "My lord. This damn girl beat up the official. She should be thrown into jail." Wang Sheng glared at Fu Bao fiercely. He just didn't have a chance to deal with her. But she jumped out on her own. "Oh! She beat the official? Did I hear it right?" Lu Hongyu, who had been sitting quietly on the side, asked with a hint of amusement in his tone. Even Li Zima found it absurd. A little girl over 4 years old beat the official? He really had never heard of it. Seeing that Lu Hongyu was on Fu Bao's side, Wang Sheng hated Lu Hongyu even more in his heart. He had clearly seen this dead girl biting him and pulling his hair outside. But now she was lying with her eyes open. He felt so aggrieved. "Sir, you saw it with your own eyes outside just now. This girl bit my ear and pulled my hair. My scalp was almost plucked bald by her." Lu Hongyu pretended to be surprised when he heard this and asked, "Aw? Didn't you take the initiative to hug her? And she was just playing with you. Or did I misunderstand? So you want to attack a young child? This, if you tell others, it will be embarrassing for Lord Li," Lu Hongyu said, glancing at Li Zimu. Li Zimu's face was already a little ugly at this time. This Wang Sheng was really incapable of doing things, but more of a hindrance. He knew that he was rampant in private, but he would restrain himself. Now that he was going to be promoted, he was even more unrestrained and even openly made trouble at the gate of the government office. If this got to the ears of the emperor, he might lose the official position he had worked so hard to get. He spent most of his wife's family wealth to get this vacancy, and he must not let this playboy drag him down. Li Zima felt that it was time to deal with this brother-in-law. Chapter 402 Wang Sheng is rampant. Wang Sheng knew that Lu Hongyu must be deliberately trying to deceive Li Zimu, but he felt that Li Zima would not believe it. After all, he had done more outrageous things in the past. And Li Zima turned a blind eye, and sometimes even took the initiative to clean up his mess. So Wang Sheng was not afraid at all. But this time Li Zimu's attitude was different from the past. He slammed the table hard. His face darkened, and he said angrily, "Wang Sheng, you dare to beat a child? You also want to slander innocent people. What crime should you be punished for?" Wang Sheng was dumbfounded on the spot. How is this different from what he thought? Shouldn't the 2 father and daughter be thrown into jail? Why are they asking him for a crime now? Wang Sheng looked at Li Zimu in disbelief. "Sir, what do you mean?" Wang Sheng actually questioned Li Zimu on the spot. Li Zimu secretly cursed Wang Sheng as a fool. But he was questioned by Wang Sheng in front of everyone. "Where is the official authority? Wang Sheng, you are working in the government office. But you know the law and break it. You dare to beat the people who come to complain in the street. Why don't you kneel down for me?" Wang Sheng has been indulged for many years. He thinks that Li Zima can be where he is today entirely because of his family's money. Now that he has encountered some problems, he actually wants to trample on his face. Does Li Zima want to destroy the bridge after crossing it? "Sir, are you really going to do this to me?" Wang Sheng's frustration and anger at this time completely made him lose his mind. In addition, he was not very smart, and was born in a playboy family. How could he think so carefully? He had completely ignored the situation, and wanted to confront Li Zimu. Li Zima was also choked by Wang Sheng's words. This Wang Sheng was really stupid. He would not take the opportunity to admit his mistake, and then find a reason to let him go. This person had to confront him here. Li Zima was also enraged. "Come here. Take Wang Sheng away. Give him 20 strokes of the cane. Wake him up, and let him know his identity." Someone came in and tried to take Wang Sheng out. And Wang Sheng lost all his remaining rationality. He actually shouted in court, "Li Zimu, you ungrateful villain. You are where you are today because of our Wang family's money. And you want to get rid of me before you leave. I tell you, don't even think about it. I will tell my father when I go back. And send all the evidence of your corruption to the Dali Temple. And I will ruin your reputation." Wang Sheng wanted to continue to say something. But the Yamen runner behind him covered his mouth and dragged him out. Li Zima's face at this time had become a colorful dye vat, which was very exciting. Lu Hongyu seemed to have not heard anything, and lowered his head to drink a sip of tea. Wan Lauer even lowered his head to his chest, almost burying himself. Is this what an ordinary person like him can listen to? After Wang Sheng was dragged out, the hall was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. It was still little Fubao who broke the silence. Daddy, when are we going back? I'm hungry. The father and daughter were still eating breakfast. They were hungry now, and they had just had a fight. Fubao had been holding back and didn't say anything. Little girl, I have some snacks here. Come and eat them first. I treat you to delicious food later. Li Zimu quickly took a piece of cake from the plate on the table and handed it to Fubao. Fubao didn't take it immediately, but glanced at Wan Lauer. Girl, go ahead. Remember to thank the adults, Wan Lauer quickly said with a smile. Fubao then left Wan Lauer and went to Li Zimu, took the cake with both hands, thanked him sweetly, and ran back to Wan Lauer. Eat quickly. Wan Lauer held Fubao on his lap. Fubao was not in a hurry to eat, even though she was very hungry. She broke the cake into 2 halves, handed 1 half to Wan Lauer and said, Daddy, eat first. Then Fubao will eat. Wan Lauer wanted to refuse, but seeing Fubao firm eyes, as if she would not eat if he did not, Wan Lauer had no choice but to take it. He wanted to coax Fubao to eat and then coax her to finish the rest. But he did not expect his daughter to keep looking at him and wait for him to eat before she ate. Wan Lauer had no choice but to put the cake into his mouth. Fubao watched Wan Lauer swallow it, then held the cake and ate it in big mouthfuls. It looked so sweet, which made Wan Lauer feel sad. He really regretted bringing Fubao out now. He originally wanted his daughter to travel around, see the outside world, and gain experience, but he didn't expect that she would suffer as soon as she left the county. If she were at home, she would wear beautiful clothes, dress neatly, and eat delicious food, and she wouldn't be hungry like now. Li Zimu looked at Fubao, and liked this little girl from the bottom of his heart. He smiled and brought all the cakes beside him. Come! There are more here. Eat slowly. Don't rush. Wan Lauer was flattered and stood up to thank him. Thank you, sir. We can't finish these, so we don't need so much. Eat. Come on. Bring 2 glasses of water. Li Zimu was considerate enough to ask the servants to bring 2 glasses of water to prevent them from choking on the dry food. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Wan Lauer thanked him repeatedly. Even Fubao blinked her big eyes, her mouth slightly curled up, and said in a soft voice, Thank you, sir. Li Zimu saw such a smart little girl for the first time, and couldn't help but love her in his heart. You're welcome. It's your filial piety that touched me. Eat quickly. Li Zimu gently pinched Fubao's cheek. Fubao quickly lowered his head and took 2 pieces of cake, handed one to Wan Lauer, and kept the other for himself to eat. Wan Lauer was not polite this time. Since the adults said that they should eat all, he would finish it to show respect. There were 8 cakes on the plate. Fubao could not finish it by himself, so he had to help share some. Li Zimu turned back to his seat and glanced at Lu Hongyu. But Lu Hongyu never looked up. He was either drinking tea or watching the father and daughter eat with a smile, as if he had not heard what Wang Sheng said just now. Li Zimu coughed and looked at Lu Hongyu and said, Brother Lu, you don't have to care about what Wang Sheng said just now. Actually, Master Li, did Wang Sheng say anything just now? I didn't care too much. I was thinking about the case of this father and daughter. Li Zimu smiled with satisfaction. He knew that the new county magistrate should not be nosy, and he was relieved. However, what he was most worried about now was the seemingly honest Wan Jinju. If he told his nephew about it, his good days would probably be over. I heard that this Lieutenant General of Dizhou was a 4th-rank official at a young age and could not tolerate any injustice. If he got to know about this, the consequences would be disastrous. Chapter 403 Fubao is smart. Li Zimu listened to Lu Hongyu's hidden meaning, which was to understand the case as soon as possible, which also gave him a chance to get closer to Wan Jinju. It must be said that this new county magistrate really understands the ways of the world, and he may surpass him in the officialdom in the future. It is best not to offend him if you can make friends with him now. After thinking about it, Li Zimu said, It needs to be solved as soon as possible. Let me help Lord Lu to solve this case and leave. It can also be regarded as helping Lord Lu. You will be the chief judge. Since Li Zimu spoke, Lu Hongyu would definitely not lose face for him. So he smiled and said, Thank you, Lord Li. I also have many things I don't understand, and I need your advice. After the 2 of them were polite, Lu Hongyu took another look at the clothes of Wan Lauer and Xiao Fubao, and guessed that the 2 of them probably didn't live a very rich life. because the clothes that little Fu Bao wore today were the same as yesterday's. After rolling around in the yellow soil last night, Fu Bao clothes could no longer be seen in their original color and looked dirty. After fighting with someone last night, Wan Lao's clothes were not very neat and looked a little gray. In Lu Hongyu's eyes, all this was the poverty of the father and daughter. Lu Hongyu took this opportunity to repay Wan Lao's kindness in buying a cow for his parents. Lu Hongyu thought about it, and then asked Fu Bao worriedly, "Girl, your father is so seriously injured now. Can he still go to court for trial?" Li Zimu also looked at Fu Bao immediately. Lu Hongyu took the opportunity to wink at Fu Bao. The reason he asked Fu Bao was because he felt that this girl was much more transparent than his father. Sure enough, Fu Bao received Lu Hongyu's signal. But before she opened her mouth, Wan Lao was about to reply. But Fu Bao quickly stuffed a piece of dessert into her mouth to block her mouth. "Dad, you should eat more snacks. You are so badly injured. The doctor said you need to take more supplements. We don't have any money at home. Why don't we write to our elder brother and ask him to lend us some money? Otherwise, Grandma's savings will be drained by you." Fu Bao's words were true. Their family really had no money. She saw that Grandma Wan personally handed the banknote to Wan Lao, and those words conveyed to Fu Bao that the family was indeed out of money. Wan Lao almost choked to death on a piece of snack Fu Bao gave him. Fu Bao quickly picked up the water on the table and handed it to him. "Dad, drink some water. You are so hungry." But you are still saying polite words. Mom knows that she should feel distressed, and she will blame Fu Bao for not taking good care of Dad. Fu Bao is really a drama queen. What she said made Wan Lao stunned. For a moment, she didn't know what her daughter was doing. At this time, Lu Hongyu said with a worried look on his face, "Surly, it seems that the Yamen runner named Wang Sheng really hit too hard. I think the father and daughter of the Wan family are not having a good time. Otherwise, we should pay for his medical expenses? If they really wrote a letter to Dizhou, it would be difficult for us to explain it. After all, I am the county magistrate of Hongyan County now. If the higher-ups investigate, I will probably lose my official hat before I even get comfortable in my new position." Right? When Li Zima heard Fu Bao say that he wanted to write a letter just now, he felt something was wrong. He quickly stood up and said, "Sir Lu, this Wang Sheng is not disciplined strictly by me. It has nothing to do with you. Even if I have to pay for the medical expenses, I will pay for it. You did remind me. Thank you." Lu Hongyu deliberately declined. And finally Li Zima showed his official rank to surpass Lu Hongyu. Lu Hongyu went down the steps and sat aside to watch the show. Li Zima called the housekeeper, whispered in his ear for a while, and the housekeeper went out immediately. Not long after, the housekeeper brought a purse, which looked light, and handed it to Li Zimu. "Sir, the lady asked you to take a look. If it is not enough, she will add some more. These ginsengs are also for this guest." Li Zima took the purse, pinched it, smiled with satisfaction, and looked at the ginseng on the table again, and smiled. "Go to the lady. She is thoughtful." After the housekeeper left, Li Zima personally handed the purse and ginseng to Wan Lao. "This is the medical expenses paid by me for my subordinate who has not been well disciplined. Please accept it first. These are some supplements for your body. You can use them slowly when you go back and try to get better soon. Your family still needs you." How could Wan Lao dare to take the money? And he knew that the purse looked light and must contain silver bills. He was no longer a poor boy who had just come to the border. He had handled thousands of taels of silver for goods. So he knew that there was a difference between a purse filled with silver bills and a purse filled with silver. Wan Lao quickly refused. "Sir, no, I didn't spend much silver. I can still afford this money. You don't have to spend money on me. But I hope you can finish my case as soon as possible. I have to rush back to the inn. One of my nephews is still seriously injured in the inn. I am afraid that if I go back too late, something will happen." Little Fu Bao's hands were full of pastry crumbs. But after Wan Lao said his refusal, she quickly took Li Zima's purse and a box of ginseng. "Thank you. Sir, you are such a good official. When my elder brother comes back to visit, or when we go to visit him, we will definitely mention you to him." Little Fu Bao's intelligence is far superior to Wan Lao. She has been observing secretly and found that as long as Wan Quan was mentioned just now, these people showed panic on their faces, which means that the elder brother's official position is higher than these people. And these people are afraid of the elder brother. So she deliberately said those words in the letter to scare this bad official. If it weren't for his lax discipline, her father wouldn't be hurt. And the yamen runners of her uncle's yamen didn't dare to treat the people like this. Because Lord Shen was a good official. Although Fu Bao is young, she has a good memory. When the adults speak, they don't guard against her. Fu Bao knows what should be said and what shouldn't be said, but just remembers it in her heart. Sure enough, after Fu Bao finished speaking, Li Zima's eyes narrowed with smiles. He praised Fu Bao repeatedly. You have raised a good daughter. She is sensible, filial and smart. If I had such a smart daughter, I would wake up happily in my dreams. Fu Bao lowered his head and fiddled with the purse in his hand. He couldn't help but curl his lips, but thought in his heart, fortunately, you don't have a daughter. Thank you for the praise. Adults, children are ignorant. Please don't be surprised. Wan Lao looked at Fu Bao, who lowered his head and fiddled with the purse, with helplessness on his face and a little imperceptible doting. Since you have something to do, I will let the master record a confession. You sign a pledge and go back, and leave the rest to me. Wan Lao was a little surprised. Can this case be tried like this? But he was a little worried that if he found out that the other party was not a robber, the government would let them go. Would he have to guard against Shou Biao's next round of revenge? Chapter 404 Get a huge sum of money. However, since they want to keep everything simple, he can't force them to go to court. Wan Lao said with some worries, Thank you, sir. It's just that those people are not the first time to deal with me. When I was in Shitsi village before, they also ambushed around my village. Finally, they were arrested by the village chief and his men. But later they were released. Who knew that this time when I went out to do business, they were targeted again. Please punish them severely, and don't let them cause trouble to the neighbors again. Lu Hongyu pondered for a moment, took over Wan Lao's words and replied, Don't worry. I will make sure they stay in jail. Whether they are real robbers or disguised as robbers, I will not let them go back. Wan Lao's mood instantly became comfortable. Thank you, sir, for making the decision for me. Thank you, sir, for making the decision for my father. Fu Bao also imitated Wan Lao and bowed to Lu Hongyu. Lu Hongyu was amused by Fu Bao's cute appearance and picked him up. No need to thank me. This is what I should do. Officials should seek welfare for the people and fight for the people. So if you have any injustice in the future, remember to go to the county government to file a complaint. Well, Fu Bao will remember it. Wan Lao took Fu Bao to the lawyer's room to record his confession. After signing, he drove the ox cart away. It was estimated that it would be dark when he returned to the town. On the way back, Fu Bao took out the purse hidden in his arms. Dad, how much silver do you think is in this purse? Is it enough to treat your illness? Fu Bao waved the purse in his hand and asked with a smile. You are a little kid. How much do you think it will take to treat Dad? Wan Lao reached out and touched Fu Bao's head while driving the ox cart. Fu Bao tilted his head and thought, I think Daddy is so seriously injured this time. He must pay at least 1,000 taels of silver. Right? Otherwise, Fu Bao won't agree. Wan Lao was almost scared off by Fu Bao's tone. My daughter, your father's life is not that valuable. Besides, we spent less than 1 tael of silver to see the doctor. You asked for 1,000 taels of silver. People will think that we are the robbers. Wan Lao was a little amused. Fu Bao disagreed and said, Daddy, don't belittle yourself. Your life is the most valuable. In Fu Bao's eyes, Daddy is the most valuable. What is 1,000 taels? No matter how much silver you have, it can't compare to Daddy's life. Fu Bao likes to hear Daddy say that. Wan Lao saw his daughter pouting, a little aggrieved, with a hint of anger on her little face, and immediately changed his words. Daddy is wrong. My daughter is right. Daddy's life is worth 1,000 taels. I will live a long life and always protect my daughter. Fu Bao smiled with satisfaction, hugged Wan Lao's arm with both hands, shook it a few times with laughter, and continued to lower his head to open the purse. Fu Bao fiddled with it for a long time, and finally took out a stack of silver bills from it. Fu Bao didn't know many words, but she knew numbers. She counted them carefully. There were 10 100 taels, 10 50 taels, and some loose silver, which added up to about 5 taels. Dad, there is so much money. Now we are rich. Look, is this enough? Should we not spend Grandma's money? Can we return Grandma's money to her? Fu Bao has always been concerned about the 100 taels of silver from Grandma Wan. She thinks Grandma's money should not be spent. But she can't say why. She just feels this way. Wan Lauer looked down at the thick stack of banknotes in Fu Bao's hand. His eyes were wide open. This? So much. Wan Lauer couldn't help but go over what happened in the county government office in his mind. He suddenly realized that this was a hush money, and a benefit for Quanner's sake. Wan Lauer couldn't help but sigh. He was on guard against everything. But he still used Quanner's favor. How should he tell Quanner? Fu Bao. Keep the money. Fu Bao noticed that Wan Lauer was a little unhappy. So he quickly put the banknotes away and stuffed them into Wan Lauer's arms. Dad? What's wrong with you? Why are you unhappy? Shouldn't we be happy that the corrupt official gave us so many banknotes? Fu Bao. You are still young. You don't know that these banknotes were exchanged for your elder brother's favor. Think about it. Dad is just an ordinary citizen. Why did Lord Li invite us to sit down, treat us to snacks, and give us banknotes? I think Lord Lu must have told Lord Li that your elder brother is a general. Otherwise, why would Lord Li ask Dad directly? Fu Bao nodded and said, Fu Bao knows? Fu Bao said it deliberately to let the corrupt official know that his elder brother is a general. Otherwise, why would he give Dad money? And punish bad people? Wan Lauer asked in confusion, Fu Bao. Why do you do this? Fu Bao replied seriously, Dad? That bad Yamen runner said that Mr. Li is a corrupt official. Didn't you hear it? What's wrong with us asking the corrupt official to pay some money? And we didn't say that Big Brother must come to repay this favor? When the time comes, you can go back and write a letter to Big Brother and sue him again. Big Brother will definitely not care about him. But he is going to the capital soon. And he has nothing to do with us in the future. Isn't it unfair to do this? Dad, you think too much. He can't go. I just saw a black hair wrapped around his forehead. If he really gets promoted, his forehead should be red, not black. It means that his good days are coming to an end. We just want to get some benefits before his good days end. Besides, you took out all the money from the bottom of the box for the people in our town. And no one helped you. Just take this as what you deserve. Wan Lauer was so shocked that he could stuff a duck egg into his mouth. My dear, my daughter, are you telling the truth? Then why didn't you tell your father just now? Fu Bao rolled her eyes and wanted to say, if I told you, would you still be so calm? But Fu Bao was afraid that she would hurt her father's heart. So she turned around and said with a smile, Dad, Grandma told me not to talk nonsense in front of outsiders. You know that? Wan Lauer was speechless after what Fu Bao said, swallowed his saliva silently, and continued to drive the car. But he felt much calmer in his heart. If this Lord Li was really going to be unlucky, then he would feel at ease with the silver. He just asked the master why Wang Sheng was so arrogant. And then he knew that Wang Sheng was actually Lord Li's brother-in-law. No wonder he was so arrogant and looked down on everyone. Thinking of his elder brother's situation in Xianing County, he couldn't help but sigh. It was really a case of comparison. His elder brother went from a constable to a head constable in just 1 year. Although it was due to the support of Lord Shen, his elder brother's own efforts were also partly responsible. Wan Lauer touched the purse on his chest and finally smiled. With the 1,500 taels of silver, he had the courage and could do things freely. Wan Lauer couldn't help but speed up the whip a few times and drove the ox cart faster. Chapter 405 Return to the inn. Father and daughter finally arrived at the town under the starry sky. Before leaving, Wan Lauer paid the innkeeper for tonight's accommodation and 100 copper coins, asking the innkeeper to take good care of Hu Zhengyang. When Wan Lauer returned to the inn, it was closed. The innkeeper heard Wan Lauer's voice and hurried out to open the door. Oh, is the guest back? Come in quickly. The innkeeper immediately helped Wan Lauer drive the ox cart to the backyard. Wan Lauer came to the guest room and saw Hu Zhengyang was still asleep. He walked over gently and touched Hu Zhengyang's forehead. The doctor said that as long as he didn't have a fever, it would be fine. The next step was to slowly take care of him. Well, everything is normal. It seems that the innkeeper gave Zhengyang medicine on time. Wan Lauer glanced at the medicine bag on the table and found that 2 doses of medicine were missing. Daddy, is brother Zhengyang okay? Why is he still sleeping? Fu Bao also tiptoed over and asked softly beside Hu Zhengyang. Wan Lauer said softly, your brother Zhengyang drank the medicine, which has a calming effect. He is resting now. Let's not disturb him. Go back to the room. Fu Bao nodded obediently and followed Wan Lauer back to the next room. Girl, sit here for a while. Daddy will get you some food. Fu Bao nodded quickly. Okay. She ate a few cakes at noon, and it was empty now. Wan Lauer came to the backyard and saw the shop owner feeding hay to the cows, and walked forward with a smile. "Boss, do you have any food here? We haven't had dinner yet, and my daughter can't bear it anymore. It doesn't matter if it's good or bad. As long as there's something hot, I give you money." The shop owner quickly put down the hay in his hand, patted the dust off his hands, and smiled honestly. "Yes, sir. Just wait in the house. I make it for you and send it directly to your room. If you need anything else, just tell me." Wan Lauer thanked him and went back to the house. But Fu Bao had already fallen asleep on the bed. Wan Lauer walked forward with pity in his eyes and gently picked up Fu Bao. Wan Lauer took off Fu Bao's shoes and coat, gently straightened Fu Bao's hair, gently put the little guy on the bed, covered him with a quilt, and then turned around and went out to ask the boss for a basin of hot water. In the past 2 days that Fu Bao followed Wan Lauer, he fought with people almost every day. In the past, when Fu Bao fought with others in the village, the parents would come to the door. Sometimes Wan Erseo would argue with him, but later she simply said nothing and drove the people away. Most of the time, the children were both at fault, not just Fu Bao. Now Fu Bao still fights with him, but the target has become an adult. Fu Bao still refuses to admit defeat, and becomes more and more courageous, and sometimes even protects him. Wan Lauer reflected deeply in his heart that he was really too cowardly. He wet the towel and wiped Fu Bao's hands, face, and neck. Fu Bao's fair skin immediately looked much fresher. The originally dirty and sticky little girl now looked like a sleeping beauty. After washing Fu Bao's face, the water in the basin became turbid. If Wan Erseo knew, she would definitely be angry. Not long after, the store owner and the boss's wife brought the food. 1 dish, 1 soup, and 2 bowls of noodles. "Sir, we have limited ingredients in the store, so you can make do with what you have." The boss put the tray on the table in the room and said to Wan Lauer with a smile. Wan Lauer took a look at the food. A dish of fried pork with radish and an egg drop soup, and knew that the boss was indeed honest. "Thank you very much. Then, sir, please enjoy your meal. Just leave the bowls and chopsticks. I will come to collect them tomorrow morning." Wan Lauer sent the man away, took a look at Fu Bao, who was sleeping soundly, and struggled whether to wake the child up. Finally, Wan Lauer brought a bowl of noodles, picked out all the meat from the fried pork with radish, and put it on the noodles, and then walked to the bed and sat down. "Fu Bao, my girl, get up and have some food? Is there any meat you like?" Wan Lauer held the bowl in one hand and gently shook Fu Bao's little body with the other hand. Fu Bao was sleeping soundly, and when Wan Lauer shook him, he couldn't help frowning, pouting, turning over, and continued to sleep. Although Wan Lauer was reluctant to wake her up, he was even more reluctant to let Fu Bao sleep with an empty stomach. Needless to say, Fu Bao was still a child, and he, an adult, could not stand it. Wan Lauer continued to push Fu Bao. "Girl, hurry up and eat. Look, Daddy picked out your favorite meat for you. Smell it. It smells delicious." Wan Lauer deliberately fanned the aroma of noodles and meat with his hand. Fu Bao's little nose moved, slowly opened his eyes, and rubbed them. "Daddy, Fu Bao is hungry." Wan Lauer quickly helped Fu Bao sit up. "Come. Daddy prepared noodles and meat for you. All your favorites. Daddy feeds you. Okay?" Fu Bao nodded sleepily. Wan Lauer immediately picked up the chopsticks and fed Fu Bao half a bowl of noodles and most of the meat in small mouthfuls. Fu Bao fell asleep while eating, with noodles in her mouth. Wan Lauer felt very distressed, and quickly laid his daughter flat, picked out the noodles in her mouth with chopsticks, and wiped her mouth clean, and then went over to eat. She slept until dawn, and Wan Lauer stretched and sat up. Seeing that it was bright outside and the sun had risen, he quickly put on his shoes and got out of bed. Fu Bao was still sleeping soundly with his little butt sticking up, and his saliva wet a large area of the bed sheets. Wan Lauer turned around to cover Fu Bao with the quilt, and went to the next room. Unexpectedly, the door was opened from the inside before he knocked. "Second uncle? I was just about to go find you. When did you come back last night?" "I didn't know." Hu Xingyang saw Wan Lauer and quickly asked him to come in and sit down. Wan Lauer held Hu Xingyang by the arm, and the two of them supported each other into the house. "When I came back last night, you were already asleep, so I didn't wake you up. How do you feel now? Are you feeling better?" Wan Lauer saw that Hu Xingyang's face was still a little pale, and asked worriedly. Second uncle, I think we can set off today. I have already agreed on a date with the house owner over there. If we are late, I am afraid they will not give us a place to stay. We should hurry on our way. By the way, how did you deal with those people? Hu Xingyang woke up and didn't see Wan Lauer or the people sent by Zhou Biao. He knew that Wan Lauer might have taken them to the county government office. Now that Wan Lauer is back, those people are still missing. So they should have been dealt with. Those people were handed over to the county government. We happened to meet the newly appointed county magistrate. He is a good official. He directly detained those people and said he would not release them. Zhou Biao should not be able to find the Hongyang County jail. We can rest assured now. Wan Lauer told Hu Xingyang about what happened in the Hongyang County government. Hu Xingyang also sighed. But since this tale was removed, their future things would be much smoother. Chapter 406 Arrival at Qingping County. Wan Lauer went back to wake Fubao up and changed her into clean clothes. But he really couldn't comb her hair well. After fighting with her hair for a quarter of an hour, he gave up. In the end, Hu Xingyang combed 2 buns for Fubao, which made her look quirky and cute. She also put 2 pearl flowers on her hair, which were put together with the clothes by Wan Er's wife. I didn't expect Xingyang to have such skills. He is much better than your uncle. Wan Lauer laughed at the side. Hu Xingyang said weakly, Uncle, I usually take care of my sister at home. My mother was not convenient at that time. So I combed Xiaolan's hair. So I am more familiar with it. Okay. You and Fubao rest here first. I go out and rent a carriage. Uncle, why rent a carriage? Hu Xingyang was a little puzzled. You are so injured. How can I let you sit in your ox cart? The doctor said you need to take good care of your injury. And our ox cart is full of goods. How can you lie down? So I thought about renting a carriage for you. You take Fubao in the carriage. And I drive the ox cart behind. Uncle, don't be so troublesome. I can do it. Don't say anything. Kid, listen to Uncle. We can't save this little money. Health is important. Everything else is secondary. Wan Lauer walked out directly without giving Hu Xingyang a chance to speak. Soon Wan Lauer rented a carriage and came back. And the driver helped Hu Xingyang out with him. There is no need to take a detour from the town to Qingping County. Just a straight distance. They should be able to arrive tonight. Hu Xingyang and Fubao were sitting in the carriage. Wan Lauer told Fubao, Fubao, take good care of brother Xingyang. If your brother Xingyang feels uncomfortable, you can call Daddy. Well, okay. Fubao is good at taking care of people. Daddy is relieved. Fubao patted his chest and said proudly. Wan Lauer rubbed his daughter's bun and went to the back to drive the ox cart. The speed of both cars was not fast. Hu Xingyang was injured and could not be bumpy. Wan Lauer's ox cart was not fast. The group did not arrive in Qingping County until it was dark. And the city gate was about to close. They entered the city in the last rays of sunset. Under the guidance of Hu Xingyang, they came all the way to the real estate agency. Fortunately, they had not closed the door yet. Wan Lauer paid a year's rent and a half-year deposit on the spot, signed the contract and took the key, and then went to the house with Hu Xingyang. Wan Lauer paid the driver and helped Hu Xingyang and Fubao off the car. After the driver left, Wan Lauer quickly opened the gate of the yard. Xingyang, there should be a Kong in this house. Right, Uncle. This house has everything. The owner just moved some valuable furniture away, and the rest are left in this house. We don't need to buy anything extra. But there is no quilt. We need to make do for one night. It's okay. When Uncle went out, your aunt was afraid that Fubao would be bumpy. So she brought 2 quilts under the goods. I will be able to get the quilts after I unload the goods. That's great. We are benefiting from Fubao again. Hu Xingyang stood with the help of the ox carriage, with a weak smile on his face. After a day of traveling, although he was riding in a carriage, the seat in the carriage was hard. He couldn't lie down or sit. He was exhausted, but he didn't want Wan Lauer to know, so he could only bear it. Fubao went forward to help Hu Xingyang, but found that she could only hold his hand. The height difference was too big, so she couldn't help at all. Brother Xingyang, can you sit down and rest? Are you uncomfortable? We will be able to stay soon. Fubao looked at Hu Xingyang with big eyes full of worry. I'm fine. Don't worry. Are you hungry? Fubao nodded. I'm hungry, but I can still bear it for a while. My daughter, when Dad settles your brother Xingyang, I will go to the restaurant to buy you a roast chicken. Wow. Fubao is drooling. Dad is so nice. Fu Bao jumped up excitedly. Wan Lauer smiled and unloaded all the goods on the car in one breath, and then started to move the luggage into the house. Only 2 bags belonged to Wan Lauer and Hu Xingyang, and the others belonged to little Fu Bao. Wan Lauer ran 2 times to finish carrying them. And then the quilt. There were 2 quilts in total. Just one for spreading and one for covering. Come, Xingyang. Uncle will help you lie down. Thank you, Uncle. Hu Xingyang finally had a good rest and fell asleep soon. Wan Lauer didn't have time to pack his luggage. After parking the ox cart in the yard, he got some fodder for the ox and went out with Fu Bao. Duchy had no curfew. It was past dinner time in the county town. Now the border was approaching winter. It was chilly at night. There were not many pedestrians on the street, and not many stalls. It seemed a bit cold. Even without a curfew, the county town was not lively. Wan Lauer held Fu Bao and found the nearest restaurant. The scene inside the restaurant was completely different from that on the street outside. Wan Lauer lifted the heavy door curtain and went inside. The noisy waves of people mixed with warmth hit him in the face. There were people drinking and playing finger-guessing games, chatting, reading by the light, and singing songs. There was constant laughter and fighting. It was really. Outside the door was cold, and there were few people. But inside the hall was warm, and there were thick laughter. The waiter saw the guests coming in, and immediately greeted them with a smile. Sir, are you here? Please come in. What shall we eat? Our restaurant has special roasted lamb and new knife-baked pork. Wan Lauer saw such a scene for the first time, and his mind was a little confused for a while. I want to eat braised pork and roast chicken, Fu Bao said crisply to the waiter. The waiter looked at Fu Bao, then at Wan Lauer, who nodded and said, Just do as my daughter said. But we need to pack it up. The waiter immediately smiled and sang, A bowl of braised pork and a roast chicken. Someone immediately responded, Here we go. Wan Lauer felt that the atmosphere in the store was really good. He looked at the people present. Most of them were wearing fine cotton cloth, and some were wearing coarse cloth jackets and thin pants. They didn't look like rich people, but everyone could talk together, which showed that these people were regular customers here. Sir, please wait a moment. I pour you a cup of tea to warm you up, and you can listen to some songs to relax. The waiter wiped the stool with a white cloth on his arm. Although there was no dust, the waiter seemed to be used to this action and did it neatly. Wan Lauer put Fu Bao next to him and fed him some warm water. He happened to hear people at the next table talking about a case, which sounded familiar to him. So he pricked up his ears and listened carefully. Chapter 407 Cause of the Case. I heard today that half a year ago someone went to the capital to file a complaint against the county magistrate of our neighboring county. Guess what happened? How can I guess that? Don't keep me in suspense. Tell me what happened. The man went to the capital to file a complaint, but the county magistrate found out and sent someone to intercept him and break his legs. But the family was not easy to deal with. They knew someone in the capital. A few months ago, news came from the capital that the county magistrate was going to be an official in the capital. Humph! Such a dog official can also be an official in the capital? God is really blind. A man slammed the table angrily. The people next door also came over and said, Are you talking about that case? The county magistrate's brother-in-law raped a young lady? The young lady hanged herself. And her family went to complain? Yes. Yes. It's this case. You know it too? How could I not know? Our neighboring counties all know about it. But what you said is a little wrong. The one who went to complain is the housekeeper of that family. I heard that the young lady's father was a high-ranking official who retired from the previous dynasty. He came back to visit his relatives this time. But he didn't expect that someone would rape his little daughter. I heard about it too. And the county magistrate doesn't seem to know who he offended. After the high-ranking official's daughter got into trouble, they all returned to the capital. It's been a while. Isn't it time to get some results? Everyone was talking. And Wan Lauer was so engrossed in listening that he didn't even notice the food coming. Sir, your dish is ready. A total of 200 copper coins. Wan Lauer came back to his senses and quickly took out half a tael of silver from his pocket and handed it over. Sir, please wait a moment. I go and give you the change. After the waiter left, Wan Lauer tore a chicken leg and handed it to Fu Bao. Girl, come, eat it while it's hot. It won't taste good when it gets cold. Fu Bao looked at the roast chicken in the oil paper bag eagerly. It was golden yellow, and her mouth was watering. Wow, it smells so good. Fu Bao took the chicken leg with both hands and ate it in big mouthfuls. Wan Lauer continued to listen to those people talking. I have a relative who works as a steward in the prefect's house. I met him a few days ago. He said that the imperial decree to confiscate his property has been issued. It seems that this dog official has run out of luck and will not be promoted. Speaking of which, the county magistrate is quite pitiful. I heard that he was born in a poor family. After coming to Hongyang County to serve as the county magistrate, he married the daughter of a local wealthy businessman. All these years of officialdom have been managed by his wife's dowry. Now he has lost his official position because of his brother-in-law. It's a pity. It's really rare for scholars to stand out. Humph. He enjoyed the benefits brought by other people's money. So of course, he has to give back to them. It's just that he didn't control his subordinates well, which led to the current outcome. It's also his own fault. This is really in the past. Poor people had high aspirations, and they became famous in one fell swoop and had a wide career path. I once imitated Fan Jin's joy of passing the imperial examination, and I was also like Liu Yong's joy of writing on the list. He passed the imperial examination and became a county magistrate, and married a rich girl with a beautiful face. Unexpectedly, fortune and misfortune always depend on each other, and the family of origin is involved in the difficult career. Jia Yi was demoted in a similar situation, and Li Guang's fate was pitiful. All official positions were lost in one day, and fate was unpredictable and sad. At this point, Wan Lauer finally understood what Fu Bao said. His face was dark, which was not a sign of promotion and wealth. At this time, the waiter brought the silver and handed it to Wan Lauer. Sir, here is your change. Please keep it and come back after you have eaten. Wan Lauer took the money, hugged Fu Bao, carried 2 bags of vegetables, and packed a few steamed buns and went back. When they returned to the house, it was pitch black. Wan Lauer was not familiar with the place. He put Fu Bao on the Kong and told her, Girl, sit down and eat the chicken leg first. Daddy will go find the oil lamp. Don't run around. This house is different from ours. Don't bump into anything. Okay, Daddy. Fu Bao will just eat the chicken leg. He won't run around. Fu Bao was very obedient as long as he had meat to eat. Wan Lauer spent a lot of effort, but couldn't find the oil lamp. He thought that the owner didn't leave any lamp oil. So he groped to the kitchen and made a fire. Finally, there was some light. There was also a fire-burning hall in the kitchen. Wan Lauer put some dry firewood in it and carried it to the room. The room was brighter because of the fire, and it also dispelled a bit of coldness. Wan Lauer put the Kong table in place, took out the meat and steamed buns that he had packed back, and then woke up Hu Xingyang. Xingyang, wake up. It's time to eat. Hu Xingyang was a little exhausted, sleeping soundly, his face pale. Wan Lauer suddenly thought of the ginseng he got from the county magistrate, and ran over to take it out of his bag. He brought a small stove and a small pot from the kitchen, added some water to it, and put it on the stove to burn. He was going to make some ginseng soup for Hu Xingyang to nourish him. Xingyang, wake up quickly. Get up and eat something. Hu Xingyang was finally called up by Wan Lauer. He sat up with difficulty. His whole body seemed to be falling apart, as if he had been hit by a wheel for more than 10 times. There was no part that didn't hurt. Wan Lauer saw that he was indeed in a bad mood, so he hurried over to help him. Xingyang, are you feeling particularly uncomfortable? Uncle Air will make medicine for you after he is done. You haven't eaten for a day. We have to eat after taking medicine. Eating more can make you better faster. Uncle Air specially bought braised pork and roast chicken, as well as white flour buns. Eat some before you go to sleep? Hu Xingyang nodded weakly, and sat down on the Kong table with the help of the Kong table, with half of his body almost lying on the Kong table. Wan Lauer quickly handed him the chopsticks and gave him another bun. Second uncle, stop busying yourself and eat quickly. This meat dish needs to be eaten while it's hot. And so does Sister Fu Bao. Okay. Second uncle will eat too. Fu Bao's greasy little hand grabbed a piece of braised pork, and the other hand grabbed a chicken leg. She ate a bite on the left and a bite on the right, eating happily without anyone telling her. She didn't even have time to talk. Her little mouth was bulging, and her cheeks were like little squirrels. Very cute. It was just that her face, mouth, and hands were all greasy. But Wan Lauer didn't care too much. He would boil hot water for her to wash later. The meal was quickly finished and eaten cleanly. Xingyang, lie down first. I make you some medicine. I got some ginseng from the county magistrate yesterday. I make you some ginseng tea later. I see your face has turned pale. Second uncle. No need. You can keep such precious things for yourself. Or take them back to Grandma Wan. I'm young and don't need them. I feel much better after eating. Hu Zhengyang said anxiously. He had benefited a lot from the Wan family. And now he had to drink such precious things from them. He felt very sorry. Chapter 408 coming to the restaurant again. But Hu Zhengyang's dissuasion was useless. After Wan Lauer cleaned up the table, he began to boil medicine. The water in the small pot on the stove had boiled. Wan Lauer poured the water into the wooden basin and washed Fu Bao's face and hands and feet. The rest was used to make a bowl of ginseng tea for Hu Zhengyang and forced him to drink it. After Wan Lauer boiled the medicine for Hu Zhengyang, he also boiled a bowl of medicine for himself. He had been running all day and felt very uncomfortable at this moment. But he felt that he was a grown man and should not be so hypocritical. So he held back. He rubbed his chest until Fu Bao fell asleep, and his face was full of pain. The three of them barely made it through the night, and Wan Lauer got up early the next morning. He went out first to buy breakfast for the three of them. When he got up in the morning, Wan Lauer found that the sky had become gloomy, and it looked like it was going to snow. And the weather was much colder than yesterday. Wan Lauer wrapped his cotton jacket tightly around him, and walked to the entrance of the alley. He saw a stall selling buns, and bought 5 big meat buns, and 2 bowls of wontons. When he returned to the house, Hu Zhengyang had just woken up. Fu Bao was still sleeping soundly. She had slept late last night, and had not rested well in the past 2 days. Now there was no need to rush. So Wan Lauer did not call her, and let her continue to sleep until she woke up naturally. However, he had already found the clothes that Fu Bao was going to wear today. Zhengyang, I just went out. The weather outside has changed. You should wear more clothes later. But the doctor said you need to take more care. Otherwise you will have a bad disease. You are still young. So don't take it lightly. I know. Second uncle. My mother brought me a new cotton-padded jacket. I will wear it soon. By the way, we have to post the recruitment notice today. Fourth uncle is already setting up the shop. And we have to make the vermicelli quickly. Otherwise, when the shop is ready, we haven't made the vermicelli yet. And the shop can't open on time. That's right. I also thought about writing and posting the notice after dinner. But we don't have anything here. So I buy everything I need in the morning. There's no rush. After eating and taking medicine, Hu Zhengyang wanted to go to the field and help tidy up the yard. Zhengyang, I told you not to move yet. You need to rest for a while before you get off the Kong. Watch Fu Bao first. When she wakes up, give her this bun. She loves this meat bun. Wan Lauer wrapped the bun in oil paper and put it in the quilt to keep Fu Bao warm. When she wakes up, she can eat it directly. Fu Bao was sleeping soundly, not knowing that her father had stuffed a bun in her arms. Hu Zhengyang was helpless, and was pressed on the Kong by Wan Lauer again. Wan Lauer packed up and went out. He also drove the ox cart. There were still many things that needed to be bought in this house. There was nothing in the kitchen, except a few large coarse porcelain bowls. He also had to buy some daily necessities. And also bought pens, ink, paper and inkstone. Walking around the street for half an hour, he bought some firewood, rice, oil and salt, as well as some pots, pans, quilts. Half of the cart was already loaded. Wan Lauer went to buy pens, ink, paper and inkstone again, and then returned. When I came back, Fu Bao had already woken up. Daddy, you bought so many things. Hu Zhengyang had already dressed Fu Bao in the clothes that Wan Lauer had prepared for her, and had combed her hair. She was now a clean and fresh little girl. Haha. Daddy bought the things we need in the future, so we can cook for ourselves. Wow. That's great. Fu Bao hasn't eaten the food cooked by Daddy yet, so I don't know if it tastes good or not. Wan Lauer immediately interrupted with some embarrassment. You know when Daddy cooks it. Let's move the things in quickly. Okay. Fu Bao can carry this. Fu Bao reached out and took a spatula and a ladle, and ran to the kitchen. Wan Lauer looked at his daughter's back with a smile and pampering, and quickly moved the things to the kitchen. After finishing the work, the father and daughter began to clean the house, because this house had been idle for a while. There was dust everywhere in the house. If you want to live here, you must clean it first. Uncle, what can I do? Just take a rest. Your uncle, can do this job. And Fu Bao, he can help too. Little Fubao also came forward and said with a smile. Hu Zhengyang was used to being rejected by Wan Lauer, so he had to go back and lie down. But he was very anxious and hoped that he would get better soon. Wan Lauer and Fubao spent half a day to clean up the house. Fubao, what do you want to eat? Daddy will buy it for you. Braised pork, Fubao said without hesitation. Wan Lauer scratched Fubao's nose and said with a smile, you will be the braised pork princess in the future. You love braised pork so much. Hee hee. Fubao squinted his eyes, shrunk his neck, and showed a mouthful of white millet teeth, looking particularly naughty and cute. Wan Lauer picked up Fubao and rode on his neck. Fubao shouted excitedly, wow! Riding a big horse. Wan Lauer ran with Fubao on his back, laughing loudly, daughter, sit tight. Watch daddy take you to fly. Fubao shouted and quickly hugged Wan Lauer's neck. Soon, a string of Fubao's silver bell-like laughter was left in the yard and the alley. Wan Lauer went to the restaurant last night again. The restaurant in the daytime was very different from that at night. The sun had not set yet. They came a little early. There were not many people in the restaurant, which seemed a little deserted. But the waiter recognized Wan Lauer and Fubao at a glance. Oh, the guests are here? Did you like the roast chicken and braised pork last night? The waiter smiled. Wan Lauer also responded with a smile. Your braised pork is very good. My little girl likes it very much. And now she wants to eat it again. The waiter welcomed the two people in and said with a smile, I'm not bragging. Our braised pork is one of the best in this county. Your daughter is really amazing. She can tell at once. Why don't we have braised pork today? Wan Lauer was very happy to be praised by the waiter. As long as someone praised his daughter, he would be happy. And then he said, in addition to the braised pork, give me 2 more of your specialty dishes. Okay. Sir, would you like to try our Dao Xiaozi? This is the secret brew of our host? Forget about the wine. I am with my child, and it is inconvenient for me to drink. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. My home is not far from here. It is only a few steps away. Okay. Please sit down. The dishes will be ready soon. Wan Lauer had just sat down when a group of people came in. They were all dressed in extraordinary clothes. As soon as they came in, they ordered 2 pounds of Dao Xiaozi and a roasted whole lamb. Wan Lauer couldn't help but pay more attention to them, seeing that they were staring at Fubao. He quickly moved his body and blocked Fubao behind him. Chapter 409. The Imperial Master Takes Action. Daddy, what's wrong with you? Fubao noticed that Wan Lauer was a little nervous, and her little hand quickly stroked Wan Lauer's back. Wan Lauer turned around and held Fubao's hand, protecting her in his arms. Fuba, let's take the food back to eat later. Okay? Go back and be with your brother Xingyang. Yeah. Okay. Brother Xingyang also likes to eat braised pork. Fubao can give him half to eat, so that he can get better quickly, so that brother Xingyang won't be anxious. Fubao's voice was soft and sticky, and the people at the next table still heard it even though he was protected by Wan Lauer. They looked at Wan Lauer again, and a hint of deep thought flashed in their eyes. But the waiter quickly served 2 jars of wine. Sir, this is the treasure of our store. Xiao Daozi. Everyone, would you like to try it? The roasted whole lamb will be ready soon. Yeah. One of the men hummed, picked up the wine jar, and filled it for the people traveling with him. This wine is really strong. Not bad. One of the thinner men took a sip and praised loudly. The waiter immediately smiled and said, Sir, you really know what you are talking about. From your accent, you don't look like locals. You can take some back for your relatives and friends to taste when you leave. This is also a famous wine in Qiping County. Okay. Prepare 10 jars for us in a while, and take them with you when we leave. Okay. Sir, enjoy your time. I will prepare wine for you now. The waiter went to the back happily. Wan Lauer was even more panicked. The accents of these people were indeed not locals, but he had not been to many places, and he could not tell where they were from for a while. But he just saw the way they looked at Fubao, as if they knew Fubao. He felt panic for no reason in his heart, as if these people were going to rob Fubao. Wan Lauer was on pins and needles, feeling that the time he spent waiting for the dishes was like a year. What was even more terrifying was that he felt that the other party's eyes had never been restrained. Finally, during Wan Lauer's long wait, the dishes were finally served. Brother, I want to take all these dishes back. Please pack them for me. I suddenly remembered that there was an emergency at home, and I need to go back to deal with it. Wan Lauer stood up and said, The waiter was very easygoing and quickly packed them for 1 laur, and handed them to him. 1 laur paid the money, and did not ask the waiter for the extra money. He hurried out with Fubao in his arms. He was in a hurry, and did not look at the road. When he passed by the neighboring table, the other party stretched out his foot and tripped him. And 1 laur fell to the ground instantly. Fortunately, he held the long bench beside him, so he did not fall Fubao to the ground. But his knee must have been bruised. "Daddy, what's wrong with you? Are you okay?" Fubao immediately became anxious and struggled to get off 1 laur, and tried to pull him. "My daughter, Daddy is fine. Let's go back quickly. Otherwise your braised pork will get cold and not taste good." Fubao looked at 1 laur worriedly, thinking that her father was lying to her. But she had no evidence, so she could only follow 1 laur and prepare to go out. At this moment, a big hand suddenly lifted Fubao up from behind, and the other hand quickly took out a dagger from the waist and started cutting Fubao close. It was unknown what material this dagger was made of, but it was extremely sharp, and with a sharp blade, Fubao's back was exposed with a swishing sound. At the same time, a red carp pattern on Fubao's back caught the other party's eyes. 1 laur also reacted quickly, pulling Fubao over and protecting her behind him. "What are you doing? How dare you hurt my daughter in broad daylight? I will send you all to the authorities," 1 laur shouted. But the other party had achieved his goal and immediately put away the dagger, with mockery in his narrow and long eyes. The other party did not respond to 1 laur's words, but turned back to his seat and said something in a language that 1 laur could not understand. Fubao's face turned pale, and she immediately pulled 1 laur's hand and whispered, "Daddy, let's run. They are here to take me back. And that person is the national teacher." Fubao pointed at the thin man just now. 1 laur's legs were a little weak on the spot. How could these people get here? But he didn't have time to think about it. He bent down and picked up Fubao and ran outside. He didn't have time to pick up the braised pork that fell on the ground just now. He ran very fast. But the people brought by the other party were obviously not vegetarians. In addition, the one who came this time was the national teacher, which showed that they were determined to get it. 1 laur ran to the street. It was already dark. The weather was bad today. There were few pedestrians. He wanted to ask for help, but no one helped him. 1 laur felt a sense of despair spreading in his heart. His heartbeat was like a drum. Fubao kept pointing the way ahead. Ji Wuyan, the national teacher of Yu State, raised his head and drank the last sip of wine. A smile of determination appeared on the corner of his mouth. He crushed the wine glass in his hand with his bare hands, then casually brushed off the crumbs on his hand and stood up. The other 5 people also stood up respectfully. The head guard Song Hongyu bowed and asked, "Master, what should we do now?" "Don't worry. Princess Furue has been found. You can send a pigeon back and report to the emperor. We will bring her back within 3 months." Ji Wuyan turned and walked out. He was walking very slowly, but in the blink of an eye, he was already at the door. The waiter just brought the wine jar. Seeing the strange steps of the master, he opened his eyes wide in shock and almost dropped the wine jar on the ground. "Sir, this wine?" the waiter asked hesitantly, looking at the backs of several people. Lu Hongyu threw 20 taels of silver on the table and left a sentence, "Save the wine first, and drink it when we come back. It's a celebration wine." Then he disappeared at the door. The waiter looked at the silver ingot on the table stupidly, put down the wine in his hand, and chased after him with the silver ingot. "Sir, this money is too much. I don't want it." But there was no one outside. Those people came and went in a hurry, as if they had never appeared on this street. The waiter took the silver silently, but he was very happy in his heart. He could regard the extra money as a reward, but the reward was really a lot, and he was happy and worried. 1 laur didn't dare to go back to the newly rented house at this time. He was afraid of getting Hu Xingyang into trouble. But he had already run several streets on the street. He was sweating and panting in the cold night of early winter. The most terrible thing was that he didn't know anyone here. No one could help him. And he had no relatives. For the first time, he experienced the difficulties of being in a foreign land. "Fuba, if those people take you back, your parents won't have to live." 1 laur was so anxious that 2 blisters appeared on his mouth. He saw that those people were either rich or noble, and they were obviously not ordinary people. However, he didn't expect that they were actually from Yu. How did they come to Dachi? Chapter 410 Tracking. Hiding. 1 laur didn't know where to run now, but he looked behind him and saw that those people didn't seem to catch up with him. He could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Daddy, don't stop. They will catch up with us soon. Fu Bao doesn't want to go with them. They are all bad people. Fu Bao doesn't want to go to the palace and be locked up by them. Fu Bao is so scared. Fu Bao's big eyes were full of tears. He looked at Wan Lauer pitifully. Wan Lauer's heart was broken into thousands of pieces in an instant. He touched Fu Bao's little face, tried to hold back the tears in his eyes, and smiled reluctantly. No, girl, don't worry. Dad will protect you even if he risks his life. But Fu Bao knew that Wan Lauer was just an ordinary person. He didn't have the ability to protect her. Fu Bao looked at the sky and tears as big as beans rolled down. Dad, let's go to the county government office. Go to the county government office quickly. And tell them that we have a spy from the kingdom of you. The county magistrate will definitely arrest him. And then we will be safe. Fu Bao often heard from Grandma Wan that Wan Qingmo's family was exiled because of the crime of treason, which led to their exile. So she picked her up. Grandma Wan always said that this exile was a blessing in disguise. So the little girl thought this would definitely work. Wan Lauer's eyes lit up immediately, and he regained his confidence. My daughter is so smart. Why didn't Dad think of it? Let's go to the county government office now. But neither the father nor the daughter knew the exact location of the county government office. At this time, the national teacher and others were holding a compass in their hands, and they were constantly approaching Fu Bao in the direction of the pointer. Fu Bao felt that the danger seemed to be getting closer and closer, and she became more anxious. Dad, it's too late. We must find someone to hide. Wan Lauer believed in his daughter's feelings, because many times it was because of Fu Bao's feelings that they escaped disasters. Wan Lauer immediately ran to the nearest house. He knocked on the door in panic and looked around, fearing that those people would suddenly appear behind him. At this time, the national master and his men were already in the alley next door. They could see Wan Lauer when they turned a corner. When they were only a few steps away, the family finally opened the door, and Wan Lauer immediately rushed in. Hey, who are you? Get out. Wan Lauer's IQ was online at this time. He quickly took out a tael of silver from his body and handed it to the other party. At this time, he no longer cared about the silver. As long as he could keep Fu Bao, he would spend all his money. The other party immediately stopped talking when he saw so much silver. Sister-in-law, please, there are bad guys chasing us, father and daughter. Please let us hide in your house first. We will leave later. This is the reward. The woman took the silver, bit it with her teeth, and then stuffed it into her arms, turned around and closed the door. The door had just closed when the national master turned around the alley. Come with me. You don't look like bad people. How did you offend bad people? Ouch. It's so cold. Why is the girl's clothes torn? The woman saw that there was a big hole in Fu Bao's clothes at the back, revealing the skin and cotton inside. The woman saw that Fu Bao was cute, so she quickly went into the house and took a piece of her child's clothes for Fu Bao to wear. You gave me so much silver. I can't take it for nothing. This dress is too small for my child. But I have washed it. You can put it on your daughter outside. It's so cold. Don't let the child get frozen. After thanking him profusely, Wan Lauer put it on Fu Bao outside. It was still a little long, but it was just enough to wrap Fu Bao tightly. Sister-in-law, I want to ask, where is our county government office? I want to go and file a complaint. When we passed an alley just now, we heard a group of you people plotting something. I thought they were spies, but they found us and kept chasing us. I have to go to the county government office and report to the county magistrate. The woman's husband came out from the inner room at this time and said seriously, that is indeed something we should pay attention to. We all hate the you people. My brother died on the battlefield fighting against the you people. Brother, where are those people? I will take you to the county government office. Thank you, brother. They seem to have chased us just now. They should be nearby. I am afraid that we will attract their attention when we go out, and they will kill us before we get to the county government office. Otherwise, would you mind going there? Wan Lauer said, and wanted to give the man silver as a fee for running errands. The man refused to take anything. This is our job as a Daki people. You don't need to give me money. I will go to the county government office to report the news. But you are not safe in my house. I have a cellar at home. If you don't mind, you can hide in the cellar first and wait for me to come back. Wan Lauer was of course very happy. Thank you very much. Brother, please lead the way. The man hid Wan Lauer in the cellar and put a few bundles of straw on the wooden board above the entrance. Then, he hurried out the back door to the county government office. On the other side, when the Imperial Master and his men chased to the man's door, the compass needle suddenly stopped moving, and then began to jump randomly, unable to find any direction. "Is the compass broken?" The chief guard Song Hongyu frowned and asked. The Imperial Master shook his head. "No. Unless the other party hides. There are several places that my compass cannot search. One is underground, and the other is in the water. These two places can hide the breath, and my compass cannot explore them. What should we do now? The other party must be hiding underground. It's so cold. They can't hide in the water." Song Hongyu glanced around. All of them were residents. Rows of houses were neatly closed together, and every door was closed. But the Imperial Master's eyes were fixed on the door in front of him, which was where the compass was disordered, and where one Lauer was hiding. "I guess they might be hiding in this house. My compass lost its direction here. They must be nearby. Search them quickly, in order not to miss any clues." The National Master ordered everyone to search all the nearby households. The National Master stood in the middle holding a compass and staring at the door in front of him. Song Hongyu took the lead in knocking on the nearest house and offered 10 taels of silver to search the house. "Brother, excuse me. We just tracked a thief and lost him here. He is a big thief. In order to ensure the safety of you and your family, we want to search your house. Do you think it's okay? The other party is very cunning and has good kung fu. If he hides in a corner of your house, you won't be able to find him." When the owner heard this, he took the silver on the spot and invited the man into the house with a pale face. "Search quickly. Search carefully. There is nothing in our house. Nothing to steal." Song Hongyu searched carefully as soon as he entered. At the same time, several other people also used the same excuse and money to search other people's houses. Only the national teacher has not taken action yet, because his compass is pointing to a place at this time, which makes him a little unsure whether the other party is still there. But it is better to kill by mistake than to let go. He didn't take action in the restaurant just now because there were many people there, so he deliberately let the other party go. But he didn't expect the other party to be so cunning and disappeared in the blink of an eye. It seems that he still underestimated this Princess Furue. This child is different from others since birth, especially smart. Now 4 years have passed, and her intelligence has far exceeded that of adults. In time, this princess will surely amaze the 4 countries. And Yu country is now suffering from natural disasters and man-made disasters. So he must take her back to stabilize the country's destiny. Chapter 411. Ji Wuyan. Ji Wuyan had to use a lot of tricks to get into Daki, and it took a lot of effort to find Fu Bao. Now he saw that the person was right in front of him, but he let him slip away from under his nose. And the other party was an ordinary person who had no skills. It seems that Princess Furue's luck is really great. But he will fight with the sky today to see if God can keep Furue in Daki. Ji Wuyan put the compass into his sleeve and went forward to knock on the door. At the same time, the woman inside the door was actually lying behind the door to observe the situation outside. She saw Ji Wuyan standing outside holding a strange thing, staring at it all the time, and staring at her courtyard door from time to time, as if her door panel was made of gold. The woman was watching intently, and saw Ji Wuyan suddenly knock on the door, which scared the woman, and she turned around and ran into the yard. "Don't run away. I know you've been peeking at me inside. You don't have to peek. You can look openly." The woman stopped immediately after hearing this, and looked back at the wooden door. She wondered, how did he know that she was looking at him? Could he see her? But the woman knew that they were the ones looking for one Lauer and his daughter, so of course she wouldn't open the door easily. The woman went straight back to the house, completely ignoring Ji Wuyan's words. She didn't believe that this Yu countryman dared to break into a famous house privately. Ji Wuyan listened to the woman's footsteps getting farther and farther away, and there were also sounds of opening and closing doors from inside. It was obvious that the woman had returned to the house and was not going to open the door for him. Ji Wuyan's face was as calm as water, and he was not angry at all. At this time, the other people had returned from the search, and they reported one by one, "Master, nothing was found." Ji Wuyan's figure flashed slightly, and he had already entered the yard. Then a voice came, "You guys don't have to follow. Just stay outside." Song Hongyu led the others to guard each side outside. Ji Wuyan entered the yard quietly, searched the yard with his eyes, and found nothing unusual. So he looked into the house. He put one hand behind his back leisurely, and put the other hand slightly clenched at his side, and walked into the house, as if he was strolling in the garden. At this time, the reflection of the woman could be seen on the window in the house. The candlelight in the house printed the woman's shadow on the window paper, and it could be clearly seen that the woman was mending clothes. Ji Wuyan approached the door calmly step by step, seeing that his fingers had touched the door panel. Suddenly a black shadow rushed towards Ji Wuyan. Ji Wuyan didn't notice when a dog curled up in the corner. When Wan Lauer and Fu Bao came in just now, the dog didn't even make a sound, and the owner thought it was strange. Usually, the dog would bark fiercely when it heard any noise, but today, it was out of character. At this time, the dog actually launched a sneak attack. Because the angle of the dog's sneak attack was too tricky, it blocked his left rear completely, and there was a door panel in front of him, so he could only retreat to the right to avoid it. But to his right was a manure tank. Although it was empty, he was always clean. So how could he tolerate this dirty thing to dirty his robe? But it was too late to use internal force to hit it out. The dog was so fast that he didn't have time to use his internal force. So he took out his compass and threw it out. This compass can eject a circle of iron teeth by pressing a dot in the middle. It is an unexpected hidden weapon. The moment the compass flew out, the dog received a box lunch on the spot. The dog screamed and fell to the ground from the air. At the same time, a stream of blood sprayed on the door panel and almost splashed on Ji Wuyan's clothes. Fortunately, he retreated quickly and didn't let the dog blood splash all over him. Just as Ji Wuyan dodged, there was a noise in the house. The figure on the window was getting smaller and smaller, but the footsteps were getting closer and closer. Soon, with a creak, the door was opened. The woman shouted to the outside, "Lai Fu, what are you yelling for?" But no one responded to the woman. The woman looked around the yard and found nothing unusual, so she was ready to turn around and go back to the house. But as soon as she turned around, she was knocked unconscious by a palm from behind. The woman fell to the ground with a plop. Ji Wuyan didn't even give the woman a glance. He stepped on the woman's body, rubbed it, and wiped his soles with the woman's clothes before stepping into the house. The furniture in the house was very simple, and you could see the end at a glance. There was no place to hide. Ji Wuyan looked around and saw that there was a side room on the left and right. He walked into the left without hesitation. The room on the left was the bedroom of the woman and the man. There was no one in it at this time. Ji Wuyan went in and casually looked around, looking through the cabinets, boxes, and any place where someone could hide. Finally, he turned the bed upside down and knocked on the bed with his hand to see if there was a mezzanine or a secret room. Unfortunately, this bed has been used for decades and is about to fall apart. How can it withstand the tossing and turning? He even knocked off a piece of the bed board. Ji Wuyan looked at it coldly with an expressionless face, and walked out with disgust. As soon as he walked out of the door of the left side room, he saw several children standing at the door of the right side room opposite. The oldest was already 15 or 16 years old, taller than him, and the youngest was only 6 or 7 years old. All of them were boys. At this time, several children were staring at him blankly. Obviously they had just come out and bumped into him. Ji Wuyan had no consciousness of breaking into someone else's house. He walked into the main room as if no one was around, took out a handkerchief from his arms, and put it on the chair. He disliked the shabbiness of this family and contaminated him. "Do you see the silver here? Who of you can tell me where the father and daughter who came to your house tonight hid the silver? This silver is yours. Otherwise, your fate will be the same as that of the dog at the door." The oldest child ran out quickly after hearing this, but soon saw the woman lying on the ground at the door. "Mom? What's wrong with you? Mom? Wake up!" The boy shouted several times, but failed to wake the woman up. In addition, there was a pool of blood on the ground, which was from their dog. But the boy didn't know it. He hadn't seen Lai Fu's body yet. "What did you do to my mother? I fight you, you thief." The boy rushed towards Ji Wuyan like an angry lion. But although he was big and strong, he was just brute force. Ji Wuyan sneered, "You don't know your own strength. And you are hitting the stone with an egg." He only moved one hand and kicked the boy out of the door. The boy vomited blood and fainted on the spot. The other children were shocked by this sudden change. Chapter 412. Find the entrance to the cellar. Ji Wuyan knocked on the table intentionally or unintentionally, but his eyes were fixed on the children. "How is it? What have you considered? Do you want the same as them? Or do you want silver?" After Ji Wuyan finished speaking, He took out another ingot of 20 taels of silver. The children had never seen such a large ingot of silver. They were attracted by the luster of the silver, and could not help but take a step and walk towards Ji Wuyan. We want to buy roast duck and cotton clothes, firewood, white flour, and pork. Is this silver enough? Ji Wuyan laughed after hearing this. Ha ha ha. Of course. This silver is enough for your family to do nothing and eat and drink for decades. Do you think it is enough? The children's eyes suddenly lit up. Then give it to me quickly. Little friend. We are doing business now. You have to tell me where the father and daughter are hiding before I can give you the silver. But the children looked at each other, not knowing what Ji Wuyan was talking about. Because when Wan Lauer and Fu Bao came just now, the children had already fallen asleep. They only heard someone talking outside, and didn't know if it was a father and daughter. The youngest boy stared at the silver, his eyes shining and his saliva about to flow out. His mind was already full of white steamed buns and greasy fat to eat. And he unconsciously reached out to take the silver. Ah! The child screamed instantly, and rolled on the ground with his fingers covered. The second brother immediately ran over and picked up his younger brother, and saw that the finger that was protected by the other hand was already limp and drooping, obviously broken by the other party. Wu Jin, bear with it. Brother will take you to see a doctor. Jin picked up Wu Jin with great effort and ran out. Where do you want to go? Did I allow you to go out? If you don't tell me, I will break all your fingers one by one, then your arms, and then your legs. I will only give you a cup of tea. After Ji Wuyan said this, he closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. Jin looked at him for a long time and saw that he was like a stone statue, motionless. He thought Ji Wuyan was really asleep. He held Wu Jin and moved slowly out. Wu Jin covered his mouth tightly. His little face was in great pain. He tried his best to endure and not let himself cry out. His face was flushed. But Jin took 2 steps, and a cup flew towards Jin's forehead. Jin's head was broken and bleeding on the spot. Wu Jin, who was holding him, fell to the ground. Wu Jin could no longer bear the pain and screamed. Ji Wuyan remained in his original state. His thin lips slightly parted, and he slowly said, "Don't ignore my words. You don't have much time. Think about it, and say it quickly. Otherwise you will suffer later." Jin covered the bloody wound on his head. His eyes were covered with blood. Everything he saw was red and blurry, and he felt dizzy. "We have never seen the 2 people you mentioned. Even if you kill us all, we can't tell. When they came, we were already asleep, and we don't know where they went later." Ji Wuyan suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Jin. "So, someone did come to your house?" Jin nodded. "Yes, someone came. I didn't hear a woman's voice, only a man's voice. But he left soon." Ji Wuyan realized that the number of people in the house was wrong, and he hadn't seen the male owner of the house until now. "Is your father not at home?" Jin realized that his father did seem to be away from home. "My father was at home just now. By the way, he seemed to have gone out with that man and never came back." "Does your house have other doors?" Ji Wuyan asked with narrowed eyes. "Yes. My house has a back door in the northeast corner, leading to the back alley." Ji Wuyan immediately got up and left the house, walking towards the northeast corner, and indeed saw a door. He pulled it casually and the door opened, which showed that someone had gone out from there, and had not had time to bolt it. He walked directly over the threshold and out of the back door, looking around, and found that this was a back alley, and opposite was the back door of another row of houses. This alley leads directly to the street outside. They had been following the direction indicated by the compass just now, and did not enter this alley. After taking a look, Ji Wuyan returned to the yard along the same route and locked the back door. When he passed by the cellar, he suddenly stopped. He carefully observed the pile of straw, and it seemed a little abrupt, as if the pile of straw was not originally placed here, as if it was moved from somewhere else. Ji Wuyan strode into the house and grabbed the child out. It was Sanjin. At this time, he was shocked by the sudden situation at home. His brothers and mother were injured and dizzy. He was panicked and at a loss. He and his brother Sijin hugged each other in fear and huddled in a corner. However, even though he had reduced his presence, he was still caught by Ji Wuyan. Ji Wuyan lifted Sanjin by the back of his collar and carried him into the yard. He pointed at the pile of straw and asked Sanjin, "Is this pile of straw in your yard originally here?" Sanjin was suddenly taken out of the house. It was pitch black outside, and he couldn't see anything. He was thrown to the ground by Ji Wuyan. He quickly huddled up and said in panic, "I can't see. I don't know what you are talking about." Ji Wuyan realized that he seemed to have overlooked that the other person was an ordinary person, and did not have his ability to see at night. Ji Wuyan brought out the oil lamp from the house, squatted down and pointed at the pile of straw in front of him and asked again, "Look carefully. Was this pile of straw here before?" Sanjin looked up and saw that this was not the location of their original cellar. How come there was an extra pile of straw? He shook his head subconsciously. "No. This is a cellar. I don't know when the extra straw appeared on it." Ji Wuyan understood instantly, patted Sanjin's head, and said gently, "The silver in the house is yours. You can leave." Sanjin ran back crawling and rolling as if he had been pardoned. Ji Wuyan's mouth curled up a faint smile, with a hint of coldness, and suddenly swept the pile of straw with one foot. It can be seen that his kung fu is high. No wonder he is so arrogant. After the straw pile was swept away, the entrance to the cellar was indeed revealed, with a wooden lid on it, and it was locked. Ji Wuyan sneered, "A burden." He twisted the lock lightly, and it was unlocked. He quickly opened the manhole cover and looked down. But it was too dark, and he couldn't see what was going on inside. However, he had excellent hearing, and could clearly hear two rapid breathing sounds inside. "Do you want to come up by yourselves? Or should I go down and invite you?" Princess Furue. Fu Bao was so scared that he immediately hugged Wan Lao's neck tightly. His little face shrank in Wan Lao's arms. His little body hung on Wan Lao's chest, and he was trembling. Chapter 413 Reinforcements arrive. Ji Wuyan waited for a while, and when he saw that the people below were still silent, he had a strong sense of impatience on his face. "Princess, I am here to take you back to the country. The emperor has been unable to eat or drink for these years because he lost you. Your mother, concubine Yin, has become ill from missing you. Now her life is at stake. Don't you want to go back and see your biological mother?" But no matter what Ji Wuyan said, Fu Bao did not respond. Ji Wuyan's patience was completely exhausted. "Since you don't say anything, don't blame me for offending you." Ji Wuyan jumped in. Fu Bao screamed in fear and leaned hard against Wan Lao. "Fu Bao, don't be afraid. Daddy is here." "Fu Bao is not afraid. Daddy will protect you." Wan Lao quickly changed Fu Bao's side and protected him behind him. He opened his arms and protected Fu Bao tightly in the corner. The space in the cellar was narrow and cramped, so it was inconvenient for Ji Wuyan to take action. However, the position occupied by Wan Lao and his daughter was a dead corner, so it was impossible for them to get out. Ji Wuyan wanted to take action, but he was afraid of hurting the princess. Now that the princess was behind this man, he had no worries. As long as he killed the princess's adoptive father, he could take the princess back. Ji Wuyan's eyes darkened, and then he quickly made a move and slapped Wan Lao in the chest. This palm contained 70% of Ji Wuyan's internal strength. If Wan Lao was hit by this palm, his internal organs would definitely be shattered, and there would be no possibility of survival. Wan Lao felt the palm wind coming and instinctively wanted to dodge, but he had been forced into a dead corner, and there was no possibility of dodge. However, thinking of Fu Bao behind him, if he died here, Fu Bao would definitely fall into the hands of these people and live in a cage for the rest of his life, which made him even more heartbroken. Seeing the opponent's palm getting closer and closer, Wan Lao's hand was clasped into the mud on the wall. His eyes were wide open, and sweat rolled down his forehead. He decided to fight this man. Even if he died, he would drag someone to hell. Wan Lao suddenly stretched out his hand, trying to grab the opponent's palm, but he overestimated himself. He couldn't hold the opponent's hand at all. Ji Wuyan's palm wind came fiercely, and Wan Lao's hand was instantly broken. Wan Lao screamed in pain, and the sweat on his face fell like raindrops. Fu Bao cried anxiously. She heard Wan Lao's painful cry, and knew that her father was injured. Wan Lao had no power to resist, and at this critical moment, an arrow shot towards Ji Wuyan's back. Ji Wuyan wanted to retract his palm to resist the sneak attack from behind, but it was too late. Retracting his internal force at this time would definitely cause serious internal injuries. He was hit by an arrow, and the strength in his hand was reduced by 50%, and only 20% hit Wan Lao's chest. But despite this, Wan Lao still vomited a large mouthful of blood. In addition, he was seriously injured by Wang Sheng, and the old injury was not healed, and he had a new injury. Wan Lao wanted to faint directly, but he gritted his teeth hard. Otherwise he would faint. He was afraid that he would not see Fubao after waking up. Ji Wuyan was hit by an arrow in the back. With barbs. He did not dare to deal with it casually. And the arrow hurt him quite badly, almost hitting the heart. Only an inch away. Ji Wuyan took a deep look at Wan Lao and Fubao, and turned away unwillingly. But the archers had already ambushed above, and as long as he came out, he would be shot into a hedgehog. Fortunately, Ji Wuyan left guards outside. If he guessed correctly, these people all came in from the back door, and it was also his fault for being careless. He should have asked someone to come in to defend. Ji Wuyan took out a bone flute from his bosom and blew it a few times. Not long after, he heard the people above fighting. Ji Wuyan jumped out of the cellar, and Song Hongyu immediately found the injured Ji Wuyan. National Master? Are you injured? Song Hongyu was shocked. The National Master's Kung Fu was one of the best in their Yu Kingdom, and the National Master was the most respected minister of the Emperor. If there was any mistake this time, they would not have to go back alive. Ji Wuyan nodded. His face was a little pale. He was not only injured externally, but more seriously injured internally. After he was shot just now, his internal breath was disordered, resulting in serious internal injuries. He needed to find a place to adjust his breath immediately. Otherwise, he would not take the princess away. Hongyu, make a quick decision. I need to find a place to heal my wounds quickly, Ji Wuyan said, and sat down slowly. Song Hongyu looked cold as he looked at the Daki soldiers around him. There were at least 100 of them, crowding the small courtyard. And from the sound, there were people outside surrounding the house. It seemed that they could not linger in the battle, and needed to evacuate immediately. And it seemed that the Imperial Master could not delay any longer. Song Hongyu rushed up with a sword and rushed to the Imperial Guard Zhao Qiong. Zhao Qiong, the Imperial Master is injured. You cover us to evacuate. Yes. At this moment, a dense stream of arrows suddenly shot out from the roof, and several people on the ground kept waving their swords to resist the rain of arrows from the air. Song Hongyu held Ji Wuyan in one hand and wielded a long sword in the other. But he was a little powerless alone, and was soon hit by a sword in his left shoulder. Song Hongyu endured the pain, held Ji Wuyan in his arms, and suddenly flew into the air, heading towards the northwest corner where the guards were the weakest. In a few breaths, he landed on the roof, instantly chopped down several Daki soldiers, and then jumped down and jumped into the back alley. There were also dozens of soldiers ambushed in the back alley. He killed them all the way, and unexpectedly made him break out of the siege. In the cellar, Wan Lao saw that the danger was over, and he rolled his eyes and lost consciousness. Fubao hugged Wan Lao's neck and cried heartbreakingly, "Daddy, wake up! Don't die!" Fubao is so scared. But no matter how Fubao cried, Wan Lao didn't respond. The fight outside stopped soon, and in the end 2 died. 1 was captured alive, and 2 escaped. Wan Lao and Fubao were also carried out of the cellar by the officers and soldiers. The family and the father and daughter of Wan Lao all went to the county government. The county magistrate and the inspector personally led the troops to capture the spies this time, and dispatched all the troops of Qingping County, a total of 300 people, because Qingping County is a frontier county. According to the requirements of the court, the training is more frequent, and the combat effectiveness is stronger than that of the soldiers in the interior. In short, the soldiers in the frontier are definitely not just fancy tricks, facing peasant uprisings and small-scale riots. They still have a strong ability to suppress. When Lu Chongqing, the father of Erjin, came back, he saw his wife Zhou and his eldest son Dajin all lying on the ground, and next to them was their dog Lifu, who had long since died. In the room, Erjin and Wujin also fell in a pool of blood. Only Sanjin and Sijin were safe and sound. Lu Chongqing's eyes were red, and he hated the Yu people even more in his heart, wishing to drink their blood and eat their flesh. He carried his wife and eldest son back to the Kong and settled them down. When he came out, he saw dozens of taels of silver on the table. He was a little confused. It was Sanjin who ran over and said, "Dad, this is what the bad guy left just now." Lu Chongqing immediately packed up the silver. This money was considered as the medical expenses compensated by those people for their family. "Sanjin, you take good care of your brother, younger brother, and your mother at home. Dad has to go to the government office and will be back soon. You lock the door and don't open it casually. Okay?" "Yes." "Okay, Dad." Sanjin nodded sensibly. Zheng Wenru, the county magistrate of Qingping County, ordered the Yamen runners to carry Wan Lao away, and ordered people to take Fu Bao away as well, but left more than a dozen people in ambush in the dark to guard the house, for fear that the man would come back. Chapter 414. Fu Bao asked someone to treat Wan Lao. After Zheng Wenru brought Lu Chongqing and Wan Lao into the county government office, he immediately ordered someone to invite a doctor to treat Wan Lao. The only one who could explain all this clearly now was probably Wan Lao. Zheng Wenru didn't even look at Fu Bao. In his opinion, such a young child probably couldn't tell any useful information. Wan Lao was carried into a wing room in the county government office, and a doctor was soon invited. After the old doctor's diagnosis, he shook his head. "Doctor, can this man still be saved?" The county magistrate had not left yet, and asked immediately after the doctor had finished taking the pulse. "It's not good. Although he can be saved, it depends on his luck. I prescribe him a medicine first. He needs to take it immediately. In addition, his hand is also broken. It needs to be reattached quickly. Otherwise this hand will be useless in the future, and he won't be able to do anything." Zheng Wenru didn't really care whether Wan Lao's hand was disabled or not. But since he could be saved, it was also a convenient thing. So he didn't say much. "Then when can he wake up?" "It's hard to say. Maybe he will wake up tonight. Or maybe he will sleep for a few days. His internal organs are seriously damaged. Whether they can repair themselves depends on the individual. Some people can indeed repair themselves, but some people are in poor health and will die soon." Fu Bao raised his little head and kept watching the doctor and the county magistrate talking. After hearing what the doctor said, Fu Bao knelt down directly. She grabbed the doctor's clothes with her little hands, tears welling up in her eyes. Her big eyes were swollen and red like walnuts. "Doctor, I beg you, please save my father. I will definitely repay you. My father is rich. My elder brother is a general. And my uncle is a police chief. They will all repay you. Please save him." "Save him?" Fu Bao cried out of breath. His voice was hoarse, and his little face was covered with gray, black and white from tears, looking like a dirty little kid. However, Fu Bao's words attracted the attention of the county magistrate, and the doctor also looked at the county magistrate, feeling a little embarrassed. The county magistrate finally began to look at Fu Bao. He slowly squatted down, picked up Fu Bao, and sat on the stool. "Little girl, what's your name?" Zheng Wenru asked as gently as possible. Fu Bao sobbed and said, "My name is Fu Bao. I'm from Shitsi village, Jinwu town, Xianing county. My father's name is Wan Jinju." Zheng Wenru was a little surprised. This child is really smart and has such a good memory. And he is clear and logical without any stuttering. Zheng Wenru couldn't help but look at Fu Bao with admiration and ordered someone to bring a wet towel to wipe Fu Bao's face. After Fu Bao was washed, a cute little face appeared in front of Zheng Wenru. "You just said that your elder brother is a general. Do you know where your elder brother is a general?" Fu Bao had been immersed in sorrow. When she heard Zheng Wenru asking about Wan Chuan's information, she suddenly remembered that she had benefited from her elder brother's name in Hongyang County. If she told him about his name now, would he be able to treat her father well? Fu Bao seemed to have seen hope. She stopped crying and tried to swallow her saliva. After calming down, she looked at Zheng Wenru seriously and said word by word, "My brother is Wan Quan, the general of the Central Army of Dezhou. He is a general newly appointed by the emperor this year. My father said that he is the youngest general in our Daki. He is very capable." Fu Bao looked at Zheng Wenru eagerly after she finished speaking. She was observing his words and expressions, which was what she was good at. Sure enough, she saw the other party's expression change from surprise to surprise. Fu Bao took the opportunity to climb down from the stool and was about to kneel down again, but was picked up by Zheng Wenru. "Sir, please save my father. Okay? Our whole family will thank you." Fu Bao's big eyes flashed with tears, and he looked at Zheng Wenru pitifully, and from time to time he glanced at Wan Lao lying on the bed. His heart ached. Zheng Wenru was also moved by Fu Bao's filial piety. Such a young child could do this. How many children like this are there in the whole county? At this time, he was not only considering Wan Chuan's face, but also a large part of it was because of Fu Bao. "Doctor, just use the medicine and make sure to save the person. If you need any medicinal materials, just tell me. I still have 100-year-old ginseng. If you need it as medicine, I will order someone to get it." Since Zheng Wenru had spoken, the doctor certainly did not dare to slack off. He immediately changed the prescription and added a few precious medicinal materials, which could play a warming and tonic role and help the patient wake up as soon as possible. Okay, follow the prescription here. If nothing unexpected happens, the patient should wake up tomorrow morning. Zheng Wenru immediately ordered someone to get the medicine and start boiling it. Fubao. Your name is Fubao, right? Zheng Wenru looked down at the little girl in his arms and asked. Yes, my name is Fubao. Thank you for saving my father. This is what I should do. Your father needs to rest now. Let's go out first and don't disturb him here. Okay? But Fubao wants to stay and take care of his father. If his father wakes up and doesn't see Fubao, he will be worried. Fubao doesn't want to leave his father either. Zheng Wenru suddenly thought that such a smart girl might know something. So he planned to take her out to ask some questions. But he didn't expect that the girl didn't want to go out. Girl, since you don't want to go out, then stay here to guard your father. But I have something to ask you. Can you answer truthfully? If you lie, your father may be in danger of his life? Those bad guys haven't gone far yet. Maybe they will sneak in and take you away. Zheng Wenru shamelessly used threats and tricks on a child. Fubao was very worried about Wan Lauer. And she didn't want to leave with the national teacher. She didn't want to go back to State. And she didn't want to be a princess. She just wanted to run around in Shitsi village. She liked to be the treasure of her adoptive parents. When she had nothing to do, she would take her big white geese to patrol the village, which was both majestic and fun. Shitsi village carried all of Fubao's childhood and would always be her hometown in her heart. No matter how far she went in the future, Shitsi village would always be a gentle hometown in her childhood memory. Fubao's mind was full of not being able to go back, and she couldn't let her father get hurt again. She had to protect her father. She remembered what she had said to her mother before leaving. She came out to protect her father. But now because of her father was lying in bed and was so seriously injured. Fubao blamed herself very much. She was so young and felt very uncomfortable. She had a bold idea. Those people had found her. And more people would come to find her in the future. She seemed unable to protect her father. But she still wanted to live with her family. So she had to let more people protect their family. Fubao looked at Zheng Wenru and whispered, My lord, I know who those people are. They are from you. But we don't know them. They said I was the princess of their country, and the princess who could bring them good fortune. They wanted to take me back. My lord, do you think they recognized the wrong person? I remember that I am my father's daughter. From childhood to adulthood. Zheng Wenru looked at Fubao in shock. And a huge wave of shock had already been set off in his heart. He looked at Fubao's eyebrows and eyes carefully and found that this child, and the one lying on the bed, had no resemblance at all. It can be seen that what this child said is 80% true. She is the princess of you. Chapter 415, Avoiding Disaster in a Haunted House. You said you are a princess of you? Then how did you come to Ardaki? Zheng Wenru felt that this matter was not that simple. Fubao shook his head. I don't know. I have been in Daki since I can remember. Daddy said that I am a blessed person. So he named me Fubao. Zheng Wenru put Fubao on the ground, stood up immediately, and told Fubao, Girl, don't run around. Take good care of your father. If he wakes up and can't see you, he will be worried. Fubao nodded immediately. She watched Zheng Wenru leave. But she didn't dare to think about what would happen in the future. But as long as she was still in Daki, she could see her parents, which was enough. She must protect her parents, and couldn't let what happened today happen again. With all the people in their Shitsi village, they could not be the opponent of the national teacher. Fubao could feel that this person was terrible. More terrible than anyone she had seen before. So her behavior today was so abnormal. Zheng Wenru left the wing room and immediately asked the Yamen runner, Where is the man we captured alive today imprisoned? My lord. He is in the dungeon. Do you want to interrogate him now? Let's go and have a look. Zheng Wenru put his hands behind his back and strode towards the dungeon. The dungeon was dark and damp, with torches on both sides of the wall, making the dark dungeon as bright as day. Zheng Wenru came to the interrogation room, and the Yamen runner immediately brought a bench for him to sit on. Sir, please take a seat. I will bring him here. Well, don't let him commit suicide. These enemy people are very cunning. Don't worry. Sir, our people have removed his jaw and cut all the tendons of his hands and feet. He doesn't have the ability to commit suicide. Well, you did a good job. Go and bring him up. The person captured alive this time was Zhao Qiong, one of the royal guards of State. He was covered in blood and his clothes had lost their original color. They were all cut by swords. After Zhao Qiong was brought up, he was immediately tied to the rack opposite Zheng Wenru. He lowered his head and allowed himself to be tied up without any resistance. Who are you? Why did you sneak into the houses of residents in our county? What are you planning? Tell the truth. Zheng Wenru's voice was cold and stern, showing his official power. But he was interrogating the royal guards of Yu State, and his official power had no effect on Zhao Qiong. Zhao Qiong still lowered his head and did not react. No matter what Zheng Wenru said, he did not respond. Come here. Bring the torture instruments. I want to see whether his mouth is harder or our torture instruments are harder. You must pry his mouth open today and keep him alive. Yes, sir. Zheng Wenru snorted coldly and left the dungeon. He went to the study room overnight to write a letter to the prefect. Zheng Wenru wrote a letter to the prefect about everything that happened in Qiping County today, and asked someone to send the letter out of the city overnight. Sir, Inspector Hao is here, and is waiting for you in the flower hall. Zheng Wenru immediately tidied up his clothes and hurried to the flower hall. Sir Zheng, our people chased them all night, and did not catch the 2 people who escaped. If they let these 2 people sneak into the pass, it would be our dereliction of duty. I suggest that the city gates be closed immediately. No civilians be allowed to enter or leave. And a citywide search be launched. I don't believe they can still dig a hole to get out. Hao Yong had a big beard on his face, looked like Zhang Fei, and had a rough personality. When he saw Zheng Wenru, he stood up and said loudly. Zheng Wenru paced twice and said, then follow the inspector's words. I will issue a city closure order immediately. No one is allowed to enter or leave. A notice will be posted at the city gate. However, this city closure is not a long-term solution. If we still can't find them, that person was hit by our barbed arrows and can't run far. Moreover, they must need a doctor and need to buy medicine. We will keep an eye on the clinic and the drugstore. Anyone who comes to get medicine will be arrested and interrogated. I don't believe that we can't find them, unless they don't treat their injuries. Okay, then do it according to the inspector's method. I will ask the master to write a city closure notice to avoid causing unrest among the people. The 2 acted separately. This night in Qiping County was destined to be a sleepless night. On the other side, after Ji Wuyan was rescued by Song Hongyu, he hid from place to place and settled in a haunted house that others said, because this house once burned a family of 8 to death. Patrolmen always heard ghost cries coming from the house whenever they passed by the house. The sound was miserable, just like the screams of the people who were burned to death were trapped in the house for a long time. Since then, this house has been rumored to be a haunted house, and even the neighbors around have moved away. There are only 2 families living in this alley now. One at the head of the alley, and the other inside the alley. Both families are people who can't afford to move out. One is a lonely old man, and the other is a widower. They usually don't go out at night. Ji Wuyan was placed in the burned house by Song Hongyu. Only a frame was left in the house, and there were dark traces of fire everywhere. Master, I go buy you some medicine. You should adjust your breathing here first. I think it's safe here. Those who are chasing us have also taken a detour. It seems that this is a place they avoid very much, but they have found a shelter for us. The master's face was pale. He sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and adjusted his breathing. Song Hongyu cut off the arrow shaft with a sword, but there was still an arrowhead in his arm. He didn't dare to pull it out randomly, and the master's injury was much more serious than his. Now he had to remove the arrow for the master. Song Hongyu got out of the yard after a few jumps. He came to the street all the way. There were patrols everywhere on the street, as if they were looking for them, and the patrols around the medicine shop were more frequent. It was probably impossible for him to buy medicine through the gate. Song Hongyu looked up at the roof, and suddenly took a breath and ran up to the largest medicine shop. He came to the roof of the medicine shop as lightly as a cat. He lay on the roof and looked down, and saw that the officers and soldiers below did not notice him at all. He quickly climbed over the roof and landed in the backyard of the medicine shop. The backyard of the medicine shop was very quiet, and he easily entered the front shop from the backyard. The shop was filled with a strong smell of medicinal materials. He locked the medicine cabinet, walked quickly to the front of the medicine cabinet, packed a large bag of each medicinal material he needed, and took away the ginseng, strong liquor, tools for taking arrows, and a lot of other things from the medicine shop. He pulled down a curtain, wrapped up the things, and returned the same way. As soon as he walked near the house, he heard the ghost crying. And it was midnight. Song Hong-yu's heartbeat accelerated. And he was suspicious. Is there really something wrong with this house? Song Hong-yu has been dealing with the National Master for so many years. And he knows that there are indeed unclean things in this world that cannot be defeated by human power. But for the National Master, it should not be a problem. But he ignored that the National Master is now seriously injured. Song Hong-yu speeded up and climbed into the house. He saw the National Master fighting with the air. He knew that the dirty thing appeared. Chapter 416. Wan Lao wakes up and is interrogated. Song Hong-yu didn't dare to get close at all. He couldn't help it all. If he went up at this time, it would only cause trouble. So he was anxious, but there was nothing he could do. The national teacher bit his finger, drew a pattern in the air, and then shouted, "Go!" Song Hong-yu could clearly feel that the air was seriously fluctuating, and accompanied by a shrill woman's scream. The whole yard was quiet. The national teacher also collapsed to the ground, as if someone had drained his strength, and the whole person was like a puppet, lifeless. Song Hong-yu strode forward. "National teacher, how are you? What was that just now?" After saying that, Song Hong-yu glanced at the air. There was nothing except the pitch-black night. "It's okay. How is the situation outside now?" "There are patrols everywhere, especially at the entrance of the medicine shop, which is strictly guarded. However, the soldiers of Dachi are all idiots. They only look at the ground and don't see the sky. I entered the backyard of the medicine shop from the roof and sneaked into the medicine shop. You see, everything you need is here. I will remove the arrow for you now." Song Hong-yu spread all the things he had taken on the ground. The national teacher nodded palely. "You come. However, this barb is close to the heart. I am not sure, but if I don't take it out, I am afraid you will not survive tonight." Song Hong-yu was also very embarrassed, and he himself was shot in the shoulder. He was not sure whether he could do this job. "It's okay. You can do it quickly. Life and death are determined by fate. But I will not die in the chi. Don't worry." With the reassurance of the national teacher, Song Hong-yu's hanging heart was also half relieved. He cut a big hole in the national teacher's coat without hesitation. After an hour, Song Hong-yu finally took out the arrowhead. The imperial master finally couldn't stand it anymore and fainted. The two spent the night in the house. The next day, the whole city was under martial law. Hao Yong divided the city's troops into several groups, each with 20 people, and launched a carpet search of the whole county. The county magistrate also issued a reward notice. Anyone who provided useful clues would be rewarded with 100 taels of silver by the county government, and anyone who could catch the thief would be rewarded with 500 taels of silver. The painter also drew portraits of the imperial master and Song Hong-yu and posted them throughout the city. In the wing room of the county government, Wan Lauer finally woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Fubao lying beside him, with her little hands around his neck, her long eyelashes slightly curled, and thick dark circles on her lower eyelids. Wan Lauer was heartbroken. He didn't dare to move, for fear that he would wake up his daughter if he moved a little. But he didn't dare to move too much. At this time, he felt as if a heavy stone weighing 1,000 pounds was pressing on his heart. Dull and depressing. And painful. He was very surprised that he was not dead after being hit by the other party. And he was still alive. He knew that he must have survived because of his daughter. He couldn't help but think of what his daughter said to everyone before leaving. That she came to protect her father. And it was true. Wan Lauer was a little ashamed. He was an adult. But he was repeatedly protected by his daughter. He felt a little embarrassed. He was really incompetent. After this incident, Wan Lauer made up his mind to improve the status of the Wan family, no matter what. The national teacher of Yustate came in person. And the emperor of Yustate must have known that his Fubao could no longer be hidden. Wan Lauer was a little worried, because improving the strength of the Wan family was not something that could be done overnight. But the Yu people came to Daki, and he didn't know how to deal with it for a while. If Wan Qingmo was here, he would have someone to discuss it with. He didn't dare to write to his family about this matter now. And his family couldn't help much. And it only added to his worries. Wan Lauer was immersed in his own thoughts when he heard the door creak open from the outside. Wan Lauer turned his head quickly to see the county magistrate in plain clothes. "Sir?" Wan Lauer wanted to get up and salute, but was quickly stopped by the county magistrate. "You are seriously injured. No need to be polite. Just lie down. I came to see how your injury is." The doctor said you will wake up today. So I came to see you. Wan Lao really couldn't move. He just raised his neck slightly, which involved a wound on his chest. He gasped in pain and quickly lay down. Please forgive my rudeness. Sir. It's okay. Zheng Wen removed a stool and sat in front of the bed. There was no one serving in the room. He then asked Wan Lao. You gave birth to a good daughter. Because of her filial piety. I took out all the ginseng I had hidden away and saved your life. Zheng Wenru's words were full of hidden meanings. But Wan Lao, who didn't know the whole story, didn't hear the county magistrate's hidden meaning at all, and just kept thanking him stupidly. The county magistrate smiled and waved his hands. No need to thank me. I am doing this for your daughter's sake, and for the sake of the Lieutenant General of Dizhou. I can't just watch the Lieutenant General's uncle die in our county office and do nothing about it. Right? Wan Lao realized that Fu Bao had told Wan Chuan's story again. This girl. Sir, do you have anything to ask me? I will definitely tell you everything I know. Wan Lao was keenly aware that there were only him and the county magistrate in the room, and all the servants in the county office had been dismissed by him. Indeed. I want to know why you people want to kill you. Do you know them? You have to think clearly before answering. This involves the identity of the spy. Wan Lao was frightened by the county magistrate's words and broke out in a cold sweat. Spy? Sir, I really don't know any of you people. And I don't know why they want to chase me and kill me. I originally came to Qingping County to do business. How could I have thought that I would encounter a disaster? If I knew there would be such a disaster, I would never go out. My ancestors have been farmers for 18 generations. Wan Lao felt that his words were not rigorous. After all, their family and Wan Qingma's family had the same ancestor. Maybe their ancestors were also generals. However, Wan Lao would not mention Wan Qingma at this time. Otherwise someone would implicate the matter to the Wan family in the capital. Besides, they would be accused of collaborating with the enemy and selling out the country, which would cause trouble for them. Zheng Wenru saw Wan Lao's anxious explanation, and his face was indifferent. Not moved at all. You are dishonest. Zheng Wenru said only one sentence. But Wan Lao was in a state of panic. Sir, what do you mean? What I said is true. No, that's not what I meant. Is there something else you haven't explained? For example, the true relationship between your daughter and you? Wan Lao glanced at Fu Bao, who was still sleeping beside him, and was a little dumbfounded. How did the county magistrate know? And it seemed that he knew a lot. Did someone tell him something? Wan Lao didn't know that Fu Bao chose to confess everything for their safety. Chapter 417 Wan Lao's Choice. Wan Lao rolled his eyes. He absolutely could not tell anyone that Fu Bao was the princess of Yu. He heard Moer say that if Fu Bao's identity was known to everyone, she would lose her freedom. Whether in Daki or Yu, Fu Bao would probably be locked up. And they would even call it protection. They would all treat Fu Bao as a rare treasure, not a person. Wan Lao could imagine that his Fu Bao would definitely not have light in her eyes at that time. Nor would there be hope in her eyes. There would only be endless darkness and despair. And there would be no smile on her face. She was just a child. Thinking of this, Wan Lao's heart was extremely twisted and painful. My daughter is of course my daughter. Why do you ask this question? Wan Lao refused to admit it. Zheng Wenru sighed, stood up, looked down at Wan Lao, frowned and asked, Wan Jinju, your daughter has confessed everything. Are you sure you still want to hide it? Wan Lao was startled and almost sat up from the bed. But because the movement was too large, it affected his wound. He grimaced in pain and fell back. Zheng Wenru saw that he reacted so much, and he was sure that what Fu Bao said was true. Wan Jinju, are you still going to hide it from me now? Do you know that your family has committed the crime of treason? Your family secretly hid the princess of a neighboring country. And this crime is enough to make your family be exterminated. Wan Lao's face turned pale as paper in an instant, and his body trembled involuntarily. There was fear and despair in his eyes. A fear that went deep into his bones. His lips trembled, but he couldn't say a complete sentence. The faces of his relatives flashed through his mind like a revolving lantern. And endless bitterness and pain surged in his heart. For a moment, he didn't know how to face this sudden disaster. Are you scared now? If you can tell me the truth, I will report it as appropriate. Maybe your family can avoid this disaster. Zheng Wenru looked at Wan Lao with a smile. Wan Lao looked at Fu Bao and saw her eyelashes trembling slightly. It turned out that Fu Bao didn't know when she woke up, but she was pretending to sleep. And from her reaction, She was very scared. She must be afraid that she chose her family and gave up her right. Wan Lauer just wanted to hit his head and die, so that it wouldn't be so difficult. On one side was Fu Bao's stay, and on the other side was the lives of his whole family. How should he choose? Wan Lauer clenched his fists fiercely. Heartache, pain, regret, and fear intertwined, making his heart like being fried in a hot oil pan. Since my daughter has told you everything, I have nothing to say. If you want to report it, just report it. At most, our whole family will die together. Killing people is not enough. I, Wan Jinju, am not a great hero. I am just a mud-legged peasant. You don't need to make a fuss about me. You don't need to threaten me with words. Besides, Fu Bao was picked up by us on the way to Exile. Do you think we, as farmers whose ancestors have been dealing with the land, have any reason to collaborate with the enemy? Wan Lauer thought that it was nothing to be afraid of. And when he faced death, he felt that everything was no longer a threat. He believed that Wan Er's wife would definitely not live in vain. Fu Bao slowly opened his wet eyes, stretched out his little hands, and hugged Wan Lauer's neck tightly, sobbing silently. Daddy, Fu Bao will not leave you and mother. Fu Bao is not afraid of death. Fu Bao wants to die with his father and mother. Wan Lauer, a 7-foot-tall man, actually hugged Fu Bao and cried loudly. Although Zheng Wenru threatened Wan Lauer, he was also moved by the father-daughter relationship. Wan Jinju, you just said that you are exiled prisoners? Why would you, a peasant, be exiled? Wan Lauer let go of Fu Bao, wiped his tears and said, I am a branch of the Wan family in the capital. They were framed by traitors that year and the emperor ordered the exile of 9 clans. And our family was implicated. Zheng Wenru was shocked and asked quickly, the Wan family in the capital you are talking about. Is it the Wan family of the general's mansion? That's right. Zheng Wenru began to pace. This matter seemed a little difficult to handle. If those people in the capital with ulterior motives knew that the little girl of Wan Jinju's family was the princess of Yu, they would definitely take action against the general's mansion. But the new emperor valued General Wan and General Wan very much. These two people are the pillars of their duchy. It seems that he has to write a letter to the prefect quickly, and this matter needs to be reported carefully. Wan Jinju, you should take good care of your injuries first. Zheng Wenru left the wing room and went to the study room. Take good care of this father and daughter, and don't neglect them. Also, don't allow any strangers to approach here, Zheng Wenru told the servant before leaving. The servant bowed and pushed the door open. Soon, the maid brought in rice porridge and snacks. Wan Lauer was seriously injured and could only eat light food. Fu Bao was a child, so the county magistrate ordered the kitchen to make some cakes that children liked. Wan Lauer glanced at the sky outside, and it was already noon. Wan Lauer thought that Hu Xingyang was still waiting for them at home. He didn't come back all night, and he didn't know how he was doing. Brother, can I trouble you for something? The servant was told by the county magistrate to take good care of Wan Lao, so his attitude was quite good. You say, I have a nephew waiting for me at home. He must be very worried because I didn't come back all night. And he was also seriously injured. Can you help me pass a message to him? Just tell him that I'm in the county government office and don't worry. After Wan Lauer said that, he pulled out a purse from his arms, took out 2 taels of silver from it, and handed it to the servant. This is the errand fee. Thank you for your hard work. The servant only had a monthly salary of 800 big coins, and Wan Lauer gave him 2 taels of silver, which was as much as his 3-month salary. And it was just a job to pass a message. So he readily agreed. After Wan Lauer told him the address, the servant took the silver and turned to leave. However, the servant was really paid for the job, so he still had to report to the county magistrate. Sir, the man in the wing room asked me to go to Xiqing to deliver a message to his relatives, saying that he is now in the county government office and don't let his nephew worry. Should I go or not? Please tell me. Zheng Wenru was writing a letter, and asked after hearing it, did he say who the other party was? He said it was a nephew, and he was also injured. Zheng Wenru said after a while, you go? But after you go, ask around. Why did they come to Qiping County? Yes, sir. At this time, Hu Zhengyan was indeed anxious and angry, and he kept leaning on the door and looking forward. Wan Lauer did not return home all night last night, and he had gone out to look for him, but found no clues. However, he heard this morning that the city was under lockdown. He didn't know how this incident was related to Wan Lauer's disappearance. but he had a vague feeling that there was some connection. Chapter 418 Wan Lao heir decides to go to Beijing. Just when Hu Xingyang was getting anxious, a man dressed as a servant came over. He looked at the house number carefully, and saw a pale-faced boy standing at the door. He thought, this man must be the nephew that Wan Jinju mentioned? Excuse me, are you Wan Jinju's nephew? Hu Xingyang. Hu Xingyang was also looking at the servant. When he heard the servant's question, he immediately nodded. Yes, I am Hu Xingyang. Do you have any news about my second uncle? Hu Xingyang immediately became excited. Your second uncle asked me to tell you that he is in the county government office now. Don't worry. He will be back after he finishes his work. What? Why is my second uncle in the county government office? He was attacked by thieves last night and was seriously injured. Fortunately, my master took out ginseng and saved his life. However, he is not suitable to move now. But I am afraid that you will worry. So I came to pass on a message. Hu Xingyang was anxious at the time. My second uncle was seriously injured? How could this happen? Who hurt him? The servant shook his head. I can't say this. I have already brought what I want to say. By the way, listen to you. The accent doesn't sound like our county town. Why are you here? Hu Xingyang looked downcast. And he looked up and said, my second uncle, and I came here to do business. This yard is the workshop we rented. We just arrived here yesterday and just cleaned up the house. My second uncle went out to buy food and never came back. The servant nodded in understanding. So that's it. By the way, if you want to see your second uncle, I can take you there. Hu Xingyang couldn't ask for it, and hurriedly said, thank you, brother. Hu Xingyang hurriedly locked the door and followed the servant to the county government office. With the servant's guidance, Hu Xingyang entered the county government office smoothly, came to the wing room, and met Wan Lauer. Second uncle, how are you? Hu Xingyang's eyes instantly turned red, because he saw that Wan Lauer's face was paler than his, and it was obvious that he couldn't even get out of bed. Who hurt him? Xingyang? Why are you here? Your injury hasn't healed yet. How can you run around? Go back and take care of yourself. I'll be back in a few days. Uncle is lying. You are obviously seriously injured. Who hurt you? Wan Lauer glanced at the servants in the room, and some words were not convenient to say. So he said, I don't know them either. They must have recognized the wrong person and injured him by mistake. But those people have been arrested by the county magistrate, and 2 leaders have escaped and are hiding in the city now. Hu Xingyang suddenly realized, I thought so. So that's it. Uncle, you don't know yet, right? The city is now closed. No one can go out. When I went to find you in the morning, I found that many people gathered at the city gate. Wan Lauer really didn't know. It turned out that the city gate was closed, so those people must not have escaped. If they could catch the 2 escaped people, he and Fu Bao would probably be safe. Hu Xingyang stayed in the county government for a long time, and was finally persuaded to go back by Wan Lauer. After the county was sealed for 3 days, the gates were suddenly opened, and Wan Lauer's condition improved greatly, which the doctors found incredible. He originally needed to stay in bed for half a month before he could get out of bed. But now, he was able to get out of bed and walk. Wan Lauer also heard the news that the gates were opened, and Hu Xingyang came to report the news outside to Wan Lauer every day. Zheng Wenru also received a letter from the prefect, asking him to protect Wan Lauer and Xiao Fu Bao well, and not to act rashly. Now you people are only looking for them privately. If they ask to chief for people with great fanfare, then things will not be so simple, and it will rise from individuals to countries. The prefect is already preparing to write a memorial. Qingping County was closed for 3 days, but no one was found. This made Hao Yong suspect that there was someone in the county to pick them up. Otherwise, they would not be able to escape, unless there is a secret passage leading directly to the suburbs. This person would be unable to fly away. Hao Yong's guess was correct. Ji Weyan and Song Hongyu did get help from the insider, and escaped from Qingping County. Now they are sure that Princess Furui is in Qingping County. Next, Ji Weyan doesn't need to take action personally. They plan to return home temporarily. After Zheng Wenru received the letter from the prefect, he released Wan Lauer and let him go home to recuperate, but secretly sent someone to protect him. After this disaster, Wan Lauer's mentality changed a lot. He decided to leave the affairs here to Hu Xingyang, and he was going to the capital to find Wan Xingmo. In his heart, nothing is more important than Fu Bao. And he knows a limited number of people. The highest status is Wan Xingma's family. Now the people he can think of are naturally Wan Xingma's family. After Wan Lao returned to the rented house, he briefly told Hu Zhengyang about the matter. Zhengyang, my second uncle has run into trouble this time and has to go to the capital. I leave this place to you. Winter is coming, and the new year will come in 2 months. I'm afraid my second uncle won't be able to spend the new year at home. If you go back to Shitsi village to transport goods, tell your second aunt that I'm going to the capital to expand the business, and will be back after the new year. Don't let her worry. Uncle, what difficulties have you encountered? Tell me. 3 cobblers are better than Zhuge Liang. Let's find a solution together. Hu Zhengyang asked anxiously. I can't tell you about this. This is Uncle's family affair. Don't ask me. Do you remember everything I said? Hu Zhengyang nodded. I remember it. But if Aunt asks me, how should I answer? Just insist that I went to the capital for business. Don't say anything else. Your aunt and your grandmother are not in good health and can't stand the stimulation. And don't mention what happened a few days ago. Well, Uncle, go with peace of mind. I remember it. Wan Lao left Hu Zhengyang 500 taels of silver for turnover, and also left the ox cart to make it easier for Hu Zhengyang to transport goods. Fu Bao looks no different from before, but only Wan Lao, who is familiar with her, knows that her daughter is worried, speaks carefully, and doesn't talk as much as before. After Wan Lao had arranged the workshop, he prepared to return to Xianing County. He wanted to go to the capital, but the journey was long, so he had to have a pass. Otherwise he couldn't even pass the checkpoint. As soon as Wan Lao went out, the people who secretly protected him immediately went to the county government to report. Sir, Wan Jinju and his daughter are preparing to leave the city, and it seems that they are going back to Xianing County. Oh, back to Xianing County? What is this person doing back to Xianing County at this time? Doesn't he know that the person who arrested his daughter has not been arrested yet? Zheng Wenru frowned, and it was difficult for him to understand Wan Lao's behavior. But he immediately ordered, you follow him and try your best to protect him to Xianing County. Yes, sir. Perhaps Wan Lao had suffered too much these days, so this trip was particularly smooth, and there were no accidents until he arrived at the gate of Xianing County government. Chapter 419, Buying a Carriage. Wan Lao came to the gate of the county government office, got off the carriage, then turned around and took Fu Bao off the carriage. And Fu Bao and his surname Li also got off the carriage. After paying the fare, the driver drove the carriage away. Wan Lao didn't know that the driver was someone sent by Zheng Wenru. There was a pile of bundles at Wan Lao's feet. He led Fu Bao and looked up at the plaque of the government office. But it felt like a lifetime ago. Fu Bao also made the same movements as Wan Lao, but her eyes were shining, and she felt very friendly when she looked at the Yamen runners at the door. Hey, isn't this Brother Jinju? Why are you here at this time? Are you here to see our head of the police? A Yamen runner was familiar with Wan Jinju, and he happened to be on duty today, so he came over with a smile and asked. Wan Lao couldn't help but redden his eyes when he heard the familiar accent and saw the familiar person. But he quickly adjusted his mentality. I'm not here to see my elder brother. I'm here to see the county magistrate. I wonder if I can ask to see the county magistrate. I want to go on a long journey and need a pass. Wan Lao didn't want Wan Lao to know, but he felt that since he had come to the county government, he couldn't avoid it. He had prepared himself mentally and prepared his excuses. But the Yamen runner laughed and said, Brother Jinju, you came at a bad time. The Yamen runner and Wan's police chief were out. There was a murder case in the suburbs, and the Yamen runner and the police chief went to the scene. Wan Lao was a little disappointed when he heard this. It seemed that he couldn't get a pass today. But then the Yamen runner said, But, Brother Jinju, your master can do it for you. You don't need the master to do it for you personally. How about you come in and sit down first? I go ask the master? Wan Jinju was immediately overjoyed and said, That's great. Thank you very much. Wan Lao hurried to pick up the luggage. But there were too many luggage, and he was injured, so he couldn't move easily, and he was a little tired. His face was not good. Brother Jinju, you are really going on a long journey. Where are you going? Carrying so much luggage? It's almost the end of the year in 2 months. Can you come back to celebrate the new year? The Yamen runner said, as he stepped forward to help Wan Lao carry part of the luggage. Well, didn't I do some business? I'm going to take advantage of the new year to go to the capital to see how it's going. If the business is good, The people on the border can plant more potatoes next year. Right? The Yamen runner turned his head and looked at Wan Lauer while carrying the luggage. With deep respect in his eyes, he said in a deep voice, "Brother Jinju, you are really a good person. Most businessmen only care about making money, but don't care about the lives of ordinary people. You put the people on the border first in your heart. This is worthy of my respect. One of my relatives is from your town. He said that his family planted several acres of potatoes this year and sold them to you. His family can finally wear new clothes and eat meat this year. Thanks to you." Wan Lauer waved his hand weakly. "No. You think too highly of me. In fact, I don't have such great ability. I just want to make money to support my family." The two talked all the way to the master's room. The legal advisor did not go out today. He was sorting out documents. When he heard someone come in, he looked up and saw that it was Wan Lauer. He also stood up and greeted him with a smile. "Hey, what wind is this that brings our great hero from the border here?" This legal advisor is in charge of household registration and money and grain. So of course he knows about Wan Lauer. The legal advisor knows the grain income of Xianing County best. This year, the tax revenue of Jinwu Town alone has increased by 30% compared with last year. If the whole county grows potatoes next year, it can be predicted that the tax revenue of Xianing County will be 10% more than that of Qingping County, which has always had the highest tax revenue. Their county will be able to make a big splash. After Wan Lauer greeted the legal advisor, he smiled and replied, "Sorry, legal advisor. What kind of hero am I?" The legal advisor works hard for the people all day long, so he is a great hero. After the two exchanged a few words, the Yamen runner told the purpose of Wan Lauer's visit. "Master, Brother Jinju said he wanted to go to the capital to see if the business was good. He needed a pass, so I brought him here." The master gave Wan Lauer a pass to the capital without saying anything. The pass was stamped by Shenjin Yuan in advance. He only needed to fill in the information when he needed it. Wan Lauer got the pass smoothly without alarming Wan Lauer, and his mood instantly became much better. The Yamen sent Wan Lauer out of the Yamen. Wan Lauer left his luggage in the Yamen and prepared to buy a carriage. After all, it was convenient to go to the capital with a carriage. Moreover, the weather was getting colder and colder in the future. He was afraid that Fubao would be cold, so he had to buy a few more quilts for his daughter. Wan Lauer brought Fubao to the market. He didn't go around too many places and went directly to the horse market. "Daughter, don't you like riding a big horse the most? Daddy will buy you a big horse today." "Okay. In the future, we will have our own carriage." After Fubao came to Xianing County, he felt much better. After all, he was a child. No matter how worried he was, he could easily be replaced by happy things. Fubao was so excited that he tiptoed to look at the horses surrounded by fences. "Daddy, but these horses are either too old or sick. Wouldn't it be a loss if we bought them back?" Wan Lauer knew about cattle, but not horses. He just wanted to buy a horse, and then go to get a carriage to take Fubao to the capital. He didn't expect that there were sick horses in the horse market. The horse dealer happened to hear Fubao's words, and was a little unhappy. "Little girl, what are you talking about? You are a yellow-haired girl. Do you know what a sick horse is? All my horses are good horses. I think your eyes are sick, and you don't know the goods. You can't afford it. So go away quickly," the horse dealer said impatiently and pushed Fubao. Fortunately, Wan Lauer was quick and supported Fubao from behind. "How can you be like this? Just talk. Why do you hit a child?" "My daughter said your horse is sick. So it is sick." Wan Lauer didn't want to cause trouble, but the other party touched Fubao. So this matter can't be settled so easily, and the other party must apologize to them. The horse dealer is a sturdy man with a scary physique. Compared with him, Wan Lauer's physique seems a little weak, and Wan Lauer's face is not very good, which makes him look even weaker, even if his expression is very unhappy. In the eyes of the other party, he is just like a kitten with frizzy hair. If you keep talking nonsense, do you believe it or not? I will let you explain it today. The horse dealer directly pulled out the whip and swung it hard in the air, making a sharp sound of breaking through the air. But Wan Lauer was not afraid of him. He held Fubao without giving in. He pulled Fubao back a little to prevent him from hurting him. But he looked him straight in the eye and said, "You try? You must apologize to my daughter today, or I will leave you here." Although Wan Lauer looked thin and pale, when he said this, he obviously had a lot of anger accumulated, as if it had exploded. The fear and anger of these days were like a beast tearing at him all the time, leaving him nowhere to escape. Now facing a gangster, he seemed to have finally found an outlet. He seemed calm and composed, not afraid at all, and was determined to compete with the other party. Chapter 420 Fubao Words Come True. The horse dealer was also frightened by Wan Lao's aura for a moment, but he quickly reacted and scolded Wan Lao in a louder voice. I won't apologize. So what? If you want to apologize, you should apologize to me. Not only should you apologize to me, but you should also compensate me for my losses. Otherwise you will not be able to leave this horse market today. The horse dealer was arrogant and raised his whip to whip Wan Lao. How could Wan Lao bear such anger? He raised his hand to stop the whip from the other party, and the other party was unable to move for a while. Wan Lao was not feeling well either. It felt like thousands of ants were gnawing at his body, and his face became paler and paler due to the pain. But he didn't want to be humiliated by this horse farmer. This whip would definitely tear his skin and flesh. Although he was wearing a cotton-padded jacket, the whip would surely tear his cotton-padded jacket apart. This was a new cotton-padded jacket made by Wan Erseo herself. How could he let the other party succeed? Ma Fan was furious when he saw that Wan Lao was so arrogant. At this time, everyone gathered around and pointed at the two of them and talked about them. Fu Bao came out at this time, stood beside Wan Lao, looked up at Ma Fan and said crisply, "Your horse is sick. Why don't you admit it? And more than one horse is sick. This one, that one, and the few over there are all sick. If you sell them, wouldn't it be cheating people of their money? If you dare to hit my father again, I will go to the county government to sue you." Ma Fan didn't know that his horses were sick at all, because these horses didn't show any abnormalities at all. They can eat and drink. And he did sell a horse recently, and sold it for a good price. And the other party didn't come back to him. It was obvious that this father and daughter deliberately ruined his business. Bullshit. My horse is fine. If you keep lying here, I will sue you. You didn't take bribes and deliberately come here to ruin my reputation. Did you? The horse dealer's eyes suddenly changed, and he was thinking about his enemies. Who was the most suspicious? Fu Bao was not timid at all. He pointed at one of the horses and said seriously, "Your horse has an eye disease. Don't you see that his eyes are covered with eye mucus? This will affect the road vision. If the carriage is pulled into the ditch, it will be fatal." The horse dealer finally put away the whip and looked back at the horse that Fu Bao pointed at. Sure enough, he saw that there was eye mucus in the corner of the horse's eyes. But he didn't think it was a big deal. He thought it was normal. Horses can't clean their own eye mucus, and it's not uncommon for them to be covered in their eyes. What does this mean? You still have eye mucus when you wake up from sleep. Why don't you say you have eye problems? I think you do have eye problems. You don't even know that horses have horse shit. And you say my horse is sick. If you don't have eye problems, whose eyes are wrong? At this time, the onlookers also laughed. Yes, my cows also have eye shit. What does this mean? Boss, the little girl is young and said it casually. Don't be angry with her. Let her go quickly. But Fu Bao picked up a stick on the ground and put it in front of the horse's eyes. The horse didn't move at all, as if it didn't see it, and just lowered its head to eat the hay on the ground. What are you doing? Go away. You are not going to harm my horse. Are you? Who sent you here? The horse dealer snatched the branch from Fu Bao's hand and asked sternly. Fu Bao said loudly, "Uncles and aunts, you have seen it. This horse can't see. It seems to be true." The stick was almost hitting the horse's eyes just now, but the horse was indifferent. Is this horse really blind? Who knows? This horse has been kept in the horse pen. Only the owner knows whether it is blind or not. If it is really blind and sold outside, it will be a matter of life and death. The horse dealer saw that the onlookers instantly turned to Fu Bao and his team, and he was also anxious. If this got out, wouldn't he lose all his horses? Get out of here quickly. Don't make a fuss here. Our horses are very good. Don't delay my business. The horse dealer turned hostile in an instant and pushed Wan Lao and Xiao Fu Bao out. You can ask me to leave, but let go and apologize, or I let the whole county know that your horse is blind. How can you sell it? Wan Lao was determined to get an apology from the other party, and he would not give up unless the other party apologized. He felt that he owed Fu Bao a lot, and he didn't know how long his father-daughter relationship with Fu Bao would last. In the limited time, he couldn't let his daughter suffer any more grievances. I won't apologize. I apologize only when I'm wrong. I'm not wrong. So why should I apologize? If you want to buy it. If you don't want to buy, get out. Don't waste your time talking nonsense. The horse dealer was very impatient and pushed Wan Lauer hard again. Wan Lauer was already a little exhausted from fighting with the other party just now. Now the other party pushed him one after another, and he couldn't stand and fell backwards. Fu Bao shouted, "Daddy." She wanted to reach out to pull him, but she was too small, and even she was dragged to the ground by Wan Lauer. "Girl, are you okay?" Wan Lauer looked up at Fu Bao lying on him weakly, his eyes full of worry. Fu Bao shook his head with tears in his eyes. "Daddy, Fu Bao is fine. Fu Bao will pull you up." Fu Bao quickly got up from the ground and used all his strength to pull Wan Lauer's hand. But he only lifted Wan Lauer's arm a little, and Wan Lauer's body didn't move at all. The onlookers immediately began to blame the horse dealer. "You are a man who does business. So why do you fight when the deal fails? This man looks very bad. And it seems that there is something wrong with his body. Did the horse dealer hurt him? I think this man is not right either. Is he here to blackmail?" Everyone expressed their opinions and talked about it. At this time, a man who looked like a butler came to the door aggressively with a horse. He stood behind the crowd, looking around, looking for the man who sold him the horse. But he didn't know why so many people gathered here today. "Fellow villager, please lend me away." The butler pushed through the crowd and finally saw the face of the horse dealer. He loosened the rope in his hand, walked up quickly, grabbed the horse dealer's collar, and pulled him out. "Hey San, you are so good. I trusted you so much and bought a horse from you at a high price. I spent 100 taels of silver. Is this how you cheated me? Look at what horse you sold me. This horse has an eye disease. Can't you see it? I tell you." "Hey San, our master fell into a ditch while riding in a car and broke a leg. You can expect to be sued. Now I will return your horse to you. You must return my money first. And you can wait to be summoned at home." The housekeeper yelled at Hey San angrily and stretched out his hand to ask for money. Wan Lauer was a little dumbfounded. Is his Fu Bao's mouth blessed? This really came true. Did he really fall into a ditch? Chapter 421, Suburban Sales. The horse dealer was slapped in the face so quickly that he wanted to find a hole to crawl into. But if he admitted that there was something wrong with his horse at this time, wouldn't it be destroying his reputation? The horse dealer decided not to admit it. "Impossible. My horse was fine when it was sold. And you also selected it. How come it got sick in just a few days? It's hard to say whose problem it is." The housekeeper was annoyed when he saw that the horse dealer refused to admit it and even ignored the years of friendship. This time he accompanied the master out. Originally, they were going to see the farm. This farm was in the suburbs and was relatively close. Who knew that the carriage stopped and started not long after leaving the city gate? The coachman whipped it hard, but it rushed directly into the ditch next to it as if it was crazy. The carriage flipped over in an instant. He and the coachman were sitting in the front. They jumped out of the car directly at that time. But they also had a lot of bruises on their bodies. Their master was sitting inside and didn't react. And he fell into the ditch with the carriage. His calf was broken and his neck was twisted. After they walked back to report the case, the doctor came to check and found that the horse had an eye disease. It could see at first, but later it became blind. The housekeeper realized that he had been fooled. So he came to find Hey San with a belly full of anger. But he didn't know that he still didn't admit it and bit back. "Okay, Hey San, if you say so, then we can only meet in court. The doctor said that your horse's eye disease is contagious and will not cause immediate blindness. However, I bought the horse from you less than 3 days ago. Even if the horse got the eye disease on the day I bought it, it would not cause blindness so quickly. I ask you again, are you going to return my money and compensate for the loss? Or are you going to sue me in court?" Hey San couldn't help but glance at the horses behind him. Could it be that what this little girl said was true? Is there really something wrong with his horse? Wan Lauer had already gotten up from the ground at this time. He patted the dust off his body and looked at Hey San with an expression of watching a good show. "What my daughter said just now is true. You sell horses every day and didn't know that the horse was sick. I think you did it on purpose. You pushed my daughter just now. Apologize to her immediately." As Wan Lauer spoke, his expression turned serious. Hey San was already entangled by the housekeeper. And now there was Wan Lauer. He had no mood to do anything else, and just wanted to get rid of the father and daughter. Therefore, Hey San quickly bowed and said, "I'm sorry, I was wrong. Isn't it okay? You guys hurry up and leave? Wan Lao Er snorted with satisfaction, lowered his head, and took Fu Bao and asked, Girl, do you accept his apology? Fu Bao nodded. I accept. Daddy. Let's hurry up and leave. Wan Lao Er turned his head and said coldly to He San, My daughter is kind. Otherwise I would not let you go. In the future, you must be kind to others. Otherwise you will be beaten up, and you won't know what happened. Wan Lao Er felt relieved at last. So he took Fu Bao away. But the purpose of the two people coming out was to buy a horse. They didn't buy the horse, and they were still very angry. As soon as the two people left the crowd, they heard the discussion from behind. This He San has pushed all other horse dealers to the outskirts of the southwest of the city. He is the only one who owns the business. Now he is even dealing in sick horses. He is simply insane. Okay. This horse is not something that ordinary people like us can afford. Didn't you hear the housekeeper say that he spent 100 taels of silver? Well, the housekeepers of these wealthy families have their own ways of buying things. You don't know that there are also kickbacks. The housekeeper must have taken at least 30 taels of silver. Oh, there is such a saying? Tell me about it quickly. In our great Qi, especially at the border, the control of horses is very strict. Not to mention that it is wartime now. Here, the horses were all retired from the battlefield. Either old or weak. Really strong horses could not be bought on the market. So these horses did not cost so much money. At most 70 taels. In the past, when the horse market was more competitive, you could buy a good horse for 50 taels. So, the housekeeper really took kickbacks? And he harmed their master. This housekeeper is not a good guy either. Otherwise, this housekeeper would have overturned He San's stall long ago. Why would he still argue here? Oh, that's it. Wan Lao's eyes flashed, and he walked directly to the outskirts of the city with Fu Bao in his arms. He said that there should be more than one horse dealer in the county. And it turned out that there was this incident in the middle. It seems that after this incident, He San will not be able to stay here for long. The father and daughter walked for about 3/4 of an hour and came to the outskirts. Wan Lao saw a few sheds not far away at a glance. There were not many people here, and the business was a little cold. The people in the border area had a bad life, and even fewer people could afford horses. When Wan Lao approached, several horse dealers surrounded him and asked him, Sir, are you here to buy a horse? Come to my house. I have new horses, with good fur and strong. Wan Lao followed one of the horse dealers and walked over. With the experience just now, Wan Lao quickly lowered his head and asked Fu Bao in his arms, Girl, which one do you like? We will buy it. Fu Bao looked at them one by one, but shook his head. Daddy, Fu Bao doesn't like these horses. After the lesson just now, Fu Bao didn't dare to speak nonsense again. After learning from each incident, Fu Bao is now very careful about what she says. Even if the other party's things have problems, she will not speak loudly in front of others, and prepared to tell Wan Lao later. But Wan Lao also understood that the girl said that she didn't like them. Probably because these horses were not very good. Boss, my girl doesn't like any of your horses. Let's go to other places to have a look. You are busy. The boss was quite kind and smiled and said, This girl has high standards. It doesn't matter. You can go to other places to have a look. If you don't like them, come and have a look again. Oh, okay. Wan Lao took Fu Bao to the next shed, and Fu Bao shook his head again. The boss, who had been greeting him attentively, saw Fu Bao shaking his head, and Wan Lao left. He curled his lips and whispered, This family spoils their children to no end. They bought such a big living thing, and actually let a child choose it. It's really a rare thing. And it's a girl. Tut tut. Wan Lao didn't hear it, but Fu Bao did. Fu Bao realized that choosing horses should be the job of adults. But she felt very happy that her father let her choose. So she didn't think much about it. Now she heard the hawkers muttering. And Fu Bao also carefully glanced at Wan Lao's face. Daddy, why don't you choose? I'm still a child. What if I can't choose well? Don't be afraid, my daughter. If you can't choose well, Dad will be even worse. Dad believes in you. Whatever you choose, we will buy it. Fu Bao's heart was instantly filled with Wan Lao's unconditional trust. She hugged Wan Lao's neck and shouted sweetly, Daddy. It's great. Chapter 422 500 taels. 50 taels. The father and daughter looked at 3 stables in a row. but none of them satisfied them. Wan Lauer was a little disappointed. It was getting late. If he went back later and met Wan Lauer, he would ask him why he went to the capital. And then, he would be exposed. It was better not to meet Wan Lauer. There were only 2 stables left. Wan Lauer brought Fu Bao to the 4th stable. The boss was half lying on a recliner, with his legs crossed high. A hat covered half of his face. He clasped his hands behind his head and swung his feet leisurely. This boss was not as enthusiastic as other bosses. When Wan Lauer came to see the horses, he had no intention of moving his buttocks. Instead, he hummed a little song at ease and was content. The horses behind him were also different from those in other stables. The horses in the first few stables were neatly tied to the manger, but the horses behind him were not tied, but were scattered in the stable eating hay leisurely. When Wan Lauer was surprised, Fu Bao suddenly stretched out his little hand and pointed at a brown horse and said, "Daddy, that horse is good. Fu Bao likes it." There were not many people around, and Fu Bao's voice was very crisp. The neighboring horse dealers also heard it. They were very curious about what kind of horse this picky little girl liked. Several horse dealers put their hands in their sleeves and walked over with their necks shrunk. Wan Lauer was also looking at the horse. Although he didn't know much about horses, he had heard a saying that a good horse is known by its legs, and a good man is known by his mouth. So he stared at the horse's limbs and observed it carefully. But the distance was a bit far, so he couldn't see anything. But just because Wan Lauer couldn't see it didn't mean that others couldn't see it. The horse dealers, who were watching, were also staring at the horse pointed at by Fu Bao. Several people gathered together and whispered, "This girl is really good. And this horse is really a good horse. But when did Lao Ding get this horse? How come we didn't know? He appears and disappears all day long. He opens the door when he wants to, and doesn't come when he doesn't want to. Isn't it normal that we don't know? But this horse doesn't look like it was eliminated from that place. I guess the price should not be cheap." Wan Lauer didn't understand it either. After listening to what the people behind him said, he was sure that this was a good horse. So he walked up and asked, "Boss, I like the horse behind you. How much do you think it costs?" The boss Lao Ding then took off the hat covering his face and squinted at Wan Lauer and Fu Bao. "Oh, whose girl is this? So beautiful?" Lao Ding sat up directly from the recliner and looked at Fu Bao curiously. His eyes were full of love. It can be seen that he really likes Fu Bao. Fu Bao also looked at Lao Ding with a smile. "Uncle, my name is Fu Bao. I'm from Shitsi village, Jinwu town. My father's name is Wan Jinju. He's a potato harvester." "What? You are Wan Jinju? Oh, I really saw the real person. I regret not following everyone to grow potatoes this year. Running to sell horses. Sitting and drinking northwest wind every day. Ugh. With dirt on my body." Lao Ding is very humorous, spitting out a mouthful of saliva while talking, with a look of disgust, making Fu Bao laugh. Wan Lauer finally saw his daughter's smiling face again, and listened to her silver bell-like laughter. Wan Lauer finally became happy. "Brother, our family is just a small business. Not worth mentioning. But your horse breed is really good. My daughter has seen so many, but she doesn't like them. It shows that she has a connection with you. How much silver do you think this horse will sell for?" Lao Ding then turned around to look at the horses in the stable, and then turned around to look at Fu Bao with a smile. "Little girl, which horse do you like?" Fu Bao pointed at the horse again, his eyes shining, and said, "I like that one." Lao Ding laughed. "Good taste. This horse is precious. Do you really want to buy it?" "Yes." Fu Bao nodded firmly. "Lao Ding, when did you secretly get such a good horse? Why are you hiding it from us? The horse dealers all have customers. If they knew that Lao Ding had such a good horse, they would definitely make a profit. Lao Ding eats meat, and they can drink a bowl of soup." Lao Ding ignored them and asked Wan Lauer, "Brother, what are you going to buy this horse for?" "I'm going to go on a long trip, and I think it's more convenient to have a carriage. Besides, my family can't do without a carriage. I can go back and forth between the village and the county in the future, so I don't have to rent a carriage." Lao Ding nodded. "Okay, since you're buying it, you're also a destined person. You can give this amount?" Lao Ding held out 5 fingers. Wan Lauer took a look and immediately felt uneasy. "So much silver? 500 taels." The horse dealers behind him also kept looking at how much Lao Ding was going to sell for. They were also thinking that if Lao Ding offered a low price, they would increase the price and buy it, after reselling it to customers. They could still make a profit. But now that Lao Ding directly asked for 500 taels, their faces immediately changed. I say, Lao Ding, what kind of horse do you have? You want 500 taels? Aren't you killing a living being? Killing a living being is their jargon, which means killing a living guest. Lao Ding ignored them, but looked at Wan Lauer, asking him what he meant with his eyes. Wan Lauer was a little hesitant, but Fu Bao said directly, Uncle, buy it. My father is rich. Such a good horse. No matter how much it costs. It's not expensive. Wan Lauer's heart was bleeding. He gritted his teeth. Tried to grin. Not expensive. Not expensive. My daughter likes it. No matter how much it costs. It's not expensive. The horse dealers were shocked by Wan Lauer's generosity and his daughter-serving nature. I've never seen anything like this before. I've seen people doting on their sons, but I've never seen people doting on their daughters like this. Is this daughter a golden child? He spent 500 taels. He's really a landlord. He can buy potatoes from a whole town. So he must have a lot of money. 500 taels is really nothing. Let's not worry about it. After the horse dealers finished speaking, they all shook their heads and walked away slowly. But Lao Ding shook his head with a playful smile on his face. Brother, these 5 fingers may not be 500 taels. Wan Lauer was stunned. What did this brother mean? Why did he confuse him? If it's not 500 taels, could it be 50 taels? The horse dealers also stopped walking after hearing this, and turned to look at Lao Ding. To be honest, this horse is not mine, but belongs to a friend of mine. He left it with me, and asked me to sell it for him. He didn't tell me the price, and let me decide. He is in urgent need of money. But there is one thing. He hopes that the person who buys this horse is someone who thinks it is valuable. You have withstood the temptation just now, since you love your daughter so much. I will sell this horse to you for 50 taels of silver. Before Wan Lauer could react, the horse dealers ran over like crazy, squeezed Wan Lauer away, and surrounded Lao Ding. Chapter 423 Buying a Carriage. Old Ding, you are so mean. You don't want to give such a good thing to your brothers, but give it to an outsider? Old Ding, I have already told you that you should keep an eye on me when you find a good horse. Old Ding. Old Ding. Old Ding was annoyed by what these people said, and he stretched out 5 fingers and said, Okay. You buy it. 500 taels. Whoever buys it, I will sell it to him now. Wan Lauer instantly became nervous. Would these people really want to buy it? But Wan Lauer's worry was completely unnecessary. How could these smart people not see that Lao Ding was deliberately playing tricks on them? They snorted and walked away cursing, knowing that Lao Ding was determined to sell it to this person for 50 taels. The smart ones have already started to plan for Wan Lauer. They plan to wait for Wan Lauer to leave, then secretly follow him and buy it for 100 taels. They will sell it for 200 taels and earn 100 taels. Wan Lauer didn't know that he had been targeted by someone. Lao Ding took Wan Lauer's 50 taels of silver and led the horse out to him. This horse is only destined for you. You must cherish it, and don't let me down. Treat it well in the future. It is very human and a good horse. Lao Ding was still a little reluctant. He patted the horse's neck and earnestly told Wan Lauer, Brother, don't worry. This horse will be a member of our family in the future. I will treat it well. Well, I believe you. Just because you make the people in the whole town have enough food and warm clothes. I also believe you. Wan Lauer was deeply touched by Lao Ding's words at this time. He didn't take this matter to heart. After all, he was also for business, and to make his family live a good life. Now he has made his image taller in everyone's heart. He suddenly felt that the responsibility on his shoulders seemed to be heavier. Wan Lauer nodded heavily. Brother, don't worry. I will live up to your trust. Lao Ding gave Wan Lauer the saddle and whip of the horse. Brother, this is not appropriate. You have already sold the horse to me at a low price. I can't be greedy anymore. How much is this saddle? I will give you the money. No, I don't need this saddle. As the saying goes, a good horse deserves a good saddle. Such a good saddle will be covered with dust if it is left there. To be honest, the horses in my shed are not worthy of such a good saddle. Okay. You go quickly. I have to close the stall too. Wan Lauer saw that it was not dark yet. It was really casual to close the stall so early. Wan Lauer didn't know what to say. He thanked him several times before leaving with Fu Bao. He didn't know how to ride a horse, so he put Fu Bao on the saddle and asked her to hold the reins tightly. One Lauer led the horse's nose and walked slowly forward. Daughter, does it feel good to ride a real horse? One Lauer's face was full of excitement. He walked forward and turned back to ask Fu Bao. Daddy? Fu Bao can see far. Fu Bao's little face was flushed by the wind. His two big eyes were shining, and his excited legs were tightly clamped on the horse's back, not daring to relax at all. And the ups and downs of the horse's back made Fu Bao feel very interesting. The father and daughter were walking when they heard someone following behind them. Brother, wait a minute. One Lauer turned his head and saw that it was the horse dealer just now. He didn't know why the other party called him, but he still stopped and waited. Only after the other party ran closer did he ask, Brother, you called me? Yes, brother. I want to discuss something with you. Is it okay? One Lauer felt that this person was really strange. They didn't know each other, and they just talked a few words. What could they discuss? Is it about horses? What else could it be? One Lauer had already begun to be alert. Tell me. If it's about horses, forget it. One Lauer took the lead in expressing his concerns, trying to dispel the other party's delusion. But he underestimated the degree of shamelessness of these people. If merchants are too shameless, they will have to beg for food. Brother, look. You bought this horse just to pull a cart, didn't you? I can equip you with a full set of carriages. Can you exchange it for this horse? My carriage also costs 100 taels of silver. The horse dealer smiled and licked his face. One Lauer snorted coldly and was about to leave with the horse. But the horse dealer ran in front of him and blocked his way. Brother, if you think the price is too low, let's negotiate. I give you another 30 taels of silver. Is that okay? This is already the highest price. You can make dozens of taels of silver by reselling it. Why be stupid? Besides, you just pull a cart. You don't need such a good horse. I don't care what horse I want to use. I just like this one. If you dare to block my way again, I'd be rude to you. One Lauer's face turned black, and he was a little impatient to tangle with this man. Seeing that One Lauer was determined, the man knew that the deal was a failure. So he gave way and let One Lauer leave. When One Lauer returned to the city, the sun had just set. He went directly to the carpenter's shop to order a spacious carriage. As soon as he arrived at the carpenter's shop, he heard people arguing inside. My wife said she wanted a smaller size. If you make it so big, we can't even get through the door. Give me back the money. A maid-like woman was pointing at a large carriage in the yard and scolding the carpenter across the street. The carpenter was no pushover. He said loudly, the person who ordered the carriage said that he needed a wide one. He was talking about your house. Now that the carriage is ready, you think it's too expensive and don't want to pay. You start to find fault. The deposit you paid is only enough for half of my material cost. Moreover, you require that all the materials must be good. I have searched many places to find these materials. You can't afford expensive things, but you are still imitating the rich and powerful to show off. Do you have any shame? The maid didn't expect that a man would quarrel so fiercely, and he was more slapping than a woman. After all, she was a little girl with a thin skin. After being scolded by the carpenter, her face turned red, and she stamped her feet and wanted to run away. Don't run. Stop right there. The carriage is ready today. Even if you don't want it, you have to pay me the money. Otherwise, I will shout all over the street tomorrow that your Sioux family can't afford a big carriage, but you still want to pretend to be rich. The maid was almost furious at the carpenter's words. Their mistress loves face the most. If this carpenter is really a big mouth, everyone in the county will know it in a day. Although their Sioux family is now in decline, they still need to maintain their face. How can the mistress hold her head up when she attends banquets at other families in the future? The carriage that our mistress ordered must be made of good materials. But yours is obviously fake. With your workmanship, you still want 80 taels of silver from us. Why don't you rob us? The carpenter was a little amused and walked to the side of the carriage to point out the things one by one to the little maid. Open your eyes and take a look. My workmanship is second to none in our county. Go around the county and ask around for this carving and this material. Is there anything better than this? When you ordered the carriage, I still remember your arrogant look. If it weren't for your housekeeper's arrogant look and his arrogant words, saying that your Sioux family is not short of money, would I have used such good material? The maid was so angry at what the carpenter said that she wanted to find a hole to crawl into. The Sioux family sold most of their property to pay off the gambling debts of the eldest son some time ago. Now the Sioux family is really an empty shell. There are still so many servants in the mansion. The lady told her to find a way to return the carriage, and not to take the deposit. But she didn't expect that the carpenter was not a pushover. He had no intention of letting her go. If she didn't pay the remaining 40 taels of silver today, it seemed that she couldn't leave. Chapter 424, Great Joy. Do you want to hear it? While the two were arguing, the carpenter saw 1 Lauer and his daughter. Who are you looking for? The carpenter saw 1 Lauer standing at the gate, leading a horse and looking inside. He guessed that it was a guest. So he asked loudly. 1 Lauer hurriedly said, I'm here to get a carriage. I wonder if the shopkeeper has time now. The carpenter glanced at the maid and said in a cold voice, You'd better not run away. If you run away, I guarantee that everyone in the county will know about your Sioux family's embarrassing story tomorrow. The maid was so angry at the carpenter's words that her chest rose and fell. Her face flushed, and she glared at the carpenter hatefully, watching the carpenter walk out of the yard to solicit guests. The carpenter came to the door, still angry. But he was a carpenter and a businessman. So he quickly adjusted his mentality and smiled and invited 1 Lauer into the house. He looked at the horse led by 1 Lauer and muttered to himself, This horse is really good. It would be a pity if it is not matched with a good carriage. The carriage that had just been built in the yard flashed through the carpenter's mind. But he didn't think much about it. Sir, what size carriage do you want to build? What material do you want to use? Boss, this is what I want to ask. How many days does it take to build a carriage here? I am waiting to travel. And it would be better if there is a ready-made one. 1 Lauer's words made the carpenter think of the carriage in the yard again. Normally, it takes me 3 days to make a carriage. If the customer is in a hurry, 2 days is fine. But the price may be higher. The price is negotiable, as long as it does not delay our journey. The carpenter rolled his eyes slightly and said, Customer, please sit down and rest your feet first. I have another customer over there. I will hand over the carriage of that customer first, and then tell you the details. Okay, boss, you go ahead. I am not in a hurry for now. The carpenter poured a cup of hot water for 1 Lauer, and burned the brazier in the house a little more vigorously, and then left for the yard. 1 Lauer walked all the way, and he had some slight sweat on his body. But he felt that his injuries had eased a lot. At least it seemed that it didn't hurt so much when he breathed. He thought it was his illusion. But now he sat down and felt it carefully. And it was true. His chest was much better. 1 Lauer couldn't help but glance at Fubao, who was sitting obediently next to him, thinking that this must be due to his daughter's health. Girl, are you hungry? Fubao nodded and said softly, Daddy, my stomach is making trouble again. But I can still bear it for a while. It's okay. Daddy will do his job first. I will take you to eat braised pork later. Okay? 1 Lauer stretched out his hand and hugged Fubao to sit on his lap. He said distressfully, Okay, you can have as much braised pork as you want later. But what do you see? 1 Lauer took out a piece of cake from his arms like a magic trick, put it in his palm, and stretched it in front of Fubao. Fubao's eyes lit up immediately. Wow! Cakes? Isn't this the sweet-scented osmanthus cake we've eaten? How come Daddy still has some? Daddy saw that you liked it, so he asked the county magistrate for some more and kept it with him. Eat it quickly to fill your stomach first. You've suffered so much following Daddy, and you're always hungry. If your mother knew, she'd be heartbroken. Fubao picked up the cake, looked up and smiled. If Daddy didn't tell me, Mom wouldn't know. Besides, Fubao doesn't feel like he's suffering. Fubao feels like he's gained a lot of knowledge, and learned a lot. Fubao broke the cake into 2 halves and stuffed 1 half directly into 1 Lauer's mouth. Daddy, good things taste good only when you eat them together. Although 1 Lauer didn't want to eat, he couldn't bear to refuse his daughter's kindness when he saw her eager eyes. So he opened his mouth and ate it. Anyway, he'd be able to eat soon. Fubao then ate it in small bites, squinting his eyes happily. In the yard, the carpenter turned back and pulled the maid aside. Girl, since your family doesn't want this carriage anymore, I won't refund the deposit. If you agree, I will sell it to someone else. But we must sign a document. What do you think? The maid looked at the house and guessed that someone had just come to order a carriage. Since someone was willing to take it, she could get rid of the carpenter's entanglement and report to the lady when she returned. So she nodded, but whispered to the carpenter, I can agree to your conditions, but I also have a condition. If someone else knows about our Sioux family tomorrow, I will I will definitely not let you off. Although our Sioux family is in a bad state, it does not mean that you, a small carpenter, can bully our Sioux family. You know the character of our eldest son. If he knows that it is you who ruined the reputation of the Sioux family, I think your shop will be over. The carpenter's eyes darkened. But he was not a talkative person. He had to threaten the maid just now. He did not want to offend the Sioux family. After all, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. Moreover, he was well known for the reputation of the eldest son of the Sioux family. He was a local tyrant who could not be provoked and could do anything. Don't worry. After you leave this door today, even if we haven't done business together, your Sioux family's affairs have nothing to do with me. But if I sell this carriage to someone else, it has nothing to do with your family. Can you make the decision? The maid nodded. Yes. The lady has already told us not to pay the deposit. It's just compensation for you. The price of this carriage has nothing to do with our Sioux family, and we won't hold you responsible in the future. The carpenter then went in and wrote a contract and asked the maid to sign and put her fingerprints on it. This was considered to be clear, and the maid turned around and left the carpenter's shop quickly. The carpenter then happily went into the house to entertain Juan Lauer. Brother, there is a good news now. I wonder if you would like to hear it. Juan Lauer smiled and raised his head and said, Boss, is it your family's wedding? It's okay to tell me. The shopkeeper waved his hand quickly. No. It's about your wedding. Could it be that the carriage is ready? Juan Lauer's mind was racing. When he thought about the spacious carriage in the yard when he came in, an idea immediately flashed through his mind. Could it be that the owner of the carriage didn't want it anymore? Yes. Isn't it a coincidence? The carriage parked in my yard was just built by me today, but the owner thought it was too big and a little inappropriate. So he changed his mind and said he didn't want it. The carriage was made of top-quality wood and cost nearly 100 taels of silver. When Juan Lauer heard that it was so expensive, he hesitated immediately. Even if he was in a hurry, he wouldn't be in a hurry for 1 or 2 days. His budget would not exceed 20 taels of silver. So when he heard the shopkeeper say less than 100 taels, he was shocked. Is it so expensive? I can't afford it. Chapter 425 Picking Up a Bargain. The shopkeeper quickly waved his hand to explain. Customer, listen to me carefully explain the reason. You don't have to spend so much money. Juan Lauer heard that he didn't have to spend so much money, and he also sat patiently to listen to the carpenter's explanation of the whole process. Although the carpenter was a businessman, he was a craftsman, so he was honest in business and kind. Moreover, if he didn't sell this carriage to Juan Lauer, he might lose it, because there were not many families in the county who could afford a carriage of this price, and their family didn't lack carriages. Even if he lost money this time, he would get rid of the carriage. Shopkeeper, in this case, their family still owes you 40 taels of silver for this carriage, and I plan to spend only 20 taels to make a carriage. The number you said is twice as much as I thought. The carpenter was a little embarrassed. The other party was only willing to pay 20 taels. Even if he only took the capital, it would cost 70 taels. He would lose 10 taels of silver in the meantime, and he would have to make 2 more carriages to make it back. Guest, do you think this is okay? I tell you the truth. I earned 10 taels of silver from these 2 carriages. After deducting these 10 taels of silver, I still have 70 taels of silver for the wood. Can you give me these 70 taels? I build you a carriage for free. Juan Lauer was also a little embarrassed. Although he still had a lot of silver, he was going to the capital, and he would have to spend a lot of silver on the way. He had to save some money. Boss, but I really don't have so much money. I'm also a peasant. All my family savings were used to buy horses. I just plan to build an ordinary carriage to shelter from the wind and rain. Then, can you add another 5 taels? The carpenter looked at Juan Lauer eagerly. Juan Lauer thought for a moment and said, Then I have to go and see the carriage first. No problem. Please follow me. The carriage is in the yard. You can harness the horse and drive away in a while. The carpenter was very happy and quickly invited Juan Lauer to the yard. Juan Lauer walked around the carriage, touched this and looked there, and climbed into the carriage. He found that the space inside was indeed not small. Fubao could sleep in it. And there was a mezzanine, a small table, and a storage grid in the carriage. It was better than any carriage he had seen. No wonder it was so expensive. Juan Lauer got out of the carriage and pretended to be a little embarrassed and said, I think this carriage is no different except that it is bigger. Since you have asked for it, I can't let you lose too much. So let's give you 25 taels of silver. The carpenter nodded repeatedly. Oh, good, good. The carpenter said 3 good words in a row. When he saw 1 Lauer take out his purse, his heart finally settled down. Boss, please count. A total of 25 taels of silver. The carpenter took it with both hands, counted it carefully, and said with a smile, yes, it's just enough. Then I will help you put the carriage on. Then I trouble you. Boss. Fu Bao has been looking at the carriage curiously, and she is very happy in her heart. Their family finally has a carriage, and she can go out in a carriage in the future. Fu Bao jumped and ran happily behind the carriage. The carpenter skillfully put the carriage on, and let 1 Lauer go up to try it. 1 Lauer carried Fu Bao into the carriage and sat her down, and said loudly, girl, sit down. Daddy is going to drive the carriage. Fu Bao excitedly stuck his little head out of the window, looked at the streets on both sides, and cried excitedly, Dad, this new carriage is great. It's not as bumpy as an ox cart, and it's warm and has a nice smell. 1 Lauer was driving the carriage in front. His mouth almost stretched to the sky. He laughed, as long as my daughter likes it. This carriage is worth buying. 1 Lauer drove it for a while, and came back. Boss, this carriage is good. My daughter likes it very much. I also tried it. No problem. I'm leaving now. You are busy. After saying goodbye to the carpenter, 1 Lauer immediately drove the carriage towards the county government office. It was already dark, and night lights had been hung on both sides of the street, and the dim light swayed in the wind in the cold night. 1 Lauer came to the gate of the county government office, and the county government office was closed. He had to go to the corner gate to ask the gatekeeper, little brother, the luggage I left here during the day has not been taken away. I wonder if the Yamen runners have explained it. 1 Lauer knocked on the corner door and asked the gatekeeper, oh, it's Master 1 Air. Yes, the Yamen runner told me that if you come to pick up your luggage, I give it to you. It's all in my door room. Wait, I get it for you. The servant turned around and went back. Not long after, he took out Master 1 Air's luggage. It took 2 trips to get it all. Master 1 Air, are you going on a long journey? Yes, I'm going to the capital. Not a long journey, 1 Lauer said happily, while taking his luggage to the car. That's really far. I can't come back for the new year. But it's definitely better to go to the capital than to spend the new year at home. I heard that the capital is very prosperous. I guess I won't have the chance to go there in my lifetime. Master 1 Air, come back and tell me about it, so that I can broaden my horizons. Okay. I treat you to tea when I come back from the capital. And I talk to you. 1 Lauer got on the carriage, picked up the whip, and shouted softly, and the carriage slowly moved forward. The servant raised his voice. Then I wait for you to come back and treat me to tea? The servant watched 1 Lauer go away before turning back. 1 Lauer found an inn to stay for 1 night. Now many shops are closed, and he has nowhere to buy things. And it's not safe to travel at night. Fu Bao, let's stay in the inn. Okay? Okay. Daddy. Fu Bao is so hungry. Let's go eat braised pork. Fu Bao's saliva was about to flow out when he thought of braised pork, and his stomach was growling even more happily. 1 Lauer quickly found an inn and paid the silver. After parking the carriage in the backyard of the inn, he took Fu Bao to the nearest restaurant for dinner. The night at the border is very wonderful. It's quiet outside, and the tavern is lively, because it is cold at the border. Everyone likes to go out at night to have a few drinks to warm up. Therefore, the business of each restaurant is better at night. As soon as 1 Lauer came in, he saw that the lobby was full of people. Sir, you are here. How many of us? The waiter bent over and greeted 1 Lauer with a smile. Just me and my daughter. The waiter said, how about going to the 2nd floor? Sir? 1 Lauer looked up and saw some smaller tables and chairs on the aisle outside the 2nd floor box, especially for customers with 2 or 3 people to dine. 1 Lauer was not picky, nodded, and followed the waiter to the 2nd floor, where the view was wide and much more comfortable than the 1st floor. Sir, please sit down. What would we like to eat? Braised pork. Fu Bao blurted out impatiently, showing how much she wanted this. 1 Lauer smiled and touched Fu Bao's head, and looked at the waiter and said, then a plate of braised pork, and a signature dish of your restaurant, a bowl of rice. 1 Lauer still likes to eat rice. In the past few years of living at the border, people at the border mainly eat noodles, but the 1 family likes to eat rice. especially Fubao. She must eat braised pork with rice. After the waiter poured 2 cups of hot water for the two, he ran downstairs. Brother? I just heard that the voice sounded very familiar. And I didn't expect that we would meet again. Wan Lao's shoulder was patted from behind. Wan Lao quickly turned his head, and saw that it was Lao Ding who sold him the horse. Chapter 426 Jia Family Affairs. Brother Ding? Why are you here too? This county is really small. Wan Lao quickly stood up and bowed. Old Ding laughed. It's not that this county is small. It's that we are destined to meet. Since we have met, how about we have a drink? Wan Lao immediately hugged Fubao to his side, gave up the stool opposite, and made a gesture of invitation. Please sit down. Please sit down. I should buy you this drink today. Old Ding himself is a more casual and straightforward person. He put his wine jar on Wan Lao's table and sat down. Brother Ding, I ordered 2 dishes. What else do you want to eat? I asked the store to add some more. Old Ding waved his hand. I never eat food when I drink. Wine is enough. Old Ding didn't know how much wine he had drunk just now. His cheeks were flushed and his nose was a little red. He was still emitting waves of alcohol. It was obvious that he had been drinking for a long time. But he was not drunk at all. His eyes were clear. His speech was clear. And his steps were steady. Wan Lao knew that this Old Ding was probably the kind of person who could drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Waiter, bring 2 more jars of wine. Wan Lao leaned downstairs and shouted. The waiter responded and quickly brought up 2 jars of wine. Wan Lao took the opportunity to add 2 side dishes. After the wine and dishes were served, Wan Lao opened a new jar of wine and filled it for Old Ding. Daddy, Fubao wants to eat meat. Wan Lao quickly served Fubao rice and put a chopstick of braised pork in the bowl. Fubao picked up the chopsticks and began to eat with her head down. The corners of her mouth were sizzling with oil, and her little mouth was bright red. Looking very cute. Lao Ding laughed and said, This girl has a good appetite. No wonder she is so chubby. She is really rare. Being able to eat is a blessing. Fubao looked up at Lao Ding. Her 2 little faces were puffed up, and she blinked her big eyes. She looked like a little frog. Wan Lao gently patted Fubao's head and said with a smile, This girl is not picky about food, but she especially likes meat. Fubao nodded in cooperation, tried hard to swallow the braised pork in her mouth, and stuffed another big mouthful into her mouth. Seeing that she was eating deliciously, Wan Lao didn't care about her anymore. He moved the braised pork closer to her so that she could reach the food by herself, and then chatted with Lao Ding. Brother Ding, I want to thank you today. This horse I bought is worth it. The carpenter praised it, Wan Lao said, then stood up and bent down to fill a bowl of wine for Old Ding. Old Ding took a sip and said, You are lucky. If you came half a day later, you would have sold it tomorrow morning. But, Brother Ding, let me be honest. I still don't understand why you are willing to sell me such a good horse for 50 taels. Old Ding drank the wine and talked more, as if he hadn't met a destined person for a long time. Once he opened his mouth, he talked endlessly. This horse is indeed a friend of mine, but we haven't contacted this friend for many years. His family has been a merchant family for generations. They are famous wealthy merchants in Jiangnan, and the Jia family is one of the 4 major families in Jiangnan. But yesterday, he suddenly appeared at my door, leading a horse, wearing a single piece of clothing, and looked extremely shabby. I didn't recognize him. Later, he introduced himself, and I knew that this person was my old friend Jia's eldest son Jia Yanbing. I welcomed him into the house, got some wine, and quickly gave him a big bowl of wine. And he came to his senses. It turned out that the Jia family was actually confiscated. Overnight, the Jia family, one of the 4 major families in Jiangnan, collapsed like a century-old tree, which was unexpected. Old Ding was also sighing. Wan Lao felt the same way, and his own feelings were more profound than Old Ding's. This was just like the Wan family back then. When it was good, it was a flowery and prosperous family. But when it was bad, it was really trampled on by others. Then why were their properties confiscated? Wan Lao was somewhat puzzled. This property confiscation must be a crime. What crime could a mere merchant commit? Old Ding shook his head and sighed. You don't know that the Jia family has another daughter who entered the palace as an imperial concubine. She was the former imperial concubine. After the new emperor ascended the throne, all the imperial concubines were moved to the Wenjua temple on the outskirts of the capital. But it is said that the daughter of the Jia family was unwilling to be lonely and had an affair with a monk in the temple. She was caught red-handed. However, the imperial concubine insisted that she was framed and actually hit her head against a wall and died. In the temple, strangely enough, there was a sudden thunder and lightning in the sky. People said that the imperial concubine must have been wronged. This matter was reported to the emperor. If the emperor did not deal with it, it would damage the reputation of the royal family. So he sentenced the Jia family to confiscation of their property. Jia Yanbing was doing business at the border at the time. Before he returned to Jiang'an, he suddenly heard the bad news. He was seriously ill for 3 months. The Jia family's caravan disappeared overnight. He was alone and penniless. He had no money to go home. This was really the case. When he came, he was full of ambition and wealth, showing his power and prestige. The road is bright like a dream, and the scenery is intoxicating. Turn around and leave. The prosperity is over. And when you return, you are penniless. The years are all passing by in a hurry, watching the ups and downs with a smile. Wan Lao was a little dazed when he heard Lao Ding talking. He felt that the last 2 sentences of Lao Ding had a special meaning, which seemed to be very similar to his own state of mind. It seemed that Lao Ding's identity must be extraordinary. Otherwise, how could he be good friends with the eldest son of the Jia family? But he happened to be a horse dealer, which made people a little guessing. Although the Jia family has lost its money now, it can still save its life. It will be good if it can make a comeback. As the saying goes, if you keep the green mountains, you will never worry about the lack of firewood. The Jia family has connections and brains, so it is not difficult for them to rise up. Right? Lao Ding waved his hand. Brother, you think too simply. People say that when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. And when the wall falls, everyone pushes it. When the Jia family was prosperous, they established many enemies. Those opponents were suppressed by the Jia family for many years. Now that the Jia family has fallen, they still expect them to help? It's good enough that they don't beat the Jia family to death. The only one alive in the Jia family is Jia Yanbing, a businessman. His father died on the day his family was confiscated. His old lady is still bedridden. His second son had his legs broken the next day. His wife and daughter-in-law were taken away by debt collectors and sold. Their whereabouts are still unknown. Jia Yanbing daughter-in-law hid in her parents' home. The child escaped a disaster. But her life in her parents' home must not be easy. Since Mr. Jia is so short of money, why sell this horse at such a low price? Wan Lao was a little puzzled. He heard from the horse dealers that this horse could be sold at a high price of 200 taels of silver, which is undoubtedly a life-saving money for the Jia family now. You don't know that this horse saved Jia Yanbing life. It is no less than a family member to Jia Yanbing. He has to sell this horse to make money to go home. But he wants to find a good place for this horse. So he sells it to you for 50 taels. Wan Lao nodded in understanding. It seems that Master Jia is also a man of temperament. But I think the Jia family must have been framed by someone. Didn't they think of investigating it? Old Ding looked around vigilantly, and saw that everyone was drinking and talking, and no one paid attention to their corner. So he whispered, I heard Master Jia say that their family may have attracted the attention of the emperor. Otherwise, how could ordinary people make the Jia family fall overnight? I heard that the treasury is empty, and the emperor is in urgent need of money. Maybe the next one will be the other 3 families. Wan Lao had a layer of cold sweat on his back. This imperial power is really terrible. No wonder people say that if the emperor wants his subjects to die, the subjects have to die. This emperor is another living devil. Chapter 427, Wan Lao is looking for someone. Wan Lao had heard a thrilling story of a wealthy family falling into poverty today, and he felt a different feeling in his heart. He couldn't help but glance at Fu Bao. He felt that it was true that wealth was like floating clouds, and it was better to live a down-to-earth life. As long as there was meat for 3 meals a day, the family was safe, and the body was healthy. It was more important than anything else. Wan Lao felt that what he had now might be what Jia Yanbing was longing for now. Lao Ding continued to tell Wan Lao a lot about the Jia family. Wan Lao only knew that the Jia family was now ordered by the emperor not to do business within 3 generations. But Jia Yanbing was very talented in business. Perhaps it was because the Jia family was too rich that they became a thorn in the emperor's side. Old Ding saw that Wan Lao had been pouring wine for him, but he himself hadn't drunk a drop of wine. So he was a little unhappy. Brother, are you really inviting me to drink? Can you at least have a bowl with me? Let's drink. Wan Lao looked at Fu Bao helplessly and said, Brother Ding. It's not that I don't want to drink with you. But I'm with my daughter. My daughter likes cleanliness. And I'm afraid of stinking her. Please forgive me. Brother Ding? Old Ding looked at Fubao, and saw that the little girl's eyes were almost closed. He also felt funny in his heart. The child was broad-minded, and had no worries. He could eat, sleep and be happy. Okay. Your daughter can't open her eyes. Let's stop here today. If we meet again, we get drunk again. After saying that, Old Ding stood up shakily. This time he was really drunk. His steps were weak. His tongue was a little unclear. And his nose was red, which looked a little cute. Wan Lauer stepped forward to help, but was pushed away by Old Ding. No need to help. I, Old Ding, am known for being able to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. I am happy today, and have drunk a little too much. But I am not drunk yet. I will go back first. You should go back too. The mountains are high and the waters are long. We will see each other again in the future. Wan Lauer looked at Old Ding staggering down with some helplessness. Seeing that there was nothing wrong with him, he turned around to hug Fubao. Suddenly, there was a series of banging sounds on the stairs. He quickly looked over the guardrail and found that it was Old Ding who stepped on the air and rolled down the stairs. Wan Lauer was panicked and immediately carried Fubao to go downstairs to check the situation. But he heard Old Ding laughing. And while laughing, he chanted, "The world is full of troubles like smoke and clouds. And the heart is free and unrestrained. Laughing at the ever-changing wind and clouds. The joy is endless. Seeking leisure and fun on the frontier, accompanied by the cold wind. The mood is leisurely. Abandoning the world and forgetting worries. Spending the years freely and carefree." Wan Lauer was stunned at the stairs, looking at Lao Ding downstairs, and pushed away the waiter's support, staggering and humming a ballad, and walked away, really unrestrained and unrestrained. After a while, Wan Lauer smiled and shook his head, holding Fubao and walking back to the inn. On the Yamen side, Wan Lauda, finally followed Shen Jinyuan back to the city. After running around outside for a day and busy with the murder case for a day, there was no progress at all. Wan Lauda was not going to go home. He was going to look at the files in the Yamen and help the county magistrate to check the cases accumulated over the years to see if there were any clues. But even if you are investigating a case, you have to eat. Wan Lauda pulled another constable to eat something, but heard the doorman say that Wan Lauer was going to the capital, and he had just left at night. Boss One was suspicious. It was almost the end of the year. Why did Boss One go to the capital? He carefully asked the servant Boss One about the time he left and deduced that Boss One must not have left the county tonight. Since he did not leave the county, he must have stayed in the county. Could he have gone to his own home? Boss One thought of this possibility and was not in the mood to eat. He said goodbye to the constable and ran home. Boss One returned home and found that Shin was waiting for him to come back for dinner. "Is my second brother at home?" Boss One asked immediately when he saw Shin. Shin was confused by Boss One's question, but quickly shook her head. "No. My second brother came to the county?" Boss One had a look of disappointment on his face, and was obviously more worried. "I heard from the servant of the Yamen that my second brother went to the Yamen today. I thought he would stay at our house, but I didn't expect him not to come." Boss One was about to run away after he finished speaking, but was grabbed by Shin. "Where are you going? You're back. Why don't you eat quickly? It's been heated several times." Big Brother One was dragged to sit down by Shin and pressed against the dining table. "I'm going to find my second brother. Did you know that he's going to the capital? We haven't been back to Sheetsi village for a long time. We don't know how our family is doing now. Why did my second brother suddenly go to the capital? There must be something hidden from us." Big Brother One was a little anxious. He couldn't sit still. Even though he had been running around outside for a day, he didn't feel like eating at this moment. Looking at the table of delicious food prepared by Shin for him, it was really hard to swallow. "My second brother is going to the capital? Why is he going to the capital all of a sudden?" Shin was also surprised. "I don't know either. Something must have happened at home. I will find him even if I search all the inns today. I must find out what happened." After saying this, Wan Lauda stood up and strode out. Shin chased him out and stuffed 2 buns in his hand, and ordered the servants to follow him to find him. There is strength in numbers. It is not convenient for her, a woman, to go out, so she can only let the servants accompany him. Wan Lauda really went from street to street and asked in each inn. At this time, Wan Lao Er was just holding Fu Bao and walking towards the door of the inn. Two people came from behind and were discussing. Who do you think this government is looking for? And they are asking in each inn? Who knows? Maybe there is a murderer hiding in the inn? That's hard to say. Let's go quickly. Why do I feel that it's a lot colder now? Wan Lao Er looked at the two people who hurried past him and hurried forward to hold one of them. Little brother, you just said that the government office is looking for someone. Yes. On the next street, one inn after another is asking, as if they are looking for someone. And there is quite a lot of noise. Wan Lao was stunned. Could it be that his elder brother knew that he did not leave the city and came to find him? Wan Lao did not even say thank you, and quickly turned and entered the inn. The two men felt strange, but did not take it seriously. They wrapped their coats again and walked away with their necks shrunk. Wan Lao found the shopkeeper as soon as he entered the inn. This inn is a small inn, and the location is a bit remote. So Wan Lao did not come immediately, and Wan Lao was greedy for the cheap price. Shopkeeper, I have something I want to ask you for help. Wan Lao shrugged Fu Bao on his shoulders and said to the shopkeeper nervously, Sir, what's the matter? Tell me. The shopkeeper was a middle-aged man who looked a little honest. Wan Lao took out a tael of silver from his body and handed it to the shopkeeper. Shopkeeper, someone will come to ask about me later. Don't tell them. The police chief is my elder brother. I have a conflict with my family and don't want to go home. Please help me cover it up. Wan Lao looked pleading. The shopkeeper took the money and agreed. It was not a big deal. Besides, since the elder brother of the other party was the police chief, he must not be a bad person. As long as he was not a criminal, he would not be considered as harboring a criminal. Chapter 428. Wan Lao successfully evaded the search of Wan Lao. After Wan Lao explained to the boss, he hurriedly carried Fu Bao upstairs. Fu Bao was already asleep. Wan Lao took off her coat, put her on the bed, and covered her with a quilt, and quickly blew out the oil lamp in the room. But he didn't dare to sleep, but leaned behind the door, listening carefully to the noise coming from downstairs. Not long after, there was a knock on the door downstairs. Wan Lao's heart was in his throat. Then, he heard the sound of the shopkeeper trotting over to open the door. Sir? It's so late. What are you doing? The shopkeeper opened the door and asked with a puzzled look on his face. Only Wan Lao's voice came next. Boss, I'm not here to investigate a case. I just want to ask if there is a father and daughter staying in your inn. The man is about 30 years old, and he brought a little girl with him. The little girl is very cute, with big eyes, a small mouth, and a chubby face. The eldest brother Wan knew that the second brother Wan brought Fu Bao with him. Fu Bao is particularly conspicuous, and most people who have seen him will have an impression of him. The shopkeeper immediately shook his head. Sir, there is no one staying in our store today. Our inn is remote, and it is the coldest time of the year. We would be very lucky if we have one guest in 10 days. Wan Lao Da's eyes were full of disappointment. This was the last inn, and there was no one. Could it be that his second brother didn't stay in the inn? But who else could he know in this county town? By the way, the servant said that he drove a carriage here today, so he didn't sleep in the carriage. Did he? It's so cold outside. If you sleep in a carriage for a night, adults can bear it. But how can children bear it? Thinking of this, Wan Lao became even more anxious. Turned around and left, and went around the sheltered alleys, but didn't see any carriages parked outside. After Wan Lao left, Wan Lao finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had been running all day and was exhausted. In addition, his injuries were not fully healed. At this time, he felt sleepy. So he took off his shoes and went to bed. Boss Wan searched outside all night, but couldn't find the figure of Boss Wan. Like an eggplant hit by frost, he returned home when the sky was gray and light. Shen stayed up for half a night, but didn't wait for Boss Wan. So she went to bed first. The lights were on in the room all night until Nani Feng came to call Shen. Madam, the master is back. Shen woke up suddenly, sat up from the bed, rubbed her eyes, and ran out without putting on her cloak. Did you find him? Shen walked quickly to the bottom of the steps and asked while holding Boss Wan's hand. Boss Wan shook his head. No. We searched everywhere, but didn't see anyone. Something must have happened at home. They don't want us to know. I have to accompany the adults to investigate the case today. When the city gate opens, You can go to Sheetsy village and ask our mother and others to see what's going on at home? Shin nodded immediately. But she held Boss Wan's cold hand, and she could feel a chill coming from Boss Wan through her clothes. Don't be too anxious. Go in and drink some hot water to warm yourself up. It's still early. Go and rest for a while. You've been running all night. How can you bear going out again today? Madame Feng was already standing not far away with her hands down and reported, Madam, the kitchen has been warming up the porridge. Can I serve a bowl to the master? Go quickly and boil another bowl of ginger soup. Yes. Madame Feng immediately went to the kitchen, and soon brought a bowl of rice porridge. Boss Wan drank it all in one gulp. He had been running all night, and had not eaten dinner. Now his legs were weak, and there were several blisters on the soles of his feet. His mouth was dry. After a bowl of rice porridge, the severe coldness in his body was immediately gone, and he felt much warmer. The maid brought warm water for washing feet. Shin squatted down to take off Boss Wan's boots and socks, and found that there were several blood blisters on the soles of Boss Wan's feet. Shin felt distressed, and quickly asked the servants to get ointment to apply. Wan Laodao put his feet into the warm water, and felt comfortable. On the other side, Wan Lauer woke up automatically when the time came. He looked out the window, and saw that it was already bright. He quickly got up, and put on his clothes. After asking the shopkeeper for hot water, he wiped his face, and went to call Fu Bao to get up. Fu Bao was still asleep, and a little grumpy. After Wan Lauer patiently coaxed him, he was finally happy. Wan Lauer dressed Fu Bao, and the father and daughter hurried downstairs to the backyard and drove the carriage to the market. Wan Lauer had already made a rough plan in his mind. He first bought a lot of dry food, the most of which was dried meat, as well as pots and pans, rice, flour, oil and salt. In case of emergency, he filled all the secret compartments under the carriage with things. Then he went to the cloth shop and bought 3 ready-made quilts and a large oil paper cloth. He spread the oil paper cloth on the floor of the carriage, and put the newly bought quilt on the oil paper cloth. Fu Bao could play and sleep on it freely without worrying about her getting bored or falling. Wan Lauer bought himself another set of cotton clothes. He originally planned to go back after a while, but now it seems that he can't go back. It's better to prepare clothes for going out in advance. He can't wear so simple clothes when he goes to the capital, which will make people look down on him. He heard that the gatekeepers in the capital are all arrogant. What if he can't even get in the door? How can he do his work? After buying the things, Wan Lauer drove the carriage out of the city. He went all the way to the interior of the pass, traveling during the day and looking for a place to stay in a town or county at night. He never slept outdoors. Now it is winter, and there are many wolves on the road leading to the interior of the pass. He still remembers that when he was exiled, there were wolves everywhere on the road. He didn't have the courage to travel alone at night, and they were not particularly anxious. As long as the Yu people didn't find them for the time being, Fu Bao would be safe. Wan Lauer traveled for a total of 5 days, and finally left the territory of Xianxing Prefecture. The further southeast he went, the better the climate he felt, and the wind and sand were obviously much smaller. Fu Bao would occasionally come out and lean against him to look at the scenery outside. However, the border in winter was desolate and withered everywhere. The cold wind rolled the dead leaves in the air, and occasionally a flock of birds flew low and chirped. The blue sky looked cheerful. That evening, they were going to stay in a town called Baiyun Town. When they were still 10 miles away from the town, they saw a man lying on the ground by the roadside. Dad, there is a man there. Fu Bao pointed to the front not far away, holding the window of the carriage and kicking his legs, calling Wan Lauer. Wan Lauer also saw the person lying on the roadside. He quickly stopped the carriage and jumped off the car. Fu Bao was so anxious that he came out of the carriage and stood where Wan Lauer had just driven. He asked curiously, Daddy, is that man dead? Wan Lauer looked back and almost got his eyes popped out of his head. He didn't even bother to look at the man lying on the ground. He quickly turned around and took Fu Bao off the carriage. Girl, you want to scare Daddy to death? What if the horse gets scared and goes crazy? What will you do? Fu Bao stuck out her tongue playfully and quickly hugged Wan Lauer's neck and said with a smile, Daddy, Fu Bao knows I was wrong. I won't dare to do it next time. Let's go and see that man. Shall we? At this time, the horse, which had been quiet and docile, suddenly became a little anxious and actually ran away by itself. Wan Lauer was even more scared. Fortunately, he had just taken Fu Bao off the carriage. Otherwise the little girl would definitely fall flat on her face. Chapter 429 Wealth is like idle clouds. Not at all controlled by people. The horse pulled the carriage and ran to the man. The carriage passed in front of the two people, rolling up a cloud of yellow soil. Wan Lao quickly hugged Fu Bao and dodged to the side. At the same time, he twisted his body, turned his back to the carriage, and held Fu Bao in his arms to prevent Fu Bao from being choked by the yellow soil. After the carriage passed, Fu Bao immediately showed his little head from Wan Lao's arms. Daddy, look! The horse has stopped. Fu Bao stared at the horse curiously, only to see that the horse was using its mouth to push the man lying on the ground. Wan Lao also felt strange, and held Fu Bao, and went forward to check what was going on. At this time, Fu Bao struggled to get off Wan Lao, stepped on his legs and ran to the man anxiously, squatted in front of the man, and stretched out his little hand to feel the man's breath. Daddy, this man is still breathing, but very small. After feeling the breath, Fu Bao immediately shouted loudly. Wan Lao had come over at this time. He found that the horse was actually crying and was nudging the man. Wan Lao was shocked. He was too familiar with this scene. When he bought the cow was reluctant to leave its owner and shed tears. Could it be that this man was the owner of the horse? If this was true, then this man must be Jia Yanbing that Lao Ding mentioned? Thinking of this possibility, Wan Lao quickly turned the man over. When Wan Lao saw the other person's situation clearly, his face was horrified. The man was seriously injured. He saw that he had been stabbed several times on his chest. The blood had stained his cotton coat red. The exposed cotton wool was all soaked with blood. At this time, he was frozen hard. The man almost lost his breath. If he didn't stop the bleeding quickly, he would die in half a day. Wan Lao quickly carried the man to the carriage. The horse immediately snorted at Wan Lao and rubbed Wan Lao's arm affectionately. Wan Lao was even more certain that this person was Jia Yanbing. But he didn't expect that he would have such a fate with him. Fate was really wonderful. As if God had arranged everything. He bought Jia Yanbing horse at a low price. But because the horse saved its owner, the gears of fate slowly turned between Wan Lao and the Jia family in a moment. And how would the fate of the two families be linked together? Everything was unknown. After Wan Lao put Jia Yanbing in the carriage, he immediately turned around and carried his daughter to the carriage. Daughter, Daddy will drive the carriage to Baiyun town in front to stay. And take this uncle to see a doctor by the way. During this time, you can take care of your uncle first. Okay? You can check if he is still breathing every once in a while. If his breathing becomes weaker, you can shout Daddy loudly. Understand? Wan Lao gave Fu Bao a serious explanation. Fu Bao nodded seriously. Daddy, Fu Bao knows. Don't worry. Fu Bao is the best at taking care of people. Wan Lao thought of the last time Fu Bao said this. It seemed that Hu Zhengyan was injured, and Hu Zhengyan was bumping all the way, and Fu Bao actually fell asleep. But this time the journey was short. He was not worried that Fu Bao would fall asleep. Wan Lao put down the thick carriage curtain, closed the carriage door, and pulled the reins hard. And the horse immediately raised its hooves and trotted, as if it also knew that its owner needed to be treated quickly. A distance of more than 10 miles. It arrived in less than 3/4 of an hour. The sun just set the horizon. The sky had darkened, and the people who were blown by the northwest wind couldn't help but tighten their necks and hurried their steps. Wan Lao met an old man driving a bullock cart at the entrance of the town. He pulled a cart of dry firewood and walked out of the town, and ran into Wan Lao head-on. Old man, where is the clinic in this town? The old man stopped the ox cart, stood up from the ox cart, pointed in a direction and said, Young man, go straight along this street. Turn right at the first intersection, and you will see a big sign. Hua Chun Tang. Thank you, old man. Wan Lao hurriedly bowed and thanked him. The old man laughed, waved his hand, shouted, and drove the ox cart away. Wan Lao followed the address the old man said. And sure enough, not long after turning right at the first intersection, he saw a flag erected at the next intersection with 3 big characters Hua Chun Tang written on it. Wan Lao drove the carriage to the door of Hua Chun Tang and immediately turned around to open the door of the carriage. Daughter, how is it? Is this person still alive? Daddy? Yes. Fu Bao just touched him, and he is still warm. Fu Bao's little hand was always under the man's nose, and his little face looked at Wan Lao nervously, for fear that he would see the person disappear. Wan Lao praised Fu Bao. My daughter is awesome. Let's go to the clinic. This man should not die. Wan Lauer bent down and picked him up. Jia Yanbing was a head taller than Wan Lauer. And he was handsome. He looked a bit like a scholar, not a businessman. But when Wan Lauer held him, he felt that there was no meat on his body except bones. It was probably related to what Lao Ding said about Jia Yanbing being seriously ill for several months. In addition, he was worried about his family. So he was inevitably skinny, and looked like a bag of bones. Wan Lauer was filled with emotion. Wealth is like floating clouds, coming and going at will. Fu Bao followed closely behind Wan Lauer. But her calves were too short to climb down. Girl, wait a moment. Daddy will come to carry you off the car. Fu Bao nodded obediently. Sat down at the driver's seat. Put her calves on the side of the cardboard. Supported the cardboard with her hands. And swung her calves waiting for Wan Lauer to come out and carry her. Wan Lauer sent the man into the clinic. And as soon as he entered the door, he began to shout, "Doctor, come and see. This man is almost dead." It was already dark. And the clinic was relatively quiet, with no patients. The doctor and the medicine boy were sorting out today's medical records. Hearing this, they quickly looked up and saw Wan Lauer holding a man and running towards him. The doctor was already quite old, with gray hair and beard, but he walked quite steadily, and his eyesight and hearing were still good, without any blurry vision. The doctor immediately stood up from behind the desk and strode over, leading Wan Lauer to take the patient to the small bed in the compartment and lay him flat. "What happened to the patient?" the doctor asked in a deep voice, and began to examine the patient while asking. Wan Lauer didn't know what happened to Jia Yanbing, but he saw a lot of blood on his chest, and thought he was chopped by someone. "Doctor, I don't know either. I saved this man on the roadside. I saw that he was still breathing, so I brought him here. You watch first. I go and bring my daughter over. She's still sitting in the carriage. It's cold outside." After Wan Lauer finished speaking, he ran out impatiently without waiting for the doctor's consent. Fu Bao was looking at the door of the clinic, hoping that Wan Lauer would come out quickly. Not long after waiting, she saw Wan Lauer's figure. "Daddy?" Fu Bao opened her arms from a distance, waiting for Wan Lauer to hug her. Wan Lauer took Fu Bao down from the carriage, parked the carriage to the side, and then took Fu Bao into the clinic. Chapter 430 Wan Lauer's eye-opening. Wan Lauer carried Fu Bao to the compartment and saw the doctor cutting Jia Yanbing cotton coat with scissors. The blood had frozen his skin and cotton coat together, making it difficult to take off the coat. "Banksia, go get a basin of warm water. His clothes and skin are stuck together. We must separate them quickly." Banksia immediately put down the things in her hands and hurried to the backyard. Soon, she brought a pot of warm water and a wooden basin, with a white cloth on her shoulder. Banksia skillfully poured warm water into the wooden basin that just covered the cloth, wet the cloth and handed it to the doctor. "Master, cloth." The doctor cut a large piece of Jia Yanbing clothes on his chest, threw away everything that could be cut off, and the rest was the clothes stuck to his skin. The doctor wiped it bit by bit with a warm cloth, carefully dissolving the blood that had frozen to the skin. This process took nearly half an hour, and finally all of Jia Yanbing's chest was exposed. Wan Lauer watched from the side, and couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. There were at least 4 knife wounds on Jia Yanbing's chest, some of which were deep enough to see the bone, and the skin and flesh turned outward. Wan Lauer quickly reached out to cover Fu Bao's eyes. "Girl, let's not look. Otherwise you will have nightmares when you sleep at night." Fu Bao refused, and stretched out her little hand to pull Wan Lauer's big hand hard. "Daddy, Fu Bao is not afraid. Fu Bao wants to see. That uncle is so pitiful. He has so many injuries on his body, and I don't know who did it." After pulling off Wan Lauer's hand, Fu Bao looked at the busy doctor and Jia Yanbing under the doctor, and said crisply. Wan Lauer shook his head helplessly. This little girl, her father and son, didn't know what the future held, but she was still worrying about others. After a long time, the doctor finally cleaned the patient's wound, but blood was still pouring out. The doctor solemnly ordered Banksia, "Banksia, go get my needle and thread. The wound is too big and must be sutured. Otherwise the patient will bleed to death." Banksia turned around and went out quickly to get a set of needles and thread. It was the first time for Wan Lauer to see someone sew stitches. He had only heard of sewing quilts and clothes, but it was the first time he heard of sewing people. He felt it was strange, so he also went closer to watch. The needle the doctor took from Banksia was different from the ordinary needle for sewing clothes. This needle was very strange, and was actually bent. One Lauer had never seen it before. If the doctor hadn't said it was a sewing needle, he wouldn't have known that this thing was actually called a needle. One Lauer became even more curious and stared at the doctor's hand. He saw the doctor skillfully pass the threaded needle through one side of the wound, and then out from the other side of the wound, trying to make the wound look smooth. The doctor's technique was very skillful, as if he had done many sutures, like a skilled embroiderer. After a lot of effort, Jia Yanbing chest had a long centipede, which looked a little scary. Alas, I'm old. I only sutured one wound, and it's so painful. The doctor straightened up, already sweating profusely. Banksia quickly wiped the doctor's sweat with a clean cloth and gently helped him press his waist. The doctor obviously felt much better. Doctor, I see you are very skilled. Do you need to use more force to suture? One Lauer saw that the doctor was moving quickly and thought that suturing a wound was as simple as sewing clothes. But he saw sweat on the doctor's forehead and realized that he had thought wrong. How can it be that simple? You don't work in this field, so you don't know? Can sewing flesh be the same as sewing clothes? And you need to be careful, patient, and concentrate. It is a laborious job. But this wound is still the simplest. Have you seen those wounds? After the doctor said that, he pointed to the other wounds on Jia Yanbing's chest that had not been sutured and said to One Lauer. One Lauer looked carefully and felt that there was no difference. They were all scary. One Lauer nodded gently. Yes, I saw it. What's the difference with this one? The doctor also turned his head to look at Banksia, wanting to test this apprentice. Banksia, come and see. What's the difference between these wounds and the ones I just sutured? Banksia hurriedly bent down and walked to the other side, took a closer look, and said confidently, Master, are those wounds crossed together? The intersection is seriously damaged, and it is more difficult to suture? That's right. These wounds have 3 intersections, so it's difficult to suture them. After the old doctor said that, he stopped talking and began to sew with his head down. One Lauer did learn a lot of knowledge, which was also an eye-opener. When the moon was in the middle of the sky, he finally finished sewing. The old doctor was almost exhausted, but he didn't rest immediately. Instead, he forced himself to write a prescription and told Banksia to pick up the medicine and boil it for the patient to drink. Doctor, we rescued this man on the way, and we don't know him. But since we saved him, we have to save him to the end. Please calculate the medical expenses and I will pay you first. But it's already very late, and my daughter has fallen asleep. I need to find an inn to spend the night. We have to travel tomorrow. So, One Lauer wanted to keep the patient in the clinic first, so that they could help take care of him. You don't have to go to the inn. I have a room here for the patient. He needs someone tonight. I will let Banksia watch him in front. But you brought this patient to my clinic. You can't leave. He is still in danger tonight. If he can survive, there may be hope. If not, you have saved him in vain. The old doctor patted his shoulders and arms and walked slowly to the backyard. One Lauer was a little dumbfounded. This patient has not been saved yet? Banksia, you charge him 5 taels of silver. I am an old man, and I haven't done such a long suture for many years. I have to charge more money. Yes, master. Banksia respectfully helped the old doctor and sent the patient to the backyard before coming back. Seeing that One Lauer was still a little at a loss, Banksia walked over with a smile. Brother, what my master said just now was a joke to you. These 5 taels of silver are not the master's hard work fee. But the medicine he prescribed is indeed good medicine. Your friend is too seriously injured and has lost too much blood. The medicine my master prescribed is very particular. It can't be a big tonic, but only a warm tonic. He also prescribed you the medicine that needs a big tonic later. This is a total of 5 taels of silver. One Lauer was not at a loss because of the silver. If this person didn't wake up tomorrow, they still had to hurry on their way, and they couldn't delay the journey because of him. Although he bought his horse, he saved his life, which was fair. In addition, he paid his medical expenses today. In his heart, One Lauer felt that it was enough and didn't plan to take him on the road. But he seemed to feel that it was inappropriate to leave a seriously injured patient in someone else's clinic. So One Lauer was a little embarrassed. Chapter 431, Staying in the Clinic. However, after weighing the pros and cons, One Lauer decided to stay there first. It was so late, and it would be difficult to find an inn. Little brother, please park my carriage in the backyard. I originally wanted to find an inn to stay in. Now that his condition is not stable, it seems inappropriate for me to leave him in your clinic. Okay. I take you to the wing room to rest first. I see your daughter is already asleep. It's easy to catch a cold if you sleep like this. Banksia is quite considerate. One Lauer nodded gratefully and followed Banksia to the wing room. The wing room is not big. There is only a table with a few stools and a bed. It is only enough for one person to sleep. However, it doesn't seem crowded with Wan Lauer and Fubao. This is the room that is usually prepared for some patients. No one has lived here for a while. But I clean this room often, so you can live here directly without worrying about dust. Wan Lauer thanked him again and again, then bent Fubao to put her on the bed, took off her shoes, and stuffed her into the quilt. However, the quilt seemed a little thin. Thinking of the new quilt he bought in his carriage, Wan Lauer didn't want to cover his daughter with the quilt on the bed. After all, he didn't know what kind of patients had covered it. It would be bad if it was contagious. Little brother, this quilt is a little thin. My daughter is afraid of cold. You can put it away first. I have a thick quilt in my carriage. I will go and get it, Wan Lauer said as his men began to put it away. Banksia didn't think much about it. After all, this quilt had not been changed since the beginning of winter. The quilt used was still the one used in spring and autumn. It was indeed a little cold to use it now. Banksia quickly reached out to take it. Wan Lauer turned around and went to the carriage outside to take out a quilt he bought. After settling Fubao, Wan Lauer followed Banksia to drive the carriage into the backyard. Okay, big brother. You should go to sleep for a while. I watch over here. It should be fine, Banksia said and went into the next room. In order to take care of the patient, he put a brazier in the room and moved the stove for boiling medicine in so that he didn't have to run back and forth. In fact, these things should have been done by the patient's family. But Banksia saw that Wan Lauer was a man with a child, which was inconvenient. So he took the initiative to take care of him. In addition, the man's injuries were really serious, so he was a little worried. After all, the master spent so much effort to save people, and he didn't want to fail. Wan Lauer didn't know what Banksia was thinking. He still thought that this clinic was pretty good, so he went to bed with his clothes on. But not long after, he heard the big rooster in the town start crowing. But everyone in the clinic was sleeping. Even Banksia was dozing off. He was lying on a recliner covered with a quilt, and the quilt fell below his chest, and his saliva was flowing out from his sleep. Suddenly, a slight groan and mumbling woke him up from his dream. Banksia sat up in a daze and found that the person on the bed had a red face, as if he had been burned red shrimp. His sleepiness disappeared instantly, and he immediately lifted the quilt on his body, jumped up, and ran to the patient in a few steps. As he got closer, he heard the other person's heavy breathing, like a bellows. He reached out and touched the other person's forehead. It was hot. Even the patient's breathing was a little hot. Banksia ran out immediately. He came to the counter, where there was a prescription on it. The prescription was the formula for antipyretic medicine left by his master. His master had already expected that this person would have a fever. Banksia quickly picked up the medicine according to the prescription and immediately took it to the house to boil the medicine. The medicine was bubbling, and white steam was coming out. Banksia didn't care about it anymore. Instead, she scooped a ladle of warm water from the hanging pot on the brazier next to her, took a white cloth from the shelf behind her, wet it, wrung it out, turned around to lift Jia Yanbing quilt, took off the rest of Jia Yanbing clothes, and cleaned his armpits, neck, and cochlea. He put a wet cloth on his forehead and changed it from time to time. After the medicine was boiled, he let it cool a little and then poured it into his mouth. After tossing and turning until dawn, the fever finally subsided. When the first ray of morning light shone into the clinic, Wan Lauer also woke up. He glanced at Fubao sleeping in the bed, still smacking his lips, thinking that Fubao fell asleep without even eating last night. The girl must be very hungry. I guess she is dreaming about eating braised pork now. Wan Lauer's stomach was also rumbling, but he still hurried to see how Jia Yanbing was now. But since he slept peacefully last night, he thought it should be fine. He didn't know how dangerous it was last night. But Banksia felt that even if he woke up Wan Lauer, he couldn't help. So he didn't wake him up. Banksia was snoring on the recliner at this time. He slept very deeply, and there were bruises under his eyes, which showed that he hadn't slept all night. Wan Lauer admired Banksia very much. Such a young child could endure so much hardship. If other clinics were like this, They would not have to worry about bad business. Wan Lauer walked slowly into the room and came to the bedside. He found that Jia Yanbing was breathing evenly. Except for his pale face. His overall condition was much better than last night. At least he could see his chest rising and falling and hear his breathing. Which meant that he had passed the critical period. Wan Lauer also breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, someone knocked on the door outside the clinic, waking up Banksia, who was sleeping. "Brother, are you awake? This patient has passed the critical period. As long as he takes medicine on time, there should be nothing serious. You stay here and I go to the front to open the door." "Okay. Go ahead. I take care of it. You worked really hard last night, little brother." Banksia waved his hand and yawned as he went to the front. Wan Lauer sat down on the small stool beside the bed, thinking, "I don't know when this person will wake up. He has to hurry today. It will take no more than 3 days for them to enter the border. If they delay here, they may not be able to reach the capital during the new year." Wan Lauer was in deep thought, sighing from time to time. But he didn't notice that the person on the bed had opened his eyes and was observing him. When Wan Lauer looked up again, he saw a pair of sharp eyes, as if a sharp knife was stabbing straight at him. Wan Lauer was startled by his gaze and stood up from the stool, a little at a loss. You woke up?" Wan Lauer rubbed his hands. His face was a little stiff, and he asked with a forced smile. But Jia Yanbing had no intention of answering the question. His eyes moved slowly with Wan Lauer's movements. If his eyes were not too sharp, they would definitely make people sink. These eyes were originally very beautiful, but at this time, they were like a deep cold pool, dark and sharp, and at the same time hiding endless hatred, which made the originally bright and clear eyes covered with a layer of mist. Wan Lauer couldn't stand the other person's gaze, and felt uncomfortable all over. He wanted to leave quickly, but the person just woke up now, and he had to seize the opportunity to ask and say what he should say. Otherwise, if the person fainted again, who would he tell? "Well, when I passed by, I saw you lying on the side of the road, so I took you back to the clinic. I have already paid your medical expenses, and we have to hurry on our way, so it may not be convenient to stay and take care of you. Otherwise, you can ask someone to take care of you. We are leaving today. Since you are awake now, I will tell you." After saying this, Wan Lauer wanted to escape from the room, but his clothes were tightly grabbed by a pair of hands. Chapter 432. Wan Lauer politely refuses. Wan Lauer looked down and saw that his clothes were grabbed by Jia Yanbing. So he stopped. "Thank you." The hoarseness and unfamiliarity, as if the throat had been rubbed by stones, made Wan Lauer relax a lot. "It's okay. Maybe we are destined to meet. I saved you when I passed by, but the doctor said that you lost too much blood and need to take good care of yourself. He also prescribed a lot of tonic medicine for you. If you take the medicine well, your body should be able to recover soon." Wan Lauer saw that the other party's hand had been loosened, so he was ready to leave. But after thinking about it, he retreated and said, "I am also going to the capital. I am passing by here, and it is not advisable to stay for a long time. I wonder if you know anyone in this town. I can help you call someone to take care of you for a while." Jia Yanbing suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Wan Lauer. "You said you want to go to the capital?" His voice was a little weak, and he was obviously a little exhausted, and his head was dizzy. But he forced himself not to fall asleep. He knew that if he fell asleep, he would miss a good opportunity. Wan Lauer nodded. Yes. Yes. Jia Yanbing changed his distant look just now, with a hint of pleading in his eyes. "Can you take me with you? I want to go to the capital too." Wan Lauer was a little surprised, took a look at the wounds on his body, and hesitated. "Don't worry. I can hold on. I will definitely get to the capital alive," Jia Yanbing said firmly. Something in his eyes was breaking out of the ground. That was hatred. Wan Lauer did not agree immediately. He didn't know the true identity of this person yet. He was just guessing last night. So he asked, "I don't know your identity yet, and the journey to the capital is long. And you need a pass? You don't seem to have anything." "I'm afraid." Wan Lauer was afraid. After all, he didn't go to a place like the capital to play. And he didn't know if there was any danger along the way. After all, he didn't know whether the group of the national teacher had left Daki. If they were chased by someone, maybe both of them would die. Jia Yanbing immediately said, "My name is Yanbing. I am just a traveling merchant. I came to the border to do business. But I met robbers on the way. They robbed my goods and packages. Now I am penniless. But as long as you take me to the capital, I will definitely pay you back for the travel expenses. My sister is in the capital. Wan Lao's eyes flashed. It turned out that he was really Jia Yanbing. If he hadn't known his real name from Lao Ding a long time ago, he might have been deceived by him. But since the other party didn't want to say it, he didn't need to expose him. Whether I can take you to the capital is another matter. Now your identity is a problem. You have nothing. I don't want to get into trouble. Wan Lao was not stupid at this time. Jia Yanbing immediately said, please stay in this town for one more day. After one day, I will definitely get a pass. Wan Lao was a little hesitant. In fact, he didn't want to take him to the capital. After all, Jia Yanbing was seriously injured. He was afraid that if he killed someone on the road, he would become a suspect. After thinking it over again and again, Wan Lao did not give in, but said tactfully, I need to think about it. And whether you can go or not depends on the doctor. If the doctor says you can go, I may take you with me. If the doctor says no, I will definitely not take you with me. Wan Lao saw a flash of disappointment in Jia Yanbing's eyes. But he was not moved at all. Because Wan Lao is no longer the soft-hearted and simple Wan Lao at the beginning. At least after so much experience, he knows how to refuse others and no longer feels embarrassed. Which is a great progress. A simple, honest and simple person created by decades of living habits and living environment can truly grow and transform from the inside out in a period of time. And must have experienced the beatings and hardships of life. Wan Lao gently pulled back his clothes from Jia Yanbing's hands and left without looking back. Jia Yanbing was lying on the bed. His eyes were empty for a moment, and 2 lines of tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. At this moment, in a corner where no one could see, he put down his noble dignity, took off his hard shell, and completely collapsed. Originally, I thought that the family had encountered such a huge change, and the sky had already collapsed. But you never know that there will be greater sufferings from heaven that will make you feel that the previous collapse of the sky and the collapse of the earth is nothing more than this. When he was robbed of all his belongings and identity documents by several masked men, and was stabbed several times, he thought he would die in a foreign land and become a lonely ghost. But he was rescued again. On the verge of death. He was unwilling, regretful, and hateful. Now he must make preparations again. Learn from Gojian, the king of Yu, to revive their Jia family. Jia Yanbing regarded Wan Lao as a life-saving straw. He was a child of destiny, the dragon prince in the business world, and a business genius that is rare in a century. In just 10 years under his leadership, the Jia family became the top of the 4 major merchants in Jiangnan, suppressing the Shan family, which was originally the number 1, and firmly sat in the top spot. Now he put down his dignity and went to beg for help, which was extremely humiliating for him. When Wan Lao returned to the wing room, he saw that Fu Bao had not woken up yet. The little guy rolled the quilt all over his body, like a pupa, with only his head exposed. Wan Lao was a little amused, but he didn't care about her. It was better than kicking the quilt away. As soon as Wan Lao turned around and wanted to ask Banksia about Jia Yanbing's situation, he saw Banksia with a person holding a half-grown child, and the child was foaming at the mouth. The group hurried to the backyard, and Wan Lao knew that there must be a more urgent patient. Wan Lao didn't go up to him again, but prepared to go out and buy some food. As soon as Wan Lao left, Xiao Fubao woke up. She sat up from the bed, rubbed her eyes, and found that she was the only one in the room. Moreover, she seemed to have never seen this place before, and she was a little flustered. "Daddy?" Fubao shouted outside the house. But there was no response. Fubao hurriedly got off the bed, barefoot, wearing a pink jacket, messy hair scattered behind her, and a pair of big black and white eyes with a trace of panic. She stepped out of the door and shouted a few more times, but no one answered. However, she found that this was still the clinic yesterday, so she relaxed a little. Fubao looked down at herself and felt that her feet were a little cold. She turned around and ran back. She found the clothes she took off yesterday and put them on one by one. The top was a big coat. Juan Urseo made it for her with a slanted front. Fubao was a little unskilled in buttoning and always buttoned it wrong. She buttoned it up randomly, and sure enough, another button was wrong. But Fubao didn't care. She put on cotton pants again, but she didn't know how to tie the belt. Fu Bao held her cotton trousers with one hand to prevent them from falling off, and reached for her socks with the other hand. After some effort, she finally put on her shoes and socks. She ran out happily holding up her cotton trousers, holding them up as she ran. Otherwise they would have fallen to her ankles. Chapter 433 Fu Bao Tricks. Fu Bao ran all the way to Jia Yanbing room. She peeked in quietly, and saw that the same person was inside as last night. She didn't see her father, so she quickly retracted her head like a thief. After a while, she heard a noise coming from inside. The little girl poked her head out again, but saw that the handsome uncle inside actually wanted to sit up. But because of his serious injuries, he fell down as soon as he stood up, making a lot of noise, which alarmed Fu Bao, who was hiding outside. Fu Bao quickly ran in with his cotton pants. "Uncle, what's wrong with you?" Fu Bao ran to the bedside, looking at Jia Yanbing with worry in his eyes. Jia Yanbing suddenly saw a lively girl running in. He was stunned for a moment, then turned his head and looked outside, and saw that there was no one at the door. "Girl, can you help Uncle?" Jia Yanbing said in a hollow voice, panting slightly. Now he was like a stray dog that was struggling to survive, but he had a strong desire to survive. Fu Bao nodded. "Okay, my name is Fu Bao, not girl." Fu Bao likes to help the most. "I want to learn from my brother Mo to be a chivalrous hero," Fu Bao said happily. And in excitement, he imitated Wan Xingmo's previous moves, but his cotton pants fell off directly. Fu Bao was embarrassed and immediately stuck out his tongue playfully, bending down to lift up his cotton pants. "Uncle, I don't know how to tie the belt of my cotton pants. Can you help me tie the belt first? I'm afraid I can't do anything like this." Jia Yanbing was amused by Fu Bao's cute appearance, and temporarily forgot the misfortune and pain on his body. "Okay, come closer." Jia Yanbing stretched out a hand, a slender and well-defined hand, and grabbed Fu Bao's belt. Fu Bao kept looking at Jia Yanbing's face, and thought that this uncle was really good-looking. She hadn't seen such a good-looking person for a long time. The last time she saw him was her brother Mo. People at the border were dark and thin, and often didn't take a bath. Fu Bao's brain was a little different from others. She would say whatever she thought. For example, at this moment, she looked at Jia Yanbing and suddenly said, "Uncle, you are really good-looking, with long eyelashes, big eyes, and a high nose bridge. You are good-looking everywhere. There is no one as good-looking as you at our border. And you are very white. You are not from our border, right?" Jia Yanbing was a little stunned when he heard this. This girl's words really made people happy, and didn't know how to respond. However, when Fu Bao approached him, he could smell a special fragrance from the little girl, which was the unique smell of the little girl. It was a little fragrant and a little milky, which made people want to get close to her. "I am not from your border. I am here to do business." Jia Yanbing finally helped Fu Bao tie his belt, and Fu Bao's 2 hands were finally freed. "Thank you, Uncle." Fu Bao happily turned around, and his cotton pants finally stopped falling. Jia Yanbing was also attracted by Fu Bao's innocence, and even forgot that he had to ask Fu Bao for help. "Uncle, I've told you my name. What's your name?" Fu Bao happily ran to Jia Yanbing, holding his chin with his little hands, his elbows on the edge of the bed, and his big eyes flickered at Jia Yanbing. Fu Bao's appearance immediately reminded him of his daughter, and he didn't know how the children were doing now. Jia Yanbing's face, which had a hint of smile just now, completely disappeared at this moment, and his mood became heavy. Seeing the changes in Jia Yanbing, Fu Bao quickly stood up, stretched out his little hand to touch Jia Yanbing's eyebrows, and gently stroked them. "Uncle, my mother said that people who like to frown tend to get old. You must not get old. Otherwise you will not look good, and your face will have wrinkles like my grandmother's face." Jia Yanbing was touched. He had been ill for 3 months, and no one cared about him. He fought the disease alone every day. Now the words of concern for him came from a child, which made him feel very complicated. "Uncle, what is your name? Where are you from? Your hometown must be very beautiful, right? My father often said that the local environment and soil nurture the local people. Your hometown must be very beautiful, right? Can you tell me about your place?" Fu Bao was almost suffocated for several days on the road. Now he finally found someone to talk to and immediately turned into a chatterbox. "You asked me so many questions at once. I don't know which one to answer first." Jia Yanbing smiled again. In the eyes of children, everything is pure and beautiful. There are not so many complexities and hardships in life, nor have they experienced the hardships of life. Therefore, children's eyes are so pure and clean, and the questions they ask are also a yearning for beauty. Then let me ask them one by one. Uncle, what is your name? Fu Bao asked patiently and smiled. Jia Yanbing's eyes struggled for a moment, but he finally said, my name is Yin Bing, from Jiangnan. Yin Bing? Then uncle, is your last name Yin? I haven't heard of this last name, but your name is very nice. Jia Yanbing reached out and touched Fu Bao's little head. In the eyes of this girl, everything is good. He could feel that all the praises Fu Bao gave him were from the heart, completely different from the previous deliberate flattery. This was entirely because of the purity of this child's heart. And in her eyes, everything in the world was true, good and beautiful. For the first time, Jia Yanbing felt guilty. He lied under such pure eyes. He didn't dare to look at Fu Bao's black and white eyes again. Fu Bao suddenly let out a long "oh" sound. Oh, I remember. Why do I feel that your name is familiar? Uncle Lao Ding mentioned a person named Jia Yanbing. Uncle, you and that person are only one character apart. But Uncle Lao Ding said that Uncle Jia is no longer at the border. Otherwise you would know each other. He is also from Jiangnan. Fu Bao's words shocked Jia Yanbing again. Lao Ding? How could they know Lao Ding? Why did Lao Ding mention himself to them again? Jia Yanbing excitedly grabbed Fu Bao's arm and asked, Fu Bao, which Lao Ding are you talking about? What does he do? Uncle Lao Ding? He sells horses. We bought a very powerful horse from him. By the way, when we rescued you yesterday, the horse seemed to know you. It ran to your side and cried. Fu Bao looked at Jia Yanbing with big eyes, wanting to see his reaction. Jia Yanbing looked excited, and slowly let go of Fu Bao's hand. Uncle, why did you lie to me? You are the person that Uncle Ding said. Right? We are not bad people. We are farmers. You don't have to be afraid that we will harm you. We bought your horse. Jia Yanbing was dumbfounded. So this girl was testing him? Is this girl a spirit? Did she know her true identity from the beginning? It's impossible. How could such a young girl have so many thoughts? Even if she was smarter than ordinary children, she wouldn't set a trap for him from the beginning. He must have thought too much. Chapter 434. Keep your word and do what you say. Fu Bao, how do you know I'm lying to you? My name is really Yin Bing. I'm not lying to you. Jia Yanbing thought he must have overthought. But Fu Bao said seriously, Uncle Jia, don't you want your horse anymore? You cherish your horse so much, and you are in need of money now. But you sell it to us at such a cheap price, which means you want to find a good family for it. Although Fu Bao is young, he also knows that people who can treat their horses so well must not be bad people. Uncle Jia, is Fu Bao right? After speaking, Fu Bao stared into Jia Yanbing's eyes. Although she still had the same expression and such pure eyes, in Jia Yanbing's eyes, this child was different. Jia Yanbing had nothing to say. He could only nod helplessly. Yes, I am Jia Yanbing. But this is a secret between us. Can you not tell others? Fu Bao nodded, stretched out a little finger and said, okay. Let's make a pinky promise. Fu Bao stretched out her little hand and hooked one of Jia Yanbing's fingers, shook it a few times, and said crisply, pin and hang yourself. Don't change it for 100 years. And you are a bastard if you lie. This was when she was in Shitsi village, and those children taught her. And Fu Bao remembered it. This was the first time that Jia Yanbing was pinky pinned by a child. He was originally a businessman, and businessmen value their promises. Otherwise, they would not have made such a big business. After Fu Bao figured out Jia Yanbing's identity, her eyes were full of sympathy. That day, when Lao Ding and Wan Lao were talking, although she was eating, she listened to the whole process. She had a good memory and was smart. When she saw the movement of the horse yesterday, she knew that this person must be the owner of the horse. Therefore, she said that deliberately when she was talking just now. If Jia Yanbing had told the truth at the beginning, she would not have planned to say what Lao Ding said. But Jia Yanbing lied, and Fu Bao was unwilling. In her cognition, her father was Jia Yanbing's savior, so he could not hide the real name of his savior. This was wrong. Now that the other party has opened up, she will not hold on to this matter, but is very happy, because she knows that her father is learning to do business from others. She doesn't know whether the business is going well, but she is sure that the person in front of her is someone who can help her father expand the business. So Fu Bao is going to keep this person with her father. Uncle Jia. I heard from Uncle Lao Ding that something bad happened in your family. Do you know that my family is the same as yours? When I was 1 year old, our family was implicated and exiled. But we all survived well. And now it is getting better and better. As long as Fu Bao can be with his parents. Fu Bao feels sweet no matter what kind of life it is. Jia Yanbing's heart was really overturned by this little girl this time. Could this girl be possessed by something? Is she comforting and encouraging herself? It is really hard to imagine that such a young person would say such words. Mainly because what she said is not offensive at all. It is a very natural expression of true feelings. Everything comes from her heart. Is your family exiled? Fu Bao nodded generously. Not feeling shameful. Yes. We were exiled prisoners before. And then the emperor pardoned the world. And our family restored the status of good citizens. Then why was your family exiled? Didn't you say that your family is a farmer? Jia Yanbing was completely led astray by Fu Bao. This little girl is too magical. Yes. Our family is a farmer. And farmers cannot be exiled? Uncle Jia. Do you look down on farmers? Fu Bao keenly noticed the doubts in Jia Yanbing's words. Jia Yanbing secretly wiped a cold sweat. Why is this little girl so sharp? No. Of course I didn't. I just thought that most exiled prisoners were royal relatives or ministers in the court. Because our family has relatives serving as officials in the court. But these are not important. You just need to know that our family is living well now. My brother's teacher once said that when things are extremely difficult, you must be bold. And when people are in adversity, you must be calm. I don't quite understand what it means. But Uncle Jia should understand it. Right? Jia Yanbing gave Fu Bao a look that asked him to guess whether he believed you. Jia Yanbing actually felt that his mind was much more open at this time. And the dark cloud that was pressing on his head seemed to have dissipated, making his mood suddenly become clear. Girl, you are my benefactor. And your father is my lifesaver. I must repay you and your daughter well. Fu Bao told him so much. He had already guessed that Fu Bao was the daughter of Wan Lao. And there seemed to be no other outsiders in the clinic at this time. Fu Bao laughed. Her goal was finally achieved. At this moment, she looked like a little mouse that had stolen oil. She was very cute. Fu Bao. Wan Lao's voice came from the next door. With a hint of anxiety, Fu Bao quickly made a face at Jia Yanbing and turned around and ran out. Daddy? Fu Bao held the door frame with one hand, poked his head out and looked out the door, seeing Wan Lao just coming out of the room, with a panicked look on his face. Fu Bao, why did you get up by yourself? Who put this dress on you? Wan Lao bent down and picked Fu Bao up, reached out to unbutton Fu Bao's clothes, and buttoned them up again. Fu Bao put it on herself. And Uncle Jia tied the belt for her. Uncle Jia said he wanted to repay us. Uncle Jia? Which Uncle Jia? Wan Lao asked deliberately. Fu Bao stretched out his little hand and pointed to the room and said, It's the uncle who was injured. He is the Uncle Jia that Uncle Lao Ding said. Daddy? You should have known it. Right? Fu Bao deliberately spoke loudly. And Jia Yanbing inside heard it and looked embarrassed. It turned out that the father and daughter knew everything a long time ago. But the eldest brother didn't expose him in the morning, which made him feel a little ashamed. Wan Lao burst into laughter. You clever little ghost. Why are you so loud? Let's go back and have breakfast. Wan Lao knew that Jia Yanbing was awake, and it would be embarrassing if he went in at this time. Just as he was going to give Fu Bao breakfast, he carried Fu Bao back to the house. Fu Bao was already hungry. As soon as he entered the house, he saw breakfast on the table, including big meat buns, a bowl of wontons, and a bowl of white rice porridge. Fu Bao couldn't help but widen his eyes and swallowed his saliva. Daddy, I want to eat meat buns. Fu Bao stretched out her little hand and ran to the side of the table. Wan Lao almost couldn't hold her. Okay. Slow down. Daddy bought a lot. It must be enough for you to eat. Don't worry. Wan Lao put Fu Bao on the side of the table. Fu Bao was about to reach out for Baozi, but was grabbed by Wan Lao. Wait a minute. I haven't washed my hands yet. Fu Bao had to stare at the buns and wait for Wan Lao to get hot water to wipe her face and wash her hands. After breakfast, the sun has risen high. It is another good day today. But the wind is chilly. Wan Lao is still hesitating whether to set off. Fu Bao, let's go today. Do you think we should take Uncle Jia with us? Fu Bao nodded immediately. Yes. Fu Bao has promised him. We can't go back on our word. We should keep our word. Mister, he said that we should keep our word and do what we say. Daddy can't let Fubao become a treacherous person. Wan Lauer didn't understand what Fubao meant at all. He felt that this girl was talking in a roundabout way and could fool him. Okay. Since my daughter said to take him, we take him. Chapter 435. High Medical Skills and Comprehension. Wan Lauer took Fubao to ask the doctor. The doctor was treating the child. He remembered that the child was taken to the backyard in the morning. As soon as he entered the backyard, he smelled a foul odor. Wan Lauer almost vomited and immediately covered his nose. Fubao had a shallow stomach and had already bent over and vomited directly. Why is it so smelly? Wan Lauer covered his nose and saw a pool of manure and a pool of vomit on the ground in the yard. He suddenly remembered that the folk remedy seemed to be to feed manure to people who ate the wrong food. At this time, the man who was taken in the morning came out happily holding a child. And his face was no longer panicked when he came in the morning. Thank you, doctor. Thank you, doctor. As the man walked out, he turned his head and apologized to the doctor inside. The doctor came out right after him. It was the old doctor from last night. You must take good care of the child in the future. This time, the treatment was timely. If it was delayed, the child would have died. It was really lucky that he could induce vomiting this time. I will prescribe him a few more doses of detoxifying medicine. You can go back and boil it on time and feed it to him. There will be no serious problem. The man thanked him profusely again before leaving with the child. Doctor, I want to ask you, can my friend leave now? Wan Lauer asked hurriedly after waiting for the doctor to come closer. The old doctor glared at Wan Lauer and said, Look, he is so seriously injured. Does he look like he can walk? I heard from Banksia that he had a fever. If he hadn't been treated in time, he would have been covered in dust by now. Wan Lauer didn't know any medical skills. So how could he know that it would be so dangerous? Then when can he leave? Wan Lauer asked again. It will take at least half a month before he can get out of bed. But I'm leaving tomorrow. What about him? Wan Lauer was a little anxious. If he really stayed here for half a month, how much would it delay? What about him? Of course you should find a place to settle him down. Do you want him to stay in my clinic all the time? The old doctor glared at him and said unhappily. This made Wan Lauer embarrassed. If he got him out, he would either have to stay in an inn or rent a house. Both of these would cost a lot of money. And he would have to find someone to serve him. Wan Lauer was immediately overwhelmed. How could there be a problem with saving a person? Wan Lauer was glared at by the doctor twice. And he didn't dare to say anything. He touched his nose and followed the doctor to the front. When he came to the front, the old doctor first took a look at Jia Yanbing. After checking his pulse, he was a little surprised. How could this man recover so quickly? When he checked his pulse last night, he also found that this man seemed to have had a serious illness before, which made his physical foundation very poor. In fact, he didn't hope that this man could survive yesterday. But he didn't say that this man only had a 20% chance of survival. Now this man not only survived, but also recovered better than he expected. If he was not a narcissistic person, he would doubt that his medical skills were outstanding, and he was the Hua-Tu of the world. But he knew his medical skills very well. This man's recovery must have nothing to do with his medical skills. However, there are many things in the world that people cannot control. He has seen a lot. So he was only surprised for a moment, and then recovered as usual. This man has recovered better than I expected. If you have a place to live, you can move him out today. He just needs to stay in bed for 10 days, and can't move around. Wan Lauer was overjoyed when he heard this. Yesterday the doctor said he would stay in bed for half a month. And today he said he would stay in bed for 10 days. Which means that this man has recovered well. Wan Lauer asked quickly, Doctor, can I take him on the road in a carriage? My carriage is spacious. And I can put a few more quilts inside. So he won't be shaken. I can't control it. His life is his. Let him decide for himself. The doctor said and walked away, going to the front to see patients. Wan Lauer looked at Jia Yanbing on the bed, and thought of the incident in the morning. His face was still a little embarrassed. But this was related to whether he could go to the capital. So Wan Lauer didn't act pretentiously, but asked, What are your plans? Wherever you go, I will go, Jia Yanbing said firmly. Wan Lauer was speechless. Was he relying on them? But since his daughter had promised, he couldn't let her break her promise. So he nodded helplessly. Okay. But I leave at 7 o'clock tomorrow. If you don't get the pass by 7 o'clock, I can't take you. Wan Lauer said it in advance. Jia Yanbing nodded. Don't worry. No problem. But I don't want to stay in this clinic anymore. Let's go to the inn. Wan Lauer looked at Jia Yanbing with a dark face and muttered. You don't know how expensive firewood and rice are if you don't run the household. This clinic is free. But staying in the inn doesn't cost money? Brother. Don't worry. I will definitely pay you back double in the future. Jia Yanbing was a little embarrassed. He was not deaf. The man's muttering was so loud that it really embarrassed him. However, he could only endure it now, because he was penniless. Wan Lauer didn't answer, but said, I go find an inn first. And I pick you up after I settle down. Thank you, big brother. Wan Lauer waved his hands randomly and walked out. He saw Fu Bao lying beside the old doctor and watching the old doctor examine people. She asked questions from time to time. Wan Lauer looked more serious than Bengxia. A serious apprentice. And he was immediately a little happy. Fu Bao, Daddy has to go out for a while. Do you want to come with me? Fu Bao shook her head. No. I want to see Grandpa here. Fu Bao seemed to be fascinated by medical skills. She was very serious. She didn't know why the old man could tell the cause of the disease just by touching the wrist. She thought it was magical, and she wanted to try it. Wan Lauer looked at the old doctor a little embarrassedly. Doctor, my daughter is ignorant. I'm sorry to bother you. I take her away right now. But the doctor waved his hand and said, It's okay. I like this girl. She's smart and lovable. If it was a boy, I would take her as my apprentice. This girl has a good understanding and may become a famous doctor. It's a pity that she's a girl. There are too many restrictions on girls in this world. The old doctor shook his head with pity. Wan Lauer could see that the old doctor's eyes were indeed filled with a deep love for talent. But what did Wan Lauer think of a girl? Girls are sometimes better than boys. But this is someone else's clinic and their territory. He didn't dare to be too arrogant. My daughter, you should study hard and become a famous doctor in the future. Our daughter is not bad either. Wan Lauer patted Fu Bao's head and left. The old doctor knew that Wan Lauer said this to him on purpose. So he was not angry. He also said this on purpose to encourage Wan Lauer to pay attention to the fact that this child has a very high understanding of medical skills. If she can find a famous teacher to guide her, maybe Dachi will really have a female doctor in the future. Chapter 436 Fu Bao Studies Medicine. Wan Lauer came out of the clinic and asked where the inn was. Baiyun Town is a small town. It is not very big. There are only 3 streets and 1 inn. Wan Lauer was pointed out and walked along the main street. The second intersection was right there. Fu Bao was watching the old doctor treating a woman. This was the second customer in the morning. The sun shone through the window lattice on the floor of the clinic and on several people. The morning light shone on Fu Bao's face. The soft hair on her face could be clearly seen. Her white skin was as crystal clear as amber in the sun. The long eyelashes flickered like a small fan, making people unable to help but take a second look. This girl is so pretty. Is she your granddaughter? The woman's face was sallow, and she smiled slightly. The doctor stroked his beard and smiled. If I had a granddaughter like this, I would wake up happily even when I sleep. Fu Bao was concentrating on seeing the patient. But she didn't expect that the two of them would talk about her. She was originally a chatterbox. And now she was even more cute with a giggle, showing her little white teeth. Grandpa, I am your granddaughter. Otherwise how can I call you Grandpa? Fu Bao didn't feel shy at all, and ran over to hug the old doctor's arm and shook it gently. The old doctor laughed heartily. The woman was also touched by Fu Bao's cute appearance, and couldn't help but chuckle, but suddenly frowned, which was seen by Fu Bao. Aunt, you look very bad. Are you uncomfortable? Let my grandfather take a look at you. The woman nodded, revealing a trace of uneasiness and discomfort in her eyes. She sat down slowly and said softly, Doctor, I have been feeling unwell recently, with pain in my lower abdomen and something flowing out. I wonder what the disease is. The old doctor knew it was a gynecological disease when he heard it. He couldn't help but glance at Fu Bao and wanted to teach her something. After all, if Fu Bao could learn gynecological medicine, women in the world would suffer less. Many women in deep houses and courtyards are tortured by gynecological diseases and are neither human nor ghost. But they dare not show it to others out of courtesy. If there is a female doctor, their situation will be different. Many people can be cured and no longer suffer from the pain. Fu Bao, what is the difference between this aunt and others? Fu Bao understood and hurried forward to carefully observe the woman's face and mental state. Grandpa. This aunt's face is not good. She is pale with a little sallowness. Bloodless. Haggard. And has deep dark circles under her eyes. It seems that she hasn't had a good rest for a long time. Her lips are dry and flaky. Her hair is not as good as Fubao. It is not shiny. She is also very weak. The old doctor nodded in appreciation. Yes. Very well said. Look at Grandpa to check the aunt's pulse. Fubao immediately watched without blinking. The old doctor gently put his hand on the woman's wrist, stroking his beard, concentrating on feeling the changes in the woman's pulse. After a while, he taught Fubao to feel the pulse. Fubao was very happy and eager to try. She put her little hand on the woman's pulse and felt something jumping there. Could this be the pulse that Grandpa said? Could it be that the other person's disease can be judged based on the rhythm of this beating? Isn't this amazing? Fubao felt the changes in the pulse. Sometimes fast and sometimes slow. Very irregular. And Fubao didn't know anymore. Grandpa. This aunt's pulse is irregular. Sometimes fast and sometimes slow. Is Fubao's pulse the same? Fubao touched her wrist and found that her pulse was beating faster. Fubao was anxious on the spot. Grandpa. Fubao is going to die. Fubao's pulse is beating so fast. Is Fubao going to die? Fubao's face turned pale. Obviously frightened. The old doctor laughed. Of course not. Children's pulses are fast. The older they are, the slower they are. This is the wonder of nature's creation of human beings. Fubao suddenly realized. Oh, so that's the case. Fubao has learned a lesson. Thank you, Grandpa. Fubao bowed seriously, with his two little hands raised above his head. Looking very cute, the old doctor pulled Fubao up and said, Come on. Grandpa is going to check up this aunt. You can come with me. Fubao nodded immediately and followed the old doctor like a little tail. He was much more stable than usual, and no longer jumped up and down when he was happy. The old doctor took the woman to the wing room and asked her to lie flat on the bed. He pressed the woman's abdomen gently, observing her complexion and tongue coating while pressing, and asked, How long have your symptoms lasted? Is there anything wrong with your daily diet? Are there any discomforts in your life? The woman thought about it and said, About half a year. There is nothing wrong with my diet. But I have been irritable recently. And my lower abdomen hurts. My period is less and only happens once every 2 months. And it lasts 2 days. I wonder if this is related. After the examination, the doctor said, I see that your pulse is slightly disordered. Sometimes fast and sometimes slow. With no regularity at all. The pulse is deep, thin and astringent. Like a blocked river. Unable to flow. And every beat is weak. This kind of pulse is caused by damp heat, which is mostly caused by careless daily life or depression, resulting in poor blood and qi in the body, and damp heat accumulating in the lower part of the body. The woman asked nervously, Doctor, can it be cured? My child is still young and needs my care. And my mother-in-law is old and can't take care of herself. The family affairs are complicated. And I can't die. The doctor smiled and comforted. You don't have to worry too much. Although this disease needs time to adjust, it is not incurable. I will prescribe some herbs for you to clear heat and dampness and regulate qi and blood. You take them on time for 1 month. But the most important thing is to keep a good mood and not overwork. Be happy and fat without worries. And you will be free of illness in the years. The woman hurriedly thanked the old doctor. Fubao saw a ray of red light coming out of the woman, circling into a circle on the old doctor's forehead, and slowly merged into the old doctor's body. Fubao was amazed. It turned out that saving people could bring blessings? Then she wanted to be a doctor, cure diseases and save lives, so that thousands of families could get blessings. Fubao secretly made up her mind. She saw that the old doctor and the woman had already walked out of the room, and hurriedly stepped forward to catch up with the old doctor. The old doctor had already started writing the prescription. But Fubao didn't know many words, and she was immediately annoyed. She really regretted not studying hard when she was in Shitsi village. Otherwise she would be able to understand the prescription now. Learning to recognize words was secretly added to Fubao's plan list. But Fubao was sweet-mouthed. Even if she couldn't read, it didn't affect her knowing what medicine the doctor prescribed. The woman took the prescription and went to get the medicine. Fubao took advantage of the fact that there were no patients in the clinic and asked the old doctor, Grandpa, what medicine did you just prescribe? The old doctor had never seen such a studious and inquisitive child. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It would be great if such a good seedling was his granddaughter. Chapter 437 Saving the Beggar. The old doctor told Fubao the prescriptions he had written one by one. The prescriptions I wrote include philodendron chinense, which is bitter and cold in nature, good at clearing dampness and heat in the lower part of the body, and can make people feel cool. There is also Sephora flavescens, which is bitter and cold in nature, and has the effects of clearing heat and drying dampness, killing insects and relieving itching, and can relieve the uncomfortable itching of women's private parts. There is also Atractylodes macrocephala, which can strengthen the spleen and replenish qi, dry dampness and promote diuresis, and can help people resist dampness. There is also Planago seed, which can promote diuresis and relieve stranguria, and expel excess dampness and heat from the body through urination. Dangue can replenish blood and activate blood circulation, and regulate the qi and blood of women who are weak due to illness. In addition, there are some adjuvants, such as licorice, which are used to harmonize the various medicines so that the efficacy of the entire prescription can be better exerted. Fubao was confused. In a confused state, he tilted his head and asked, "Grandpa, these medicines are really powerful. Fubao wants to learn the properties of these medicines from you." "Okay." The old doctor laughed and said, "Of course. But aren't you going with your father? It's only one day. But Grandpa has 2 medical books that I can lend to you. When you come back, can you return them to Grandpa?" Fubao's excited face flushed, and he went up and hugged the old doctor's legs and said sweetly, "Thank you, Grandpa. You will definitely be blessed." The old doctor smiled bitterly, and Fubao noticed that the corners of the old doctor's mouth were full of bitterness. Fubao was a little puzzled. Obviously, the old doctor had saved so many people. What else could he be unhappy about? "Grandpa, what's wrong with you? Why are you unhappy?" Fubao let go of the old doctor's legs and took a step back. There was confusion and worry in his big eyes. The old doctor chuckled, touched Fubao's head, and sighed, "It's okay. I'm not unhappy. I just think you are so studious at such a young age. You will become a great man in the future. Grandpa likes you very much. But it's a pity that Grandpa doesn't have a grandchild as smart as you." Fubao saw that the old doctor finally smiled. And smiled too. "You play here for a while. I go to the back to find you a book. You don't have a foundation now. I find you 2 books suitable for you." The old doctor put his hands behind his back and left slowly. But Fubao felt that the old doctor's back was a little bent, which made her feel a little distressed. At this time, Banksia came over. He patted Fubao's head, smiled gently and asked, "Little sister, what are you looking at?" "Big brother, why don't I see Grandpa's family?" Fubao always felt that this clinic seemed to be missing something. Just when Banksia patted her just now, she suddenly remembered that something was missing and looked up and asked Banksia. Banksia squatted down, looking at Fubao, and then slowly said, "My master's family is all gone. I also heard from others that my master had a wife and children before he came here to open a clinic. But later his children were kidnapped and his wife died because of excessive grief. My master never remarried. He has been asking people to inquire about his children and has never given up. And my master lives a very frugal life and treats people very kindly. He is accumulating blessings for his children. He thinks that as long as he saves more people, his children will come back one day." Banksia finished speaking, lowered his head, and his eyes were a little red. Over the years, the master has treated him as his own child, and the effort he has spent on him has far exceeded the relationship between master and apprentice. However, he has poor qualifications. After following the master for more than 10 years, he has not learned half of the master's medical skills. He heard all the questions Fubao asked just now, and he has never actively thought about the problem. No wonder he has been stagnant for so long. Fubao felt sad after hearing this. She really hoped that her grandfather could find his son. Her grandfather was so kind and saved so many lives. It was unfair for God to treat him like this. As the two were talking, there was a noisy sound outside the clinic. Banksia hurried out. Usually, this kind of sound meant that something happened at the door. How could Fubao, a curious baby, leave her behind? She immediately shouted, "Brother Banksia, wait for me." She also ran out after Banksia. The door was already full of people. As soon as Banksia came out, people immediately made way for him. Most of the onlookers were shopkeepers or waiters from the shops on the left and right, and some were ordinary people going to the market. "Dr. Banksia is here? Come and see what's wrong with this man. He looks like a beggar. Is he starving to death?" The shopkeeper of the grocery store next door hurriedly pulled Banksia forward. Banksia walked through the crowd and saw a man on the ground, who was surrounded by everyone. His clothes were tattered and ill-fitting. His wrists and ankles were exposed, and his skin was blue and purple. His hair had become lumps, scattered on the ground in strands, and covered his face. Banksia knew without looking that this man's face must be dirty. He had seen too many beggars. Every day, the master would not drive them away, and sometimes he would give them some mixed buns. Over time, the number of beggars at the door of their clinic increased. The beggar in front of him was obviously frozen, and he was malnourished, thin, and in poor health. Banksia helped the man up skillfully, without any disdain for the smell of the beggar, as if she had done it thousands of times. The man was turned over by him, and sat on him. At this time, Fubao squeezed through the gap between people's legs and saw Banksia turning the man over. She aimed at the beggar's wrist, pounced on it and grabbed it, and took his pulse in a serious manner. Banksia looked at Fubao's serious look and felt a little amused. This child really never missed any opportunity to learn. But he didn't say anything. He waited for Fubao to finish feeling the beggar's pulse before asking, "How is it? What did you find out?" Fubao said seriously, "Brother Banksia, I felt his pulse was a little unstable and weak, not as strong as yours and mine. Does this mean that he is in poor health now? Does he need nourishment?" Banksia nodded in appreciation. "Yes. He must have fainted from hunger. In addition, he has not eaten for a long time, so his face is pale and his body is thin. He needs to be conditioned from the inside. Then let's send him back to the clinic. Can I ask my dad to buy him a bowl of porridge?" Banksia smiled and said, "No. We have porridge in the clinic. Master asked me to cook a big pot of porridge every day, which can be given to beggars at any time, especially in winter. A bowl of hot porridge can save a life." "Wow. Grandpa is really a kind man." Banksia half dragged and half pulled the beggar back to the clinic, and put him on the bench in the inn. There was a brazier in the clinic, which was much warmer than outside. The beggar slowly opened his eyes. "Little sister, you help your brother to watch this person first. I will go to the back to get him a bowl of porridge." "Well, okay. I will definitely take good care of him." As soon as Banksia left, the old doctor came to the front with 2 books. Chapter 438 Red Birthmark. "Girl, come and see what this is." The old doctor shook the 2 medical books in his hands, and looked at Fubao with a smile. Fubao ran over in surprise. "Wow. Is it a medical book?" "Yes. This book contains some herbal knowledge, with pictures on it. You should be able to understand it. And there are also my annotations for each herb, their medicinal properties, and what diseases they are suitable for. I have recorded them all. When you can recognize words, you can read them. This book is about the acupuncture points of the human body, and the diseases corresponding to each acupuncture point. You should read it first and sharpen your eyes. You must memorize it thoroughly. You can accurately pierce the acupuncture points with your eyes closed. Then you will have learned it." Banksia happened to come over with porridge. Hearing this, she smacked her lips. "Isn't the master's requirements for this little girl too high? She is just a little girl of a few years old. Even if she has good qualifications, she can't reach the level that the master said." "Right. Well, okay. Fubao will definitely work hard, and will never let Grandpa down." Fubao took the 2 books from the old doctor with a solemn face, as if the 2 books were rare treasures. Fubao held the 2 books in her arms, rubbing the cover of the book with her little hands. But she had already made up her mind that she must learn to read well. It turned out that learning to read was so important. She really regretted that she didn't pester Mr. He to learn to read well when he was still alive. Now she is no different from a half-blind person. If Banksia knew that such a young child had already started to work hard, he would definitely feel ashamed. Banksia brought porridge to the beggar. The old doctor also noticed this beggar, but he was used to it and didn't ask any special questions. Banksia put the porridge on the table to cool it down, and then brought a basin of warm water, and washed the beggar's face, hands and feet with a cloth towel, which was more conducive to the beggar's blood circulation and made him wake up faster. Sure enough, not long after, the beggar slowly opened his eyes. "Are you awake? I've served you a bowl of porridge. Drink it while it's hot." Banksia handed the porridge to the beggar. The beggar's eyes were full of hunger when he saw the porridge. He didn't reach out to grab it, but rushed over and drank it from Banksia's hand. Although the porridge was still a little hot, it didn't affect the beggar's eating speed at all. "Drink slowly. There's more later." It's enough to keep you full. After the beggar finished drinking the porridge, he held the bowl and licked it until there was not a grain of rice left. Banksia felt a little sad. Although she had seen too many people like this, she still felt nervous every time she saw it. I don't know when people in this world can have enough food. Banksia quickly brought another bowl of porridge. Fubao took out a white flour meat bun that he hadn't finished eating in the morning and handed it to the beggar. Big brother, this is what my father bought this morning. Uncle Jia didn't have an appetite and didn't eat it. You can eat it, but it's a little cold. The beggar looked at Fubao in a daze, and he hesitated to stretch out his dark hand. Compared with Fubao's white and tender little hand, it was even darker. He was a little embarrassed, but hunger made him not care about shyness, and finally stretched out his hand to take it. The beggar looked at Fubao, then turned his back and ate it in big mouthfuls. The beggar had never eaten meat buns or tasted meat. At this time, he had only one thought in his mind, that there was such a delicious food in the world, and he couldn't help but eat it in big mouthfuls. Caw caw caw. Suddenly the beggar coughed violently. Fubao was startled and immediately stepped forward to help him breathe. Big brother, what's wrong with you? Banksia and the old doctor came over in a hurry. The beggar's face was red, and he had difficulty breathing. He was obviously choked, and he rolled his eyes. The old doctor immediately ordered Banksia, Banksia, hurry up. Help the man up. Lie on the bench, and push his back hard. Banksia had participated in the first aid in the past, so she quickly understood what the old doctor meant. The beggar had already started to roll his eyes and scratched his neck with his hands. Banksia made him lie on the long bench and pushed his back hard with his hands. After pushing for a long time, the beggar finally coughed and spit out a piece of steamed bun. Fubao's face turned pale with fear. If she hadn't given the beggar a steamed bun, the beggar would not have been choked. After the beggar spit out the steamed bun that was stuck in his throat, he breathed heavily. The old doctor immediately went forward to check the situation, stretched out his hand to feel the beggar's pulse, and looked down to see that the beggar's chest was exposed because he had difficulty breathing just now, and the beggar tore it open himself. The old doctor wanted to lift the beggar's clothes, but he froze in place, as if he was petrified. Banksia and Fubao had been paying attention to the beggar's condition. Seeing that the old doctor was a little abnormal, Banksia hurried forward. Master? What's wrong with you? The old doctor's eyes were filled with astonishment, disbelief, joy, countless complex emotions. He quickly pulled open the beggar's clothes, revealing a large area of his chest. On the chest that was originally covered with dirt, a large red birthmark could be vaguely seen. Child, is that you? The old doctor's trembling voice came out slowly. His heart was beating like thunder at this time, and his eyes were fixed on the beggar in front of him. The beggar looked at the old doctor with some doubts, not knowing what he was talking about. Master? What's wrong with you? Banksia felt that things seemed a little unexpected. Banksia, go to the kitchen and boil a bucket of hot water. The clinic is closed today. Put up the sign. Quickly, the old doctor urged. Banksia had never seen the master like this, and immediately felt that this beggar seemed a little unusual. Could it be someone the master knew? Banksia did not hesitate, and quickly hung the closing sign, closed the door, and went to the back kitchen to boil hot water. The old doctor's eyes never left the beggar, with tears in his eyes, full of longing and kindness. Fubao walked to the beggar in small steps, crossed his hands helplessly, and whispered, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have given you the meat buns. If it weren't for my meat buns, you wouldn't have choked. The beggar was stunned by Fubao's words. He had always been like a street rat, living at the bottom of society and never respected. He didn't know what dignity was since he could remember. Today, someone gave him meat buns out of kindness and apologized to him. At this moment, he felt a warm current flowing slowly from his heart to his limbs. It turned out that being cared for was like this. He wanted to laugh, but was afraid of scaring the little girl. He wanted to say it was okay, but was a little shy. Finally, he showed an ugly smile and shook his head. The old doctor felt very distressed. He turned around and touched Fubao's hair, and 2 lines of tears flowed down his wrinkled cheeks. Fubao, it's okay. Go read the book Grandpa gave you first. This is not your big brother. You should call him uncle. Fubao looked at the man in front of him carefully. His cheeks were dark red, and he couldn't tell his age. Fubao also wanted to call him uncle, but his mother said that if you don't know someone's age, you should call him younger. So she called him Big Brother, which was always right. Fubao nodded. Okay. Grandpa. Do you know this uncle? The old doctor nodded and shook his head. Confusing Fubao. Chapter 439 recognized the child. Fubao. I suspect he is my long-lost child. But I am not sure yet. I will give him a bath, trim his beard, and take a closer look. My child also has a large red birthmark on his chest. I just saw a large one on his chest. Fuba. You are really Fubao. You said that Grandpa will have blessings. This blessing comes so quickly. The old doctor burst into tears. Like a crying child? Which makes people feel sad. Fubao opened her eyes curiously and looked at the beggar in front of her. But she could not see anything. Grandpa. Your blessings are still behind. In the future, you will definitely have many children and grandchildren and live a long life. Fubao said with a smile. The old doctor burst into laughter after hearing this, and felt more and more that there was a goal for the future. Banksia had boiled the water at this time, and he personally helped the beggar to the backyard. The beggar had just heard the conversation between Fubao and the old doctor, and felt that it was all unreal. He just fainted from hunger once. How come he had a father when he woke up? And a doctor? He had just come from another town yesterday, because people there always bullied him, saying that he was from outside. He had traveled to countless places in the past few decades, and he didn't know how old he was this year or who his parents were. It seemed that he had been begging since he could remember. He had been secretly looking at the old man on the way from the front to the backyard. He saw that his hair was gray, his eye sockets were deep, and his face was full of wrinkles. At this time, because of his excited expression, he was in good spirits. Banksia went in together to help the old doctor bathe the beggar. But the water was already turbid after only washing the upper body. Helplessly, Banksia changed another bucket of water, and washed the beggar 3 or 4 times before washing him clean. At this point, the beggar looked pretty good, but he was just skin and bones, without much flesh, and his eyes looked bigger on his palm-sized face. Banksia even brought a set of her own clothes for the beggar to wear. The beggar was about the same height as Banksia, but thinner than Banksia. The clothes didn't fit him well and hung on his body, but they were still 100 times better than his beggar's clothes. He had been wearing his beggar's clothes for more than 10 years and had never changed them. He wore them open in summer. You can imagine how it felt to wear the same clothes for so many years. Banksia. Throw away his clothes. I cut his beard. The beggar was still a little uncomfortable with the sudden change. He was in a daze from beginning to end. He felt that everything was happening in a dream, which made him feel very unreal. It was not until the old doctor took out the scissors to cut his beard that he came to his senses and was quite resistant. He refused to let the old doctor touch him no matter what. Don't come over. Go away. The beggar pushed the old doctor away and ran to the room in panic and feared to hide behind the bed curtain. The old doctor was pushed to the ground by the beggar, and his old bones were broken. Banksia happened to push the door open and saw his master sitting on the ground, beating his waist. Master, why are you sitting on the ground? Banksia was shocked and hurried forward to help the old doctor up. The old doctor ignored the pain in his body and said to Banksia, Banksia, go and pull the man out. Banksia saw that the bed curtain was shaking slightly, and the beggar was gone. So he knew that the beggar was probably hiding behind the bed curtain. He was a little angry. The master was so good to him, but he dared to push the master. He was really an ungrateful person. He strode over with anger and lifted the bed curtain. He found that the beggar hugged his knees and huddled in a corner, his head buried deeply in his arms, and his body was still trembling. Why did you push my master? He personally gave you a bath and clothes to wear. Not only do you not know how to be grateful, but you even murdered him. Do you have any conscience? The beggar did not react at all, not even raising his head, just immersed in his own thoughts. The old doctor held his waist with one hand and slowly moved behind the bed curtain. Banksia, come here first. I ask him. Banksia snorted indignantly and retreated behind the old doctor. The old doctor still held the scissors in his lowered hand, which was bright and dazzling. Child, what's wrong with you? The beggar heard the old doctor's voice and slowly raised his head. But he saw the scissors in the old doctor's hand at a glance, and he went crazy again. Go away. All of you go away. Don't touch me. Don't cut me. I won't run away again. I won't run away again. The old doctor's mind exploded. He looked down at the scissors in his hand, and immediately threw them out. Child, Don't be afraid. I don't have anything in my hand. Look. I won't hurt you. The old doctor's eyes were sore. What on earth did this child go through? A chill rose from the old doctor's back and instantly spread throughout his body, making him shiver. The beggar finally calmed down after hearing this. He loosened his arm that was covering his head, revealing a crack. He took a sneak peek and saw that the old doctor really had nothing in his hand. He then relaxed again. The old doctor held his waist with one hand, slowly bent down, and said very gently, "Child, can you let me see your chin?" The beggar was a little confused, but nodded after a moment. He completely let go of his defensive state and showed his whole face. The old doctor stretched out his hand to push aside the beggar's beard, and saw that there was indeed a scar on his chin, about an inch horizontally. The scar plus the red birthmark. This is his child. When he bathed him just now, he only paid attention to his birthmark. It's just that time has passed. The child is already several decades old, and the shape of the birthmark has changed a lot. He is a little unsure. Just when he was about to cut his beard, he remembered that his son fell on the stairs when he was a child, and his chin was broken, leaving a scar. The old doctor no longer had any doubts. He hugged the beggar and burst into tears. Banksia was a little puzzled and scratched the back of his head, wondering what was going on in front of him. "Master, this is..." The old doctor was crying so hard that he was out of breath. Fortunately, he didn't faint. My child, your father has been looking for you for decades. I didn't expect that God finally opened his eyes and sent you directly to my clinic. My child." Banksia realized that it was the master who found the abducted child. This news made Banksia cry with joy. He stood at the back and looked at the father and son in front of him. He couldn't help but raise his hand to wipe away tears. Only he knew how difficult it was for the master. The beggar was a little breathless in the old doctor's arms, but he knew that the old man must be his father. "Are you really my father?" The beggar was still a little bit unbelievable. After all, how could it be such a coincidence? He fainted and woke up. And he had a father? This is really something that even storytellers dare not say. The old doctor controlled his emotions and was helped up by Banksia. The beggar also stood up. There was a complicated emotion in his eyes, with a hint of unfathomable hatred. Chapter 440 Fubao comes to the rescue. The old doctor nodded with tears in his eyes, and then said, "You have a large birthmark on your chest, the same as my son's, and there is a scar on your chin. I just remembered that my son was playing in the yard when he was a child, and he fell and broke his chin, leaving a scar. You match these two things. You are my son." The old doctor said affirmatively. The beggar took a step back, and the hatred in his eyes became stronger. He asked in a trembling voice, "Why did you abandon me? Do you know how much I have suffered for so many years? Since you can't take care of me, why did you give birth to me? Did you let me suffer in this world?" The beggar asked harshly. His eyes were red, and his eyeballs were bulging. He looked extremely scary, like an angry lion who wanted to eat him alive. Then he lifted up his clothes, pointed to the scars on his body, and explained to the old doctor hoarsely, "Did you see it? This one is from me stealing someone's buns because I was so hungry that I was chased for several blocks and whipped. Do you recognize this row of teeth marks? You are a doctor, so you should be familiar with it, right? I just picked up the leftovers at the door of the restaurant, and the black-hearted shopkeeper let the dog bite me. I almost died. And here. The old doctor had seen the scars on his body a long time ago, and he felt very distressed. At this moment, the tears of regret bent his waist, making him look 10 years older in an instant. "Shut up. You can only complain. My master didn't lose you on purpose. Didn't you notice the name of this clinic when you came here? It was named after you. Tianxi Clinic. Master named you Tianxi. Do you know how much hope and fatherly love he placed in it? And Master didn't abandon you. You were abducted by human traffickers when you went out to play. Master's wife died young because of lovesickness. Master has never left here to wait for you to come back. He originally brought you out to increase your knowledge, but you have no hometown to return to. You, without knowing right or wrong, vent your anger on Master. You, Banksia, don't say anything more." The old doctor sighed and sat down at the table beside him. Banksia glared at Tianxi angrily. "My name is Tianxi? My name is Tianxi? I was not abandoned. I was kidnapped?" The beggar was a little confused. The reason he thought was a fabrication for so many years. But the fact was that his old father had been waiting for him to come back. His cognition was overturned by Banksia's words, which made him unable to accept it for a while. The old doctor was crying and beating his chest hard. He felt pain there, as if a piece of flesh had been cut off by someone, making him unable to breathe. Banksia was frightened and hurried forward to help the old doctor calm down. "Master, don't scare me." Banksia reached out and held the old doctor's wrist and touched his pulse. The pulse was very bad, disordered and rapid, like a taut string, with a very fast frequency and no rules. The 3 parts of Siyun, Guan and Qi were all agitated, as if there was a stagnation in it, unable to relax, which was obviously a pulse of anger attacking the heart. "Master, drink some water to ease your mood. Can't your body withstand such torment?" Banksia saw that the old doctor's persuasion had no effect, so she turned to Tianxi and said, "Do you want to separate just after meeting? Master has been looking for you for these years, and his body has been much worse than before. Now it is a great joy to recognize each other. But you are still so indifferent? Do you really have to wait until you lose your father again before you know how to cherish him?" Banksia's words were like a thunderbolt hitting Tianxi's heart, but he was still a little upset. After all, he was so young when he got lost. How could you put all the responsibility on him? At this time, Fu Bao ran over from the front. She heard the quarrel behind and immediately rushed over like the wind. Don't look at her small age. She is really a strong woman in the village. Her legs were almost swung round, and she ran very fast. In the blink of an eye, she arrived at the door of the room. "Grandpa? What's wrong with you?" Fu Bao saw that the old doctor looked different at first glance. Today, the old doctor taught her that she should observe first after observing, smelling, asking and palpating. Fu Bao was small, and the threshold was high, but she was not as short as she was when she was a child. Now she could easily climb over the threshold. The soft hair on her forehead was blown up by the wind when she ran, and some of her hair was frizzy, and her little face was flushed. "Girl, Grandpa is fine." How could Fu Bao believe it? She was not a 3-year-old girl, and even if she was 3 years old, she would not be easy to deceive. "Grandpa, is it this beggar?" "No. Is it you who you think is your son who made you angry?" Fu Bao was very smart, and immediately judged that there were only 3 people in the room. Banksia was so filial and respectful that she would not make the old grandfather angry. It could only be the beggar who was just brought in. Banksia nodded immediately. Yes, it was him who made the master angry. Fu Bao immediately raised her hands high behind her like a little beast, lowered her head and charged towards Tianxi. Like a fighter plane, she had no rules in her fighting, often taking the opponent by surprise. And regardless of whether she could win or not, she would just fight first, and that was it. Tianxi was suddenly attacked by Fu Bao, and was somewhat unable to react. Fu Bao, Iron Head skill, was tried and tested. Many people had already fallen for her Iron Head skill. Men's parts were relatively weak, and Fu Bao didn't know that. But she had experience, and every time she would hit people's crotches, she would get unexpected rewards every time. The old doctor's heart almost jumped out of his throat when he saw Fu Bao action. He was the only child. If Fu Bao hit him, how could he have children and grandchildren? "Girl, little sister." 2 different voices came from behind Fu Bao. Fu Bao was disturbed and his speed paused. This gave Tianxi time to react. He barely avoided Fu Bao's collision. He was afraid that the little girl would hit her head, so he quickly stretched out his arm to stop Fu Bao. Tianxi had no ill will towards Fu Bao, and even felt kind to him. After all, Fu Bao gave him the first warmth and respect, which was enough for him to remember for a lifetime. "Grandpa, Brother Banksia, why did you call me?" Fu Bao pouted his little mouth and was a little unhappy, and stomped his feet. "Grandpa's dear, don't bump into me. Grandpa has just confirmed that he is really my son. He didn't make me angry. I was too guilty, so I got angry. Don't listen to Banksia's nonsense." After Fu Bao fuss, the old doctor felt much better, and the depression in his heart dissipated. After Fu Bao mediation, Tianxi also thought clearly, and the discomfort in his heart dissipated. He knelt on the ground and cowed out 3 times to the old doctor. The atmosphere in the back had eased. In front, Wan Lauer came back and was locked outside the door. He knocked on the door loudly, but no one opened it. Chapter 441 Farewell. Wan Lauer saw a sign saying closed hanging at the door, and felt a little strange. It was business time, but it was closed. Did something happen in the clinic? The more Wan Lauer thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. He was very worried about Fu Bao at this time. So he knocked on the door even louder. Jia Yanbing struggled to get up from the bed and staggered out, holding on to the wall all the way, and finally walked to the door. Why is the clinic closed in broad daylight? As soon as Jia Yanbing opened the door, Wan Lauer couldn't wait to ask. At the same time, his eyes swept around the clinic and found that there was no one in front. And Fu Bao was nowhere to be seen. I heard that they rescued a beggar. They are busy in the back now. Your daughter is also in the back. Don't worry, Jia Yanbing said weakly. Wan Lauer knew that Fu Bao was fine, and his worries disappeared. He hurried to support Jia Yanbing. How are you? Wan Lauer had already booked an inn, and he came back to pick up Jia Yanbing and Fu Bao. Jia Yanbing shook his head. It's okay. I can still hold on. I have booked 2 rooms in the inn. Shall we move to the inn? Wan Lauer lowered his head while supporting Jia Yanbing. Jia Yanbing nodded. Okay. I don't want to live in the clinic anymore. After Wan Lauer settled Jia Yanbing, he also walked to the backyard. Only then did he know that the old doctor had found the child who had been lost for many years. No wonder the clinic hung up a sign to close. This is really a happy thing. Wan Lauer came to say goodbye to the old doctor. Doctor, I have booked the inn and will move out now. Thank you for giving my daughter the medical books. Wan Lauer also came back and found out that the old doctor actually gave Fu Bao 2 medical books. Even if he didn't read, he knew how precious these medical books were. Because medical books like this could not be bought on the market. Not to mention the old doctor's annotations, which were the life's work of the old man. The old doctor waved his hand. Don't thank me too early. I lent those 2 books to your daughter. Not as a gift. You have to return them to me when you come back from the capital. The old doctor's son also had a very high talent for studying medicine since he was a child. But he was kidnapped later. After decades, he had no idea what his son could do. But as long as he comes back, it's fine. That's right. That's right. We will definitely return it to you. When we return to the border next year, we will definitely pass through your town. Then we will return the book to you. Wan Lauer was not a person who liked to take advantage of others. Hearing this, he quickly promised. The old doctor looked at Fu Bao, hesitated to speak, and finally waved his hand and let them leave. Fu Bao was reluctant to leave. She threw herself into the old doctor's arms and called softly, Grandpa, will Fu Bao see you again? Yes. Don't you have to return the book? Grandpa won't go anywhere. I wait for you here. You must study hard. And it's best to memorize everything above. The old doctor stroked Fu Bao's head and was also reluctant to leave. This little girl is not only spiritual, but also very lovable. More importantly, it really reunited them. Wan Lauer led Fu Bao away, looking back every few steps. Finally, Fu Bao was stuffed into the carriage by Wan Lauer. Fu Bao quickly leaned on the window to look out. Wan Lauer also wanted to help Jia Yanbing. Although Jia Yanbing was seriously injured, he recovered very well. Otherwise the doctor would not agree to let him leave. After a lot of effort, with the help of Banksia, Wan Lauer finally got Jia Yanbing on the carriage. There were several quilts bought by Wan Lauer in the carriage, all spread on the floor of the carriage. Jia Yanbing was helped by Wan Lauer to lie on the quilt, and Fu Bao sat beside him and watched him. After saying goodbye to the people in the clinic, Wan Lauer went straight to the inn. After settling Jia Yanbing in the inn, Wan Lauer was not idle, but went to the street to buy. He bought 2 more quilts so that the road would not be too bumpy. When Wan Lauer came back, he did not see Jia Yanbing, and even Fu Bao, who stayed to take care of him, disappeared. Wan Lauer searched the inn, but did not see the 2 people. A little girl and a seriously injured patient. Where could the 2 go? Wan Lauer was not worried that Jia Yanbing would pose a threat to Fu Bao. After all, Jia Yanbing was like a waste now. But Wan Lauer did not find anyone, and he was a little worried. So he hurried to ask the innkeeper. Shopkeeper, please tell me, have you seen my daughter and my friend? Because Baiyun town was a bit quiet in winter. There were not many people staying in the inn, and the shopkeeper had an impression of the guests. I saw them both go out, and your friend seemed to be unable to move and walked very fast. I asked them if they needed help, but he said no. Then did you see where they went? No. They just said they were going out for a walk and would be back soon. How could Wan Lauer wait for someone to come back? One was small, and the other was weak. He was afraid that if the person who harmed Jia Yanbing was still nearby, Wouldn't his Fubao be in danger? In fact, he knew very well that Jia Yanbing said that he was robbed. But in fact, it was definitely not that simple. Someone must want to kill him. Wan Lao hurried out to look for him. The town was not big, so it was relatively easy to find two people. Wan Lao had just run down a street when he saw two people. Fubao was standing next to a candied haws seller, his eyes shining, looking at the candied haws for a while, and then looking at Jia Yanbing. Jia Yanbing was a little embarrassed because he had no money in his pocket and couldn't even afford a candied haws. Fubao, why did you run out? Wan Lao hurried over. When Fubao saw Wan Lao, he immediately pounced on him like a happy little bird. Daddy, I want to eat candied haws. Fubao was picked up by Wan Lao and pointed to the candied haws behind him. Okay, buy it. Wan Lao waved his hand and bought two for Fubao. Fubao took one in each hand, took a bite on the left and a bite on the right, and ate happily. Yanbing, you are not well yet. The doctor said you need to stay in bed to recuperate. Why are you wandering around? Are you not thinking about getting well? Wan Lao was a little angry. This man really has no self-knowledge. Jia Yanbing looked a little unhappy after being scolded by Wan Lao. But he was no longer the high-ranking merchant tycoon. How should I call you? Jia Yanbing followed Wan Lao and was supported by Wan Lao. He asked a little lonely. My last name is Wan. You can just call me Brother Wan. Brother Wan. I heard from Fubao that you are a businessman. I just went out to look around. There is a good for shop in this town. If you have money, you can buy it. I can help you negotiate the price. The price can be doubled if you take it to the capital. Jia Yanbing has always wanted to repay Wan Lao, and he needs Wan Lao to take care of his food, drink, defecation and urination along the way. He doesn't want people to think that he eats and drinks for free. Although his life is now in a quagmire, he also wants to live with dignity. Chapter 442 Reaching an Agreement. Wan Lao was somewhat tempted, although they were going to the capital to find Wan Qingma this time. The capital was a place where every inch of land was worth a lot of money, and money was needed everywhere. He had more than 1,000 taels of silver on him, which was enough for him to do anything at the border. But he was still a little timid about going to the capital. If he could earn more silver, it would be great. Whose leather are you talking about? I don't have much silver on me, and I have to save it for our trip. So, although Wan Lao was tempted, he was short of money. Doing business always requires capital. Jia Yanbing smiled slightly, and instantly exuded a graceful and elegant temperament. Don't worry about this, Brother Wan. I will never let us starve. The leather I just mentioned is just one of the things. The mutton at our border is cheap. Now it's winter. We can buy a cart and enter the border. The price is 30% higher than outside the border. Wan Lao began to look at Jia Yanbing with some admiration. How could he know everything? No wonder he is a businessman. I only have 1,000 taels of silver. I want to buy leather and sheep. Will it be not enough? No. You don't have to pay for the sheep first. Moreover, if we buy a lot, the boss will be responsible for delivery. This place is only 3 or 5 days away from the border. We can give the boss a little hard work fee at that time. We can make money without spending a penny. So you can use all your money to buy leather. Wan Lao's eyes almost popped out of his head in shock. Can you do business like this? What if the boss sees that we sell well and doesn't sell to us? What if he sells it himself? Jia Yanbing laughed. But it pulled the wound. Wan Lao was afraid that something might happen to him. He was still counting on him to make money. What's wrong with you? Just talk. What are you laughing at? At this moment, Jia Yanbing seemed to see those stupid geese who didn't know how to do business in Wan Lao again. And he played them around easily. Brother Wan, there are tricks in this. Do you think we still slaughter the mutton on the spot and sell it by the pound? Wan Lao nodded a little stupidly. Isn't it? Jia Yanbing shook his head. Of course not. We will sell all our sheep to local sheep dealers. And we will only make a profit from the price difference, which will save time. They have their own sales channels, and they are all sent to the kitchens of wealthy families. And they make much more than us. If it is a sheep from the frontier, the wealthy families inside the pass will like it even more. But this sheep dealer is bullying. You don't know the tricks in the middle. You will definitely be cheated. Wan Lao was really enlightened. It turned out that this business can be done this way? Yanbing. Then I will rely on you. Don't worry. If I make money, I will share it with you. Wan Lao said generously with a big hand. Jia Yanbing didn't say yes or no, but frowned slightly, with a bit of confusion on his face. Yanbing, what's wrong with you? Jia Yanbing pondered for a long time before slowly saying, Brother Wan, you should have learned about my family's situation from Laoding. My family cannot do business within 3 generations. But my wife, children, mother, brothers and nephews are all living in dire straits. I know you are a good person. I, Jia Yanbing, have been doing business for 16 years and have never made a mistake in judging people. I believe that Brother Wan can help my family. So I don't want money. I am willing to help you build a business empire. I just hope that Brother Wan can make my family live a good life. Wan Lauer was a little unprepared for Jia Yanbing's sudden confession. He thought that the two would always keep it in mind. But he didn't expect Jia Yanbing to suddenly mention his family, which made Wan Lauer a little embarrassed. He heard from Laoding that the Jia family was only confiscated and no other crimes were charged, which meant that the Jia family was still an honest family. However, the Jia family had too many enemies, and he was afraid that it would cause trouble for him. Moreover, they were already being targeted by the people of Yu State, and he didn't know when the powerful national teacher would come again. He couldn't take care of himself, so how could he help others? Brother Wan, you don't want to? Jia Yanbing saw through Wan Lauer's thoughts at a glance. Wan Lauer waved his hands quickly. No, I have my own difficulties. To tell you the truth, I was born a peasant, and I don't know how to do business. I just started some small businesses. Now I have emptied my family's assets, and the shop has not yet opened. In addition, my family has encountered some problems. This time, I went to the capital to seek solutions. I am afraid of causing trouble for your family. Jia Yanbing smiled and said, As long as you are not unwilling. Brother Wan, have you ever heard of a saying? Money can make the devil push the mill. As long as you have enough money, you can call the wind and rain, and maybe the difficulties you encounter will be solved. Wan Lauer thought that if he had a lot of money, could he invite many people to protect Fubao? Then the national teacher would not pose a threat. You are right. If you can really help me achieve my wish, I will definitely bring your family out to reunite with you. Jia Yanbing finally had a smile on his face, like a flower blooming in the cold wind. Uncle, you have a beautiful smile. Fubao smiled and said incoherently while stuffing candied haws into his mouth. Jia Yanbing reached out and touched Fubao's little face. That's because Fubao brought hope to Uncle. And the light after darkness is especially precious. Jia Yanbing's words were meaningful, and his temperament seemed to have changed at this moment. And he was actually a little detached. Jia Yanbing looked at Wan Lauer again and said, Brother Wan, can you lend me 1 or 2 taels of silver? I want to make a mask. My face is recognized by too many people, and I'm afraid it will cause you some unnecessary trouble. It's better for me to cover it up. Wan Lauer felt that Jia Yanbing's words made sense, and he might have to deal with Jia Yanbing for a long time in the future. So he didn't need to lend him the 1 or 2 taels of silver, and took him directly to the only jewelry store in the town. Are you here, sir? What do you want to see? We have a full range of goods in our shop. Do you want to buy some jewelry for your wives? We have new styles from the capital. Jia Yanbing didn't even look at them, and knew that the so-called new styles were just outdated ones in the capital, and were just passed here. We are not here to buy jewelry. Is your master here? I want to make a mask. Wan Lauer replied directly. The young man immediately smiled and said, Yes, yes. Our master has great skills. Please follow me. Our master is inside. Wan Lauer supported Jia Yanbing, took Fubao, and followed the young man to the workshop inside. I saw a middle-aged man melting a silver ornament by the furnace, concentrating on it, and didn't notice anyone coming in. Masterly, someone is here to make a mask. Can you receive him? Masterly turned his face around, and there was a scar on his face, which looked a little scary, as if a centipede had crawled over it. You sit down first. I be ready soon. Master Li's voice was unusually pleasant, but it was gentle yet distant. Wan Lauer helped Jia Yanbing sit down, and Fubao climbed onto Wan Lauer's thigh, sat down with his feet up, and looked at the furnishings in the room curiously. Chapter 443. Hold on tight to your wallet. This workshop is not big, only the size of 2 rooms. There is a stove in the corner of the room. There is a row of shelves at the wall opposite the stove. Various ornaments are placed on the shelves, shining in the sun. Some are placed in jewelry boxes, and the appearance of the jewelry cannot be seen. Master Li finished his work quickly, wiped his hands on the leather apron, and then untied the apron and threw it casually on the small table beside him. How many of you want to make masks? I wonder if you brought the drawings, Masterly said, picking up the teapot on the table in front of him and pouring a glass of water for everyone. Because of the stove in the workshop, it didn't feel cold, but it was a bit hot after staying for a long time. I don't have the drawings. As long as I can get them tomorrow, the sooner the better. You can handle the rest. Masterly. Jia Yanbing knew that Wan Lauer was in a hurry to get to Beijing, and he also wanted to hurry to Beijing and didn't want to waste too much time on the road. Masterly nodded. Since you are in a hurry, you could only make a simple mask. Who is this mask for? I am. Masterly glanced at Jia Yanbing's face and nodded. What material do you need? Wan Lauer immediately said, silver. Jia Yanbing looked at Wan Lauer in surprise. Silver masks are not cheap. They cost at least dozens of taels of silver. Brother Wan, we don't have much cash now, so there is no need to make such a good one for me. Make a worse one first. I will change it to a better one when you make money in the future. Wan Lauer shook his head. No. You have to wear it all the way. If the material is poor, it will be uncomfortable. Just use silver. You don't have to change it in the future. Seeing Wan Lauer's firm attitude, Jia Yanbing didn't persuade him much. But he was more determined in his heart that he really didn't make a mistake. There is gain after loss. He will definitely help him earn back the money for this mask 10 times or 100 times. If you are sure to make a silver mask, you need to pay a deposit of 20 taels first. Come to pick it up at 7 a.m. tomorrow morning, and then pay the remaining 20 taels of silver. Wan Lauer just said it very tough. And when he really asked him to pay the silver, his heart was bleeding. Why is this silver mask so expensive? But since the words have been said, he is embarrassed to regret it, and gritted his teeth and took out 20 taels of silver to give to Masterly. After deciding on the mask, Jia Yanbing took Wan Lauer to the leather shop to buy leather. There are 3 leather shops in the town, and Jia Yanbing took Wan Lauer directly to the largest leather shop on the main street. The boss of this shop is fair, and the leather is of good quality. It is very popular in Beijing. This is it. Baiyun for shop. Wan Lauer looked up at the plaque, and then led Fubao inside. The town was quiet, with few customers, and the leather shop's business was better. At this time, several customers were choosing leather materials inside. The waiter saw the guests coming in and hurried to greet them. Jia Yanbing said directly, "We are looking for your shopkeeper." The waiter took a look at Jia Yanbing and saw that he had an extraordinary temperament. Although his face looked a little bad, he could not hide his luxurious aura. The waiter immediately bent down and ran to call the shopkeeper. Soon a middle-aged man of medium build came. I heard that the guest was looking for me. I wonder what kind of leather the guest wants to see. Our goods are the most complete in the whole town. Sheepskin, cowhide, deerskin, mink, as long as you want. I have it. Boss, we want a large quantity. What good goods do you have? Let us see it first. When the shopkeeper heard it, he immediately understood that the other party was here to purchase goods. He quickly invited several people into the inner room. Nyozi, quickly bring up our good tea and snacks. Okay. The waiter knew that there was a big order, apologized to the guests, and ran to the backyard to make tea and snacks. Boss, we don't have much time, so you don't have to hide it. Just bring up the good stuff. Jia Yanbing took a sip of hot water, looking calm and relaxed, and no one could tell his emotions. Wan Lauer was very nervous. This was the first time he had ever seriously negotiated prices with someone. He kept his hands clenched into fists and placed them on his knees. The boss didn't go out either, but directly brought out a pile of skins from the compartment in the wing room and put them on the table. Take a look. Are these still acceptable to you? Jia Yanbing put down his teacup and took a look. Seeing all the ferrets, he was a little surprised. He didn't expect that there were such goods in this small town. He reached out and picked up a piece, carefully looking at the hair and texture, and saw that they were indeed top-quality goods. The price of this skin was about 100 taels of silver. There were about 20 skins here, which was 2,000 taels. Well, it's okay. But how could the boss have so many? To be honest, I just got them yesterday. As for the source, it's inconvenient to tell you. Jia Yanbing knew there was something fishy going on as soon as he heard it. These things might not come from legitimate sources. It seemed that they were going to get a bargain this time. Shopkeeper, we are doing legitimate business. We don't want your leather that comes from illegitimate sources. If we are caught halfway, we will have to face lawsuits. The shopkeeper didn't expect Jia Yanbing to know all the details. It seemed that he underestimated the other party's strength. In this way, I will sell it to you at a lower price. This thing will sell the same no matter where you take it out. There is no mark. If you can take it all at once, I can give you a lower price. Wan Lauer was listening in confusion, and didn't know what they were talking about. Fu Bao's eyes were always on those snow-white leathers. She wanted to use this to make a cloak for her mother. It must be very warm. Right? Then I wonder how much the shopkeeper will give me. If the benefits can make me bear the risks, I am willing to help the shopkeeper share some of the burden. Jia Yanbing's words were flawless. He was originally taking advantage. But now it sounded like the shopkeeper was taking advantage. But the shopkeeper had no choice. If he kept these goods of unknown origin for one more day, he would have to bear the risk. He heard that the caravan had already searched the nearby county town, and the people above him had reported it to the authorities. It is said that a horse cannot grow fat without night grass, and a man cannot become rich without external wealth. He used to cooperate with some mountain bandits and earned a lot of money. But how can you not get your shoes wet if you often walk by the river? This time he kicked the iron plate. He had already sold half of this batch of goods. But the people in this town were not rich, and he dared not take out this good leather. You know this leather. It is usually 100 taels of silver per piece. How about I reduce 10% for you? Wan Lauer's breathing became tight. This leather is so expensive. It's 100 taels per piece? He couldn't help but hold his purse tightly. He thought he had a lot of silver notes. But facing this pile of leather, he instantly felt that there were too few. He stared at Jia Yanbing closely, fearing that he would agree, because he didn't have so much silver. Jia Yanbing stretched out 4 fingers and said, I pay 40 taels per piece. I take all your skins. Wan Lauer was dumbfounded. How dare this man ask for such a high price? He paid 50 taels for a piece of skin. Isn't this taking advantage of the situation? Chapter 444 Low Price Deal. The shopkeeper's face instantly fell to the bottom, and after changing several times, he regained his composure and said, You are taking advantage of the fire. I have to buy this leather for 50 taels of silver per piece. You let me not even make a profit of 1 tael of silver. What else should I sell? Jia Yanbing heard this, but just slightly raised the corners of his mouth and said, Then shopkeeper, please think about it again. We will live in the inn in front. If you have made up your mind, send someone to find us. By the way, we will set off early tomorrow morning. We will not wait for you later. After saying this, Jia Yanbing slowly stood up with one hand on the table and winked at Wan Lauer. Wan Lauer hadn't reacted yet, but Fu Bao saw Jia Yanbing's little move. She immediately turned around and hugged Wan Lauer's neck, saying softly, Dad, let's go. This shopkeeper is dishonest. Let's not do business with him anymore. Wan Lauer looked down at his daughter, not knowing what she meant. But since she wanted to leave, he couldn't keep her any longer. And Jia Yanbing had already stood up. He had no reason to stay any longer. And he also felt that 90 taels was too expensive. Fortunately, the deal didn't go through, and Wan Lauer felt inexplicably happy. The shopkeeper saw Jia Yanbing stand up and leave without even a trace of room for negotiation. And he was also laughed at by a little girl, feeling a little angry. At this time, Jia Yanbing stopped at the door, turned his head slightly, and looked at the shopkeeper and said, Shopkeeper, we came from the city. We met several soldiers on the way. I wonder what they are investigating. Shopkeeper, do you know? After Jia Yanbing finished speaking, he did not stop and walk out. The shopkeeper was sweating. Please stay. Let's talk about the price. I really lose money for the 40 taels you mentioned. Do you think this is okay? You want me to lose less? I give you 45 taels each. Jia Yanbing showed a calm smile at the corner of his lips, and his steps did not stop at all. Wan Lauer was a little hesitant. He looked at the skins with envy. If he collected 45 taels, such good skins, he could sell them for 100 taels each in the capital, and he could earn 55 taels. 20 skins would be more than 1,000 taels. What's the difference between this and picking up money? Wan Lauer was moved, but Jia Yanbing did not speak, so he did not dare to stop. He followed behind with small steps, but his eyes secretly glanced back. The shopkeeper's face was extremely ugly at this time. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and was calculating in his mind. It was already the cold winter weather, and the season for selling leather was over. It was not worth keeping such good leather in the bottom of the box. Moreover, this leather was too eye-catching. There was also the unique logo of this caravan on the leather, but it was more obscure and not easy to be noticed. So he said that just now, just to make the other party feel that he had picked up a bargain. But he didn't expect that this person was so powerful and exposed his trick at a glance. If it was true as this person said, and the soldiers came to search, he would not only fail to recover his capital, but even the shop would probably be closed down, and he would have to face a lawsuit. 42 taels. This is my final bottom price. Otherwise I would rather destroy these skins. Jia Yanbing stopped at this point. 41 taels. This is also the highest price I can offer. The shopkeeper could only nod his head helplessly in agreement. In fact, he also paid 40 taels when he bought these skins. Now he could earn 1 tael of silver for each skin. This is really more uncomfortable for him than eating flies. He got a batch of good goods with trepidation. But he didn't catch up with the good time. Those who come to the border to collect furs usually come in summer, when they are transported to various places. It is a good time to make winter clothes. There are not many caravans traveling at the border at this time of year. This is also a good time for these people. He just happened to have good goods in his hands. And this batch of good goods was watched by people. So he had to sell them quickly. All coincidences were for the sake of these people. In the end, the shopkeeper sold 20 skins to Jia Yanbing at 41 taels of silver each. 20 pieces of skin cost a total of 820 taels. In the end, Jia Yanbing used his thick-skinned skills to ask the shopkeeper to find 2 more sheepskins. After leaving the first shop, Wan Lauer was still confused as if he was dreaming. How could the price be reduced from 100 taels to 41 taels? He didn't hear what Jia Yanbing said. But the shopkeeper took the initiative to reduce the price, which made him a little confused. At this time, Jia Yanbing's physical strength was seriously overdrawn, and he was finally carried back to the inn by Wan Lauer. After settling Jia Yanbing, Wan Lauer asked the innkeeper to cook a few dishes and send them to the room. And he took Jia Yanbing medicine to the back to fry. While boiling the medicine, Wan Lauer was still thinking about what happened just now. He felt that negotiating the price was easier than eating or drinking. He could do it. Isn't it just saying a price? If the other party disagrees, he stands up and walks away. If the other party quotes another price, he will continue to walk away if he thinks it is not appropriate. Wan Lauer felt that he seemed to have mastered the trick of negotiation. He was very happy while boiling the medicine. When he brought the medicine into the room, he found Fu Bao sleeping beside Jia Yanbing's bed. This girl was easygoing and could fall asleep anywhere. When she felt sleepy, she could sleep soundly with the bowl in her arms. Wan Lauer put the medicine on the table and gently carried Fu Bao back to the room. When he came back, he saw that Jia Yanbing had woken up. Jia Yanbing was a light sleeper, especially after the incident at home. He slept even less. He often closed his eyes at cockcrow and woke up at sunrise. The sound of Wan Lauer coming in and opening the door just now woke him up from his sleep. Is the girl asleep? Jia Yanbing looked at Wan Lauer with a pair of dark eyes and asked. She's asleep. This girl sleeps well and has a strong body, Wan Lauer said as he picked up the medicine bowl on the table and wanted to feed Jia Yanbing the medicine. No, I do it myself. Jia Yanbing was helped up by Wan Lauer with one hand. He took the medicine bowl and drank it all in one breath without frowning. Will you change your name in the future? I think your fake name is not good. It is easy for people to guess it. Wan Lauer thought of the fake name Jia Yanbing gave and suggested sincerely. Jia Yanbing thought for a moment and said, then you can call me Mr. Yan in the future. Well, this is fine. Wan Lauer put the empty bowl on the table. And at this time the store brought the dishes up. Wan Lauer helped Jia Yanbing sit at the table. Strangely enough, he felt much better after lying on the bed for a while. Wan Lauer liked to talk while eating. But when he saw Jia Yanbing's posture and movements when eating, he immediately stopped talking. They were also eating. How could others do it so well? Wan Lauer couldn't help but imitate. But he gave up after imitating for a while. He couldn't do it. And it was still delicious to eat by himself. Jia Yanbing raised his eyes and glanced at Wan Lauer. A smile flashed in his eyes. But he continued to eat with his head down. Chapter 445 Jia Yanbing imparts experience. After dinner, Fu Bao was still asleep. Wan Lauer decided to learn some business tips from Jia Yanbing. So he stayed in Jia Yanbing's room. Brother Wan, do you have anything else to ask me? That? I have to thank you today. You bought 20 pieces of skin at such a low price. When we get to the capital, we can make 100 taels of silver each time. We can earn nearly 60 taels of silver from each piece. And 20 pieces will be 1,200 taels of silver. I will give you some of it then. Jia Yanbing looked at the simple 1 laur, and was a little speechless. He could only earn 60 taels of silver from a piece of skin. Was this an insult to his status as a merchant? If you only make 60 taels of silver, you better not do this business. Jia Yanbing looked at the sunlight outside the window, and heard the whistling of the cold wind outside. But the house was warm, making people a little drowsy. 1 laur didn't know what Jia Yanbing meant. Is it because 60 taels of silver is too little? But think about it. After all, he is the head of the 4 great families in Jiangnan. How much money has he seen? Then how much silver do you think we should sell it for? How much silver depends on how we sell it. If we only sell leather for 300 taels, there will be people who buy it. But that will only make more than 1,000 taels of silver in total. Why should we take this risk? I know an embroidery workshop in Beijing. Their workmanship is excellent. We make this leather into ready-made clothes and sell it. We can't even meet the demand for 5,000 taels. What? 5,000 taels? Are you crazy? Jia Yanbing ignored 1 laur. After all, he didn't understand what he was talking to a countryman about. He would teach him slowly. But to be honest, he would rather teach that girl than teach this man. It would be much less troublesome. Jia Yanbing sighed deeply in his heart. Who made him be saved by this person? But then again, isn't it this person's honesty that he values? Nothing is perfect. He just needs to worry more in the future. Jia Yanbing didn't explain much. He didn't like to explain. He liked to see the results. At that time, he just needed to ensure that 1 laur made so much money. In fact, he could also make these leathers more valuable. But that required creating a gimmick, which was indeed difficult for their current strength. So it is easier for rich people to make money, because the principle of money making money has long been played by these merchants. 1 laur saw Jia Yanbing closed his eyes, and didn't want to pay attention to him. So he calmed down. Then can you tell me how to bargain with people? I see that you bargain easily today. Can I learn from you to bargain with people in the future? Jia Yanbing slowly opened his eyes, and glanced at 1 laur. And suddenly chuckled. Because people laugh when they are angry. Do you think it's easy for me to bargain today? Do you know what I did to reduce the price from 90 taels to 41 taels? 1 laur shook his head. He didn't see Jia Yanbing do anything. He only saw him sit down and drink a cup of tea. Then offer a price. If the price was not right, he would walk away. Is there anything else? Jia Yanbing sighed and said, there are many tricks here. And today's price is indeed a bargain for us. If you want the other party to give up their interests, you must know the bottom price of the goods. This tests your vision and your understanding of the market. Moreover, the price of fur business is different every year. The experience required is not something that can be obtained in 1 or 2 years. It requires years of dealing with this industry. Secondly, after you estimate the other party's bottom price, the price you offer must make it profitable for the other party. Otherwise the order will not be made. Merchants will not get up early without profit. And they will fight for every penny. You should also let people drink soup when you eat meat. Don't do anything to the extreme. After you give your price, the 2 parties will enter the negotiation stage. This tests the psychological game between the 2 parties. In fact, both parties know it in their hearts. But isn't the point of doing business to raise the price and bargain on the spot? Don't give too high a price at the beginning. When the other party starts to lower the price, you can increase it a little. In this way, the deal will be done. But today's order is an exception. Before I came to Baiyun town, I did see soldiers searching passers-by along the way. So I asked for some information. In our business, information is the most valuable. Sometimes if you have some information about the court in advance, you may eat meat before others. And those who come later can only drink soup. This is why merchants always need to get through the government, because they have the latest policies. I know that a group of robbers recently robbed the Hong family's caravan nearby. The Hong family is the last of the 4 major families in Jiangnan. But their strength should not be underestimated. Especially their relationship in the court is very reliable. This time the robbers have hit a wall. The Hong family actually used the power of the government. Which means that there must be some secrets in this batch of goods. But I don't know it now. After all, I am not the former Jia Yanbing. But I know that this information is enough for me. When I saw those leathers, I wondered how a shop in this small town could get so many good goods. And the shopkeeper was unwilling to disclose the source of the goods. So I guessed that the goods were not legitimate. And he was eager to sell them. So he gave them to us at a low price. Juan Lauer was very surprised when he heard this. It turned out that this seemingly simple bargaining had so many twists and turns in the middle. He probably couldn't think of so many things in his mind. No wonder he could become the head of a Jiangnan family. But he was a farmer all his life. Lao Yin said that it takes 1 year to learn to be a farmer, and 10 years to learn to be a businessman. He was completely convinced. But he didn't give up. He wanted to learn well. In order to protect Fubao, he must make more money. Juan Lauer secretly made up his mind. Are these leathers really 50 taels each? Fubao said that the boss was dishonest in business. Did he lie to us? Juan Lauer believed his daughter's words very much. If his daughter said it was dishonest, then it was dishonest. Jia Yanbing nodded. Of course not 50 taels per piece. Otherwise, do you think he would really sell it to us? I think it shouldn't be more than 40 taels of silver. After all, the price is different if it comes from an illegal source. Maybe the price sold by those hunters is less than 10 taels of silver per skin. These are the lowest level people, who may lose their lives to earn 10 taels of silver. But we sell it at a sky-high price as soon as it is sold. Wan Lao Er of course knew. Because Wan Lao De was a hunter. The prey they hunted was not worth much when sold to the restaurant. But the restaurant made it into delicious dishes. And one dish was several taels of silver. Or even more than 10 taels of silver. And the price they bought was only a few $100s. Chapter 446 Fu Bao scolds his father. But since we didn't come from a legitimate source, aren't we afraid of being found? Wan Lao Er asked with some doubt. To tell you the truth, there are indeed Hong family marks on this batch of goods. But ordinary people won't find it. And those robbers don't know it either. But I think the Hong family is looking for things in a big way. It must not be because of these dozens of skins. There must be something more valuable. Or something related to their survival. Otherwise, they wouldn't take it so seriously. After all, using the power of the government to find it is not the style of the Hong family, who have always been low-key. Jia Yanbing was very curious. What exactly did the Hong family lose? Then will we be searched when we enter the next county tomorrow? Wan Lao Er asked with some concern. Yes. But don't be afraid. I have a way. Since I dare to buy it, I can guarantee safe entry into Beijing. Jia Yanbing said confidently. Wan Lao Er obeyed Jia Yanbing words for no reason. He felt that Jia Yanbing had a temperament that made people trust him. Wan Lao and Jia Yanbing chatted for another hour. Seeing that Jia Yanbing looked tired, he suggested that he take a rest. Mr. Yan, you take a rest first. I go see Fubao first. The child has been sleeping for a while. She is almost awake now. She hasn't eaten yet. I go get her some food. Okay. Brother Wan. Wake me up in an hour. We still have to go to Dingyang. Wan Lauer was so happy that he forgot about this matter. He hurriedly said, Okay. I call you later. As soon as Wan Lauer went out, Jia Yanbing fell asleep. Wan Lauer came to the next room and saw Fubao stretching, like a worm, arching on the bed, kicking the quilt on the bed to the ground. Wan Lauer went forward with a doting look in his eyes and picked up the quilt. He smiled and sat on the bed and looked at Fubao. Girl, are you awake? Are you hungry? When Fubao saw his father coming back, his big eyes immediately lit up. He sat up from the bed and nodded obediently. Yes. Fubao is so hungry that he woke up. Wan Lauer scratched Fubao's little nose and said with a smile, Wait. Daddy will go buy you food. Fubao wants to go too. Fubao wants to eat meat. Wan Lauer was a little amused. This girl would not be able to be raised by ordinary people in the future. It seemed that he had to prepare more dowry for Fubao. He was really afraid that his girl would be wronged after getting married. Wan Lauer cleaned up Fubao a little, then picked her up and went downstairs together. Wan Lauer was going to take Fubao to the restaurant to eat delicious food. Today they received good leather and could make a lot of money. So they should celebrate. Next to the inn was a restaurant, which was also the largest restaurant in the town. Wan Lauer ordered braised pork and grilled skewers for Fubao. Fubao was really hungry. When the food came, she only had meat in her eyes. Wan Lauer picked up some meat for her and said with a smile, Eat slowly. These are all yours. Wan Lauer was a little amused. She didn't treat this child badly every day. But every time she ate, people would mistakenly think that she was abused. Fubao didn't care what Wan Lauer thought. She was only focused on eating, and didn't care about other people's eyes at all. After a full meal, there was still some food left. Wan Lao cleaned up the rest with Fu Bao bowl and chopsticks. After dinner, Wan Lao was afraid that Fu Bao would eat too much and get indigestion. So he took Fu Bao for a walk on the street. Daddy, that one is so beautiful. Fu Bao wants to buy it for Mom. Fu Bao pointed to the bracelets and said to Wan Lao. Wan Lao also saw a stall with a dazzling array of goods, one of which was a bracelet with a peculiar shape and stood out. Wan Lao also became interested and took Fu Bao to the side of the stall. Fu Bao reached out and picked up the bracelet, looked at it again and quickly put it in his arms and didn't take it out. This child. Wan Lao shook his head helplessly. Boss, how much is this bracelet? Wan Lao had to ask. 20 taels of silver. The boss smiled. Wan Lao's face changed immediately. What kind of bracelet is this? It actually costs 20 taels of silver? He remembered what Jia Yanbing told him, and thought it was a good opportunity to practice. Wan Lao coaxed Fu Bao. Girl, can you let Daddy take a look at the bracelet? Fu Bao looked at Wan Lao. A little tangled. She was afraid that Daddy would think it was too expensive and not buy it for her. But she thought about it, and took out the thing to show Wan Lao. Wan Lao took it in his hand, and looked at it carefully. It was very heavy. A silver bracelet. Unlike ordinary bracelets, this bracelet was in the shape of a coiled peacock. The body of the bracelet was shaped like a peacock's tail, with a high-raised peacock head at the joint. The peacock head was a little higher than the peacock's tail. Just right. And the peacock's tail was dotted with 1 or 2 tiny red gems, adding some brilliance to the originally plain bracelet. After seeing it, he felt that the craftsmanship should be worth more than 10 taels of silver. Not to mention the materials. He didn't know how to bargain for a moment. Wan Lao touched his nose and said with a stiff face, Boss, will you sell it for 10 taels of silver? The boss reached out and snatched the bracelet back, and drove him away. Go. 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 You don't know the goods. I got this from you. If you don't know the goods, don't bargain randomly. When Wan Lao heard you, his face suddenly turned ugly. It was you again. But he suddenly thought that this goods would not come from a legitimate source. Right? Otherwise, why sell it for 20 taels? Boss, your goods are not black goods. Right? Wan Lao leaned over and asked in a low voice. The boss's face changed obviously, but Wan Lao keenly caught it, and he felt more confident. If you don't sell it to me, I will report it to the government and say that you are colluding with the bandits. Fu Bao was speechless after hearing this. How can you bargain and threaten others? Uncle, my father is joking. We really like this bracelet, but we are foreigners and don't have much money. My mother's birthday is coming soon. I want to give her a gift. Uncle, can you sell it to us at a lower price? 15 taels is okay? The boss was a little angry at what Wan Lao said, and was threatened by Wan Lao. He was already angry, and wanted to find someone to beat Wan Lao, and carry him away directly. He didn't expect that this little girl was much better than her father. The boss ignored Wan Lao and looked at Fu Bao and said, Since you are so filial, Uncle will sell it to you for 16 taels, and give you a peachwood hairpin. Okay? After the boss finished speaking, he picked up a peachwood hairpin from the stall. The shape was also very unique. There was also a small peacock carved on the hairpin, which matched the bracelet very well. Fu Bao was overjoyed, and she immediately nodded and said, Thank you, Uncle. You are such a good man. The boss was overjoyed to hear this, and he praised Fu Bao for being so smart and good at talking. Wan Lao finally paid the money under the coercion of his daughter's eyes, and Fu Bao took the things and left holding Wan Lao's hand. As they walked, Fu Bao started to scold his father. Dad, you should be more careful about what you say in the future. We will be businessmen in the future. Grandma said that harmony is the most important thing in everything. It doesn't matter if the business fails, but we should not make enemies with others. Right? What you did today is inappropriate. Wan Lao didn't expect that he would be taught a lesson by his daughter one day. He was a little dissatisfied in his heart. He retorted, But your Uncle Yan Bing did it this way today. I just followed his example. Your Uncle Yan Bing taught me this afternoon. Fu Bao shook his head speechlessly like a little adult. Okay. Then tell your uncle what happened today when you go back, and let him comment on it for you. How could Wan Lao dare to say it? He also realized his problem. How could he dare to ask Jia Yanbing? He also felt that his approach just now seemed to be a little different from Jia Yanbing. But he hadn't figured it out yet. He had to go back and reflect on it. Bargaining in business is really a science. Chapter 447. Jia Yanbing talks about the past. However, after this incident, Wan Lauer has become more honest and has become more studious and inquisitive. He feels that he may just lack vision and experience. Even if he is not very smart, he thinks that he has good character, honesty, and righteousness, which should make up for it. But he didn't know that there is a word called unscrupulous businessman. After he suffered enough losses and fell enough times, he realized that some qualities are against people. Wan Lauer followed Fubo back to the inn. It was already late at this time. Wan Lauer estimated the time and went to wake up Jia Yanbing. Mr. Yan, wake up. Wan Lauer now respects Jia Yanbing from the bottom of his heart. After all, everyone has the psychology of admiring the strong. Now, there are many people in Daki who want to make Jia Yanbing their think tank, because the emperor ordered that the Jia family should not engage in business within 3 generations, which means that Jia Yanbing now has a lot of business skills, but nowhere to display them. Many people have set their sights on him, using his wisdom to consolidate their own business, and they don't have to worry about being betrayed. Such a profitable business should be something that any businessman can think of. But there are still some people who want to directly destroy this generation of genius. Wan Lauer doesn't know that he has picked up a treasure yet. Jia Yanbing slept deeply this time, and he felt that he had never slept so peacefully. Wan Lauer called several times before waking him up. Brother Wan? Is it time? Jia Yanbing felt that he was awakened just after closing his eyes, and it had been an hour. He looked at Wan Lauer in a daze and asked in a hoarse voice. Wan Lauer nodded. Well, the sun is about to set. Wan Lauer helped Jia Yanbing sit up, and Fu Bao hurried forward to help, but found that he could not help at all. Uncle Yanbing, are you feeling better? Yanbing smiled and looked down at Fu Bao. Uncle is much better, but Fu Bao has to call me Mr. Yan in the future, and can no longer call me Uncle Yanbing. Fu Bao was puzzled for a moment. Then his eyes turned, and he smiled flatteringly and asked, Uncle, calling Mr. means you have to teach Fu Bao something. The last Mr. Fu Bao called was my brother's Mr. Uncle, are you willing to teach Fu Bao to read? Yanbing was surprised. This little girl asked her to change her words, but she still took advantage of it. However, he was very happy to teach the little girl. After all, he rarely saw such a smart child. However, Yanbing wanted to deliberately test Fu Bao to see how she would answer. What if I don't want to teach you? Will you stop calling me Mr.? I will change my name to Mr. Yan in the future. Your father always calls me that. After saying this, Jia Yanbing looked at Fu Bao with a half smile. If uncle must let Fu Bao call you that, Fu Bao certainly can't refuse your face. But Fu Bao addressed to you is just the same as others. It's just a title. But if you teach me to read, then you are Fu Bao real Mr. And you can give Fu Bao respect and filial piety. Uncle, you will definitely not be disappointed to accept such a smart student like me. Fu Bao patted her chest confidently, with a proud and coquettish look on her face, which made Jia Yanbing unable to resist. He really got such a cute and smart female student. Okay, but I never accept disciples. Since I'm making an exception for you today, you will be my first disciple and my last disciple. I will teach you all my knowledge. But you have to be prepared. I have learned a lot of knowledge, including astronomy, geography, business, Confucianism, Taoism, and the historical records and art of war. Don't cry when the time comes. Fu Bao's eyes lit up after hearing this. She looked at Jia Yanbing with stars in her eyes. Wow. Sir, you are amazing. Can one person learn so many things? But Mr. He said that knowledge is more valuable than breadth. You don't have several heads after learning so much. Do you? Fu Bao mind already had a picture of Jia Yanbing having several heads, and several handsome faces smiling at her, which looked a little weird. Fu Bao quickly shook her little head to get rid of the picture in her mind. But Jia Yanbing's next words really opened Fu Bao's eyes, and also laid a certain foundation for Fu Bao's future achievements. When I was 3 or 4 years old, I followed my grandfather to a western country across the ocean. We sailed in the sea for 3 years and arrived at a country called the Kingdom of Franks. It was then that I realized that the world was so big. In addition to land, there was also the ocean, and the end of the ocean was still land. What shocked me the most was that there were people in this world who didn't have black eyes, black hair, and yellow skin. People there actually had yellow hair, blue eyes, and white skin. Fu Bao listened attentively. with his mouth slightly open, staring at Jia Yanbing without blinking. Jia Yanbing seemed to be immersed in that memory, and continued slowly. We stayed in the kingdom of Franks for a year, because I had a good talent for languages, and I was only 6 or 7 years old at the time. And my grandfather said that I was talented and learned things very quickly. I basically mastered their local language when I left, and I realized that their medicine was completely different from ours. I remember that my grandfather had appendicitis and the abdominal pain was unbearable. So he went to the local church. Their doctor actually wanted to operate on my grandfather. I was scared and refused. Finally, they explained that my grandfather had inflammation here and had to be removed. Otherwise, he would be in danger of death on the return journey. Jia Yanbing pointed to his lower right abdomen and told Fu Bao the location of the appendix. This is the location of the appendix. According to their doctors, the appendix is the end of the cecum and is very easy to get inflamed. If you stay at sea for a long time, you must remove it in advance. There are many sailors in their country who go to sea, and they will do this operation before going to sea. What is surgery? Fu Bao was a little confused. Surgery is what they call it in the West. It is to use a knife to take out the necrotic organs in the body, and then sew them up. This process is called surgery. Fu Bao nodded in understanding and urged Jia Yanbing to continue. Fu Bao, let's let Mr. Yan go to the carriage to talk. It's getting late. Fu Bao was a little unhappy, but she didn't refute, just felt a little disappointed. After Jia Yanbing saw it, he smiled and touched Fu Bao's head. It's okay. I continue to tell you. Let's talk while walking. In fact, Wan Lauer was also fascinated by what he heard, but he was still worried about the food expenses for the few people on the road. Fu Bao was happy at this time. She took Jia Yanbing's big hand and raised her head and said with a smile, Sir, I will help you. Jia Yanbing lowered his head and deliberately said with a stern face, You haven't performed the apprenticeship ceremony yet, so you are not my student. Wait until you drink the tea you offer tomorrow to be considered a successful apprenticeship, and you and I will be considered master and apprentice. Is it so troublesome to be apprentice? Okay. Then uncle, please continue to talk quickly. And then? Did your grandfather operation succeed? Fu Bao's eyes were full of curiosity. Chapter 448 Fu Bao becomes a disciple. Jia Yanbing was a little speechless. The girl's address change was so smooth. But he didn't care about it. Otherwise, he would seem too hypocritical. My grandfather operation was very successful in the end. But I didn't watch the whole process at that time. Their operation has extremely high requirements for the environment, and they have to use strong alcohol to disinfect. Otherwise, there will be unclean things in the air to infect the wound, and people will easily have a high fever. Therefore, outsiders are not allowed to enter. But I saw a piece of something brought out by the doctor. That is the appendix, which has been necrotic. If grandfather really didn't do the operation, I think he would definitely not come back. It's amazing that you can even cut open a person's skin to take things out. Fu Bao really wants to see it with his own eyes. Fu Bao has already imagined himself holding a knife to perform surgery on people. It's a pity that she is still too young, and there are only blurry pictures, because she doesn't know the structure of the human body at all, which deepens her curiosity. She must quickly learn the human body structure diagram in the book given to her by the old doctor. Learning to read is imminent. She feels that walking now is a waste of time. She wishes she could go to bed quickly, so that she can become a disciple at dawn. But Jia Yanbing has not finished speaking yet. These are just introductions. He continued, Fu Bao. What I want to say is only part of it. When I was traveling in their country, I met a doctor from their royal family. He was very skilled in medicine. He dissected the brains of death row prisoners and came to a conclusion. He said that the human brain has many plates, and each area controls different functions, such as some control motor functions, some control language expression functions, and some control advanced cognitive functions, etc. In short, our brains are very complex. However, not all people's brains can bring out these functions. The more people can bring out these functions, the smarter they are. I am the smarter one. It may be related to my brain. Didn't you just wonder how people could learn so many things? I can, because I have a good memory. Basically, I can remember the general idea of a book after reading it once. I believe you and I are the same kind of people. Jia Yanbing looked at Fu Bao lovingly. Fu Bao's little head was already a little confused. Is the human brain so powerful? Should she also study the human brain? Will she be able to make everyone smarter? Fu Bao's little head was working rapidly. remembering every word Jia Yanbing said clearly. So, I can also learn so many things. Right? Fu Bao looked at Jia Yanbing excitedly and asked. Of course. Jia Yanbing affirmed. Several people got on the carriage. But Wan Lauer didn't know where to go. Mr. Yan. Where are we going? Go out of town. Go southeast. And stop at the first village you see. Okay. Wan Lauer said. Go. The carriage started to move steadily. Fu Bao sat next to Jia Yanbing and looked up and asked. Uncle, how do you know this place so well? Have you been here before? Jia Yanbing nodded. Yes. I have been here once. Uncle, you have only been here once. But you know this place so well. How did you do it? Fu Bao was very curious. This is the first lesson I'm going to teach you today. But I haven't become your disciple yet. Does this lesson count? After saying this, Fu Bao knelt down in front of Jia Yanbing and kowtowed 3 times. Before Jia Yanbing could react, Fu Bao had already gotten up from the ground. She smiled and said to Jia Yanbing, Sir, I have already completed the ceremony of becoming your disciple. I will give you the tea of becoming your disciple later. You are my master now. If you don't admit it, give me back the 3 kowtows I just made. Jia Yanbing looked at the cunning little girl with some amusement. This girl was thick-skinned and had a good personality. She was a good seedling for doing business. Unfortunately, this girl seemed to be more interested in medical skills. But it didn't affect her learning of business. It's good to have many skills. Are you still asking me to kowtow back to you? Sir? Jia Yanbing gently tapped Fu Bao's forehead a few times. Being with this girl always makes him feel relieved. His family has undergone a great change. And his mood is very different now. It is impossible to say that he is not depressed. However, these 2 days with the little girl, he feels that his mood has suddenly become open. No longer stuck in a dead end, but full of new expectations for the future. As long as there is hope, people can live. Even if there is no glory in the past, he can still live in another form. How to choose depends on himself. The hearty and happy laughter of the 2 people in the carriage came out of the carriage. Wan Lauer couldn't help but curl up his mouth after hearing it. It won't be too lonely on the way to the capital. Sir, please tell me, how do you know this town so well? Fu Bao started to act coquettishly again, gently shaking Jia Yanbing's arm. Jia Yanbing gently stroked Fu Bao's head, patted the position beside him, and said softly, Come, sit down. Don't move. I will tell you. Fu Bao immediately became as obedient as a little rabbit and sat down next to Jia Yanbing. Your husband is a businessman. Everything I will teach you in the future is to think from the perspective of a businessman. You only need to remember one sentence. Whether in the business world, the battlefield, or the officialdom, when you need to make a decision, the first thing to consider must be interests. Things that are good for you are good. Don't do things that are not good for you. And don't do things that are thankless. Now I will tell you the first lesson. Why do I know this town so well even though I have only passed through it once? Although this is my first time passing through this town. My caravan has passed through this town dozens of times. Because our caravan comes here every year. When they buy furs at the border and bring them back to Jiangyan, I always ask them to record the towns and customs along the way. I have a habit of making decisions thousands of miles away without leaving my house. Although the sentence sounds simple, it is very brain-consuming and labor-intensive. This is why our caravan always gives me a special book of their experiences along the way after delivering goods. The experiences include many aspects, from the appearance of the town and the customs of the people to the best-selling snacks on the street, how they taste, and the personality of the boss. Plus, I have been to many places and met all kinds of people. With just a little description, I can create some pictures in my mind. So even though it was my first time to go to many places, I was already familiar with them. Girl, what the gentleman wants to tell you is that we should never fight unprepared battles in anything we do. If you want to do a business, you have to do market research. If I really came to this town for the first time today without knowing anything, I would also find out the situation of the entire town as soon as possible and look for new business opportunities. But when you have enough money, making money is no longer a means of survival, but a kind of pleasure. I hope you will have that day too. Fu Bao seems to understand. She nodded in understanding. And after thinking for a moment, she asked, Sir, which fur shop are we going to buy furs from today? Do you already know the character of the owner of that fur shop? Jia Yanbing nodded without comment. Of course. I can tell you the names, personalities, and expertise of all the merchants with good business on this street. We should learn from the good things with an open mind, and never overestimate ourselves, so that we know that there are people better than us, and there are heavens beyond heavens. Fu Bao understood this sentence, and she nodded seriously. Fu Bao has taken note. Thank you, sir. Fu Bao has learned from your teaching. Fu Bao bowed to Jia Yanbing in a proper manner. Chapter 449 Shepherd. Jia Yanbing helped Fu Bao up, his eyes full of admiration. This little girl is really smart, and she is more capable than her wooden father. Jia Yanbing suspected that Fu Bao was not Wan Lao's biological child, whether in terms of appearance or intelligence. Fu Bao did not look like her father. If she was a biological child, then Fu Bao's mother must be a great beauty, and an extremely intelligent woman. Otherwise, it would be really unfair. Mr. Yan, I saw a village. Wan Lao's surprised voice came from outside. Is there a big willow tree at the entrance of the village? Jia Yanbing asked in a shallow voice. Yes, there is a big willow tree at the entrance of the village. The village is not big. I also saw a group of sheep being driven back. That's right. We caught up with that person. We came at the right time. We don't have to go into the village to pick them. Jia Yanbing's voice also had a hint of smile. Okay. Wan Lao agreed, and with a whip in his hand, the carriage went much faster than before. The carriage caught up with the man just before he entered the village. Hey, fellow. Wait. Wan Lao bent over, holding the reins in one hand and the whip in the other, and stood up from the carriage, shouting loudly to the shepherd. The shepherd wore a thick felt hat with slightly worn edges, and a worn sheepskin coat. The fur was no longer bright, a little black, but it looked very warm. The collar was raised high, and a thick hemp rope was tightened around the waist to prevent the cold wind from pouring in from below. He wore a pair of dark coarse cloth trousers, and the trouser legs were tucked into worn leather boots. The leather boots were full of scratches, which should be the marks left by walking on the rugged mountain road. He was holding a long shepherd's whip in his hand and calling the sheep. When he heard Wan Lao shouting from afar, he turned his head and looked, and then stood still. Wan Lao finally caught up with him in a carriage. Fellow countryman, you called me? The man's accent was obviously different from that of Shitsi village. The border area is vast and sparsely populated, which also creates the phenomenon of different accents every 10 miles. Fellow countryman, it's me. Wan Lao gently jumped off the carriage, stood still, and replied with a smile on his face. What do you want to call me for? I'm waiting to go home for dinner. Wan Lao saw that the man showed a mouthful of yellow teeth and dark skin when he spoke. It might be because he had been herding sheep outside for many years. He was exposed to the wind and sun, and his actual age could not be seen at all. However, he did look older, so Wan Lao did not dare to rashly call him brother. Fellow countryman, it's like this. We want to buy some sheep from your family. You see, Dad, the master said he needs your help. Please come. At this time, Fu Bao pushed open the car window, stuck his head out, and shouted crisply, interrupting Wan Lao's words. Wan Lao smiled at the shepherd and said, Sorry. I go check it out first. Please wait for me a little longer. The man was honest and kind, and he didn't get impatient when he heard it, but waved his hand. Then hurry up. Huh? I'm hungry. Hey. Okay. Wan Lao trotted back to the carriage, leaned over to open the door, and looked inside. Mr. Yan? What's the matter? Brother Wan. I need to go down. Please. Jia Yanbing still had some inconvenience in his movements. The carriage was low. He was 6 feet tall, and the injury was on his chest. He had to bend down to get out of the carriage, which would involve the wound. So he needed Wan Lao's help. Jia Yanbing was sitting by the window at this time, with Fu Bao standing next to him. He was wearing a new set of clothes today, a new cotton robe that Wan Lao bought for him at the cloth shop. It was made of indigo fine cotton fabric, with a circle of gray rabbit fur on the collar. He also wore a rabbit fur cotton hat on his head. His black hair was tied with a ribbon at the back, which made him look more casual and free. And Wan Lao felt that Jia Yanbing's temperament had changed more than when they just met. But he couldn't tell why. After all, his knowledge was limited. But he felt more friendly. Okay. I help you get off the carriage. Wan Lao supported the edge of the carriage with one hand, and with a little effort, he easily jumped onto the carriage. Wan Lao carefully helped Jia Yanbing out of the carriage, and Fu Bao waited behind for Wan Lao to carry her out of the carriage. Jia Yanbing slowly walked to the shepherd. The shepherd was shocked when he saw Jia Yanbing. After all, they couldn't find half a man as good-looking as her in the whole town. It was somewhat different from facing Wan Lauer. Jia Yanbing's elegant temperament made the shepherd a little nervous. In addition, he was seriously injured after a serious illness. And he had a sickly and delicate temperament mixed with his innate nobleness. Even if he was wearing ordinary fine cotton clothes, people could feel that he was different. Fellow villager, we are traveling merchants who came here because of your reputation. I heard that you are good at raising sheep and your mutton is particularly delicious. I wonder if your sheep have been ordered. Jia Yanbing's voice was gentle and comfortable to listen to. The shepherd was not in a hurry to go home for dinner. And he stuttered a little. Are my sheep so famous? I didn't know. The shepherd clamped the shepherd's whip under his armpits, put his hands into his sleeves, smiled shyly, showing a mouthful of yellow teeth, and spoke with white mist. His feet could not help but rub nervously on the ground. Jia Yanbing smiled warmly, clasped his hands in front of his lower abdomen, and his arms drooped casually, because the wound on his chest had not healed yet. His standing posture was a little strange, with his chest hunched, but he tried to stand up straight. Fellow villager, don't be nervous. We just want to buy your sheep. We want a large quantity. Give us a price. We can talk about it if we think it's appropriate. The man was a little undecided. He really had to sell his sheep because the new year was coming. In a month, it would be the time to slaughter sheep and pigs. Mutton was expensive. Every year, he slaughtered his own sheep and sold the meat. Unexpectedly, someone would come to buy it this year. It seems that his sheep are really good. The man has been successfully brainwashed by Jia Yanbing. Well, you came all the way here. Come sit at my house first. It's getting late. The sheep have to be put into the pen. I can't make the decision alone. I have to go home and ask my wife. The man said with some embarrassment. It should be so. I will go with my brother. Jia Yanbing didn't embarrass him, but responded very casually. Fu Bao immediately let herself go when she saw the sheep. She especially liked small animals, especially this kind of non-aggressive livestock. At this time, she had already entered the flock of sheep. Her little hand touched the horns of one sheep, and pulled the beard of another sheep, making the flock restless. Soon, the sheep ran home by themselves, without the shepherd having to drive them away. Fu Bao followed them behind, shouting, Sheep! Sheep! Don't run! I am Fu Bao. But how could the sheep recognize her? They ran even faster. Chapter 450. Entering the village. Wan Lauer was chasing Fu Bao behind him, and Fu Bao was chasing the sheep behind the flock. Jia Yanbing and the shepherd laughed in the back, and the hearty laughter added a bit of joy to the vast border village. Please come in, fellow villagers. The big man and Jia Yanbing gave way to each other, and then followed Wan Lauer and Fu Bao into the village. It was dinner time, and the afterglow of the setting sun dyed the whole village into a warm orange-red color. The dilapidated thatched houses were arranged in a staggered manner, and the khaki walls exuded a rustic atmosphere under the setting sun. After a day of cold wind, they finally went home for dinner. The curling smoke rising from the chimney floated softly in the air. The yellow earth in the distance was also dyed orange-red by the setting sun. Occasionally, a flock of crows flew low, making an unpleasant ca sound, adding a bit of vitality and vigor to the quiet village. The air was filled with the smell of burning firewood, mixed with the faint aroma of rice, which floated out from the chimneys of every household, bringing back Wan Lauer's memories of home. He finally caught up with Fu Bao, picked her up, and turned back to drive the carriage. As soon as this girl arrived in the village, she became a female man. The village was her territory. She was like a fish in water. She was either chasing chickens or playing with dogs. She was completely lacking in the demureness that a girl should have. Wan Lauer was once very troubled, but Wan Er's wife thought it was good. At least Fu Bao was happy. Jia Yanbing walked and looked carefully at the feces on the ground, because there were many livestock in this village. There was a lot of feces accumulated on the road in the village every day. When passing by a few houses, you could always see an old man carrying a dung basket to pick up feces. This is a very precious fertilizer, but sheep dung is not as big as cow dung and pig dung. It is a bit troublesome to pick it up. Generally, it is swept gently with a broom. As they walked along, they attracted a lot of attention, especially the carriage of Wan Lauer following behind them. Everyone looked around the carriage as if they were looking at something new. Farmers in winter are always idle, and have little entertainment. If there is something new, they can always talk about it for a long time as a topic of conversation after dinner. Old sheephead. Do you have a guest? Second uncle. How can I have such a good guest? You are here to buy sheep from me. I heard that my sheep are well raised. So you come here to buy mutton from me during the new year this year. Okay. You keep it for second uncle. Second uncle's son will definitely buy it. Don't sell it all? Another woman stood in her yard with a bowl of rice and smiled at the shepherd through the fence. The shepherd saw that second uncle's face was not very good, so he didn't tease him anymore. He said he was going home and left with Jia Yanbing. Bah! You came here because of his reputation. What's so famous about him? The second uncle saw the old sheephead walking away, and he spat fiercely with a dark face. The woman curled her lips and looked at the second uncle and said, Second uncle, the old sheephead is not a fool. You can't say bad things about him behind his back just because he didn't like your daughter and didn't get married. You are still the elder. It's shameful. Woman, you are noisy. Even eating can't stop your mouth. The second uncle put his hands behind his back and went back to the yard angrily. Jia Yanbing and Wan Lauer followed the old sheephead all the way to a farmhouse at the end of the village. No wonder his family lived at the end of the village. This yard is obviously a wealthy family in the village. The wall is not a fence, but a mud wall, more than 2 people tall, which should be used to prevent wolves. From the outside, it looks like an earthen castle, without edges and corners, and the corners are rounded. The courtyard gate has 2 doors. The threshold is high, and it is tightly closed, leaving no chance for the wolf. No wonder other families don't raise sheep. Without a little wealth, they really can't afford the harm of the beast. Wan Lauer parked the carriage at the gate of the courtyard, and the sheep had already entered the sheepfold. Jia Yanbing smelled a strong smell of sheep dung as soon as he entered the courtyard. He felt a little uncomfortable, but he just frowned slightly, still maintaining his elegant image and not covering his nose. As soon as Fu Bao got off the carriage, Wan Lauer took her into his arms and didn't let her go to the field. If she didn't do it well, this girl would sneak into the sheepfold. The house is a bit messy. Don't dislike it. Everyone. My family has been raising livestock all year round, and the smell is quite strong. So when we built the house that year, we specially asked the village chief to approve a piece of land at the end of the village. The old sheephead smiled honestly, put the shepherd's whip under the eaves, patted the dust on his body, and then went into the house. A somewhat plump woman with a hair scarf wrapped on her head walked in from outside. Dad, are there any guests at home? I go make some tea. The woman had just put all the sheep into the sheepfold when she came to greet them. It seemed that only the couple were at home, and there was no child. But from what the woman said, there should be children at home, unless they are all out. Sister-in-law, don't be polite. We are here to discuss business. Don't bother us. We will leave after we have the deal. The woman was very hospitable and insisted on cooking a bowl of goat milk for the group. Jia Yanbing hadn't had goat milk for a long time. The freshly cooked goat milk was mellow and fragrant, and tasted great. Unfortunately, ordinary people couldn't drink it. It was only because the old sheephead's family raised so many sheep that they had fresh goat milk to drink. The group sat down, and Fu Bao was pressed on Wan Lauer's lap. But her heart was always in the sheepfold outside. Fu Bao had kept looking outside, and was seen by the careful Jia Yanbing. Girl, come and sit next to the teacher. Fu Bao's attention was immediately drawn back by Jia Yanbing's words. Although she was lively and innocent, she was extremely smart. When Jia Yanbing called her, she knew that the teacher wanted her to learn something. Wan Lauer finally breathed a sigh of relief. He could hardly hold down this little troublemaker. Now that he had Mr. Yan, he finally didn't have to take care of the baby. In the future, he would leave Fu Bao to Mr. Yan. Jia Yanbing didn't know that Wan Lauer had already treated him as a babysitter. Fu Bao sat down obediently on the small stool at Jia Yanbing's feet, his small body sitting upright, his big eyes sparkling. Fellow villager, we have already told you why we are here, and we don't have much time. We have to leave tomorrow. We came here with sincerity today. We want all the adult sheep here. You don't have to worry about selling them this year, which saves a lot of trouble, and you can have a good new year. The old sheep was a little surprised. Can you really take them all? I have more than 60 adult sheep at home? Jia Yanbing nodded affirmatively. He couldn't hesitate at this time. Otherwise he would give the other party an unreliable impression. which would be disadvantageous for him to make conditions later. The old sheep was really happy. He was still thinking about the sales this year. His sheep had never grown so fast in previous years. But the weather at the border has been getting better and better in recent years. The grass and water are lush, and the sheep are well fed and grow fast. His sheep flock is growing like a snowball, and the sheepfold can no longer accommodate them. There are more than 100 sheep, big and small, and some are carrying lambs. They will give birth after the new year, and another batch of lambs will be born. Nowadays, the hay they eat every day costs a lot of money, and he has to drive the sheep out for a walk every day, so that the mutton will be delicious. Chapter 451. The deal failed. My mutton is 20 won per catty. Do you want to buy it alive or slaughtered? Live sheep, Jia Yanbing said without hesitation. The meat is no longer fresh after slaughter. Although it is not lucky to sell it alive, it can be sold at a good price. Live? How are you going to transport it? We have our own way. But what is the price you give me? Boss? Where has the old sheep sold live sheep? He has only sold mutton before, and this is the first time he has sold live sheep. However, he calculated the price in his mind. If it is a live sheep, it will probably cost 12 won per catty. So he quoted a price. 12 won per pound for a live sheep. Jia Yanbing smiled and shook his head. Fellow villager, your price is a bit high this year. You probably only know how to herd sheep, but you don't know the market for mutton this year. Right? If my guess is right, the sheep at the border this year should be unsaleable. You should be able to feel it yourself. Right? Jia Yanbing words made the old sheep head feel a little nervous. His sheep have indeed grown fast and reproduced a lot in the past 2 years. He thought that his sheep raising skills have improved. Could it be related to the weather in recent years? In recent years, not to mention livestock, even crops have a bumper harvest. Those families in their village who used to have no food to eat can now fill their stomachs. In the past, the village would close their doors and windows before dark in winter, and everyone would have gone to bed. Now, smoke is rising from every house, indicating that everyone has surplus food for the winter and will not go to bed hungry. But the old sheephead didn't want to sell his sheep at a low price. After all, he had worked hard for a year or two to raise the sheep, and he had to earn a hard work fee anyway. Fellow villager, I don't know what you are talking about. I just herd sheep in the village and have never traveled far. Who knows if you are trying to fool me? If you really want to buy, I will give you 12 cents per pound. If you want to buy cheaper, I don't have it. The old sheep leader was determined and refused to give in no matter what. His tone was very clear. The price was this price. You can buy it or not. Jia Yanbing slowed down his tone, and his attitude was very easygoing, which made people feel close to him. His affinity was really great. Brother, we live in the inn in the town. Your village is only 2/4 of an hour away from the town. If you don't believe it, you can go and ask about the market. I will also give my bottom price. I am willing to take all your sheep at once. It is 10 cents per pound, and you have to deliver it to me. It will take about a few days. We can pay part of the deposit first, and pay the rest after it is delivered. The old sheep leader stood up angrily and wanted to drive him away. You lowered the price and still want me to be responsible for delivery. You are robbing me. Right? I won't sell it anymore. I won't sell it anymore. You guys go. The expression on Jia Yanbing's face did not change at all, but he still looked calm and confident. Brother, you need at least 700 to 800 kilograms of hay a day. Right? That means at least 400 coins a day, which is 12 taels of silver a month. And the price I'm giving you now is 10 coins per kilogram, which is already a high price. In another month, the sheep from the west will come over, and you won't be able to sell your sheep for even 8 coins per kilogram, and you will lose 12 taels of silver a month. Brother, you can do the math yourself. Jia Yanbing said this calmly, then nodded politely and left. Wan Lauer listened carefully throughout the whole process. This time he understood a little bit. This time the test was about psychological warfare. But he also came from the west. He hadn't heard that there were so many sheep this year that they were unsaleable. Did he not pay attention? Wan Lauer hurriedly followed behind. As soon as they walked into the yard, the hostess brought out a few bowls of cooked goat milk. Ah, why are you leaving? Won't you sit for a while? The goat milk is ready. Jia Yanbing glanced at the goat milk on the tray in the woman's hand and turned back. Since the sister-in-law has cooked it, we can't let you down. Jia Yanbing called Wan Lauer and Fu Bao over and handed each of them a bowl. One Lauer couldn't see what Jia Yanbing was up to. The business was broken. How could he drink other people's goat milk? He couldn't bring himself to drink it. But he saw Jia Yanbing drinking it mouthful by mouthful, and couldn't help but pick up the bowl and put it under his nose to smell it. A strong milky aroma came to his face, making One Lauer swallow his saliva. Not to mention Fu Bao, who was a real little foodie. Such a good thing. He didn't need anyone to ask him to drink it. He held a big bowl and drank it heartily. After a bowl of goat milk, she still felt unsatisfied and licked the bowl clean, which was cleaner than her face. The woman looked at Fu Bao's actions and liked it very much. Ah, this little girl. How can she be so lovable? Fu Bao handed the bowl to the woman with both hands and smiled sweetly. Aunt, the goat milk you cooked is so fragrant. It's the first time for Fu Bao to drink such delicious goat milk. Thank you. The wrinkles on the woman's face were all smiling. Fu Bao's voice was soft, sweet, good-looking, and polite. The woman couldn't help but like Fu Bao even more. Then Auntie, can you make another bowl? Auntie, there is nothing else at home, but there is enough goat milk. Fu Bao glanced at One Lauer and Jia Yanbing, and saw that they had almost finished drinking. So he shook his head. No, thank you. Auntie, Fu Bao will drink one bowl. Auntie, you can make it yourself. Drinking milk will make you healthy. The woman touched Fu Bao's little head with envy. She had 2 sons but no daughter. Both children were sent to the county town to go to school and came back once a month. It had only been a few days since she left, and she was already missing him. Seeing Fu Bao, such a cute girl, she also wanted a little daughter. Okay, Auntie drinks it too. Come to Auntie's house next time and Auntie will cook goat milk for you. Auntie will also make many snacks with goat milk. I will pack some for you when the time comes. How about you try Auntie's cooking? Yeah. Okay. Fu Bao nodded happily. His eyes lit up. You still give them goat milk? They are going to steal our sheep. You should feed the goat milk to the dog instead of giving it to them. After being angry for a while in the house, the old sheep heard the noise outside, strode out, and scolded the woman. The woman was a little confused about the situation, but seeing the anger of the boss, she knew that the deal must have fallen through. However, even if the deal failed, the friendship still existed. When you come to our house, you are a guest. You can't let people leave without drinking water. What will happen to their family? The woman smiled at Jia Yanbing and others embarrassedly. My man has such a temper. You are embarrassed. Since the deal failed, I have to drink the goat milk. The old goat heard what his wife said. Although he was furious, he didn't dare to lose his temper with his wife. He had to go back to the house and slam the door. Chapter 452. A virtuous wife brings prosperity to her husband. The woman glanced at them awkwardly. I'm so sorry. My husband has this temper. Please don't be offended. I talk to him later. Fu Bao looked up and said, Aunt, please persuade uncle later. We have done the deal today. Even if your sheep make less money, you can still make money. If it takes a month, all your sheep will be in your hands. We came all the way from the west, and we saw many sheep along the way, probably coming here. Your sheep won't be sold at a good price. Wan Lauer looked at his daughter in surprise. When did the little girl see it? Why didn't he see it? The woman looked at Fu Bao nervously and asked, Daughter, are you sure? What are those sheep doing here? I heard that there are many sheep this year, and people over there can't buy them all. And they eat a lot of sheep, so they can only drive them to the interior. The woman's face became obviously panicked. Jia Yanbing said goodbye at this time. The woman sent them out of the yard anxiously, and immediately returned to the house. Boss, what's wrong with you? Those people just said that the sheep can't be sold at a high price this year. Is it true? What's true or false? They are doing business. What's the difference between trying to lower the price and robbing? You are still rushing to boil goat milk for people. I don't think you can feed the dog and watch the door. Feeding them is equivalent to feeding robbers. After saying this, the old sheephead took out a pipe from his waist and filled a pot of tobacco leaves himself and smoked it. The woman still felt something was wrong, but seeing that her husband was in a rage at the moment, she knew it was not a good time to persuade him. So she went to bring the dinner that had been prepared. When the old sheephead was full, the woman saw that his face looked much better. So she quickly brought water for washing feet and washed his feet. The man ran for a long time, and his soles were sore, now soaking in hot water. He sighed comfortably. Dad, The money for the big sheep and the little sheep to go to school next year depends on this batch of sheep. If it's really like what they said, our son won't have money to go to school. How about I accompany you to the town later? Ask around? We feel more at ease. Right? They are businessmen. They must be more knowledgeable and have more information than us. Since they say so, it's okay for us to spend more time on it. What do you think? The woman spoke in a gentle tone, and her starting point was still their son. The old sheep couldn't get angry, and he listened to the woman's advice at this time and felt that what she said made sense. Okay, then aren't these feet soaked in vain? The woman's face immediately lit up, and she wiped the man's feet quickly, bent down to pick up the foot-washing water, stood up and said with a smile, "It's not in vain. I wash it for you when I come back later." The old sheephead felt a little guilty at this time. People said that a virtuous mother would bring good luck to her husband. He also spent a lot of money to marry her. Over the years, she helped him make the family better and better, and the family business was getting bigger and bigger. She also gave him 2 smart sons. The old sheephead felt very relieved. The old sheephead stood up and patted his wife's rough hands, sighed softly, and there seemed to be thousands of words in his eyes, but he couldn't say them out loud. When he came to his mouth, he only said, "Our family is thanks to you. You are the hero of our young family." The woman heard this sentence, which was sweeter than drinking honey. She lowered her head and blushed. "Why are you saying these things? I didn't marry you for anything from your family at the beginning, but for you, who is capable and knows how to love people. I haven't suffered these years and have enjoyed happiness with you." The woman turned around and went out after saying that, splashing water in the yard, and went back to pack up simply, and then went out with the old sheephead. On the other side, Wan Lauer was driving the carriage while thinking about things in his heart. He was full of questions at this time. "Mr. Yen, how come you and Fubao both said you saw a flock of sheep along the way? But I didn't. If you say you saw it, I have nothing to say. But Fubao has been with me all the time, and I didn't see it. So where did she see it? Are you guys lying on purpose?" Jia Yanbing was dozing off with his eyes closed inside. He was exhausted after walking all this way, and needed to rest for a while. He had a lot to say to Fubao, but he hadn't opened his mouth yet. And now Wan Lauer asked first, "Dad, the gentleman is not feeling well and is resting. Please ask later." Wan Lauer then realized that Jia Yanbing was not feeling well, so he quickly stopped the carriage and opened the door behind. "Mr. Yan, what's wrong with you? You don't look very good. Are you tired just now?" Wan Lauer asked with concern. "Nothing wrong. Just a little short of breath. Maybe because of too much blood loss. The body has not recovered yet. Just take care of it slowly. Don't worry too much." Wan Lauer nodded, closed the carriage door, and sat back again. While driving the cart, he turned to the back and asked Fubao, "My daughter, Mr. Yen is not feeling well. So, I want to ask you, when did you see the sheep?" Fubao climbed onto the hollow of the car door and looked forward at her father and said with a smile, "Dad, I didn't see it, but the master saw it. I can't ruin the master's plan. We went together, and the words must be the same. Otherwise the master would be lying. How can this business be done?" Wan Lauer suddenly realized it. Fortunately, he didn't ask on the spot. He pretended to be dumb when he didn't know something. This was quite useful for him, who was not very smart. But if they said so, weren't they afraid that the shepherd would go to the town to inquire about the situation? What if there was nothing when he went to ask? Wouldn't he be exposed in the same way? After all, this village is the closest village to the town, and it only takes half an hour to go back and forth. "Dad, and when the master and I went out together in the morning, the master had already told the butcher and some vendors about this news. The news has probably spread now. Now even if they go to the town to inquire, we don't have to be afraid." Fubao seemed to know what Wan Lauer was thinking, and directly solved Wan Lauer's doubts. "Ah? So Mr. Yen went out to do this during the day? Mr. Yen is indeed very talented and thinks so far ahead." Fubao was no longer surprised by her father's flattery. She ran back to sit next to Jia Yanbing and looked at his pale face with some worry. Fubao suddenly thought of something and took out the 2 medical books that the old doctor gave her from the drawer under the seat of the carriage. She knelt on the floor of the carriage with her legs, put the book on the seat, stood straight, and carefully turned the pages of the medical book. There were many pictures on it. Fubao only knew some words, and it was very awkward to read, and she couldn't understand the meaning. But she remembered the shapes of the herbs in her mind. She really had a photographic memory. She wanted to find some useful herbs from the book to supplement the master, but found that she didn't know too many words, so she had to put the medical book back in. At this time, the carriage had arrived at the door of the inn. There were few pedestrians on the streets of the town. It was freezing cold, and everyone was sleeping on the kong at home. No one wanted to go out in the cold wind. Wan Lauer helped Jia Yanbing upstairs, settled her down, and then hurried to boil medicine and order food. They didn't know that a danger was approaching them. Chapter 453 Fubao eavesdrops. In the room upstairs, Fubao was sitting on the bed, pressing Jia Yanbing's legs. Girl, don't press it. Go and rest. Jia Yanbing felt a warmth he had never felt before. After experiencing ups and downs, he could feel the simple emotions more peacefully, such as the teacher-student relationship, family affection, and trust between people. These were things he had never thought about seriously before, because he had always been high and mighty, and everything was just because others treated him well, and he didn't have to pay anything to get it. Now that he is in adversity, he can see clearly that things that were originally close at hand have always been ignored by him. Now he misses his relatives very much, but he doesn't know how they are doing. Can his mother hold on until the day he returns? Are his wife and children retaliated against? All this makes him worried. Sir, you are Fubao teacher. Fubao knows the principle of respecting teachers. Now that your relatives are not around, Fubao is your relative. Fubao is very good at taking care of people. Don't worry. Fubao has taken care of my mother and brother Xingyang. Fubao is very experienced. Fubao's little hands kept gently massaging Jia Yanbing's calves, with a smile on his face. So Jia Yanbing couldn't say no. But he didn't want Fubao to press anymore, because Fubao's strength was too weak. It was like tickling, which made him want to laugh. Sir, is Fubao pressing too hard? Can Fubao be a little lighter? Fubao saw that Jia Yanbing's face was not very good, as if he was enduring something. So she immediately asked with concern. No, you pressed it very well, but I'm a little thirsty. Can you get me a glass of water? Fubao happily replied, okay. I go right away. Fubao climbed down from the bed, without even wearing shoes, and ran to the table on the floor. But she couldn't reach the kettle on the table, so she had to climb onto the stool first. Stood on the stool and poured half a cup of water, then climbed down from the stool and carefully carried the cup to the bed. She seemed to suddenly remember something, and a sly smile appeared on her face. Sir, please drink some water. Jia Yanbing didn't know what Fubao was thinking, so she naturally took the cup and drank it up. Fubao quickly took the empty cup and said with a smile, Sir, did Fubao serve you tea just now? Jia Yanbing was stunned for a moment, and then laughed softly. This girl is really a clever ghost. Forget it. Sir, I'm poor now, and I don't have anything good to give you. You're my only student, so I should give you a gift. But now I may owe you. Jia Yanbing spread his hands helplessly, but Fubao shook his head. No, I can't owe you. I have the final say on the gift. You have to give me whatever I want. Jia Yanbing looked at Fubao with a wry smile. This girl never played by the rules. He had never heard of her choosing a gift. Jia Yanbing was interested. He also wanted to know what Fubao wanted, so that he could give her something she liked in the future. Okay, tell me. Sir, I will give you what I can give you. Fubao's mouth curled up a triumphant smile, raised his face, and said seriously, Sir, Fubao's gift is for you to have a worry-free life and a reunion of the whole family. Jia Yanbing looked at Fubao in astonishment. His eyes instantly reddened, but he didn't want to lose his composure in front of his students, so he turned his face away quickly. But his slightly trembling shoulders betrayed his mood at the moment. After a long while, Jia Yanbing turned around and said, Girl, what you want is a gift, not a wish. How can I give it to you? Sir, if you do what Fubao said, it will be a gift for Fubao. Fubao's eyes were shining with bright light, which made people feel hopeful. Jia Yanbing touched Fubao's little head, smiled with tears in his eyes and nodded. I will definitely give you this gift. Like a promise, and like talking to himself. Jia Yanbing's words were extremely firm and sonorous. Jia Yanbing and Fubao were talking in a low voice in the room again. Fubao asked Jia Yanbing to take a nap, but Jia Yanbing couldn't sleep at this time. He felt much more comfortable lying down, so he took the initiative to teach Fubao to recognize words. If it were someone else, Fubao might not agree, but recognizing words was imminent. Fubao felt that not recognizing words was really too difficult. It was like being blind. Those words knew her. But she didn't recognize those words. It was like looking at astronomy. Which made her very angry. Jia Yanbing taught from Fubao medical book. But Fubao medical book was in the carriage. So she had to get it from the carriage first. At this moment, Wan Lauer was not at home. So Fubao prepared to go downstairs to get it herself. She knew that the carriage was parked in the backyard. Sir, shall I get the book? Jia Yanbing nodded and told Fubao. Then go slowly. Hold the railing when going down the stairs. Don't be in a hurry. Fubao had already run to the door, turned his head, and responded with a smile. Opened the door and walked out. At this time, a group of people opened the door to the next room. Fubao looked curiously and saw a dagger stuck in the leather boots of one of the other party. With a part exposed, the man also took a special look at the room where Jia Yanbing lived, and then glanced at Fubao coldly, and then entered the next room as if nothing had happened and closed the door. Fubao couldn't help but frown, and the innate trembling feeling came violently. Fubao was older now, and knew that this was a warning of danger. She couldn't help but stand still, and her little head turned quickly. Those people were not here to catch her. Right? However, Fubao immediately denied this idea. If those people were here to catch her, now was a good opportunity, and they would never let her go. What were they doing? Fubao faintly heard voices coming from next door. She was originally brave and small, so no one would pay attention to her. She came to the door of the next room gently, and sat on the ground to eavesdrop openly. I have already inquired. Jia Yanbing lives next door to us, but I heard that he seems to have a helper. Let's find out the details of the other party before we take action. This time, we must hit him with one blow. We must not let him go to the capital alive to find out the whole story. Otherwise, the master's work will fail. The helper you are talking about is not the little girl who just came out. Of course not. I can lift that little girl with one finger. How can she be a helper? Okay. Wait until they fall asleep tonight, and then we will take action. This time, we must be foolproof. Although the voice inside was not loud, Fubao still heard it all. Her brain was already turning rapidly at this time. She was going to go back to the room quietly and tell Jia Yanbing the news. But when she got up, she heard someone coming out to open the door. It was too late for her to run. In a hurry, Fubao turned directly in the opposite direction, quickly lay on the ground, and cried loudly. Chapter 454. Fubao cleverly resolves the crisis. The people in the room heard a child crying outside, and opened the door faster. When they opened the door, they saw the little girl next door, who was crying loudly on the ground at the door of their room. It seemed that she had fallen down. The few people looked at each other silently and communicated with their eyes. Hey, did you hear the footsteps of this child just now? B shook his head. No. A, then why did this child suddenly fall here? C shook his head. I don't know. D, I think this child is eavesdropping. But I have no evidence. After the few people finished communicating in the air, A squatted down and picked up Fubao's collar and lifted her up from the ground. Fubao felt a little breathless in an instant. She struggled to flutter her two short legs and her hands kept scratching in the air. A looked at this girl like an overturned turtle and felt a little funny for some reason. Little girl, where are your parents? Why are you here alone? When Jia asked, he finally put Fubao on the ground. Fubao finally got free, looking at the few people timidly, with a few crystal tears on his face, his little hands nervously holding the corner of his clothes, and quickly retreated to the wall and stood close to the wall. My dad went to buy me food. I wanted to find him. I ran in a hurry and fell down. Thank you, uncle, for helping me up. I chuckled. It turned out that he was overthinking. He felt that he seemed too suspicious. How could such a young child have so many thoughts? He squatted down and rubbed Fubao's hair. With a big smile on his face, he asked, Little girl, is there only you and your dad in your room? No one else? Fubao shook his head. Daddy said, don't talk to strangers. Uncle, we are meeting for the first time. You asked Fubao family. It seems a bit impolite. Fubao, can you not say it? The man was stunned for a moment, and for a while, he didn't know how to answer. Little girl, if you answer this uncle's question, I have delicious candies here. B also squeezed over to coax Fubao. Fubao's eyes lit up instantly, and she couldn't resist hearing about food. B saw Fubao's expression, and a smug expression appeared on his face. Thinking, you little girl, Isn't it easy to control you? Fu Bao struggled for a moment, and then shook his head. Daddy said that you can't eat candies given by strangers. You will be kidnapped. Uncle, I have to go back and wait for my dad. Can you move aside? Fu Bao looked at the two pitifully, with a timid look, and the words he said directly shattered Yi's smug expression just now. But this is an inn. They can't bully a child openly, and they shouldn't make trouble at this time. The two stood up and made way. Fu Bao raised his head with gritted teeth, looked left and right, and walked out carefully from between the two. After Fu Bao entered the next room and closed the door, he showed a disgusted expression as if he had eaten shit. This little girl is not simple. She is stubborn. It seems that she must be in the same group with him. I will go to meet her father later. Maybe he is a powerful character. Looking at this girl, you can know that her father must be not simple either. I nodded affirmatively. At this time, Wan Lauer, who was decocting medicine in the back, sneezed for no reason. He quickly wrapped his cotton jacket tightly and muttered, "Don't get sick at this time." But he didn't know that his daughter had inadvertently raised his strength. After Fu Bao entered the room, he immediately closed the door, and even moved a stool to stand on the stool to insert the bolt. Jia Yanbing was resting with his eyes closed. He was much more energetic now. But he couldn't sleep. He heard the noise and looked over, and found that it was Fu Bao who was moving the stool. "Girl, what are you doing? Why are you moving the stool?" Fu Bao was sweating profusely from working, and had no time to answer Jia Yanbing's question. Jia Yanbing was a little confused, and propped himself up to sit up from the bed. Watching Fu Bao actually lock the door, Jia Yanbing was even more puzzled. What did this girl want to do? It was not time to go to bed. Why did she lock the door? And even if it was time to rest, she would go to sleep with her father, and she couldn't stay in his room. Fu Bao climbed down from the stool like a little monkey, and immediately rushed to Jia Yanbing's bed. She threw her shoes away anxiously, one on the table, and the other went somewhere unknown. Jia Yanbing couldn't help but frown. This girl was too fierce. "Sir, I have a big thing to tell you. You must not be afraid when you hear it." Fu Bao wiped the sweat on his forehead with his little hand. Panting, Jia Yanbing's eyebrows twitched for no reason, and she looked at Fu Bao with a puzzled look. "Girl, what's the matter?" "Sir, I'm already in this state. What else is there to be afraid of?" As if she was afraid of being overheard, Fu Bao, who was kneeling opposite Jia Yanbing, stood up and leaned over to Jia Yanbing's ear, whispering everything she had just seen and overheard next door. Jia Yanbing's pupils widened as Fu Bao spoke. By the time Fu Bao finished speaking, Jia Yanbing's clenched palms were already covered with a thin layer of sweat, and the originally warm light in his eyes now became like an arrow condensed with ice. It turned out that everything in their family was planned by someone with ulterior motives. Fu Bao was still young, and she might not understand. But after she passed these words to Jia Yanbing immediately understood everything. These people wanted to kill them all and root them out. They were afraid that he would find out something when he went to the capital, which would make those people feel uneasy. Who was it? He had always been in Jiangnan, and had never had any grudges with anyone in the capital. Who was it that wanted to destroy his family? At this time, the anger of revenge was about to burn Jia Yanbing. His chest was full of anger, and he could not find an outlet to vent. Suddenly, a mouthful of blood gushed out. Jia Yanbing shook a few times and finally fainted. Fu Bao was startled. She seemed to get into trouble? Fu Bao wanted to call for help, but she was afraid that those people would take her husband away. She was a little overwhelmed. After all, she was still too young and lacked some ability in life. Fu Bao could only find a handkerchief and wipe the blood off Jia Yanbing's mouth and chest. She wanted to put him right, but she couldn't even lift one of Jia Yanbing's arms. In the end, she could only cover him with a quilt and pour him a cup of warm water. She knew that her husband must not faint at this time. He might have to fight in a while. Thinking of fighting, Fu Bao had an inexplicable excitement in her eyes. She seemed to have not fought with anyone for a few days, and her hands were a little itchy. Fu Bao climbed onto the bed with a cup of water, and pinched Jia Yanbing's philtrum with her little hand. She saw that it was used when saving people in the village, and it was quite effective. She tried it, and sure enough, Jia Yanbing woke up slowly not long after. Fu Bao was so surprised that he quickly called out, "Sir, are you okay?" Chapter 455 Preparation for Deployment. Jia Yanbing slowly woke up and saw Fu Bao's little face. He felt a little relieved, But he quickly remembered what Fu Bao had just said. There was a group of killers waiting to take his life next door. He had to find a way to protect himself. Fu Bao quickly brought the water to Jia Yanbing's mouth and said with a worried look on his face, "Sir, come and drink some water. Fu Bao will feed you." Jia Yanbing drank a sip of water from Fu Bao's hand and felt that the depression in his heart dissipated a lot, and the nameless fire seemed to dissipate. His mind was very clear at this time. He sat up slowly, and after sitting on the bed and thinking for a while, he said to Fu Bao, "Girl, we have to run away quickly. The three of us are weak and can't be opponents at all. We can't wait for others to come to our door. I tell you what to do next. You do it according to what the master said. Remember one thing. You must be natural. Don't let the enemy see any clues. Let alone let them see that we already know their intentions. Otherwise we can't run away." Fu Bao nodded seriously. "Sir, Fu Bao understands." Then Jia Yanbing whispered something in Fu Bao's ear, and Fu Bao immediately climbed down from the bed, but couldn't find his shoes. Jia Yanbing looked at Fu Bao's appearance, angry and funny. "It's on the table." Jia Yanbing sighed helplessly. Fu Bao smiled embarrassedly. She knew there was one on the table. She saw it when she was pouring water just now. She was looking for the other one. Fu Bao took the one on the table and put it on, then lay on the ground to find the other shoe, and finally found it under the table. After Fu Bao put on her shoes and winked at Jia Yanbing, she turned around to move a stool and opened the door. Fu Bao went out and closed the door gently. When she passed the next room, she deliberately slowed down her steps so that they would not notice that she had left the room. When she reached the stairs, she grabbed the railing with both hands, lifted her calves, and turned over and lay on the railing. She slid down to the first floor, but the handrail below was a little high from the ground. There was a part of the bottom of the handrail that was higher than the handrail, which stuck Fu Bao there. Fu Bao did not slide directly from the handrail to the ground, but she seemed unable to go down, and she was regretting and getting anxious. Wan Lauer just came in from the back with medicine, and saw Fu Bao stuck on the handrail and unable to go up and down. He was so scared that his soul was about to fly away. This girl is really worrying. She doesn't take the stairs. What kind of idea is she thinking? Wan Lauer came over quickly with medicine in one hand, and clamped Fu Bao down from the handrail of the stairs with one arm. "Fu Bao, such dangerous things. Don't do it again." Before Wan Lauer finished speaking, Fu Bao looked upstairs and saw that there was no movement upstairs. So she immediately dragged Wan Lauer to the back. "Daddy, don't teach Fu Bao yet. Fu Bao has known that she was wrong, and she won't do it again. Now Fu Bao has something important to tell you." Fu Bao whispered to Wan Lauer while pulling Wan Lauer to the backyard. Wan Lauer was a little puzzled. What was this girl doing? However, Wan Lauer loved his daughter, so he didn't refute her and followed Fu Bao to the back. When they arrived at the backyard, Fu Bao saw that there was no one in the backyard. So he said to Wan Lauer, "Daddy, someone wants to kill the gentleman." "What?" Wan Lauer was so scared that he almost dropped the medicine bowl in his hand on the ground. "Dad, keep your voice down. Don't let anyone hear us. We will be in danger." Fu Bao quickly pulled Wan Lauer's hand. Wan Lauer immediately looked around nervously and found no one. He quickly squatted down and looked at Fu Bao. "Girl, is what you said true?" "Yes, it's true. I have told the master about this matter. The master asked me to come to you and tell you what to do to save yourself." Wan Lauer put the medicine bowl on the ground, picked up Fu Bao and said, "Silly girl. The killer has come to kill us. Why should we care about him? Run away quickly. He has nothing to do with us. Now it must be important to save your life. Daddy will take you away from this inn. The silver on Daddy is enough for our travel expenses to the capital. When we get to the capital, we will sell these skins and have money." Fu Bao immediately struggled to get down. "Daddy, how could you do this? I have already worshipped the teacher as my teacher. How can I abandon him at this time? I must save the teacher. If you are afraid, just go first," Fu Bao said with a serious face. Wan Lauer was a little anxious, squatted down and persuaded, "My daughter, it's not that Daddy is afraid of death. Think about it. If we die, what will happen to your mother? What will happen to your grandmother? People at home are still waiting for us to go back. We still have family. We can't risk our lives for someone we have only met a few times." "Right?" Fu Bao was a little entangled by what Wan Lauer said. On one side was her relatives. On the other side was her teacher. She didn't know how to choose. And for the first time, the little girl felt a little helpless. Dad? But I can't just ignore the master. Let's give it a try. Okay? Besides, those people already think that we are in the same group with the master. Even if we run, it's too late. We might as well listen to the master and run together. The master is very smart. We can definitely get rid of these killers. Fu Bao's eyes were red. His face was full of anxiety. His two little hands tightly grasped Wan Lao's arm. With a pleading look on his face, Wan Lao couldn't bear to see his daughter being wronged. So he said in a rush, "Okay. Dad will listen to you this time. What does Mr. Yin say?" Fu Bao immediately said, "Dad, you can ask the store to buy half a pot of oil, a bucket of beans, and half a bucket of wood ash, and ask the store to send it to the master's room. Don't make a fuss, and leave the rest to the master. You can drive the carriage to the alley behind the inn and wait. The master will go down from the window. You can meet him there." Wan Lao heard that this was easy to deal with. As long as he didn't stay to fight these people, he was willing to do anything. "Don't worry, my daughter. I do it right away. What are you going to do? You don't have to go back. Just stay in the carriage with me to meet Mr. Yin." "No. Fu Bao has to go up to help. Mr. Yin just vomited blood and is not feeling well. If I don't help, no one will help him." Wan Lao knew that Fu Bao would not listen to him, so he could only let her go upstairs again and bring the medicine up with her. Wan Lao moved very quickly to avoid unnecessary trouble. He wanted to leave the inn more than a hot oil pan. Soon, the innkeeper prepared everything Wan Lao asked for, because Wan Lao gave the boss a reward of 1 or 2 silver coins. The boss didn't ask anything and sent it directly to Jia Yanbing's room. Wan Lao drove the carriage quietly out of the back door. Turning to the side was a small alley. He looked up and saw that it was Jia Yanbing's room above. According to Fu Bao, the other side was the room of those killers. Although the two rooms were adjacent, the windows of the rooms were in different directions, which gave them a chance. Chapter 456, Setting Up the Trap. Fu Bao carefully took the medicine upstairs. Just as Jia Yanbing finished drinking the medicine, the shopkeeper brought the things up. The shopkeeper had been told by Wan Lao not to ask anything and just leave after putting the things down. Although the shopkeeper was very confused, he certainly wouldn't make a fuss since the other party gave him a lot of money. "Sir, the things have been delivered, and I have asked my father to wait behind. What are you going to do?" "Fu Bao will help you." Jia Yanbing looked at Fu Bao with emotion. He had already prepared himself mentally, thinking that Wan Lao would definitely take Fu Bao away. But he didn't expect that this girl would come back again. He had actually prepared to go all out just now, since they are now willing to live and die with him. He doesn't need to be hypocritical. "Fu Bao, I want to make a mechanism at the door. I guess these people will probably start after we fall asleep. We must leave this room at the hour of Su. Now it's less than a quarter of an hour away. We are in a hurry. I need your help." Fu Bao immediately nodded heavily. "Sir, Fu Bao is here to help. Please tell me what you want Fu Bao to do. Have you seen the oil in the pot? Use this handkerchief to smear the oil on the floor. Try to smear it as thick as possible near the door. I will set up the ash mechanism now." Jia Yanbing handed Fu Bao a gray handkerchief, and then stood up and walked behind the door. Fu Bao moved very quickly. She took the handkerchief, bent down like a little monkey, stuck out her little butt, dipped the handkerchief in the pot with oil, pressed the handkerchief on the ground with both hands, and pushed the handkerchief on the ground like wiping the floor, and moved forward quickly with her hands and feet. In less than a quarter of an hour, Fu Bao had smeared all the oil in the oil pot on the floor. "Sir, Fu Bao has done it. Please be careful." Fu Bao looked up and saw Jia Yanbing put the wooden barrel with ash on the door and opened the door a little. If someone came in, they would have to push the door, and the ash would fall on their heads. Moreover, the ash could easily blind the eyes. The people who came in would be covered in dust and unable to see. Fu Bao suddenly understood the sir's intention. After Jia Yanbing got down from the stool, Fu Bao quickly scattered the beans in the bag. Sprinkling beans on the oil and adding ash would definitely be enough for those people to drink a pot. Jia Yanbing looked at Fu Bao with appreciation. He was not idle either. He turned around and pulled off the bed sheet. With a sizzling sound, he tore it in half, and then connected the half sheets to form a rope. "Fu Bao, come here quickly. I take you down first." Fu Bao had finished scattering the beans. Hearing this, he threw away the bag and trotted over. Jia Yanbing tied Fu Bao very firmly. After trying a few times and making sure there was no problem, he picked Fu Bao up and put him down from the window. Wan Lauer was facing the window at this time. He looked up and saw Fu Bao being sent out of the window at a glance. Wan Lauer stretched out his arms nervously and prepared below. But everything went quite smoothly. Jia Yanbing was very cautious. He was afraid of dropping Fu Bao. So he lowered him slowly. Wan Lauer grabbed Fu Bao's feet as soon as his hand touched them. He caught Fu Bao and pulled him down little by little. Finally, he caught Fu Bao safely and quickly untied the rope around Fu Bao's waist. Jia Yanbing felt that there was no space under the bed sheet. So he pulled it up. He tied the other end of the bed sheet to the bed leg and the other end to his waist. But the distance seemed a bit far. He couldn't reach the carriage from below, and he might be hung in the air and unable to get down. Jia Yanbing scanned the room and found the bed curtain. He pulled it down without hesitation and connected it to the bed sheet. Now the length was enough. And there was still more. He had just tied himself up when there was a noise next door. He heard the sound of the door opening next door. Jia Yanbing's face turned pale. If they came at this time, they would definitely see the situation in his room. Because in order to make that mechanism, he left the door ajar, and they could see the situation inside through the crack of the door. Jia Yanbing walked to the table and turned off the light, so that the room was dark. And even if someone passed by, they would not find that there was no one in the room. Jia Yanbing no longer hesitated. He turned over and went out of the window. The bed curtain in his hand was moved down little by little. He pushed his feet against the wall, and his forehead was full of sweat. He was trying his best to endure the pain. The wound on his chest seemed to have signs of cracking. But he didn't care about the injury at this time. If he couldn't get down, he would only die here. He couldn't die now. He had to stay alive and find out who was behind the scenes. Just as he was about to land, he suddenly heard a violent noise from the room above, accompanied by wailing. Jia Yanbing knew that those people had come in. When Jia Yanbing just climbed out of the window, those people came to the door. They saw that the door was ajar, but they were a little confused. They did not come in immediately, but hesitated at the door for a moment. Some people went to the door of Wan Lauer's room to listen to the movement inside. At this time, the person who went to find Wan Lauer came back and said that he didn't find anyone. They thought Wan Lauer had rested. They didn't know Wan Lauer's strength and didn't dare to act rashly. At this time, seeing that all the people in the two rooms were killed, the four people were divided into two groups. Two people ambushed in front of Wan Lauer's door, and the other two went directly to Jia Yanbing's room. As long as Wan Lauer dared to come out to rescue, these two people could catch him off guard. And be waited at the door for a while, but didn't find any movement inside. Thinking that he must have fallen asleep, they gently pushed the door open, one on the left and one on the right, and prepared to sneak into the house at the same time. Just as the two of them stepped into the house, the wooden barrel on the door turned over directly, and the grass and wood ash inside poured down. The two couldn't see anything. Their eyes hurt, and their feet became messy. The oiled floor was covered with soybeans. The two men couldn't tell the directions at this time. They were like headless flies, bumping around. One of them slipped and fell backwards. One of them hit the back of his head on the door sill and fainted immediately. The other fell on the wooden barrel and knocked out two of his front teeth. The two people guarding the door of Wan Lauer's room came over and were startled. "What are you two doing? What's going on?" He couldn't see the situation in the room clearly, but he saw that his accomplice was obviously attacked. So he didn't dare to go in rashly. There's a trap. Ika lost two front teeth, and he almost died on the spot because of the pain. His mouth was full of blood, and he couldn't speak clearly. C and D didn't dare to move forward. They dragged A out, and then B out. It seems that we have been exposed. In this case, we can't delay any longer. Just go in and kill them, Bing said coldly. What are you killing? How can we kill them when two of them haven't even moved yet? And there's no movement in the next room. Ding rolled his eyes at him and looked towards Wan Lauer's room. Jia Yanbing had already got on the carriage, and Wan Lauer drove the carriage out of the town without stopping. Chapter 457, Meeting on a Narrow Road. Wan Lauer, who was driving the carriage madly, was a little panicked. After running out of the town, he didn't know where to go. Mr. Yan, where are we going now? Wan Lauer had to stop the carriage and asked loudly. Go back. The most dangerous place is the safest place. Go to the county town. Jia Yanbing covered his chest with a pale face and a trembling voice. It can be heard that he was trying his best to endure. Mr. Yan, Are you okay? I have golden wound medicine here. Do you want to use some? Wan Lauer bought golden wound medicine from the old doctor specifically because they were always injured along the way, and he had to prepare some. Jia Yanbing could already feel the stickiness under his hands. It must be that the wound had split. Thank you. Fu Bao. There is a small white porcelain bottle in the secret compartment under the seat. Find it out, and give it to the gentleman. Oh. Okay. Fu Bao was sweating profusely. She saw that the gentleman was in pain and was anxious. Hearing what Wan Lauer said, she quickly searched through the secret compartments one by one, and finally found a small porcelain bottle, and quickly handed it to Jia Yanbing. Sir, do you need Fu Bao help? No. Fu Bao. Sit down. This carriage is running too fast. You may fall easily. Come to me. Fu Bao sat next to Jia Yanbing obediently. Jia Yanbing was just about to apply the medicine, but the carriage suddenly stopped with an emergency brake, and the two people in the carriage were almost thrown out. Fortunately, Jia Yanbing held a window, and Fu Bao hit him. If it was like before, Fu Bao would have been thrown out. Who is it? Wan Lauer's voice came from outside. Jia Yanbing couldn't help but sweat, and didn't dare to make a sound. Could it be that those people have caught up? It seems that the beans they spread didn't delay for long. Are they really going to die here today? He really didn't want to. And he also dragged down this innocent father and daughter. Dad? Why does this voice sound familiar? The woman's voice sounded particularly clear in the silent night. The old sheephead also squinted his eyes and looked at the carriage. But he couldn't see the face clearly. There was a bright moon in the sky, shining brightly on the ground. So Wan Lauer saw that there was also an ox cart coming towards him from the opposite side. Otherwise he would have hit it. At this time, the old sheephead seemed to recognize Wan Lauer's carriage, because Wan Lauer's carriage was more luxurious than others. He had seen it during the day, but this carriage had never been seen in the whole town. The old sheephead was surprised and puzzled. Wife, those seem to be the few people who came to our house in the evening. Are they going to our house? The old sheephead and the woman whispered. Wan Lauer saw that the people on the opposite side did not speak for a long time, and he became anxious. Jia Yanbing in the carriage was even more fidgety. Who are you? Please make way for us. Wan Lauer shouted again, because at this time, both of their cars were in the middle of the road, and both of them had to make way for each other before they could pass. Wan Lauer's shout made the woman know that the person on the other side was the one who came to their village today. Brother, where are you going so late? The woman got off the ox cart and actually walked to Wan Lauer's carriage to ask. Wan Lauer then saw clearly that the person who came was the woman he had just met, and they even drank her goat milk. Sister-in-law? Why are you? You go to the town so late? Wan Lauer was also surprised. This is really a fate. Jia Yanbing heard the voice outside the carriage and breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that God still takes care of them, and they are not so unlucky. However, Jia Yanbing immediately set his sights on the woman family. If they went to the woman village to hide for a night, maybe they could disturb the sight of those people and let them escape. Fu Bao also leaned out of the car window. She also recognized the woman's voice. She stretched out her little head to greet the woman. Aunt, I am Fu Bao. We meet again. Fu Bao, do you remember that aunt said to make delicious food for Fu Bao? Fu Bao's crisp voice immediately attracted the woman's attention. Oh, it's the little girl. Where are you going? Aunt, there are bad guys chasing us. We have to run quickly. If we don't run, we will die. Fu Bao said it directly, and Wan Lauer was shocked. How could this girl be so fierce? They were being chased by people now. How could she say that? Sister-in-law, the child is talking nonsense. Don't be afraid. But we do have something to go. Wan Lauer wanted to interrupt. And at this time Jia Yanbing's voice came from the carriage. Sister-in-law, we are indeed being hunted. But the group of people who are hunting us are also related to you. Wan Lauer frowned, not quite understanding why Jia Yanbing said that. The woman was already scared, and now she couldn't speak clearly after hearing what Jia Yanbing said. She was just a woman. How could she be related to the murderer? Sister-in-law, this is a long story. We want to stay at your house for one night. Is that possible? If we delay any longer, those people will come and none of us will be able to escape. Jia Yanbing's voice was a little anxious and urgent, and the woman could tell that this was not the time to chat. But she couldn't make the decision. She couldn't believe them just because Jia Yanbing said one or two words and take them home directly. If they lied, wouldn't it implicate their family? Well, wait a minute. I go and discuss it with my boss. The woman ran away after saying that. Boss, those people said they were being hunted down and that it was related to our family. They wanted to follow us to our home to hide for a night. Do you agree? The old sheephead glared at the woman and shouted at her. Bullshit. We are all honest farmers. How can we be related to murderers? Hurry up and go home. I think they are just a bunch of liars. There is no such thing as unsaleable mutton. I told you not to believe them. But you insisted on coming. Now you are trying to get into trouble. The old sheephead immediately turned the ox cart around and asked the woman to get on the cart and go home. One Lauer was a little dumbfounded. What was going on? They were going to the county town. Should they go to the village or the county town? Follow them, Jia Yanbing said in a deep voice in the carriage. One Lauer was a little hesitant. They obviously didn't want to pay attention to them. He didn't have the guts to follow them. Seeing that One Lauer didn't move, Jia Yanbing explained again. Don't worry. I won't let you show up. You just need to follow them, and I explained to them. One Lauer then drove the carriage to catch up with the ox cart in front. It was already the coldest time of the year. If they spent a night outside, they would be frozen into popsicles tomorrow morning. So they had to find a place to rest tonight. The village of Laoyan too, which was the closest to this place, was the most suitable place, because they had just dealt with each other and were considered acquaintances. It was better than spending the night at a stranger's house. Chapter 458. Something is going to happen to your family. The old sheephead whipped the whip in his hand, and the ox cart ran more than twice as fast as when they came. But it was still not as fast as One Lauer's carriage. Their ox cart was soon caught up by One Lauer's carriage. One Lauer shouted from behind, Brother, sister-in-law, wait for us. Our master has something to say to you. But the more he shouted, the faster the old sheephead drove the ox cart. Dust was also raised on the road. One Lauer was speechless. He didn't eat at night. At this time, he was probably full of wind and soil. Mr. Yen, they don't stop. And they are always blocking the road ahead. I can't get through, and can't keep pace with them. One Lauer was about to give up, and was ready to go directly to the county town. Just follow them into the village. I have my own way to make them take us in, and sell sheep to us, Jia Yanbing said confidently. One Lauer had no choice but to continue to follow them shamelessly. Boss, that person is still following us. Don't you think what they said is true? Why don't we stop for a while, and listen to what they say? The woman said with some concern, looking back from time to time, feeling very worried. If what those people said is true, wouldn't their family be in trouble? Their son needs them right now, and they must not get into trouble at this time. Unexpectedly, the old sheephead scolded her directly. Don't talk nonsense. Don't you think that our family is just a sheep farmer, and we don't offend anyone at ordinary times? How could it be related to us? I think they are a group of scammers. They must have been discovered by someone for their previous scams. Now that someone has come to their door, they want to run away. Where can they go in the middle of the night? They just want to stay at our house. Just ignore them. The woman felt that what the man said made sense, so she didn't say anything more. But what should we do if they keep following us? Will they follow us directly to our house? Humph. Once they come to our village, it's our territory. How can we let them bully us? Are the people in our village just for free? They'd better follow us and see how I deal with them. The old sheephead had a cold face and cracked the whip in his hand. The woman felt much more at ease now. One Lauer followed the ox cart all the way to the village entrance again. It was still the big willow tree. Under the moonlight, it looked like a tall old man, welcoming people entering the village from afar. The road at the entrance of the village was relatively wide. One Lauer accelerated and overtook the old sheephead's ox cart. He turned the carriage and blocked the old sheephead's ox cart. The old sheephead was so scared that he quickly stopped the ox cart. If he was a little later, his ox would hit the opposite carriage. The old sheephead was very angry. He jumped off the ox cart, holding the ox whip in his hand, and walked towards One Lauer's carriage aggressively. You kid want to die, right? Get out of my way, or I run over your horses. The old sheephead pointed his whip at One Lauer in anger. One Lauer looked back at the carriage, and saw a white hand lifting the curtain. And then Jia Yanbing's voice came out. Brother, can you listen to me for a few words? After I finish, if you still don't believe it, we will leave your village immediately. The old sheephead was angry, and didn't listen to anyone. But his wife was kind. And she was always worried about the killers. So she quickly got off the ox cart and stopped the old sheephead. Dad, don't be impulsive. Or let's listen to what they say first. We're at the doorstep. There's no rush. The woman's voice was like a tranquilizer, which calmed down the old sheephead a little. But he didn't look at Jia Yanbing well. Snorted coldly and turned his face away. The woman said to Jia Yanbing in the car with an awkward smile, "Brother, what do you want to say? Hurry up. It's cold outside, and we have to go back to see the sheep." "Thank you, sister-in-law, for giving me this opportunity. And also for you. It's true that we are being hunted down. But those who are hunting us are sheep dealers. They have a large number of sheep in their hands. But they can't find a market. They heard that we have a way. So they want to sell them to the interior of the country through my channels. But I prefer your sheep. I saw your sheep today. They are fat and healthy. And the meat quality must be good. So I rejected them. Those people killed people and robbed goods and did everything. They had evil intentions for a while and wanted to kill us if they didn't agree with us." "Sister-in-law, you also saw it. How could the three of us be their opponents? So we ran away at night." The woman's eyelids jumped when she heard it. "Oh my God. How many sheep do they have?" "At least 10,000. "What? 10,000? What about my sheep?" The woman panicked immediately. She was counting on selling these sheep to prepare tuition for her children. But now she was going to lose everything. "Child's father, please say something?" The woman shook the old sheephead's arm vigorously. The old sheephead had been listening all the time, and was a little panicked when he heard it. But he was much calmer than the woman. "Why are you in such a hurry? The people who bought the sheep haven't left yet." "Right. Stop shaking. You're going to shake them apart." The old sheephead sighed, threw away the bull whip in his hand, and squatted on the ground holding his head. At this moment, Fu Bao suddenly looked in the direction of the old sheephead's house from the other side of the car window. She felt that something bad was happening over there. Fu Bao ran out of the carriage and stood beside Wan Lauer. She tiptoed and looked in the direction of Liu Yang's house. She saw that under the dim moonlight, there was a dark cloud over Liu Yang's house. Only their house was covered by dark clouds. This was not the first time Fu Bao had seen it. As she grew older, she understood more and more things, and was very clear about the differences between herself and ordinary people. She knew that something must have happened at Liu Yang's house. And, "Go home quickly. Something is going to happen at your house." Fu Bao was very anxious. While calling the woman, she pointed in the direction of the woman's house. The woman was very surprised. What was this girl talking about? Liu Yang stood up from the ground. He could see that this group of people, big and small, had bad intentions. "Your family is going to be in trouble? Can you speak? You really need to be disciplined. If the top beam is not straight, the bottom beam will be crooked. I am a liar. And I am even less of a thing." The old sheephead didn't want to listen to Jia Yanbing nonsense. He picked up his bullwhip and said coldly to Wan Lauer, "You guys get out of the way quickly, or I will call people. This is our village. Our territory. You will not get any good results." Wan Lauer was relieved and hugged Fu Bao in his arms. Jia Yanbing was disrupted by Fu Bao's trick, which disrupted his plan. "What nonsense is this little girl talking about?" "Girl, what did you see?" Wan Lauer asked Fu Bao in a low voice. "Daddy, I saw dark clouds covering their house." Wan Lauer also looked up, but he couldn't see anything, which meant that the girl didn't see dark clouds. So it must be that their family was going to be in trouble. Wan Lauer immediately drove the carriage to the side and asked the old sheephead to drive the bullock cart over. The old sheep-headed man drove the ox cart home angrily. "Daddy, hurry up and follow us. We have to go and help. And Auntie has to make me something delicious." Wan Lauer was a little amused. This girl was just thinking about that bite of food. Chapter 459. A thief breaks into the house. Wan Lauer drove the carriage behind the old sheephead's ox cart. The woman looked back and found that Wan Lauer had been following. So she said to the man, "Dad, that person is still following us. What should we do?" "Don't worry. Follow if you want. Anyway, we won't let them in later." The woman felt a little reluctant. "But, it's so cold. I think the person in the carriage is still a sickly person, and he will be frozen outside overnight. Won't he be a stick tomorrow? I'm really a woman kindness. I told you not to meddle in other people's business. But you didn't listen. And now someone is blackmailing you. What should we do?" The woman looked a little depressed and didn't say anything. Seeing Fu Bao sitting next to him, Jia Yanbing asked, "Girl, what were you doing just now?" Fu Bao said seriously. "Sir, there is really..." Fu Bao suddenly covered her mouth. Her father said that she was not allowed to tell anyone and let people know that she was different from others. Otherwise she would be taken away. Fu Bao hesitated. The person in front of her was her teacher. Should she tell the truth? What happened over there? Jia Yanbing asked Fu Bao with a smile in his eyes. Fu Bao shook his head. "Nothing. I just said nonsense." "Sorry, sir. It was Fu Bao who messed up. Please punish me." Fu Bao lowered his head and looked like a good baby, which made Jia Yanbing angry and funny. This girl has an advantage. That is, she admits her mistakes quickly and looks very sincere. Jia Yanbing saw that Fu Bao didn't want to say it, so he didn't ask again, and he would know in a while. He had traveled to so many places and seen many strange people and things. Some people's perception ability was naturally stronger than that of ordinary people. There was a term called sixth sense in Western medicine. He was not a medical student, so he didn't know much about it. He was just curious at the time and listened. The carriage followed the ox cart and soon arrived at the end of the village. It was already the middle of the night, and the people in the village had basically gone to bed. There was only the creaking of the ox cart and the clatter of their carriage in the village, accompanied by the sound of the wind, which was particularly quiet. As soon as the old sheephead stopped the ox cart and had no time to get off, he heard his wife shouting, "Dad, when we left, I remember the door was locked. Why is it open now?" The woman's face turned pale, and she immediately jumped off the ox cart. Because of panic, she almost fell down, and the old sheephead pulled her from behind to stabilize her body. The old sheephead's face was not very good either, and he rushed in with a bull whip. Wan Lauer followed closely behind and also found something strange. He believed what Fu Bao said and was curious to see what happened. So he knew at a glance that the old sheephead's house must have been robbed. "Mr. Yan, you rest in the carriage first. Don't get off. I think the old sheephead's house seems to have been robbed. The door is wide open. I go and take a look." Jia Yanbing looked at Fu Bao in surprise. Was this little girl really right? "Don't worry about me, Brother Wan. You go and take a look. I'm not feeling well, so I won't make trouble," Jia Yanbing said in a deep voice. "Daddy, Fu Bao is going too. Fu Bao is going to catch the thief. Fu Bao, this little heroine, goes wherever there is excitement and is not afraid at all." Wan Lauer was a little worried. They left in a hurry and handed the big white goose to Hu Xingyang to look after. If he had known that there would be so many things on the way, he should have brought the big white goose with him. The big white goose can protect Fu Bao at critical moments. "Girl, why don't you stay in the car to take care of your husband?" "Daddy, my husband told me to go and see him and come back to tell him." Fu Bao was a little impatient. If he didn't go, the thief would run away. Jia Yanbing listened to Fu Bao lying in front of him, and said it without blushing or beating his heart. He lowered his head and smiled and shook his head. Wan Lauer believed it. In addition, he loved his daughter. If his daughter wanted to go, he could only watch her carefully for a while and make sure no one hurt her. Wan Lauer carried Fu Bao into the yard of Liu Yang's house. When Wan Lauer passed the gate, he found that the lock on the door had been knocked off. No wonder this person could get in. The wall of Liu Yang's house was high, and ordinary people couldn't get in at all. If they wanted to get in, they could only come in through the gate. So knocking off the door lock was the most direct way. As soon as Liu Yang entered the yard, he saw a figure catching sheep in the sheepfold. Liu Yang's anger immediately soared. He raised the whip and rushed over like an arrow. Soon there were screams in the sheepfold, and the sheep were frightened and ran around, because the sheepfold door was wide open. The sheep rushed out of the sheepfold. The woman was panicking outside, and Fu Bao ran over to pull the woman. And the sheep ran out. "Can you close the door quickly? Otherwise, if they run out, we won't be able to find them?" The expression on the woman's face was a little dazed, and she immediately responded, "Okay, Aunt. I go right away." Wan Lauer was already driving the sheep into the sheepfold. But the sheep were frightened, and the more they were driven, the more they scattered. The whole yard was full of sheep. Fu Bao was standing in the sheepfold and was already drowned. "Fu Bao? Where are you?" Wan Lauer couldn't find Fu Bao and shouted anxiously. Fu Bao immediately responded, stretched out his little arm and waved. Daddy, Fu Bao is here. It's okay. Although these sheep were running around like headless flies, they would actively avoid Fu Bao. So Fu Bao place was safer than Wan Lao's. The sheep in the sheepfold were all adult sheep, weighing more than 100 pounds. If Fu Bao was stepped on, the little girl would definitely be injured. Wan Lao saw that his daughter was fine, and his heart was relieved. He ran over and picked Fu Bao up from the ground. Suddenly, a scream from the old sheep head came from the sheepfold. The woman had just locked the door when she trembled with fear and asked in a hoarse voice, "Dad, what's wrong with you?" The sheepfold was half a shed and half an open space. At this time, the old sheep head and the thief broke into the shed, and people outside could not see the situation inside clearly. Obviously, the old sheep head had the upper hand just now. Why is it the old sheep head who screamed now? Sister-in-law, do you have a torch at home? Light the torch quickly. It's too dark. I can't see clearly. Wan Lao wanted to help, but he didn't dare to go in rashly. He now had experience fighting with criminals, and he was more powerful than the old sheep head. The woman quickly responded, "Yes. Yes. I go find it now." Sometimes they would go to find sheep, and there were torches prepared at home. Just when the woman was looking for a torch, a figure suddenly rushed out of the sheepfold. He flexibly avoided the sheep and ran quickly towards the gate. But there were too many sheep in the yard, and they were running around. The man ran too fast and bumped into a sheep that was half the height of a man. Wan Lao quickly put Fu Bao down and found the right opportunity to sneak past from behind. Chapter 460. Wan Lao helps catch the thief. The man was knocked over by the sheep, and there were several sheep behind him trampling back and forth. He had to roll around in the flock to avoid the sheep. Wan Lao hurried over and saw the thief rolling on the ground. He wanted to pounce on him and subdue him. But at this time, he suddenly saw a cold light flashing on the man's body, and he seemed to be holding something in his hand. Wan Lao's action suddenly paused. The woman was already running with the torch. "Brother, the fire is coming." The woman saw the thief by the light of the fire, but she didn't see his face clearly. He was lying on the ground with his face down. The woman wanted to turn the thief over, but was grabbed by Wan Lao and took the woman back a few steps. "Sister-in-law, don't get close. He has a knife in his hand." Wan Lao has now figured out why the old sheep head in the sheepfold screamed in the end even though he was holding a whip. He must have been hit by the man's dagger. The woman's face turned pale. "What? There's a knife?" The kid's father. The woman couldn't imagine what happened to the old sheep head now. She was a little shaky, and the sudden change made her a little exhausted. But Fu Bao ran into the sheepfold while everyone was looking at the thief. When she entered the shed, the light became very dim, and Fu Bao was almost tripped because she was not familiar with the surrounding environment. She whispered, "Uncle? I'm Fu Bao. Where are you?" The old sheep head was covering his shoulder and fell in a pool of blood. He was whipping hard just now, but the man grabbed his bull whip and stabbed him with a knife. He argued with him for a long time, but still let the man run away. At this moment, he suddenly heard the little girl's cry. The old sheep was a little surprised. "Why did this girl come?" "Little girl, I'm here. Don't come in. It's dirty in here. You wait there. Uncle is fine." The old sheep felt a little guilty, thinking of what he said to Fu Bao outside. He blushed. He supported himself with one hand and barely stood up. The other arm drooped naturally, obviously unable to move. His face was sweaty, and the back of the drooping hand was dripping with blood. Fu Bao stood there obediently and didn't go in. Finally, she saw a vague shadow getting closer and closer. She hurried forward and grabbed the corner of the old sheep's clothes. "Uncle, are you injured? I just heard you scream." The old sheep looked down at the little guy. He was not as tall as his legs, but he was so sensible, which made people feel a little distressed. "Uncle, it's okay. He was injured a little. It will be fine after a bandage. We shepherds are tough, and getting injured is common. It's not a big deal." Although he said so, the old sheephead didn't feel good at all. The pain in the wound made him almost faint. Fu Bao held the corner of the old sheephead's clothes and followed him carefully. He said softly, "Uncle, the thief is still in the yard. Don't worry. My father will help you catch him. My father is very powerful. We sent several robbers to the government office a few days ago. They were all caught by my father." The old sheephead was a little surprised. "Your father doesn't look like a kung fu person, but I didn't expect him to be so powerful." Fu Bao nodded affirmatively. which made the old sheephead feel much more relieved. The big and the small slowly walked out of the sheepfold. There were torches outside, and the yard was much brighter. One Lauer told everyone to retreat, not to be hurt by the thief's sudden madness, especially Fubao. One Lauer told him to retreat as far as possible. The thief lay on the ground motionless, which made the others helpless. Sister-in-law, go find me a stick. The woman handed the torch to One Lauer, turned around and ran away quickly. She also wanted to see who this man was, and why he was so bold. Unexpectedly, as soon as the woman left, the thief suddenly jumped up and stabbed One Lauer with a knife in his hand. One Lauer had been guarding against him. The moment the other party got up from the ground, he swung the torch in his hand towards the other party. The torch hit the man's back, and the sparks on the torch flew everywhere, and the man's clothes were also burned by the torch. In winter, everyone wears cotton clothes, and once a fire breaks out, it is difficult to put out. The man was smart. He quickly lay down on the ground and rolled on the ground a few times to put out the fire. The torch in One Lauer's hand was half extinguished because of the previous blow, and the fire was not as big as before. At this time, the woman brought a stick, and One Lauer returned the torch to the woman and asked her to stay away. One Lauer took the stick and hit the man on the ground. The man had just put out the fire on his body, and was suddenly attacked. He didn't have time to avoid it, and was hit by One Lauer several times. One Lauer was originally a peasant, and he had a lot of strength. In addition, he didn't spare his strength, but beat him to death. The man rolled back and forth on the ground several times, screaming. At the same time, the knife in his hand also flew around randomly. One Lauer was cautious, so his movements were not as sharp as before, giving the man an opportunity to take advantage of it, and quickly rolled to the side and rolled under the belly of a sheep. The sheep was standing there in a daze, and was suddenly rolled under the crotch of the thief. It was frightened and kicked and bounced randomly. The man's face was trampled several times by the sheep's hooves. In pain, he took out the knife in his hand and stabbed the sheep's belly several times. The warm sheep's blood sprayed on his face. He did not stop, as if to vent his anger, until the sheep fell to the ground and was dying. And then he got up from the ground. But he didn't expect that One Lauer had already taken advantage of him to kill the sheep and touched him. When the man got up from the ground with blood all over his face, One Lauer's stick hit the man's neck directly. The man's eyes rolled back and fainted, and fell to the ground with a plop. The woman and the old sheep leader were both scared and distressed. The sheep that was stabbed to death was an adult ram, weighing 150 kilograms. This damned person actually stabbed their sheep to death. Auntie, please come and support the uncle. He can't hold on any longer. Fubao shouted from behind. The woman turned around and saw the old sheep leader standing behind her, who was about to fall. Dad, what happened to you? The woman didn't know that her husband was injured. Auntie, the uncle is injured. His hands are covered in blood. Fubao answered for the old sheep leader. The woman felt like the sky was about to fall. If the man fell, what would she, a woman, do? Dad, don't scare me. The woman didn't care about the sheep anymore, and ran over to support the old sheep leader. The old sheephead's injury was not actually serious, but he had just seen the sheep he had raised with great effort lying in a pool of blood. He was a little angry, and he had lost too much blood, so he almost fell down. Chapter 461 The Prodigal Girl. The woman helped the old sheephead into the house, and lay down. She took off the old sheephead's clothes, and found that his shoulder blade was bleeding. His whole arm was stained with blood. Fubao also came in to help, and saw the old sheephead's wound. She turned around and ran out without saying a word. She remembered that the golden medicine in her father's carriage seemed to be not used up, so she could use it for her uncle. But she couldn't get out. The door had been locked from the inside by the woman. She was small, and couldn't reach the bolt. Even if she could reach it, she couldn't pull it. Daddy, come and help me. I want to get the golden medicine for my uncle. He is injured. When One Lauer heard this, his heart was bleeding. This prodigal girl took everything out. That was the golden medicine. He spent 5 taels of silver for a bottle. This girl really didn't know the cost of firewood and rice. Now their business has not been completed yet, and they have to pay 5 taels of silver. This business is a loss-making business no matter how you look at it. But his daughter has already shouted out. What can he say? You can only spoil your own daughter. One Lauer helped Fubao open the door, and followed Fubao to the carriage outside. One Lauer carried Fubao to the carriage. And Fu Bao ran into the carriage and took out the golden wound medicine that he had just put in the secret compartment. Jia Yanbing looked at Fu Bao's impetuous appearance and was a little surprised. Girl, what are you doing? Sir, a thief broke into my uncle's house. My uncle was injured in the shoulder by the thief and bled a lot. If he is not saved, he will die. Fu Bao wants to give my uncle the golden wound medicine. After Fu Bao finished speaking, he turned around and ran out of the carriage without waiting for Jia Yanbing to continue asking questions. Wan Lauer was waiting for Fu Bao beside the carriage. As soon as the little girl came out, he took her away. When Jia Yanbing lifted the curtain of the car and looked out, the father and daughter had already entered the courtyard. Wan Lauer turned Fu Bao to the ground and let her go in by herself. He also had to guard the gate. There were sheep wandering around everywhere in the yard. He had to be careful of these sheep running away. He was a farmer and could understand the feelings of the old sheephead the best. This was the same as his farming. If someone came to steal his food, he would fight to the death. These sheep were the food of the old sheephead, and they even paid more than farming. Wan Lauer was guarding the door while preventing the thief from waking up and running away. In fact, it would be best to tie him up while he was unconscious. However, Wan Lauer was not familiar with the old sheephead's home, and it was not easy for him to walk around in his home. He could only keep an eye on the thief. Fu Bao blew into the house like a gust of wind. Uncle, Aunt, I've got the golden wound medicine. Fu Bao's voice sounded at the door before he entered the house. When she ran into the house sweating, the woman had already stood up to greet her. Aunt, hurry up and apply it to the uncle. This is the golden wound medicine my father bought at the clinic. It works. My husband stopped bleeding after using it. The woman took it with many thanks. At this time, she didn't care about anything else and was about to give the old sheephead the medicine. The old sheephead was still conscious and heard the conversation between the two. Seeing that his wife was going to give him medicine, he quickly stopped her and said, No, this medicine is expensive. We can't afford it. Just go to the kitchen and give me some firewood ash. Just sprinkle it on. Our folk method of stopping bleeding is just as good. We can't owe others favors anymore. The woman didn't know the value of the golden wound medicine. She only heard that this medicine was effective in stopping bleeding. Dad, what time is it now? Are you still concerned about this? At worst, we can buy it with money. Is your life more important or money more important? The woman said with some heartache. We can't afford it. We can't afford it. This small bottle costs 5 taels of silver. How can we afford it? Give it back to the child. The old sheephead refused to apply it no matter what. The woman's excited face immediately changed color. What? This thing is so expensive? It's only a little bit big. And it costs 5 taels of silver? The old sheephead had a blood hole in his shoulder blade due to the dagger. He lost too much blood and was a little breathless when he spoke. The woman looked at the man and felt very distressed. But her family didn't have so much money. If she used the medicine, it would be unreasonable not to pay the money. Fu Bao had been staring at the woman and the old sheephead and heard their conversation. She was a little anxious. No matter how good the medicine was, it was for people to use. Otherwise, what was the point of making it? Fu Bao didn't care about money. In her eyes, nothing was more important than human life. She tiptoed to grab the porcelain bottle from the woman's hand and saw a small stool next to her. She turned around and dragged the stool to the Kong. Just like at home, she stepped on the stool and got on the Kong. The woman was dumbfounded. What did this girl want to do? Fu Bao didn't even take off her shoes. She lay beside the old sheephead, unplugged the porcelain bottle, and sprinkled the powder on the old sheephead's wound. By the time the woman realized what was happening, it was too late. Fu Bao had already finished applying the medicine, and the medicine could not be taken back once it was poured out. Oh, you girl, what are you doing? This medicine is so expensive. How can you do so much? How can you use so much? The woman was distressed, and her first reaction was to reach out and collect the excess powder. But halfway through her hand, she realized that her action was redundant. How could she collect the powder? The woman was so anxious that she slapped her thigh. But Fu Bao was relieved. She wiped the sweat from her forehead with her little hand, and looked at the old sheephead with her big eyes. Uncle, my husband said that money is earned by people. If you are gone, what's the use of money? No matter how expensive this medicine is, it is not as valuable as your life. If you die, what will your aunt do? Fu Bao thought of her parents from the couple. If her father was gone, Her mother would definitely be very sad. So she thought that if the old sheep had died, her aunt would definitely be very sad. The woman stood under the Kong and wiped her tears. Even children could understand such a simple truth. But they, as adults, were obsessed with money. Well, since the medicine had been used, they should stop being hypocritical. Even if they had no money, they still had sheep. The tough guy, old sheep, also cried at this time. He lay on the Kong and sighed. Girl, Uncle is sorry for you. I scolded you just now. You don't blame Uncle, right? Fu Bao immediately shook his head with a smile, but then frowned again. Uncle, don't say this to others next time. If that person is narrow-minded, you will become enemies. Fu Bao's serious preaching made the woman laugh. Well, girl, I'm right. I really should change my temper. Otherwise I will fall. Old sheep also thought it through. By the way, where is the thief? How did he do it? Mother, please go out and take a look. I'm fine now. The bleeding has stopped. Please don't let the guests get hurt. The old sheep head quickly asked the woman to go out and help. Chapter 462 Catch the Thief. The woman then remembered that the thief was still in the yard. And Wan Lauer was still in the yard helping their family to watch the thief. The woman cried out, clapped her hands, and ran out in a hurry. The torch in the yard was extinguished, and the only light source was the moon in the sky. At this time, the sheep in the yard had returned to the sheepfold leisurely. At a glance, a person lying on the ground could be seen. Wan Lauer was guarding against the gate, far away from the thief. He was still holding a stick tightly in his hand, and in the other hand, he was holding a dagger that he had just snatched from the thief. Fu Bao ran out behind the woman and saw Wan Lauer standing at the gate. She immediately trotted over. Daddy, Uncle's bleeding has stopped. Fu Bao boasted. Wan Lauer reluctantly praised, my daughter is really capable. She will soon become a little doctor. But he was thinking in his heart, such an expensive medicine. How can it not stop? Fu Bao was happy. Well, I must become a miracle doctor in the future, to eliminate the pain of the people, so that they can all live healthily. Wan Lauer couldn't help but feel happy when he heard it. His daughter's wish was good. In the future, there would be a doctor at home, and they would not have to go to the clinic when they were sick. Unexpectedly, Fu Bao said again, if the poor come to me for treatment, I will waive their medical expenses. They are so pitiful. When they are sick, they have no money to see a doctor, and can only wait to die at home. Life is so precious. Everyone should cherish it. Wan Lauer almost vomited blood. It seems that his daughter's ability to squander the family has not yet been exerted to 1/10,000th of its potential. There are so many poor people in the world. How much medical expenses will be paid? But Fu Bao became happier and happier, and didn't notice her father's bitter face at all. One of the two was talking, and the other was frantically calculating in his mind, without noticing that the thief lying on the ground had quietly woken up. The woman wanted to go forward to check, but found something unusual. Thinking that the man still had a knife in his hand, the woman couldn't help but take a step back. She didn't know that Wan Lauer had confiscated the thief's sharp weapon. The woman bypassed the thief and ran to Wan Lauer. Brother, the man seems to have woken up, but there is no movement. Is he pretending to be dead? He still has a knife in his hand. Should we go out and call for help? The woman didn't know what to do. Sister-in-law, don't worry. I have taken his knife. He can't hurt anyone now. But I have to trouble you to find a rope and tie him up. This way we are all safe. This man is very cunning. I'm afraid he has other sharp weapons on him. The woman nodded immediately. Brother, you make sense. I go now. Be careful. The woman bypassed the thief from a distance and went into the house to find a rope. At this time, the thief squirmed on the ground, as if he was touching his neck, where Wan Lauer had just hit him hard with a stick, knocking him unconscious. The thief's neck must be a little uncomfortable now. Wan Lauer freed one hand to hold his daughter's wrist tightly, and his eyes were watching the thief's movements. The thief groaned and cried out in pain, then slowly got up from the ground, still shaking a little. His face was covered with sheep's blood, which had frozen on his face, causing his eyes to be unable to open, and he could not see the surrounding environment for a while. Wan Lauer quickly pulled Fu Bao close to the door, always guarding against the thief. The woman took out a rope from the house at this time, seeing that the thief had already climbed up from the ground. She was so scared that she stopped and dared not move, looking at Wan Lauer for help. But it was dark, and Wan Lauer could not see the woman's eyes for help. The thief staggered a few times, wiped his face hard with his hands, and finally saw the surrounding situation clearly. Wan Lao was in the dark, and the thief didn't notice him for a while, and walked straight towards the door. Wan Lao immediately alerted himself, pulled Fu Bao behind him, and handed the dagger in his hand to Fu Bao. Girl, you should protect yourself. If that person dares to hurt you, you should stab him to death. Fu Bao held the dagger in both hands and nodded seriously. Wan Lao swallowed nervously, clenched the stick in his hand, swung the stick and rushed towards the thief. He had to take the initiative and knock him down again before the thief could react. But the thief had already discovered Wan Lao, and when Wan Lao rushed out, he shouted loudly. It would be strange if he didn't find him. The man only had time to see the shadow of Wan Lao running out, and subconsciously dodged to the side. Wan Lao missed, and the man, like a flexible monkey, moved to the back of Wan Lao, trying to subdue him from behind. Wan Lao was not a pushover either. After stabilizing himself, he rolled on the ground and hit the man's calf hard. The man screamed in pain, hugged his calf, and rubbed it hard. Once Wan Lao succeeded, he swung several times in a row. Because he was lying on the ground, his strength was limited. Even if he used all his strength, he could not exert half of his normal strength. But it was enough to beat the man. While the man was jumping around, Wan Lao quickly got up from the ground and swung the stick in his hand vigorously, hitting the thief like raindrops. The thief, who had just wanted to fight hard, was beaten by Wan Lao's stick and ran around the yard. Wan Lao chased him closely, and finally the man couldn't stand it anymore. So he knelt down and begged for mercy. If he continued to be beaten, he would die. The woman quickly handed over the rope, and Wan Lao tied up the thief neatly. Only then did everyone feel safe. The woman was very anxious to know who this thief was. Their family had been raising sheep for so many years, but they had only lost a few sheep in the wild, and had never lost sheep at home. And no one had come to steal sheep. If they hadn't gone to the town to inquire about the news today, this man wouldn't have taken advantage of it. The woman regretted it at this time. If she hadn't been worried about the man going to the town alone and had to follow him, this kind of thing wouldn't have happened at home. On the other hand, it also showed that this man had been keeping an eye on their family's movements. Otherwise, it wouldn't be such a coincidence that the thief came to the door just after they left. If they hadn't returned halfway today, this man would have succeeded. The woman was very scared. There were so many sheep, and the new year was coming soon. This was all silver, which was their food for the next year. The more the woman thought about it, the angrier she got. The most important thing was that this man stole sheep and hurt people, and stabbed her man. The woman angrily lit a torch again, wanting to see the true face of the thief, but found that his face was covered with blood clots. She handed the torch to Wan Lao, turned around and went to the kitchen, scooped up half a basin of cold water from the water tank, and poured it directly on the thief's face. In the cold winter, the thief was startled by the cold water and almost jumped up from the ground. But his body was pinned to the ground by Wan Lao with a stick, and he could not move. Chapter 463. The identity of the thief is revealed. The thief's hands were tied behind his back, and his feet were also tied up. Only then did the woman have the courage to approach the thief. She poured half a basin of water down, and the thief's face finally became clearer. The woman bent down and put the torch in front of the thief to take a closer look. She was shocked and angry. It turned out that the thief was the son-in-law of the second uncle's family, Goshen. The woman was immediately furious, and this also involved an incident when Lao Yangtu was young. At the beginning, the second uncle took a fancy to Lao Yangtu's family sheep-raising skills, so he wanted to marry his daughter Ronghua to Lao Yangtu. But Lao Yangtu didn't like Ronghua. He disliked her for being ugly and lazy. There were two lazy brothers at home. If he married such a daughter-in-law, it is conceivable that Ronghua would send all the things in the family back to her parents' home in the future. So in order to dispel the second uncle's thoughts, Lao Yangtu immediately found a matchmaker to arrange a marriage for the woman he is now with. But the second uncle still didn't give up. Ronghua also liked Lao Yangtu, so she was ready to make the rice a fait accompli, and wanted to force Lao Yangtu to take responsibility for her. On the eve of Lao Yangtu's wedding, many people in the village came to help. In order to thank everyone, Lao Yangtu invited 2 tables of banquets. In the evening, they drank a little too much, and Ronghua's 2 brothers sent Ronghua to Lao Yangtu's room. Fortunately, there were many people at that time, and Lao Yangtu's alcohol tolerance was not small. Although he drank a lot, He was not to the point of unconsciousness. When someone entered the room, he immediately noticed it. When he found out that it was Ronghua, he started to scream. The people who came to help in the yard had not left yet, and Lao Yangto's parents immediately ran into the new house with people and found Ronghua taking off her clothes and getting on the Kong. Ronghua got into bed and was caught by the villagers. She was so embarrassed that she ran back home crying. The next day, she was sent away by the second uncle. This incident was also told by the women in the village after the woman got married. The woman must have felt uncomfortable at the time. But later she heard that Ronghua was married to a lazy man who did nothing. They went back to her parents' home every few days to ask for money. She had seen them several times, so she knew Gosheng. But Gosheng's home was far from their Daoyui village, and the woman didn't know much about Gosheng's character. Today, she found out that this man had a habit of stealing things. In addition, this man was carrying a sharp weapon. It seems that he was not a good person in the village. Now that the woman saw Gosheng's true face, she was furious. This man stole things even at his wife's parents' home. The woman was originally a very kind person, but now she couldn't help but want to beat the man up. Mother, has the thief been caught? Who is it? The old sheephead got off the Kong at some point, walked to the eaves of the porch at the door, and asked loudly. The woman quickly dropped the wooden basin in her hand and ran over to support the old sheephead. Dad, why did you get up? You just stopped bleeding. It's cold outside. Go in and rest. The thief has been caught. You don't have to worry about it. I will drive the ox cart to send him to the county government to report the case tomorrow. The woman said distressfully. Who is it? The old sheephead was determined to find out. The woman was afraid that she would make the man angry if she told him, so she didn't say anything. Now the man asked her. She had no choice but to say, it's the second master's son-in-law Gosheng. The woman sighed, and her face was not very good. The old sheephead got angry when he heard it, and rushed towards Gosheng with one hand covering his shoulder. The woman exclaimed, slow down. You're still hurt. But how could the old sheephead listen to the advice? He came to Gosheng and kicked him in the face, breaking his nose. Gosheng's nose was bleeding, and he screamed in pain. Your mother's dog, Gosheng. You're not enough to cause trouble in your village. You also ran to my house to harm my sheep. Today I'm going to take you to see the officials, and let you eat jail food. While the old sheephead said, his feet were not idle, kicking Gosheng on the back one by one, kicking Gosheng so hard that he didn't even have time to talk. Gosheng was held by one Lauer, unable to move at all, like a catfish on a chopping board, with both ends raised. The old sheephead was tired of beating and almost sat on the ground. One Lauer pulled him up, and the woman also supported him from behind in time. Brother, what should we do with this guy now? If we leave him in the yard like this, he might be dead tomorrow morning. We can't cause a murder lawsuit. Otherwise we will be in the wrong even if we are right. One Lauer saw that the old sheephead had calmed down a lot, so he quickly reminded him. The old sheephead certainly knew that it was not worth it to sacrifice his family for a thief. Brother, I'm sorry for offending you before. Thanks to you today. Otherwise, we really couldn't catch this thief. I have to trouble you to help me throw him into the sheepfold. Since he likes to steal sheep, let him sleep with the sheep for one night. But I have to search him to see if there is anything else hidden on him to prevent him from escaping in the middle of the night. The old sheep leader had no intention of letting this man go this time. One Lauer quickly bent down and pulled the man up from the ground. Don't worry, big brother. I have already searched. This man has nothing now. And the knot of my rope is the knot used to tie pigs. The more he struggles, the tighter it gets. He can't run away. Gosheng opened his mouth and cursed one Lauer. You bastard. Do you still think I'm a pig? One Lauer was scolded, and he fought back directly, slapping Gosheng on the mouth. Half of Gosheng's face was numb, and he didn't dare to talk back again. One Lauer pinched his neck and pushed him hard towards the sheepfold. Gosheng's feet were tied, and he jumped forward quickly for a few times before staggering to stabilize his body. He turned back and glared at one Lauer angrily, wanting to curse, but saw one Lauer's gloomy face in the firelight. Gosheng felt his face become even more wooden, and he was so scared that he dared not even fart, and jumped to the sheepfold. One Lauer asked the woman for a rope again, and tied Gosheng to the pillar in the sheep shed. The smell in the sheep shed was really bad, and it made people nauseous. One Lauer endured the nausea and tied the man tightly before coming out. The woman quickly closed the door of the sheepfold. Several people heard Gosheng cursing from time to time in the sheepfold. sometimes cursing the sky, sometimes cursing the earth, and sometimes cursing the sheep. In short, he never stopped. The old sheephead was too lazy to care about him. Anyway, he would send this man to the government office early tomorrow morning and make him pay for his sheep. Thinking of the sheep that Gosheng stabbed to death, the old sheephead couldn't help but feel sad again. But this was not the time for him to be sad. Brother, please drive your carriage into the yard. We are acquainted with each other. If you have anything to say, please ask your husband to come in and talk to me. You can stay at my house tonight. My house is spacious and has 4 empty rooms. After the old sheephead said this, he quickly asked the woman to clean up the room and make the bed for the guests to rest. Chapter 464. Business is over. One Lauer first helped drive the old sheephead's ox cart into the yard, and then drove his own carriage in from outside. The group was led into the house by the old sheephead. Jia Yanbing knew nothing outside. The wall of the old sheephead's house was too high, and people outside could not hear the movement in the yard. In addition, the old sheephead's family lived at the end of the village. Because of raising sheep, the smell was strong. Their family consciously kept some distance from other families. From a distance, it looked like an isolated castle. Therefore, the thief in the old sheephead's house did not attract the neighbors to watch. Jia Yanbing was helped into the house by One Lauer. His face was a little pale. Because of the lack of blood, he was a little afraid of the cold. In addition, he had been sitting in the carriage for a long time, so his hands and feet were cold and his body was shaking. When One Lauer helped him get off the carriage, his hands were shaking, and they felt like icicles. Mr. Yan, why are your hands so cold? Are you feeling uncomfortable? One Lauer helped Jia Yanbing sit on a stool and asked worriedly. Jia Yanbing shook his head. I just feel a little chilly. Nothing serious. The woman had just finished cleaning the Kong and came out. She happened to hear Jia Yanbing words and immediately turned around and went out. Not long after, she came in with a pot of charcoal fire. The charcoal fire was burning very vigorously, and there were 1 or 2 sparks from time to time. Jia Yanbing couldn't wait to get closer when he saw the charcoal fire, but he still adhered to his status and didn't show that much eagerness. The woman smiled and placed the charcoal brazier at Jia Yanbing's feet. Come, warm yourself up by the fire. You must be frozen after working for half a night. I go make a bowl of goat milk for everyone. I have some snacks in the kitchen. I bring them all for you as a midnight snack. After the woman said that, she turned around and went out. When Fubao heard that there was something delicious, she immediately followed the woman, saying that she was helping. She hadn't eaten dinner yet, and her stomach was growling. The woman didn't know Fubao, and thought that the girl really came to help. She couldn't help but praise her. Little girl is really sensible. Auntie can handle it by herself. You don't need to help. You go and rest, and talk to your father and others. Auntie will be done in a while. Fubao took the initiative to hold the woman's rough big hand. When the woman touched Fubao's soft and tender little hand, she couldn't bear to let go. This little girl is really rare. But it's a pity that she doesn't have this life. Aunt, Fubao can help. Fubao wants to accompany you and watch how you cook goat milk. Fubao thinks your goat milk is very fragrant. Fubao has never tasted such delicious goat milk, Fubao said sweetly, looking up at the woman. The woman couldn't bear to refuse anymore. Moreover, she felt sweet in her heart after hearing Fubao's words. Being praised by others would make her feel happy physically and mentally. Fubao successfully sneaked into the kitchen. As soon as he entered the kitchen, the woman stuffed a piece of cheese made of goat milk into Fubao's mouth. At this time, several people sat in a circle around the brazier in the main hall. Brother, is your injury okay? Why don't you go lie on the Kong first? Wan Lauer looked at the old sheephead with some concern, and saw that his face was not very good. The old sheephead waved his hand indifferently. Although my injury looks scary, it's actually nothing. Just a little blood loss. I will make up for it when I eat more mutton. Tomorrow, I will ask your sister-in-law to make mutton hot pot for you. How about you try the taste of this mutton? Otherwise, how will you tell others? Jia Yanbing rolled his eyes, and heard the meaning of the old sheephead's words. He intended to cooperate with them. But now, the old sheephead's injury seems to be inconvenient to travel far? This is really a problem. Brother, are you going to sell the sheep to us? Wan Lauer also heard it, and he asked excitedly. The old sheephead's shoulder injury did not prevent him from smoking welding fumes. Smoking can make him forget the pain temporarily. Eye circles slowly floated from the old sheephead's head, and then slowly dispersed. He then said in a deep voice, "The price you mentioned is indeed too low. Can you add a penny? I will deliver it to you personally. And you don't have to pay for the shipping. You don't know how difficult it is to take care of sheep. Others only know that they raise sheep all year round and only spend money to buy hay in winter. But they don't know how big the risk of raising sheep is. If a sheep gets sick, it is very likely to spread to all the sheep. If my father and grandfather were not sheep farmers, I would not do this business. Tending to these sheep all day, inside and outside the house. It smells like mutton. Neighbors don't come to visit. We don't socialize with people in the village. People dislike our strong smell. In previous years, we slaughtered the sheep and sold the meat ourselves. This year, you said there was more mutton. And I believed you. In that case, let's not talk too much. I give you 11 cents per pound. If you agree, I find a car to deliver it to you. If you don't agree, I give you 2 sheep as a reward. I don't like to owe people favors." Old Sheephead had said so much that Wan Lauer almost agreed. He glanced at Jia Yanbing and saw that he didn't say anything. Wan Lauer didn't dare to nod rashly. He was still in the learning stage when it came to doing business. If he didn't understand, he would just watch others talk. He decided to be dumb. Jia Yanbing fiddled with the charcoal fire in the basin. And the charcoal fire burned more vigorously. But it also burned faster. "Brother, it's too late tonight. So let's not talk about business. Tomorrow you drive the ox cart to the town and see the doctor. Your wound was caused by a sharp blade. So you still need a doctor to take a look. By the way, help us find out if the people who chased us in the town last night have left?" Jia Yanbing suddenly changed the subject, which stunned Old Sheephead and Wan Lauer. They looked at Jia Yanbing at the same time. Jia Yanbing looked at the charcoal fire in the basin. The flames were getting smaller and smaller, and the 2 clusters of flames reflected in his pupils were getting weaker and weaker. "Brother, what do you mean? Don't play dumb with me. I'm just a shepherd. I don't understand the twists and turns of you businessmen. Just say what you want to say. If you are not satisfied with the price, just say it." Jia Yanbing shook his head. "I don't want to buy your sheep for the time being. You are still injured. I can't use a wounded person to help us send sheep to the interior. We are also responsible for your life. I can't bear this responsibility. We decided to buy in the next county town temporarily. But we still need more brothers to take us in tonight. Tomorrow morning, I will trouble you to help find out the news. When it is safe, we will leave this town." The old sheep's eyelids twitched. He felt that he might have lost a good opportunity this time. But he was stubborn in his bones. He would not give in until the last moment. At worst, he would sell it in the town like last year. At worst, he would go farther and sell it in the county town. His family has been raising sheep for generations and knows some wealthy families. He was thick-skinned and told the housekeeper about it. And he could sell some. The border people like to slaughter pigs and sheep during the new year, especially the wealthy families, who need mutton to entertain guests. After the old sheep made up his mind, he didn't say anything else. Since they had other ideas, he didn't need to rush to sell the sheep to them. Chapter 465. Merchants are profit-oriented. The few people were speechless for a while, and Wan Lauer had a lot of questions in his mind. Jia Yanbing didn't do business with Lao Yantu anymore. Could it be that he had set his sights on other businesses? But other businesses require capital. He didn't have much money. They had to save some money to go to the capital. Otherwise they would really have to starve. But in front of Lao Yantu, he couldn't say anything. At this time, the woman in Fubao came in with goat milk. Fubao was holding a plate of snacks in her hand, and there was cheese residue on the corner of her mouth. You can tell at a glance that she had eaten a lot in the kitchen just now. "Come! The goat milk is cooked. Drink a bowl while it's hot to warm your body, and you will sleep sweetly later." The woman handed everyone a bowl of goat milk. But she found that the atmosphere seemed a little wrong. No one talked much. But she didn't ask, and smiled and handed the bowl to several people. Jia Yanbing smiled as he took the large bowl of coarse porcelain with both hands. The bowl was warm in his hands, and a strong milky aroma went straight into his nostrils. Jia Yanbing took a sip, and the warmth on the tip of his tongue immediately spread throughout his body. He took another sip, and immediately felt the warmth on his body even stronger. After drinking a bowl of goat milk, he had already sweated a thin layer of hair, and felt comfortable all over. "I have already cleaned up the room over there. Big brother, you can sleep in that room? I have also heated up the Kong." The woman pointed to the wing room to the west of the main hall and said. 1 Lauer quickly stood up and thanked. Thank you, sister-in-law. I really trouble you. Big brother. If it weren't for you tonight, our family would not only lose a sheep, but the child's father might also die? We should thank you. The woman smiled. After 1 Lauer brought Fu Bao and Jia Yanbing to the wing room, they found that the quilts on the Kong were all new, which showed that the host had really put in a lot of effort. Fu Bao was so sleepy that she couldn't open her eyes. She rubbed her big eyes with her little hands and said softly, Daddy. Fu Bao is sleepy and wants to take a nap. 1 Lauer pinched Fu Bao's waist, carried her to the Kong and sat her down, squatted down to take off her shoes. Fu Bao took off her shoes, rolled over, and rolled a few times on the new cotton quilt, and her sleepiness seemed to be gone again. Ha ha ha. Daddy. It's fun. This quilt is so soft, and there is a fragrant smell. Fu Bao lay on the quilt, sniffed it hard a few times, and rolled a few times before stopping. Jia Yanbing took off his shoes and coat by himself, and slowly got into the quilt. The Kong below was indeed hot, and he was warm all over. 1 Lauer finally subdued Fu Bao and put her into bed. This girl fell asleep quickly, and fell asleep like a pig after a while. She couldn't be woken up even if she was called. 1 Lauer glanced at Jia Yanbing, who was still asleep, and listened carefully to the movement in the main room. He found that there was no movement in the main room. The old Yan too, and his wife, had gone to sleep in the east room. 1 Lauer then whispered to Jia Yanbing, Mr. Yan, are you really not going to buy the sheep from Lao Yan too? Jia Yanbing closed his eyes and said, No. We have gone through so much trouble and wasted so much time. Of course we have to buy it. But the price he offered is too high. I said 10 cents is 10 cents. He still has a profit. If someone else offers it, they may not be able to give him a 10 cents price. 1 Lauer didn't understand. Then why did you say you didn't buy it? I see that he has made up his mind not to sell it to us. What if he sells it to someone else? I think 11 cents is only 1 cent more expensive than 10 cents. And we don't have to worry about transportation. So this price is very reasonable. Jia Yanbing opened his dark eyes and looked at 1 Lauer solemnly, until 1 Lauer looked at him a little uncomfortable. Then he asked back, Brother 1, I always think that although you are not good at doing business, at least you can use your brain. What did you say just now? 1 cent? I give you first. Why don't you do a quick calculation? After listening to it, tell me whether I should give up or not. 1 Lauer touched his nose. He knew that he was not good at business, but he refused to admit defeat. He was indeed learning from Jia Yanbing, but it was only one day. What could he learn? Jia Yanbing turned over from lying on his side to lying on his back. He said softly, I estimated their adult sheep today. There are about 10,000 caddies. If each caddy is cheaper by 1 penny, we will earn 10 taels less. Do you think 10 taels of silver is not a lot? Remember what I said today? We businessmen value profit. We will fight for even half a copper coin, let alone 1 penny. Why are you so generous to give it up? 1 Lauer froze. He was surprised and said, How did you estimate it? Those sheep are 10,000 caddies? 10 taels of silver is indeed not a small amount. It is enough for me to buy 2 bottles of golden wound medicine, and enough for us to save money to go to the capital. After 1 Lauer finished speaking, Jia Yanbing did not stop. He continued, I know why you agreed to the price of 11 cents. For you, each pound may be 1 cent. In addition, you just defeated the thieves together. So there is a bond between you. You want to agree based on this bond. But Brother 1, he did not give you a bond. Otherwise he would directly agree to 10 cents. He has a book in his mind. But you just don't know it. 1 Lauer was confused by what Jia Yanbing said. And he became more and more confused the more he listened. Why don't I understand what you are saying? Think about it. We are buying live sheep. How much mutton can 1 sheep produce? How much is mutton per pound? Have you calculated it? We don't have time to sell mutton. We will definitely sell it to those sheep dealers. How much do you think we can sell it for? We just earn a hard work fee in the middle. Sheep dealers also need to make money. The old sheephead's capital is only this month after the beginning of winter. He hasn't spent much money. It is most cost-effective to sell it now. He won't lose money. His family has been raising sheep for generations. Aren't they more calculating than you? Who is willing to do a losing business? 1 Lauer was a little unconvinced. He felt that the old sheephead was not that kind of person. He also needs time to herd sheep. Time? Isn't this a cost? But he suddenly thought of Jia Yanbing's request to ask the old sheep head to see a doctor in the town tomorrow, and to inquire about the news. Why did he say that? Then why did you ask the old sheep head to see a doctor in the town? Aren't you afraid that our lie yesterday would be exposed? Do you think I made up that there are more sheep this year? I came from the west. Although I didn't do business along the way, I have a habit of asking about the local prices every time I go to a place. The price of mutton this year is 20% lower than that of the same period last year. I guess that there must be more mutton this year. You guess that there is more mutton based on the low price? Wan Lauer felt it was a bit absurd. Jia Yanbing glanced at Wan Lauer, who was a little dissatisfied, but suddenly laughed. The angry look of the father and son was really similar. Are you dissatisfied? Wan Lauer turned his face away and didn't say anything, but he looked like a bullied young wife. Chapter 466, blocking the door early in the morning. Jia Yanbing did not deliberately comfort Wan Lauer, but continued to answer his questions. All price changes must have reasons, but the prices of goods rise and fall slightly every year. As long as they are within a reasonable range, there is no problem. But large changes must be a problem. For example, the price of mutton this time is 20% lower. There are two possibilities. The supply and demand relationship has changed. The supply exceeds the demand. The goods are unsaleable, and the goods cannot be sold. They can only be sold at a lower price, with small profits but quick turnover. Another possibility is that there is a large-scale plague among sheep, and they died of the disease, which led to some unscrupulous merchants maliciously selling sick sheep and selling them at a lower price. Wan Lao immediately retorted, "Then why don't you say that the sheep have a plague, and guess that there are too many sheep?" Jia Yanbing patiently explained, "Because we have not heard of any place where sheep have a plague along the way. If a large flock of sheep is infected with plague, the government will definitely issue a notice, or the court will take necessary measures. I remember that there was a sheep plague one year. The government discovered it in time and buried all the sick sheep alive immediately. The sick sheep were not allowed to enter the market, but some people took advantage of the situation and sold them at a low price. In the end, they were fined and had to go to jail." Wan Lauer pondered for a while and asked, "Then why do you let the old sheep leader go to the town tomorrow? Your purpose should not be simple, right?" "I don't have any purpose. Just to let him help us find out the news. As for what other news he heard, it has nothing to do with us." Wan Lauer looked at Jia Yanbing with some disbelief. He felt that he seemed to be kept in the dark by him again. "Okay. Don't think about it. Go to bed quickly. We still have to travel tomorrow. Didn't we say to travel at Chinshur?" Wan Lauer muttered, "How can we leave at Chinshur?" Jia Yanbing had already closed his eyes. The few people slept very deeply that night. Jia Yanbing found that he had never slept so well. It was a luxury for him to sleep until dawn. However, his mentality was much calmer now, probably because he had no responsibilities, but he felt much more relaxed. However, when he thought of his hatred, his eyes changed again. Wan Lauer got up earlier than him, and there was no one in the quilt at this time. And at this time, there were noisy voices outside the yard. Wan Lauer got up only a quarter of an hour earlier than Jia Yanbing, and he was awakened by the noise outside. He got dressed and went out, and found that there were two tall men and an old man standing outside the yard of Lao Yangto's house. And there was a thin woman next to them. The woman was about the same age as Lao Yangto's wife, but she was not as beautiful as Lao Yangto's wife. At this time, the thin black woman was making a noise. "You let my man go, or I report you to the authorities and say you're robbing people." The old sheephead was driving the ox cart to go out. As soon as he opened the door, he saw the second uncle's family standing outside. It was Ronghua who was shouting, "Ronghua, do you have any shame? Back then, you were caught by the whole village for trying to get into my man's bed. Now your man comes to our house to steal sheep. You still have the right, don't you? Are you going to report to the authorities? Come on. We're just going to send this thief to the county government. We just take him with you. Let's go to see the officials together." The old sheephead's wife was furious when she saw Ronghua. If she hadn't gone back to her parents' home every few days to beg for money, how could her man come to her home to steal sheep? When Ronghua heard that she was really going to see the officials, she immediately wilted. She couldn't help but take a step back and hid behind her father. The second uncle glared at Ronghua fiercely, and he was also holding back a lot of anger in his heart. They all slept yesterday, and only found out that Goshing was missing when they woke up in the morning. The daughter said that Goshen came to the end of the village to steal sheep and did not return all night. The second uncle felt that he had lost face. But he was his son-in-law after all. If he made a fuss, it would be embarrassing for everyone. And he would not be able to live in the village anymore. It would be better for them to go directly to the old sheephead's house to take him back when there were no people in the morning. But the old sheephead's woman's words were too unpleasant. But he could only bear it now. Who told their family to do something wrong? Old sheephead. Let's not talk about the past. You have all started your own families and have children now. There is no need to talk about this. Why embarrass everyone? The second uncle spoke in a gentle tone with an awkward smile on his face. The old sheephead didn't want to get entangled with this group of people. His parents died early, and the second uncle was the elder. If he said something inappropriate, it would give people a chance to talk about him. At that time, even if he was right, he would become unreasonable. If his parents were still alive, it would be fine to argue with the second uncle. Second uncle, I don't want to talk about the past. It's disgusting. But I haven't had breakfast this morning. So it's okay. But what do you want to do by blocking my door so early? The old sheep-headed man was not a pushover. Even if he could not say anything else, he felt comfortable just to criticize their family. The second uncle's face turned dark red, and his breathing became rapid. He was obviously angry at the old sheephead's words. But the old sheep-headed man felt very comfortable. He was happy to see the second uncle being humiliated. The second uncle knew that his family was in the wrong now. If they made a fuss, they would not have a good ending. Seeing that their eldest grandson was about to get married, they could not ruin their reputation at this critical moment. They could only cover up this matter and solve it privately. The second uncle closed his eyes, endured, and finally took a breath. He was really a character. He could even laugh. Old sheephead, everyone in the village knows that your family is honest and friendly to neighbors. Can you just let this matter go? Your family didn't suffer any loss. Goshen didn't steal anything from your house. Right? If you take him to the government will just give him a few beatings and then let him go. Why bother? If you want to vent your anger, you don't have to run so far. Second uncle will help you beat him and let you vent your anger. Okay? Old sheephead was almost amused by second uncle's shameless words. Of course. You should beat him yourself to vent your anger. How can you let others do it for you? This is obviously biased towards their son-in-law, fearing that he will beat him to death. However, he had already beaten him last night, and his anger had long since subsided. Now he will send him to the county government to let him spend the rest of his life in prison. Old sheephead directly opened his cotton coat and showed the position of his shoulder blade to the few people. Open your eyes and see clearly. What is this? It was your good son-in-law Goshen who stabbed me. Didn't you say you would let me vent my anger? Okay. Can I stab him back? Rongwa immediately jumped out and said in a hurry, No. You can't hurt my man. Chapter 467 Contradictions Transformed. The old sheephead looked at Rongwa as if she were an idiot, and then deliberately whipped her with the bull whip, scaring Rongwa so much that she took a step back and almost fell to the ground. The second uncle's eldest son Chuanfu and second son Chuanfu immediately protected their sister and stared at the old sheephead with a murderous look. But the old sheephead was not afraid of them. He was not afraid when they plotted against him. Why would he be afraid of them now that he is old? Why are you staring at me? No matter how hard you stare, your eyes are only a slit. And you can't see the wound on my body, right? The wound on my body is too big to fit into your narrow eyes, right? The old sheephead was unforgiving and specifically attacked their shortcomings. There was no way. The second uncle's family all had narrow eyes. Quan Fu was angered by the words of the old sheephead and wanted to fight. The old sheephead knew that this man could not stand the provocation. He was ready to fight back. As long as he dared to fight, he would swing the whip in his hand. He wanted to beat Quan Fu severely, but unfortunately, he never had the chance. It was also to avenge the plot that year. Unfortunately, the second uncle did not give the two a chance to fight. He coldly scolded, Okay. You still think it's not embarrassing enough, right? Get back here. The second uncle scolded, and the two sons stood behind him angrily. But they still glared at the old sheephead fiercely, with an expression of you wait for me. The old sheephead also glared back directly, not timid at all. Seeing that the old sheephead was injured, the second uncle said to the old sheephead, Since you are injured, we will compensate you for your medical expenses. You should release the person. Let's just forget about this matter. For the sake of the second uncle. Okay? No. Goshing also killed a sheep of ours. The biggest one. You have to buy that sheep back. Otherwise we will send Goshing to jail. The woman said anxiously. The second uncle didn't expect there would be this. A sheep? How much silver would it cost? Dad? Goshing can't be sent to jail. Please think of a way. I can't live without a man. Can I? Ronghua immediately grabbed the second uncle's arm and shook it hard. The second uncle was very annoyed. He turned around and slapped Ronghua in the face. You said it nicely. Do you think I want him to go to jail? Does my face mean I'm not a face anymore? The second uncle was so angry at the couple that he felt pain in his heart. But he could do nothing but sigh. Ronghua was slapped by the second uncle and dared not say anything more. But Yuanfu stood up and questioned. You said that your sheep was killed by Goshing. What evidence do you have? Who knows if you killed it yourself? But you blamed it on Goshing? The old sheephead ignored Yuanfu and said to the second uncle, if you compensate for our sheep and my medical expenses today, this matter is like this. You take the person home. If you have any doubts, we will go to the county government. I still have to go to the town to see a doctor. Please give way quickly. Isn't the sentence for thieves and Daki quite heavy? I heard that they will tattoo on their faces. Your family will have a thief's son-in-law in the future. The old sheephead's words deeply hurt the second uncle. But he had no choice. Others don't know what his son-in-law is like. But doesn't he know it? He is a glutton, a prostitute and a gambler. It's all his fault that he was too impatient at the time and married his daughter off without finding out clearly. It's too late to say anything now. How much is your sheep? I buy it. And I convert your medical expenses into silver and calculate them together. The old sheephead didn't expect the second master to be so open today. So of course, he wanted to slaughter him. Last night, I used someone's golden wound medicine, which said that a bottle was 5 taels of silver. And this sheep weighs 170 gene. I charge you 15 won per gene. A total of 2 taels. 551. Which adds up to 7 taels. 551. The rest doesn't count. We all live in the same village. You just need to keep a close eye on him in the future. He broke the door lock of my house. And we can fix it ourselves later. I won't ask you to calculate the money. After the old sheephead finished speaking, the second master and his son were petrified on the spot. So much silver is enough to marry 2 wives. You are robbing me. Right? Why is this sheep so expensive? And what kind of medicine did you use? When did you, old sheephead, ever feel willing to use such expensive medicine? Aren't you extorting money? The second uncle felt that he was fooled by the old sheephead, and he didn't want to talk to him properly. The old sheephead sneered. Second uncle, don't you know the price of mutton sold by my family in previous years? Is it so cheap? That price is the price of mutton. You also have internal organs and skin. How can it be so expensive? So I'm being cheap? Mutton is more than 20 cents a pound. I only want 15 cents a pound from you. The second uncle couldn't argue with the old sheephead. After all, he didn't know as much as the old sheephead about the price of meat. But he knew that the old sheephead definitely didn't give him a bargain, and might even sell it at a high price. But now Goshing is in his hands. He has to ignore Goshing and cut off ties with his daughter's family from now on, so that they can pay the money themselves. Dad, our family can't afford so much money. When my sister got married, she didn't receive any betrothal gifts. Do we have to pay now? The second uncle's second son Yuanfu was really afraid that his father would get carried away and love his daughter. He would borrow money from others to fill this hole. Their family didn't have any savings, unless they sold the house. The second uncle certainly knew what the situation was like in his family. Even if he wanted to help, he didn't have the ability. What should we do? Are we just going to watch Goshing go to jail? The second uncle sighed with his hands behind his back and hunched over. If it doesn't work, we take my sister back and divorce her. This brother-in-law is useless in my opinion. He hasn't let my sister live a good life for so many years. The eldest son Yuanfu looked at Goshing lying on the ox cart angrily. Goshing had been planning to ask his father-in-law to rescue him, but he didn't expect that his brother-in-law would let them divorce. If they really divorced, he would be finished, as his family still owed a lot of debts. Brother, you can't just ignore me. Can you? Ronghua, are you willing to divorce me? Think about it. If you don't have me, who will warm your bed? Goshing had a firm grip on Ronghua. His shout immediately made Ronghua, who had been a little bit withdrawn, run to his brother and kneeled down directly. Brother, I can't live without Gosheng. Don't let me divorce. I won't divorce. Can you save Gosheng? I will definitely find a way to pay back the money. Quan Fu saw Ronghua looked like he was disappointed with her, and really wanted to kick her. But after all, she was his sister. Even if he was lazy, he was very good to Ronghua. I didn't expect this sister to be so disappointing. That's 7 taels of silver. Where can they get it? Besides, his eldest son also wants to get married. If everyone in the surrounding villages knew that their family had a thief son-in-law, who would dare to marry them? Quan Fu's face turned cold, and he didn't want to pay attention to Ronghua. Chapter 468 Old Sheephead inquires for information. In the end, Old Sheephead saw that it was getting late, and it would be dawn soon. He had to rush to the town to inquire for information. If you want to cry, don't cry at my doorstep. It's unlucky. You come to my doorstep so early in the morning to make trouble. What do you mean? Or should I go to the village chief to argue? Old Sheephead also knew the concerns of the second uncle's family. They were just afraid that their reputation would be spread out. But when he wanted to force his daughter on him, he didn't think about the reputation. Now that his grandson was going to get married, he cared about the reputation. It was really a relationship between generations. When the second uncle heard this, he quickly kicked Ronghua, who was kneeling on the ground, and scolded, "Why are you crying? Shut up." Ronghua trembled in fear and fell silent, leaving only low sobs. The second uncle didn't know what to do now. He felt that he had aged a lot in an instant. His wife passed away, and he raised several children alone. He didn't educate them well, and now none of them are doing well. The second uncle's 2 sons and 1 daughter are now looking at him, hoping that he can give an answer. The second uncle is in a dilemma. He has to give up one thing no matter what. Either he loses money to avoid disaster, or he gives up his reputation and lets his son-in-law go to jail. The old sheephead started to urge again. The second uncle's brain was about to smoke, but he couldn't think of any good way. "Dad, don't you care about your eldest grandson? Are you really going to let our family be extinct for this useless person?" Qianfu's words woke up the second uncle. "Break the engagement. From today on, there is no girl named Ronghua in our family. Let's go home and find the village chief to write a letter of separation." The second uncle's attitude suddenly became tough. Qianfu was right. Ronghua was already married. No matter how much he loved Ronghua, he couldn't let their family be extinct. Ronghua was completely dumbfounded. She wanted to chase her father and brothers, but she couldn't ignore Gosheng. Just as they were in a dilemma, Gosheng started to cry, "Ronghua, now only you can save me. I don't want to see the official. You should sell our child to raise money for me. You must save me." Ronghua was originally distressed about Gosheng, but when she heard the second half of his words, her face turned black. Even if she couldn't leave a man, she would not sell her child for a man. Ronghua stomped her feet hard and left a sentence, "Even if I sell you, I won't sell my child. Wait, I will go back and sell my house and land to save you. After I save you, we will get divorced." Gosheng didn't care what Ronghua said, as long as he didn't go to jail. "Ronghua, I'm waiting for you. You have to hurry." Gosheng didn't know that Ronghua had already run away, and he was still shouting. The old sheephead could only pull Gosheng off the ox cart and throw him in the yard. "Mother, you stay at home and look after him. I go to the town to see a doctor. I deal with him when I come back. If they don't give us money, we send him to the authorities." The woman nodded, with a hint of worry. "Can you do it alone? Or should I go with you?" "Yes. This little injury won't kill me. I help you." After watching a good show, Wan Lauer came out from under the eaves, ready to help. When the woman saw Wan Lauer coming out, she hurriedly greeted him. "Brother, are you awake? I go make breakfast now." "Sister-in-law, don't rush. Tie this man up first," because the old sheephead was inconvenient to move. The woman and Wan Lauer teamed up to drag Gosheng back into the sheepfold. Although Gosheng shouted and didn't want to go in, he was tied up and had no power to fight back. Moreover, he was in pain all over when he moved, which was the sequelae of being beaten last night. Wan Lauer didn't care how he screamed, and still dragged the man in and tied him to the same pillar as last night. Because the old sheephead was going to the town today, the sheep could only be kept in the sheepfold. When the sheep saw someone coming in, they were scared and huddled together, and the sheep shed was in a mess. After Wan Lauer tied the man up, he left the sheepfold. The old sheephead said hello to Wan Lauer and drove the ox cart to the town. The woman made breakfast at home. In order to thank Wan Lao, the woman made white flour cakes and mutton soup in the morning. Fu Bao slept late last night, but she didn't get up late in the morning like usual. She was awakened by hunger and woke up by the smell of rice. Wan Lao dressed Fu Bao, wiped her face, and carried her to the table. Wow! It smells so good. The food made by Aunt tastes like my mother's. It must be delicious. Fu Bao was almost drooling. The wrinkles on the woman's face smiled when she heard it. Girl, then eat more. If it's not enough, there's more in the pot, so you can have as much as you want. The woman was very honest. She first served Fu Bao a big bowl of soup, and then carefully broke a white flour cake for her to soak in the soup. The milky white mutton soup and the soft white flour cake made Fu Bao swallow unconsciously. Okay, eat. The woman took a small wooden spoon and put it in the bowl, and gently pushed the bowl in front of Fu Bao. Fu Bao was already hungry, and he couldn't hold back anymore. He picked up the small wooden spoon and ate with big mouthfuls, and soon sweated all over his forehead. After breakfast, Wan Lao couldn't stay idle. He took the initiative to help the old sheep head with housework and clean the sheep pen, because he felt that they were eating and living for free at someone else's house. He was hardworking and simple, and now that the old sheep head was injured again, he consciously did the housework. The woman couldn't stop him, so she had to help. At this time, the old sheep head, who had arrived in the town, did not go to the clinic at all. He drove the ox cart around the streets. But the town today was much quieter than usual, with few pedestrians on the road, especially the inn where Wan Lao and his friends had stayed, which was guarded by soldiers, and no one was allowed to approach. The old sheep was timid and afraid of causing trouble, so he didn't dare to stay any longer and drove the ox cart away from the main street. He hadn't had breakfast yet, so he wanted to buy some steamed buns or something, just in case he wanted to find out about the situation. As soon as the old sheep stopped the ox cart, he heard people talking. Have you heard about it? I heard that the soldiers caught a few robbers in the inn last night. I heard that there was a commotion in the middle of the night. The robbers actually lived right under our noses. If someone hadn't reported that the robbers lived in the inn, how would we know that there were robbers living in the town? Who do you think reported it? I heard from a relative that it seemed to be the owner of the fur shop, but I don't know exactly how he knew it. The sound of the fight last night didn't sound very loud, which means that the robbers were not very strong. You don't know this, right? I heard that when the soldiers came. At that time, the robbers seemed to have been dealt with by someone. They were seriously injured. One fainted, and the other 3 had bruises on their faces. Ah? Someone dealt with the robbers. That was really justice. Otherwise the robbers would have attacked our town last night. We have lived in peace for a few years, but we didn't expect robbers to appear again. It's really not peaceful. The old sheep heard people talking in low voices. He held the bull whip, found a place to sit down, ordered 2 buns and a bowl of grain porridge from the bun stall, and ate slowly, listening to the discussions in the crowd and trying to find out more information. But what made him anxious was that no one talked about the sheep. Chapter 469, 8 coins. The old sheep was getting anxious, seeing that the buns in front of him were almost finished. He couldn't help but chat with a man next to him before he heard the news he wanted to hear. Brother, what are the robbers you are talking about? I just came to the town from the village to buy some things. Is it dangerous? The man was the one who knew the most information just now. He was quite enthusiastic. Seeing the old sheep head asking questions, he did not hide anything and answered directly, No. The robbers have been caught. The officers and soldiers were afraid that they had accomplices, so they left people here to watch. However, the inn where the robbers lived was temporarily sealed. I heard that there were several other people living in it last night. When the officers and soldiers came, those people disappeared. Don't you think it's strange? The officers and soldiers suspected that those people were either killed by the robbers, or they were accomplices of the robbers. They fled in advance after hearing the news. The officers and soldiers are looking for the store owner to draw their portraits and prepare to search for them in the whole town. The old sheep head muttered in his heart. Could the few people who escaped that the man said be Wan Lao and 3 people? But the old sheep head did not say anything, but continued to inquire. Hey, I want to buy some mutton today. My wife is greedy and wants to eat mutton hot pot. Big brother, do you know where to buy it? I see few people setting up stalls in this town today, and I don't see anyone selling mutton. The man was immediately happy when he heard it. You've asked the right person. I heard that mutton is much cheaper this year. And it seems to be 20% cheaper than in previous years. It's the right time for you to buy mutton now. But the mutton seller didn't set up a stall today. I know where their home is. How about I take you there? The old sheephead didn't really want to buy meat. When he heard this, his face changed immediately. And his heart skipped a beat. What this man said was the same as what Mr. Yin said. It seems that there are really more sheep this year. The old sheephead was not in a good mood. And quickly refused. No. No. You just need to tell me the place. I go by myself. The man then pointed out a place for the old sheephead. After thanking him, the old sheephead left without stopping. He had planned to find someone to buy it himself last night, and use all his previous connections. But for some reason, their own sheep also gave birth to a lot of lambs this year, which led to him having to quickly sell all the adult sheep this year. Otherwise his family would lose money. So many mouths eat a lot of grass every day, and he would lose money every day if he raised them one more day. And adult sheep would not change much no matter how much they grow. The old sheephead had a clearer account in his mind than anyone else. And he now regarded the price of 10 cents per catty given to him by Jia Yanbing as his last retreat. He drove the ox cart to the house, where the mutton was sold. This man was a butcher and a mutton dealer, and he always bought some sheep from other people to slaughter, and make a living in the town. After the old sheephead stopped the ox cart, he went forward and knocked on the door. The man who opened the door was a burly man, who was tall and strong, wearing a leather apron. It was so cold, but he was only wearing a jacket, and his forehead was covered with sweat. He was holding a knife with blood stains on it. The old sheephead guessed that he was slaughtering sheep. Boss, I want to buy some mutton. I heard that your family is here, so I came here. The man looked at the old sheephead and felt that he looked familiar, but he didn't think much about it. Maybe he was an old customer who bought mutton from his family before. Yes, it's still hot. Come in. The man's voice was rough, like a murderer. The old sheephead followed the man into the yard, and a bloody smell hit him. He saw several freshly slaughtered sheep hanging in the yard, some of which were still dripping blood, and a few sheepskins were piled on the ground, which had not been processed yet. These were just slaughtered. You can choose whichever you like. I cut it for you. The old sheephead didn't really come to buy sheep. He just came to get information. Now, he seemed to have no choice but to buy a pound of mutton. How much is this mutton? The old sheephead pointed at the mutton hanging on the rack and asked. 17 cents a pound. Take your pick. The old sheephead's heart skipped a beat. So cheap? In previous years, he sold it for more than 20 cents a pound. Could it be that what Mr. Yin said was true? The old sheephead should have been very happy to hear the price. But now, he was not happy. The man saw that the old sheephead looked a little strange. So he asked, Brother, what's wrong? You think it's too expensive? The old sheephead waved his hands quickly. No. No. I just think the mutton is so cheap this year. Your sheep is not sick, right? When the man heard this, he was immediately annoyed. He still held the skinning knife in his hand, raised his hand and pointed at the old sheephead and said angrily, What are you talking about? We are doing an honest business. What are you thinking of slandering my family like this? The old sheephead couldn't help but take a few steps back when he saw the knife in the man's hand. He felt his wound was stinging again. No. No. I just made it up. I didn't really say that there was something wrong with your mutton. I just wanted to know why it was so cheap. The old sheephead hurriedly explained, fearing that the man's skinning knife would stab his face. The man also realized that his behavior seemed a little inappropriate, and quickly put down the knife in his hand. The old sheephead's face returned to normal. I've only heard of people complaining about the high price of meat, but I've never heard of people complaining about the low price of meat. But since you asked, I tell you the truth. I bought this mutton from a sheep trader from the west. They drove thousands of sheep to the county town. I happened to run into them yesterday when I went to the county town. So I bought a few and brought them back. Since the price is cheap, I naturally sell them cheaply. Boss, now I understand. Is there a lot of sheep this year? I've heard that, too. The big man nodded. That's what you mean. As for why, we ordinary people don't know. But we just want to eat sheep mutton. The old sheephead also smiled and said, Yes, it's indeed cheaper than in previous years. Then give me a pound. The old sheephead pointed to the lamb leg meat. Give me a pound of lamb leg meat. The old sheephead saw that the lamb leg meat was quite fat, and the red lean meat was covered with a layer of white fat. It would be okay to buy a pound to try it. After eating the lamb raised by my own family for so many years, this is the first time I've eaten someone else's. Without saying anything, the big man cut a pound of mutton for the old sheep head and weighed it on the scale. It was exactly 1 pound. Boss, this is very accurate. The old sheep head couldn't help but admire it. The big man laughed and said, "Nothing. Just practice." "Boss, how much is a pound of live sheep you buy?" "Why are you asking this?" The big man became a little alert. The old sheep head quickly laughed and said, "Nothing. Just curious." However, the big man was also a real man. "I won't hide it from you. I want a lot of live sheep. So they charged me 8 cents a pound. But I spent a lot of effort to get it back. And the meat I killed is only about 60% to 70%. So I just earned hard-earned money." The old sheep head secretly smacked his lips. 8 cents. Compared with the 10 cents Mr. Yen gave him, he still earned a lot. After the old sheep head had a bottom line in his mind, he immediately paid the money and drove the ox cart back. Chapter 470. Going to ask for mutton. The old sheep head rushed back with a heavy heart. When he got home, he found a crowd of people gathered at the door of his house. But the door of their house was tightly closed. The door was knocked loudly by Chuanfu. "Open the door. We are here to carry mutton. If you lock up my brother-in-law, you have to give us the mutton." The people gathered outside stood behind Chuanfu and pointed and talked. Anyway, in winter, there was no work to do. If there was anything in the village, everyone would go to join in the fun. Although the old sheep head lived at the end of the village, far away from the village, it still attracted a lot of people. "What are you doing? What are you doing? Chuanfu, what are you howling at my door?" The old sheep head pushed through the crowd, squeezed to the front, and shouted to Chuanfu. It was also after the old sheep head roared that the door of their house opened, and the woman came out with a happy face. "Dad, you are finally back. Chuanfu wants to come to our house to ask for the sheep that was stabbed to death by Gosheng. He said that our family has detained someone, so the sheep should be given to them so that they can sell it to get money to save the person. They have been here for more than 2/4 of an hour." The old sheep head glared at Chuanfu, walked around him, and walked to the gate, with his own yard behind him. The old sheep head sneered. "You haven't brought the money yet, but you want to take the sheep away. How can there be such a beautiful thing in the world? You are so shameless. Does your father know?" Chuanfu's face froze. He hadn't told his father yet. His father would definitely not approve of him doing this. If he made a fuss, everyone would know that there was a thief son-in-law in their family, and he even sneaked into the village of his father-in-law. But Chuanfu also had his own considerations. His father had asked the village chief to write a letter of severance. Now Gosheng had no relationship with their family. If he really made a fuss, it would just let everyone know that they didn't have this son-in-law, and they wouldn't be implicated at that time. And he had to bring the sheep that Gosheng had stabbed to death home when Rongwa went back to collect money. When Rongwa got married, her family did not ask for the betrothal gift. Now that the engagement was broken, they had to get back the money they had spent on raising their daughter. Now that he only wanted the sheep, it was a bargain for Gosheng. But he didn't expect that his idea was good, and the old sheep head's family would not open the door to meet him. He was so angry that he started to yell, attracting many onlookers. "Old sheep head, Rongwa has gone home to sell the house and land. The money will be collected for you in less than 3 days. But your dead sheep can't be kept for more than 3 days. If it dies by then, we won't compensate you for so much money. Think about it clearly." When Chuanfu came, he had thought about how to say it to scare the old sheep head, and he thought this statement was the most appropriate. But the old sheep head didn't buy his tricks. "What are you dreaming of? Do you know what this is called? Getting something for nothing. Are you still asleep?" After saying this, the old sheep head glanced at the villagers behind him. Everyone looked puzzled. They had been eating melons for a long time, but they still didn't understand why Chuanfu came to the door of someone else's house to ask for sheep. Now they were even more confused. When did these two families fight again? It even involved Rongwa's family. Could it be that Rongwa wanted to climb into the old sheep head's Kong again? Without waiting for everyone to suspect, the old sheep head himself told the reason. "Everyone is here, so it's a good time to judge for me." The old sheep head. "Rongwa's man took advantage of our absence yesterday to unlock my door and tried to steal sheep. I blocked him at home. He tried to run, but I whipped him a few times. He actually stabbed me. Look, my shoulder is still hurting badly. I just went to the clinic this morning to see a doctor. The doctor spent 5 taels of silver to get medicine for me. What? Old sheephead. What medicine did you get? Is this a magic medicine? If anyone in our family gets injured, we can just apply some potash. You spent so much money. Your family is really rich. As soon as the old sheephead said half of his words, someone in the crowd immediately choked him. Then, there was another round of laughter. At this time, Chuanfu immediately followed suit. Yes, old sheephead. You are not deliberately blackmailing. Are you? In fact, you used potash to stop bleeding. But you insisted that you used golden medicine. I don't believe it. Your family still has golden medicine. Old sheephead looked at everyone accusing him, and his face was very bad. At this time, a voice came from behind him. The golden medicine is mine. I gave it to him. If you don't believe it, I take it out and show you. Wan Lauer didn't know when he took Fubao and stood behind old sheephead. Fubao quickly let go of Wan Lauer's hand, turned around and ran back to the house, and found the bottle of golden medicine on old sheephead's Kong. Daddy, here. Fubao handed the bottle of golden medicine to Wan Lauer, and Wan Lauer smiled and touched Fubao's little head. Look, this is the golden wound medicine I used for old sheephead. The name of the clinic in your town, Kianxi Clinic, is engraved on the medicine bottle. Wan Lauer held up a small white porcelain bottle for everyone to see. The villagers were distracted by Wan Lauer's sudden appearance. Old sheephead, when did you have a guest? Who is this person? Old sheephead didn't want to deal with their nonsense and continued directly. Do you still think I used potash to stop bleeding? No one in the village dared to question old sheephead anymore. After all, judging from the clothes on Wan Lauer, this person's family should not be short of money. At least, they can buy golden wound medicine. We all live in the same village. If Goshen can steal into my house today, he can steal into your house tomorrow. After saying this, old sheephead looked at the villagers' reactions. Since Chuanfu didn't want a reputation and everyone knew what he was saying, he didn't need to save face for their family. As expected, as soon as the old sheephead said this, the villagers immediately pointed their spearheads at Chuanfu. Chuanfu, you don't even let your father take care of Ronghua. And you can't even keep an eye on a man. Look around the village. Whose daughter brings her son-in-law to her parents' home to eat and drink for free every month or half a month? Besides, you and your elder brother are lazy and greedy. How much wealth do you have in your family for them to harm? That's right, Chuanfu. If your family hadn't married 2 good wives, and the weather has been good in recent years, your family would have starved to death long ago. And there is still surplus food to support Ronghua's family. From now on, our village will not allow Goshen to step into it again. Anyone who sees him will be beaten out. I don't know who in the crowd suddenly shouted this sentence, and everyone immediately echoed it. Yes, you are right. We hate thieves the most. I didn't expect that the son-in-law would sneak into my mother's house. Chuanfu saw that something was wrong and quickly turned around to explain. Everyone, listen to me. Our family has severed ties with the Ronghua family. Goshen is no longer our son-in-law. You can do whatever you want to him, but don't involve our family. The old sheep was waiting for Chuanfu to say this. He immediately continued. Okay, since Goshen has nothing to do with your family, this sheep has nothing to do with your family either. It doesn't matter. I'm only asking Goshen's family for money, so the sheep will naturally be given to Goshen's family. So stop yelling at my door, and get out of here. But Chuanfu was not so easy to get rid of. No, Ronghua hasn't pressed her handprint yet, and now Ronghua is still a member of our family. So the sheep is related to our family. So you should move the sheep out to me. It's mine now. The old sheep head whipped the ground in front of Chuanfu, and a cloud of yellow soil instantly rose into the air. Chuanfu was so scared that he quickly stepped back. Chapter 471. The current situation. Chuanfu was startled by the old sheep head's whip, but he recovered and immediately pointed at the old sheep head and roared, "Old sheep head! What are you doing? What am I doing? What do you say I am doing? Get out of here quickly, or I will whip you with my whip. I have made an agreement in advance that I will not pay for the medical expenses." The old sheep head has high cheekbones and looks a little scary when he turns cold. Chuanfu was frightened by the old sheep head's bluffing and shrank his neck. He couldn't help muttering, "Just talk. Why use your hands?" The old sheep head took another step forward with the whip and whipped the whip in his hand hard. But Chuanfu wanted the sheep very much. His family had not eaten meat for a year. Now the ready-made sheep was in front of him. He was reluctant to give it up. But he couldn't beat the tough old sheephead. Old sheephead, what do you want in exchange for giving me the sheep? Bring me the silver. If you don't have the silver, you can't take the sheep away. Even if it's rotten or smelly, I won't give it to you. If you want to eat fresh sheep, hurry up and get the silver. The old sheephead's attitude was very tough. But Xuanfu didn't have the silver. Even if he had the silver, he wouldn't redeem the old sheephead's leftovers. Okay, old sheephead, let's wait and see. Sooner or later, you won't come to me for help. Xuanfu said something harsh, turned around and squeezed out of the crowd and strode away. But the villagers laughed. Xuanfu is quite arrogant. Everyone in the village knows that his family is the poorest. The old sheephead has 2 scholars in his family. How can we ask for help from him? Xuanfu, this kid, is not afraid of the wind biting his tongue when he speaks. Ha ha ha. Why don't you understand? He is scared and is trying to save face by saying harsh words. Let's give him some face. Ha ha ha. Xuanfu heard the laughter of the villagers behind him, and his steps became faster. However, without Xuanfu making a fuss, the old sheephead quickly sent away the villagers who were watching. Thank you for helping me out just now. Back home, the old sheephead politely thanked Wan Lauer. Wan Lauer waved his hand nonchalantly. It's not a big deal. Don't worry about it. But I wonder how you found out about the things I asked you to find out. Are those people chasing us still in the town? Wan Lauer was very worried that those people had not left yet. They were going to the capital now, and had to pass through Baiyun town. If those people were still waiting for them in the town, they would be in trouble. Old Sheephead immediately told everything he had found out. Jia Yanbing and Wan Lauer were a little confused after hearing this, since the person who reported it was the owner of the first shop. Then the people he wanted the soldiers to arrest should be them. Right? This owner was really insidious. Jia Yanbing only knew that this person was honest in business, but he didn't expect that his character was so bad. It was really true that you can't judge a person by his appearance. He wanted to earn their money, and make them lose both their money and their lives, and put them in jail. He really played a good chess game. But on the other hand, thanks to the shopkeeper, the officers and soldiers caught the wrong people by mistake, and arrested those who were chasing Jia Yanbing as robbers, which delayed them. However, Jia Yanbing did not dare to take it lightly. Since there were people behind these killers, the prison would definitely not be able to trap them. At the latest, they would be released at noon today. It seems that they only have half a day to escape. Jia Yanbing must arrive in the capital alive. So he made a prompt decision, and set off to the interior of the country immediately. Brother Wan, let's go immediately. I'm afraid that the county magistrate can't do anything to those people. After all, the people behind them are not something the county magistrate can afford to offend. As soon as Jia Yanbing said this, Wan Lauer understood, and he nodded. Okay. I go to the carriage, and we set off immediately. Wan Lauer stood up, and was about to go out, but was stopped by the old sheephead. Brother, don't be anxious. I have something to tell you. Wan Lauer was a little confused. Didn't he say everything he should say just now? What else is there to say? However, Wan Lauer didn't continue to walk out. He stood there, and turned his head to look at the old sheephead to see what he said. The old sheephead felt a little embarrassed. After all, they had expressed their opinions last night that they didn't plan to buy a sheep, and his attitude last night was a bit tough. Now he turned around and begged others. The old sheephead still felt a little sorry for his face. But thinking of his 2 sons who were still studying, he felt that his face was not worth much. Well, brother, Mr. Yen, I went to the town to inquire today. The mutton is indeed cheaper, and I don't want to go through the trouble of slaughtering it again. Why don't I sell it to you at the price of 10 cents per pound, as we agreed on? How about it? Jia Yanbing stood up slowly, holding his hands in his sleeves. He was a little cold now, and he unconsciously wanted to hold his hands. Brother, we can't give you this price today. We sell it for 9 cents a pound today. Jia Yanbing didn't even look at the old sheephead and walked out. As he walked, he said, besides, we have to hurry today. Whether we can accept it or not is another matter. The old sheephead was dumbfounded. This? No, Mr. Yen. We clearly agreed to 10 cents a pound. Why did you change your mind again? The old sheephead was a little anxious. And he was really anxious now. Yesterday, he was still in the mood to bargain with them, and wanted to take it. But now, he completely let go of his face. Jia Yanbing turned his head slightly, and looked at the old sheephead with a smile. Brother, This is a different time. If my guess is right, you should have found out the bottom price of other people's sheep. Right? It shouldn't be higher than 9 cents. And no one will buy so many sheep from you at one time. The old sheep head was like a frostbitten eggplant and stopped talking. His reaction was seen by everyone. Everyone knew that Jia Yanbing was right. The price of mutton this year would not be too high. Wan Lauer also started to wonder. Mutton was so cheap. Even if they tried to get it to the interior, could they make money? Since they could get it to the interior, didn't others know? They would lose money and time at that time. It would be too worthless. But soon, the old sheephead seemed to have made up his mind. He raised his head with red eyes and looked at Jia Yanbing and said, Mr. Yan, are you sure you can finish it all? Of course. Jia Yanbing said affirmatively, not giving the old sheephead any chance to doubt. Seeing Jia Yanbing so sure, and he had also gone to the town to inquire. Seeing is believing. He had no choice but to believe it. Okay. 9 cents is 9 cents. But you have to pay a deposit first. I will go with you to deliver the sheep. After the sheep are delivered, you will settle the remaining money with me. Deal? Do you have paper and pen at home? Let's write a contract first. It will be a constraint for both of us. The old sheephead was of course willing. He was not very reassured. After all, he had to deliver the sheep and didn't know where to go. What if the journey was too far and he couldn't get the money? Wouldn't that be a loss of both the wife and the army? Okay. You write a contract and I press my fingerprints. The woman hurried to her son's room to find pen, ink, paper and inkstone. Chapter 472 Master and Disciple Unite. After writing the contract, Old Sheephead pressed his fingerprints neatly this time, and he felt relieved. Brother, you have to find a car now and load these sheep. You only have 2 hours. We still have to go to the town to do business. In 2 hours, we will meet at the entrance of the town. This is a deposit of 20 taels. Jia Yanbing asked Wan Lauer to take out 20 taels of silver and give it to Old Sheephead. Old Sheephead's unhappiness also dissipated when he saw the silver. Nothing can compare to the silver. Old Sheephead took the silver and said with a smile, Okay. I will definitely wait at the entrance of the town in 2 hours. Jia Yanbing and Wan Lauer immediately said goodbye and took the carriage to the town. Fu Bao lay in the quilt in the carriage. The quilt was warm and comfortable. She rolled around. The carriage was a little bumpy. Fu Bao didn't hold on tightly and fell on the carriage with the quilt. Like a watermelon, she rolled to the door of the carriage. Girl. Jia Yanbing's face changed suddenly. Unexpectedly, Fu Bao crawled out of the quilt and showed a smile. Hee hee. I'm fine. Sir, don't worry. It's fun. Jia Yanbing had never seen such a tough girl. For a moment, he didn't know whether to scold or laugh. Fu Bao was like a pupa that had just shed its shell. It took a long time for the cricket pupa to come out of the quilt rolled up like a flower roll. Her hair was scattered behind her, and she had a playful smile on her face. She was like a little squirrel, sticking out her little butt and trying to drag the quilt from the door to the back of the carriage. Fortunately, there was no dust in the carriage. Otherwise she would have used the quilt as a mop. Jia Yanbing could see that this girl was really different from the girls of ordinary families. She was very spiritual, but she didn't follow the rules like the children from big families. However, after the ups and downs of ginseng, Jia Yanbing had seen through it long ago. All rules were shackles set for people, and people should be free. So he decided to change the way of teaching and let Fu Bao retain this innocence. Girl, the teacher will test you. Have you learned anything from this transaction? Jia Yanbing leaned on the carriage, lowered his eyes, and looked at Fu Bao and asked in a gentle voice. Fu Bao immediately wrapped himself in the quilt like a good kid, stretched out his legs and sat on the ground, raised his little head, blinked his big eyes, and replied seriously, Sir, Fu Bao feels that you have already calculated the overall situation of this deal from the beginning. The old sheep-headed uncle seems reluctant to do business with us. But Fu Bao feels that he seems to be led by the nose all the time. I wonder if what Fu Bao said is right. Jia Yanbing was a little surprised. This child is so powerful. It seems to be more powerful than when he was a child. He didn't tell Fu Bao anything in the past 2 days. This girl didn't ask much, but she was able to hit the nail on the head. Is this girl a child prodigy? Girl, you are right. My psychological price is actually 8 cents. But as businessmen, we can't just recognize money and ignore people. Old Sheephead took us in for one night last night. We gave him a profit of 1 cent. which is considered as our board and lodging fee. But this is an exception. For example, we don't need to be so polite to the owner of a first shop. We have to earn half a cent. Sir, Fu Bao thinks that you are soft-hearted. Don't you think it's not easy for old Sheephead's family? Fu Bao tilted his head and looked at Jia Yanbing with a smile. Jia Yanbing didn't reply. He was indeed soft-hearted. This was the way of doing business that life taught him. Girl, making money is very simple for us. As simple as eating and drinking. But for ordinary people, it is as difficult as ascending to heaven. They are not the same kind of people as us. But we can do some good deeds in addition to doing business, which is a blessing. As for unscrupulous businessmen, we don't have to care about them. They are all black-hearted. After listening, Fu Bao thought for a while, and then said seriously, Sir, Fu Bao wants to be a good doctor and a good businessman who benefits the people. In Fu Bao hometown, many people don't have enough food. They are very pitiful. They have no clothes to wear in winter and can only huddle on the Kong. The children in our village have no clothes to wear. So several people share a piece of clothes and take turns to wear them. Fu Bao wants them to all wear clothes. Sir, can you help Fu Bao? Jia Yanbing was moved by Fu Bao's words. He knew the situation Fu Bao said. Some places were even poorer than Fu Bao said. A family didn't have a cotton coat to wear, and many people were frozen to death. Jia Yanbing nodded seriously. Girl, let's work hard together. After the gentleman has dealt with my personal affairs, I will go back to your hometown with you to help you. Let's work together on this vast land of the border, so that everyone in the border can have food to eat and clothes to wear. Jia Yanbing did not expect that one day he would be ignited by a little girl, and he felt that the rest of his life seemed to be more meaningful and more exciting. He actually had some expectations. He also wanted to see how far this girl could achieve. At this moment, Fu Bao's eyes were brighter than ever before. Well, it's a deal. Fu Bao believes that we can do it. Fu Bao affirmed. Mr. Yan, we're here. Wan Lauer's voice came from outside. Jia Yanbing lifted the curtain and took a look, and found that the carriage was parked at the entrance of the town. However, there were many more people in the town at this time, and the coming and going of people drove away some of the severe winter cold. Brother Wan, let's go to the silver shop. Get the mask first. It was already past the hour of Chen, and I thought the mask should have been made. Wan Lauer responded and drove the carriage to the door of the silver shop. The business of the silver shop has always been tepid. After all, in a small town, how can people have much money to buy silver jewelry? Mr. Yan, you don't have to come out. I help you get it. Thank you, Brother Wan, Jia Yanbing said politely. Wan Lauer had taken good care of him these days. Although he felt that Wan Lauer was not a good businessman, he was still willing to help him to the best of his ability, which was also a way of repaying him. Wan Lauer smiled and said, It's okay. Just sit down and don't come out. I'm afraid that someone else will target us. Wan Lauer didn't tell Jia Yanbing that they were also being chased. Jia Yanbing didn't think deeply about what Wan Lauer meant. After all, in his opinion, Wan Lauer was an honest man who would never offend anyone, nor would he be involved in such a pursuit. As soon as Wan Lauer entered the silver shop, Fu Bao immediately stood up and climbed onto Jia Yanbing's chair, whispering something in Jia Yanbing's ear. Jia Yanbing was surprised for a moment when he heard this, and suddenly chuckled. This girl really holds a grudge, and she wants to take revenge immediately. But he also has this intention. And the two hit it off. Chapter 473 Pass. Jia Yanbing glanced at the silver shop outside the carriage and found that there were few people at the door of the silver shop. He just needed to get the pass. When he came out yesterday, he asked an old friend to get the pass and agreed to go and get it today. Fu Bao, let's wait for your father to come out before going. Otherwise he will be worried. Fu Bao was not in a hurry, so he nodded excitedly with a flash of light in his eyes. But the two did not wait long before they saw Wan Lauer coming out with a box. He habitually looked around and found that there were not many people, so he hurried to the carriage. Mr. Yan, I got the mask. How about you try the size? Wan Lauer handed the box in, and Fu Bao took it from inside. Sir, Fu Bao will help you open it. Fu Bao likes to open boxes the most. Jia Yanbing smiled and nodded, looking down at Fu Bao holding an exquisite box, sitting on the floor, and starting to open the box. Jia Yanbing was no longer surprised. In the past 2 days with Fu Bao, he had seen many things that were different from ordinary people in this girl, and he had gotten used to it. However, He still thought that even if he didn't restrict her, he had to tell her the rules of the wealthy families that she should know. Maybe one day she would use them. Jia Yanbing thought of Wan Lauer, his father, and couldn't help shaking his head in his heart. It should be impossible to expect Wan Lauer to teach Fu Bao the rules of wealthy families. After all, even Wan Lauer himself didn't know what the rules of wealthy families were. So he certainly wouldn't teach Fu Bao these. Jia Yanbing thought so. And Fu Bao had already opened the box. Sir, look. It's so beautiful. It's a fox. Fu Bao happily took out the mask, held it in both hands, and gestured on his face. Sir, do you think it looks like Fu Bao? Fu Bao happily held up the mask and asked Jia Yanbing. The mask was a bit big for her, and she could only see Fu Bao twinkling eyes through the two holes. However, Fu Bao thinks that this mask looks more like Mr. Who is a big fox. Fu Bao had enough fun. So he took off the mask and handed it to Jia Yanbing. Jia Yanbing stroked the surface of the mask, which was cold and without temperature. Fu Bao, why do you say I am a big fox? Not an old fox? Jia Yanbing was a little curious. Many people called him an old fox, but no one had ever said that he was a big fox. This girl's name was a little different. Because Mr. is good looking. Not old at all. How can he be an old fox? Fu Bao replied confidently. Jia Yanbing suddenly laughed. But he didn't dare to laugh hard. After all, the wound on his chest had not healed. And it was still painful if the amplitude was too large. He really couldn't think too much about this child. This reason was full of childishness. In their eyes, black is white. Black is white. He thought too much. Especially a simple and intelligent child like Fu Bao, who definitely didn't have many ideas. Sir, but Fu Bao secretly tells you that you look much better than my father. But Fu Bao does not dislike my father. But Fu Bao has never seen anyone as good-looking as you. Except my brother Mo's family. Jia Yanbing was a little amused. This girl dared to say bad things about her father. She was very brave. But he knew that Fu Bao definitely did not dislike Wan Lauer, but was just expressing it in the most straightforward way as a child. I know. You are not afraid of your father spanking you. Jia Yanbing gently tapped Fu Bao's forehead. Fu Bao giggled and rolled back into the quilt. No. My father likes Fu Bao the most. He won't spank me. Mr. Yan, where are we going to wait for Lao Yantu now? Wan Lauer asked through the door of the carriage. Fu Bao immediately got up from the quilt and looked at Jia Yanbing expectantly. She hasn't dealt with the black-hearted shopkeeper yet? Can't leave. Jia Yanbing looked at the little girl with amusement and said loudly, Brother Wan, I still have some things to do. I haven't got my pass yet. You go to the town entrance and wait for me. I meet you later. Wan Lauer then remembered that Jia Yanbing did not have a pass. At that time, it was agreed that he would leave today after getting the pass. Now is the agreed day. Can you go alone? Do you want me to go with you? Wan Lauer is now counting on Jia Yanbing to sell him sheep. If Jia Yanbing gets into trouble, his deposit will be wasted. He doesn't know any sheep dealers, let alone sell so many sheep. No problem. I will be fine. But I need the girl to go with me. Wan Lauer was a little hesitant after hearing this. He was also afraid that those people from Yu would chase them. If one of them was injured, they would definitely not be able to escape. But if Wan Lauer didn't agree, it seemed that he was a little worried about Jia Yanbing. In fact, he was really worried about Jia Yanbing. After all, they had only known each other for a short time. If Jia Yanbing kidnapped his good girl and ran away, he would have no place to cry. Sir, if it's far, I take you there. I don't have anything to do at this time. Fu Bao is too young. I'm afraid she can't help you and will cause trouble for you. I want to take care of her. Wan Lauer had said this. How could Jia Yanbing not hear that he was worried about taking care of Fu Bao alone? Okay. Then take us there. Jia Yanbing could only sigh and touch Fu Bao's head in the end, and looked at Fu Bao helplessly. Fu Bao immediately received Jia Yanbing's signal. It's not his fault. It's her father who is worried. Fu Bao thought about it, and it didn't matter. Maybe she would ask her father for help. Sir, let my father go too. Maybe he can help us. Wan Lauer heard it clearly outside, but he didn't understand what the two were planning. Girl, what do you need my help with? Wan Lauer didn't know, so he asked directly. Anyway, he had to find out Fu Bao's purpose to ensure that what they did was safe. Dad, I tell you later. Can you drive the carriage first? But I can tell you first that we are going to teach that black-hearted shopkeeper a lesson. When Wan Lauer heard this, He immediately said angrily, "That black-hearted shopkeeper really deserves a lesson. Tell me what you want to do. You move your mouth and Dad moves his legs. If something happens, Dad will run fast. And you won't run fast. Don't let people catch you." Fu Bao laughed and said, "Dad, we are not going to fight. Why are we running?" Wan Lauer scratched his head happily. He thought they were going to fight. Wan Lauer followed Fu Bao's instructions and came to a small alley. Fu Bao came here yesterday, so she knew the way. After they came here yesterday, they saw the candied Ha's cellar when they left the alley. Wan Lauer stopped the carriage. Jia Yanbing got off the carriage, walked to the innermost house in the alley, and knocked on the door. Soon a middle-aged man who looked like a scholar handed him a small bundle. Jia Yanbing thanked him and left. Wan Lauer kept craning his neck to look inside out of curiosity, but he only saw a hand and nothing else. Jia Yanbing got on the carriage carrying a small bag and asked Wan Lauer to drive to the back door of the first shop. Chapter 474 Throwing Manure? The carriage stopped in the alley behind the first shop, and Wan Lauer also got into the carriage. "Mr. Yan, what are we going to do?" Wan Lauer rubbed his hands, his face full of excitement, like a child who is going to do something bad. His face full of excitement and expectation. At the same time, Fu Bao was also looking at him. The expressions of the father and daughter were exactly the same. Jia Yanbing felt at this time that this was really a pair of father and daughter. Except for their different looks and brains, their expressions were too similar. "Fu Bao, you proposed to come here. Don't you have any ideas?" Jia Yanbing looked at Fu Bao and asked with a smile. Fu Bao nodded. "Yes, Fu Bao likes to fight. But Fu Bao good friend Dabai didn't come. Fu Bao is not sure that he can beat the shopkeeper. But we can outsmart him. To be honest, I actually like to beat people more," Fu Bao said, standing up with a proud face, waving her little pink fist, as if she was a hero. Wan Lauer slapped his daughter's buttocks, and looked at Fu Bao helplessly. His excitement and expectation just now gone. Fu Bao received her father's signal, and immediately put her little fists behind her back, and stuck out her tongue playfully. Seeing that Wan Lauer was still angry, Fu Bao could only use her ultimate move, and directly pounced on Wan Lauer, hugged Wan Lauer's neck and acted coquettishly. "Daddy." Fu Bao was wrong. "Daddy, please don't be angry. Okay?" The reason why Fu Bao is so favored has a lot to do with her good attitude and quickness in admitting mistakes. Sure enough, Wan Lauer turned from gloomy to sunny, and a smile bloomed on his face again. He gently rubbed Fu Bao's little buttocks and asked, "Daddy, did it hurt?" Fu Bao let go of Wan Lauer's neck, jumped around in place, full of energy, and said with a smile, "It doesn't hurt at all. It's not as painful as a mosquito bite. It's like tickling Fu Bao." Wan Lauer was also speechless when he saw that this girl only remembered to eat but not to be beaten. Jia Yanbing watched the interaction between the father and daughter with envy, thinking that it would be great if Fu Bao was his daughter. Jia Yanbing clenched his fist slightly and placed it on his lips and coughed softly, reminding the two, "Time is running out. Let's finish our business and leave." The father and daughter immediately looked at Jia Yanbing with the same expression. "Fu Bao, tell me your idea first. I know you must have an idea." Jia Yanbing looked at Fu Bao and said affirmatively. Fu Bao stood up like a little adult, looking at Wan Lauer and said, "Dad, the first step is to throw manure. We have to make his business stinky. I saw it yesterday. There are many for shops on this street, and their business is the best. This shows that this black-hearted store must have done a good job on the surface. We want to spread rumors that he sells fakes, which is obviously impossible, and we don't have so much time to do this. So throwing manure is the most relieving way." "Throw manure?" Wan Lauer looked at his daughter with a smile. "How did you come up with such a dirty trick? Besides, where can we find manure? And it seems that only Daddy can throw manure among the three of us. Have you decided to let Daddy do this hard job?" Fu Bao shook his head like a rattle. Aggrieved, "Dad, why do you miss your daughter so much? Do you think I am a person who cheats you?" Wan Lauer really thought about it carefully. In addition to squandering the family, this girl has never cheated him. That's not the case, Wan Lauer affirmed. "But who are you going to let throw the manure? Mr. Yen? Or do you go yourself?" Wan Lauer asked curiously. Fu Bao pinched his thumb and index finger, and smiled at Wan Lauer and said, "Of course. You Silver." Wan Lauer's face suddenly turned black. He knew that this girl would only squander the family and cheat him of money. "How much do you want? What are you going to do?" You must tell me clearly, or Daddy won't give it to you. The bottle of golden medicine you used on old Sheephead yesterday cost 5 taels of silver. My daughter, Daddy's pocket is empty. Can we take it easy? Otherwise, we won't be able to reach the capital. Wan Lauer had a sad face and looked at the prodigal daughter with resentment. Fu Bao said mysteriously, Dad, you have to believe that good people will be rewarded. You used your money to buy medicine to save a life. God will definitely not let you do a losing business. You are accumulating blessings. Wan Lauer immediately shut up. He obediently took out a piece of silver from his purse and gave it to Fu Bao. He said pitifully, My daughter, although you say that, a penny can make a hero fall. Can we save money? Fu Bao pushed it back directly. No need for so much. I only need 10 copper coins. Wan Lauer took back the silver at the speed of light and immediately counted out 10 copper coins. As if Fu Bao would change his mind if it was a little later. Jia Yanbing looked at the father and daughter. And he couldn't bear to watch. How could this be a father and a dad? But Fu Bao only wanted 10 copper coins. Jia Yanbing immediately guessed Fu Bao's intention. He narrowed his eyes and leaned against the carriage with a relaxed mood. This little girl has so many tricks. After Wan Lauer gave Fu Bao 10 copper coins, he remembered to ask Fu Bao, Girl, do you want 10 copper coins to buy manure? Do you want the manure seller to throw the manure directly on the door of the store? Wan Lauer said with some imagination. Fu Bao shook her head and didn't keep it a secret, because her father needed to accompany her in this matter. Otherwise she was so cute. What if she was kidnapped? I will spend 5 cents to hire a beggar. Let him find manure himself. And then throw it on the door of the store. If he can throw the manure on the furs in the store, then I will give him another 5 cents. Wan Lauer called his daughter smart when he heard it. Jia Yanbing also nodded in appreciation. He thought this girl would directly use 10 cents to hire a beggar to throw manure. But she actually wanted to make people lose some furs directly. This girl can't be easily provoked. But she is to his taste. Without waiting for Fu Bao to speak, Wan Lauer had already taken the initiative to help her find beggars. 10 cents in this cold winter is enough for a beggar to live for 10 days. 1 steamed bun a day can keep him alive. 10 cents is enough to buy 10 steamed buns. If the steamed buns are broken into pieces and boiled into paste, they can make do with 3 meals a day or more days. There should be many beggars willing to do this. There is a dilapidated courtyard in the southeast corner of the town. It is said that it is the courtyard of an elderly widow, because there is no successor. The elderly died at home, and no one cared until the body stinked. Later, this courtyard was empty, and became a place for many beggars. However, due to years of disrepair, some parts of this courtyard have collapsed and are dangerous buildings. If you are unlucky, you may die the next day after moving in. Wan Lauer drove his carriage to the yard in the southeast corner. Before he got close, he saw a few beggars sitting lazily at the door, picking lice. They also saw Wan Lauer's carriage coming, and they looked at it lazily. Some people rushed out of the yard and ran in front of Wan Lauer's carriage, wanting to beg for some food. Chapter 475 Beggars. Wan Lauer hurriedly stopped the carriage. If he had been slower, he would have hit someone. It seemed that these beggars were really hungry, and didn't even want to live. Wan Lauer was a little scared. He didn't know if he would be robbed by these beggars. After all, there were not many households living nearby, and it was freezing cold, so no one went out of the house. Wan Lauer reined in the horse in time, and the horse's front hooves were raised high, so he didn't step on the beggar who was running in front. They came to Wan Lauer and surrounded Wan Lauer's carriage one by one. Uncle, please be kind and give us some food. We haven't eaten for a few days. Please. Some of the beggars held half a broken bowl. Some held a broken porcelain bowl. And some held nothing. They held their hands together. Each of them was pale and thin, wearing a tattered jacket that hadn't been washed for many years. Some of them had half of their legs exposed. Their skin was red from the cold, and they were wearing straw sandals on their feet, which were covered with frostbite and bleeding. They seemed to be completely unaware of the pain and ran very fast, as if they had come too late and had no food. At this time, Fu Bao lifted the curtain of the car window and poked her head out to look out. After just one look, she couldn't help crying. Fu Bao felt very strange. She didn't want to cry. So why did she cry? But Fu Bao didn't think much about it. She also felt that these people were very pitiful. So she wanted to turn around and take her own dry food to share with these people. This was the white flour cakes that her aunt prepared for them in the morning, and some grain cakes. which were packed into a large bundle. In another bundle, there were a lot of green onions and homemade bean paste. As soon as Fubao started, she was discovered by Jia Yanbing, who immediately stopped Fubao. "Girl, what do you want to do?" "Sir, those beggars are so pitiful. Their feet are bleeding, and they are starving. I want to share some food with them. We still have a lot." Jia Yanbing told Fubao seriously for the first time. "Girl, this is the first time that you are told by the sir, and it will be the last time. You must remember that when people are in desperate situations, they have no humanity. They have the most primitive animal nature. Look at the beggars outside. They are definitely gathering more and more. If our dry food shows up, the three of us will not live." Fubao was a little confused. She was obviously helping them. So why did they want her life? "Sir, but Fubao is trying to save their lives. Maybe they won't do anything to us," Fubao said naively. After all, she had never experienced famine. When she was exiled, she was only 1 year old. She didn't remember it very clearly, and it was inevitable that she didn't understand the evil of human nature. "Girl, there is no maybe. You don't understand these beggars. They live at the bottom of society. The most important thing to them is their lives. As long as they can live, they are willing to give everything. If they know that we have dry food, do you think they will look at the dry food and remain indifferent? Since they will not remain indifferent, what will they do? Of course, they will rob. But there is one more thing I want to remind you. People are greedy. When they see that there are so many good things on our carriage, they will want more after filling their stomachs. People's desires are endless." Fubao nodded, not quite understanding. And she pressed on. The little hand on the bundle slowly raised up, looked at Jia Yanbing and asked, "Then, sir, how can we help them?" Jia Yanbing shook his head. "Girl, our current ability is not enough to help them. We are now unable to take care of ourselves. How can we talk about helping? But I believe that in 20 years, there will be no more beggars at the border." Fubao was a little dissatisfied. "Sir, will it take so long?" Jia Yanbing looked at Fubao and didn't speak, because now he said too much. Fubao didn't understand. He must let Fubao know step by step that the suffering in the world is not formed overnight, nor will it disappear overnight. Outside, Wan Lauer has started to drive away the beggars with a whip. "All of you go away. Don't get close. Otherwise the whip in my hand will not recognize people." Wan Lauer felt that it seemed impossible to find anyone in this situation, so it was better to find a way to leave first. Fubao's little face appeared in the window again, and this time she really saw that the number of people outside had more than doubled. There was also a father and son in the crowd, who looked very pitiful, and Fubao's sympathy was overflowing again. But this time she remembered what her master said and endured it. She shouted to Wan Lauer, "Dad, I found someone. Let's let the father and son go. The child seems to be dying." Wan Lauer heard Fubao shout and looked down. Among the beggars, he saw a father and son. The father was holding a child of a few years old. The child was lying motionless on his father's shoulder. It was probably fainted from hunger. Wan Lauer quickly shouted to the beggar, "You follow my carriage." The beggar's eyes lit up instantly, and he squeezed out of the beggar group with great effort. Wan Lauer didn't care anymore. Turned the corner with the carriage, and immediately rushed forward. Wan Lauer had experienced fleeing from famine, and the situation just now was exactly the same as fleeing from famine. He had a layer of sweat on his back. The beggar holding the child stumbled along the way, fell several times in the middle of the way, and a lot of blood was rubbed on his hands. The child also fell several times, but the child didn't cry at all. After running a distance, Wan Lauer would stop and wait for the beggar, and he didn't continue to rush until he was far away from the courtyard. It wasn't until the man stumbled and caught up that Wan Lauer jumped off the carriage. As soon as Wan Lauer got off, Fubao followed him out of the carriage. A cold wind went straight into Fubao's neck. She was in a hurry to get out, and Jia Yanbing didn't have time to put a scarf on her. But Fubao didn't seem to be afraid of the cold at all. She waved the white flour cake in her hand and called Wan Lauer, "Daddy, hurry up and give them this cake." Before Wan Lauer turned around to take it, the beggar rushed to Fubao like a hungry wolf, snatched the white flour cake from Fubao's hand, and almost pulled Fubao off the car. Fubao's face turned pale with fear. Fortunately, she was quick-witted and grabbed the door frame of the carriage, so she didn't fall down. Fubao finally understood what Mr. Yidia said to her. Wan Lauer was so scared that he almost lost his soul. He shouted and wanted to catch Fubao, but found that Fubao had stabilized himself. Fortunately, it was just a false alarm. Otherwise he would have beaten the two beggars to death. My daughter? How are you? Fubao shook his head. Daddy? I'm fine. Fubao's eyes were always on the beggar, seeing him stuffing biscuits into his mouth without paying attention to the child in front of him. Fubao was a little annoyed. Why are you eating alone? Why don't you give some to your child? The beggar turned a deaf ear to him and tore the biscuits in big mouthfuls. Although the biscuits were a little cold, they were not hard yet and tasted soft. But they still choked the beggar. Chapter 476. The plan succeeded. The beggar didn't turn around until he swallowed a piece of cake whole. Wan Lauer wanted to scold him, but he knelt down unexpectedly. Wan Lauer's anger seemed to be pierced by a hole, and half of it was released. Thank you for your charity, Master in Mississippi. I wonder what you want to do with me. Since I have eaten your food, I will do whatever you want. Fubao asked him angrily, why don't you give it to your child? Your child. He is dead and can't eat anymore. The beggar's voice was low and sad, interrupting Fubao questioning. Fubao couldn't help feeling uncomfortable after hearing this. This was the first time she had come into close contact with the death of a child of about her age. She clearly didn't see any black energy on the child. So how could the child die? Didn't the child just die? But she chose this father and son just to save the child. Now Fubao witnessed the death of her peers with her own eyes, and she felt very sad. Fubao turned and entered the carriage. The little girl couldn't accept it. She didn't know how to express her feelings, so she just lay on Jia Yanbing and cried. In her mind, there was always the lingering little figure, with tattered clothes, skinny, a pair of exposed little feet covered with frostbite, and a dirty little face the size of a palm. So the original face could not be seen clearly. Fubao only had time to see that the child's eyelashes were very thick, and she must have a pair of beautiful big eyes. Right? Jia Yanbing sighed and stroked Fubao back. This girl has a heart of 7 holes. Girl, cry if you want to. This is the life of all kinds of things. Sweet and sour, bitter and astringent. Fubao never cries easily. But today she is like a little baby who has been severely bullied, lying on Jia Yanbing and crying loudly. She doesn't know why she is crying so sadly. She just wants to cry, for no reason. She feels very uncomfortable with this kind of emotional repression. Fubao cried enough, raised her red and swollen eyes, and looked at Jia Yanbing. Sir, Fubao is fine. Fubao huddled in a corner alone. At this moment, an unknown sense of mission quietly grew in her young heart, forcing her to work harder to grow upward. Wan Lauer didn't know what to say outside. He silently helped the beggar up. Can I help you bury the child? Wan Lauer is also a father. He can understand a father's feelings, and can also sympathize with the beggar's grief at this moment. After all, he will be alone in this world in the future, without any relatives to rely on. In the vast world, no one cares about him. When the boundless loneliness quietly hits his heart in the middle of the night, it makes people collapse. The beggar shook his head. Thank you. Sir. No. I don't want to be separated from him yet. Wan Lauer didn't want to force it. He told the beggar about his request. But the original 10 coins became 1 or 2 silver coins. This is also the greatest good deed that Wan Lauer can do as a father. The beggar listened and immediately agreed. Wan Lauer returned to the carriage. The beggar took the dozens of copper coins given by Wan Lauer to do things, but left the child's body for Wan Lauer to help take care of. Jia Yanbing and Fubao were sitting quietly in the carriage. He didn't say anything to Fubao at this time. After Fubao digested his emotions, he spoke softly. Girl, is this all your revenge on that for shop? Fubao's big eyes were red and swollen, and there was still wet water vapor. He looked at Jia Yanbing in confusion. Sir, is this not enough? Jia Yanbing shook his head. It seems that this store has been dealing with robbers for more than a year or 2. It can be seen that he is not a good person. But he is just pretending on the surface. It can be seen that my family's previous caravan was also deceived by him. There is no shortage of fur shops on this street. Just close it. Jia Yanbing spoke lightly. Closing a shop was as simple as stepping on an ant for him. If it was the Jia family in the past, it might be easy to do it. But now that the Jia family was raided, he could still say this sentence so lightly, which shows that he had already calculated the other party's ending in his heart. Fubao got up from the ground, walked to Jia Yanbing and asked, Sir, if the shop is closed, will they starve to death? No. They have more than one shop. There are shops in the city. Don't worry. But he wants our lives. So if we close one of his shops, it will only make him lose some property. Just to vent our anger. Fubao nodded. Yes. We must close it. They almost killed us. If we hadn't run fast, the soldiers would have caught us. Jia Yanbing saw that Fubao's attention was diverted, and he breathed a sigh of relief. This child is too kind. Although he is smart, he has a kind heart, which can easily lead to big losses. So Jia Yanbing did not tell Fubao that the shopkeeper of this shop would also be imprisoned. It was a serious crime to collude with robbers. How could the government just seal it? But Fubao had just witnessed death with his own eyes. He did not want Fubao to see the cruel side of the world again. He could teach these things slowly in the future. There was no need to rush now. At the same time, Fubao was also a little strange. She clearly did not see the black hair on the little boy. Why did the little boy die? Did she see it wrong at the beginning? The child was dead? But he was always with his father. Wasn't his father always with a corpse? Fubao felt scared when he thought about it. But what Fubao did not know was that there was a kind of family affection called that the ghost you feared was the relative that others most wanted to reunite with. Wan Lauer, who was outside, stared at the body of the child on the ground at this time, and found that the child was pale without a trace of blood. And there were corpse spots on his face. The child did not just die. Wan Lauer suddenly realized this. He could not help shivering, and climbed onto the carriage. Mr. Yan, the little beggar has corpse spots on his face. He should not have just died. It seems that he has been dead for a few days. It's just that the weather is cold now, so the body has not rotted and smelled. Jia Yanbing nodded slightly. Maybe this child is the only thing this beggar misses in this world? As long as this child is not buried, his father will have more courage to live. Jia Yanbing analyzed. Wan Lauer and Fubao didn't say anything. At this time, Jia Yanbing said to Wan Lauer, Brother Wan, I need paper and pen. Can you help buy it? Jia Yanbing felt a little embarrassed. After all, he seemed to be bothering others all the time. Okay, I go right away. But what do you want paper and pen for? That thing is quite expensive. Let's use it sparingly. Wan Lauer said with some pain. He is now the money bag for several people. Every day when he spends money, he has to weigh whether it is worth it, and whether he should spend it. It works. You know in a moment. Jia Yanbing didn't want to explain anymore, because if he said too much, Fubao would get suspicious. This girl's intelligence was unimaginable. Wan Lauer reluctantly ran to buy paper. The carriage was parked a little far away, and he had to walk a distance to get to the bookstore. On the way back from buying paper, Wan Lauer met a beggar who was coming back. How's it going? Did it work? Master, I poured manure on their furs, and most of their furs can't be bought. But they want to chase me. I run fast, but I can't stay here for long. You guys go quickly. I want to run too. They are so fierce. And they have dogs. Wan Lauer didn't expect the other party to have dogs. You go back first. I go see what's going on. Wan Lauer was afraid that the beggar would deceive him, so he had to go and check it out in person. But Wan Lauer hadn't walked far when he saw a group of people chasing them with dogs from a distance. Now Wan Lauer didn't need to verify it himself. It was true. He turned around and ran. Wan Lauer caught up with the beggar and gave him 1 or 2 taels of silver. The beggar didn't say much after getting the money, and ran out of the town with the child's body in his arms. Wan Lauer returned to the carriage and told Jia Yanbing what was happening outside. Jia Yanbing looked at the time and took Wan Lauer's paper and pen. Wan Lauer put the small table in front of Jia Yanbing, and he wrote a letter on the small table. Brother Wan, let's go to the mayor's house. You give this letter to the mayor, and we can leave. Wan Lauer was a little confused. Why did he give this letter to the mayor? What was written in this letter? Chapter 477. The assassin is chasing. Wan Lauer was very curious and asked, Mr. Yin, why did you write to the mayor? To expose the fur shop owner's collusion with the robbers. Wan Lauer was relieved. At this critical moment, if the letter was handed over by the mayor, the fur shop owner would definitely be in trouble. Wan Lauer immediately put the letter in his arms, and sat in the front to drive the carriage. Wan Lauer found out about the mayor's house, and was about to knock on the door, but was stopped by Jia Yanbing. Brother Wan, don't go in person. Just tie a stone and throw it in, and leave immediately. Wan Lauer thought about it, and it was right. Otherwise, what if he was caught? One Lauer jumped off the carriage, picked up a stone on the ground, put it in an envelope, and threw it into the yard. Ah! Who is it? I didn't expect One Lauer to hit someone. It sounded like a woman. One Lauer was so scared that he ran away, jumped on the carriage and drove away quickly. Fu Bao leaned on the window and looked back. He only had time to see a woman holding a letter in her hand and running out with an angry face. The carriage turned a corner, and he could not see anything. Dad? Did you hit someone? Fu Bao hurried to the door and shouted outside. It seems so. I heard someone shouting, and I ran away in fear. One Lauer slowed down at this time and walked slowly to the entrance of the town. Fu Bao chuckled inside. Dad? You have a good aim. That woman is so unlucky that she was hit. One Lauer also thought that the woman was too unlucky. When the few people wandered all the way to the entrance of the town, they happened to see the first shop guys who came back angrily. They were still holding the dog, but they didn't catch anyone. One Lauer glanced at those people and drove away in the carriage with a calm appearance. Those guys turned their heads and looked at One Lauer. The driver just now looked familiar? It seems he has been to our store before. There are many people who come to our store, so he is familiar. Think about how to report to the shopkeeper later. I didn't catch up with anyone when I led the dog out. I will definitely be scolded by the shopkeeper when I go back. One Lauer looked back at the people and saw them walking away. He slowly exhaled. He was very nervous just now, because he had been to the first shop before. These people didn't recognize him. Fortunately, they didn't recognize him. He felt guilty. As soon as One Lauer drove the carriage to the entrance of the town, he saw the old sheep leader coming with a team. Because there are many sheep raised at the border, there is a team in the town that specializes in transporting sheep. This kind of car is also different from other cars. The board is surrounded by half-person high baffles. The two front hooves of the sheep are tied up so that they can't jump out. As soon as he met the head, Jia Yanbing immediately asked One Lauer to drive the carriage away. Now it has been almost half a day. Those people may catch up soon. They must leave the town immediately. One Lauer drove the carriage in front and led the way, while Lao Yantu followed the team behind. As soon as they left, a blue cloth carriage also left the town and drove in the opposite direction of them, which was the direction of the county town. Those who were familiar with carriages knew that this was the mayor's carriage. When the mayor's carriage was halfway through, it met 4 people riding horses and galloping. One of them had a white gauze tied on his head, as if he had been injured on the head. These 4 people were the 4 people who were captured in the inn last night. They met the mayor's carriage and directly surrounded the mayor's carriage. The mayor was scared and thought that these 4 were robbers. He immediately wanted to give them his valuables. Are you from Baiyun town? Jiachi asked sternly on his horse. The mayor nodded immediately. Then did you see any strangers coming in and out? The mayor shook his head quickly. No. The 4 looked at each other and rode away directly. The mayor was so scared that he sat paralyzed in the carriage for a long time before he recovered and drove the carriage to the county town. Fu Bao was drowsy from the shaking of the carriage, and she didn't eat lunch at noon. She was dreaming about eating chicken legs, and her tears wet the quilt under her. Suddenly Fu Bao opened her eyes and was no longer sleepy. Daddy, hurry up. There are bad guys coming. Let's run quickly. Jia Yanbing looked at Fu Bao strangely. Is this girl sleepwalking? But One Lauer could hear the anxiety in Fu Bao's tone. He turned around quickly and asked, Fu Bao, is it too late to run now? Jia Yanbing looked at Fu Bao in a daze. Does this girl have special abilities again? It's too late. Because Fu Bao had already heard the sound of horse hooves. Even Jia Yanbing heard the noise. He quickly looked out of the window and found that there were indeed a few small black spots behind him, moving very fast. However, One Lauer's carriage happened to go down a steep slope, and the people behind him were immediately invisible. Jia Yanbing made a prompt decision and said to One Lauer, Stop the car. I want to get off. One Lauer quickly stopped the carriage, and Jia Yanbing covered his chest and quickly got off the carriage. Seeing this, the old sheep head, who was following closely behind, immediately asked, Mr. Yin, what are you doing? Brother, the people chasing me are here. I need to hide in your hay cart for a while. I hope you can help me. The old sheephead also knew that someone was chasing them, and upon hearing this, he quickly helped Jia Yanbing hide in the haystack. It would take them 3 days to go to the interior of the pass, and they had to prepare sheep to eat on the way. So the hay took 2 carts. The old sheephead was very skilled in hiding people. He asked Jia Yanbing to hide in the hay in the middle, covered it with a thick layer of hay, and tied the hay with a rope, so that it would not be seen that there was a person hiding inside. After everything was ready, the old sheephead told the other people in the team to say that they knew nothing in a while. The people in the caravan only wanted to get paid and didn't want to get involved. They wished they didn't know anything. But they were very curious about Jia Yanbing's identity. Who was he, and why was he being hunted? Wan Lauer also told Lao Yang too that they didn't know him either. They were just going the same way. The group continued to drive the carriage on the road. Wan Lauer deliberately drove the carriage faster to increase the distance between him and Lao Yang too. But as soon as the carriage ran a distance, those people caught up. Stop! Several people came up from behind and surrounded Wan Lauer's carriage in the middle. Wan Lauer had no choice but to stop. What do you have to say? Seeing Wan Lauer, C immediately said to he is the man from the inn. Hand him over. A drew out the long sword from his waist, pointed at Wan Lauer and shouted. Wan Lauer was confused. Who are you? I don't know you. Wan Lauer pretended to be very good. Sneered. It's only been one night. And you don't remember us? If you say you're fine, do you think I believe you? Brother, you got the wrong person. Right? I really don't know you. Have we met before? A, B, C, and D all looked at each other. It seemed that they really had never greeted Wan Lauer directly. They said they went to test Wan Lauer's background, but they didn't find him in the kitchen. So it was normal that Wan Lauer hadn't seen them. Chapter 478 Wan Lauer kills people. Have you ever seen the man next door? No. But my daughter seems to be quite familiar with him. I only met him once. He tells my daughter stories, and she always runs to his room. Wan Lauer made up a lie seriously. Fu Bao heard it clearly inside. At this time, the old sheephead drove the sheep cart and the hay cart and followed them. They were so scared that they avoided a few people from a distance and slowly walked around from the side. A, B, C, and D just glanced at the old sheephead's team lightly, and never thought that there would be any relationship between the old sheephead and Wan Lauer. At this time, he suddenly turned over from the horse, jumped onto Wan Lauer's carriage, pushed open the door, and saw Fu Bao sleeping in the carriage. He pulled Fu Bao out. Fu Bao was startled. Her collar was held by Yi. Her body was in the air. Her two short legs kicked in the air, and her hands kept hitting Yi's arms. Let me go! Let me go! Bad guy. Fu Bao shouted angrily. Humph. You said you didn't know her. How could your daughter go to a stranger's room for no reason? You are not good at making up lies. Right? She told her a story? That person is not someone who will believe others easily. If you don't tell the truth, I will kill your daughter. Wan Lauer was scared to death. No. No. Good man. Please don't hurt my daughter. I will tell you everything. Fu Bao was afraid that her father really betrayed the master to save her. So she tried to stop Wan Lauer. But Wan Lauer secretly winked at him. Fu Bao understood immediately and started crying, Daddy, save me. I don't want to die. Wan Lauer slapped his thigh anxiously and said quickly, Good man. I really don't know the man you are talking about. I just saved his life outside the town and paid for his medicine and accommodation at the inn. But I didn't see him this morning. His room was empty. I was looking for him. He still owes me money? Bullshit. Would you pay money to someone you don't know? If you don't behave, I won't be polite. He moved the knife in his hand and put it across Fu Bao's neck. Fu Bao howled dryly, his voice trembling. Daddy, Fu Bao is so scared. Please save me. No. No. What I said is true. If you don't believe me, you can go to Tianxi Clinic to ask the doctor. We really don't know each other. Wan Lauer was about to cry. But those are killers. They will not let Wan Lauer go easily. Since you know nothing and still save people, you deserve to die. Who told you to save someone you shouldn't save? After saying this, he raised his knife and was about to chop Fu Bao's neck. Wan Lauer's soul flew away. At this time, a strong wind suddenly blew, raising a cloud of dust, which narrowed the horse's eyes. The horse ran around like crazy and directly knocked Yi's knife away. He was also knocked out by the horse. He let go of Fu Bao, and Fu Bao fell to the ground. But she was wearing thick clothes and was not injured. The horse went crazy and hit several other horses. In order to avoid it, the people drove their horses to avoid it. But it was too late. The other horses were also frightened after being hit, and the scene was in chaos. Wan Lauer wanted to drive the carriage away quickly at this time. But Fu Bao grabbed Wan Lauer's arm. Dad? We can't leave now. Even if we leave now, they will catch up with us and kill us. It's better to kill these bad guys at this time. Wan Lauer looked at the men in horror, shaking his head like a rattle, and immediately coaxed Fu Bao. My daughter? Even if they scare the horses now, they have kung fu on their bodies. We can't beat them. So it's better to run away quickly. Fu Bao said firmly, Dad, you believe in Fu Bao. We can beat them. Wan Lauer saw his daughter was so sure, and he was a little shaken in his heart. But before he could think about it, Fu Bao had already got into the carriage and took out a dagger from the secret compartment and handed it to Wan Lauer. This was the dagger that Wan Lauer snatched from Goshing, and it came in handy at this moment. Dad, take it. These bad guys will be dealt with by God. We are just adding fuel to the fire. Fu Bao's face did not have any horror, but it gave Wan Lauer reassurance. Wan Lauer held the dagger tightly and looked at the environment they were in. This place was close to the interior of the country, and there were already mountains. However, the mountains in winter were also bleak. They were surrounded by rolling hills, and the frightened horses were running around without knowing the direction. Fu Bao pointed at the person who was knocked away by the horse and said to Wan Lauer, Dad, kill this person quickly. He just wanted to kill me. Fu Bao was never merciful to bad people. Jia Yanbing told her that if someone wanted to take her life for no reason, then this person was definitely a bad person. Killing one of them would save them a life. Wan Lauer can't kill people. He has only killed animals. Wan Lauer's legs were weak, and he came to the killer. He saw him spitting blood and fainting. He couldn't move his hand holding the dagger. At this time, he suddenly opened his eyes, jumped up, kicked the dagger in Wan Lauer's hand away, and instantly grabbed Wan Lauer's neck with one hand. Wan Lauer missed the best chance to kill. Seeing her father being held by Yi, Fu Bao ran over immediately. She picked up the dagger that fell on the ground, screamed, rushed over, and wanted to stab Yi, but she was too small, and Yi knocked her away with one hand. Fu Bao refused to admit defeat and got up from the ground again, like an indestructible cockroach, stubbornly holding the dagger and going forward again. He was a little annoyed by this little girl, and directly stretched out a foot and kicked Fu Bao. If this kick was accurate, Fu Bao might have internal organs damaged. At this critical moment, the horse that Wan Lauer bought snorted, rushed up quickly, and hit Yi. He was knocked out again, and Wan Lauer was thrown far away and fell to the ground. And he also vomited a large mouthful of blood. This time he did not hesitate, staggered to get up from the ground. Although his chest was a little swollen and painful, he did not care at all, and shouted to Fu Bao, Girl, give the dagger to Daddy quickly. He was hit twice in a row and was seriously injured. He did not get up for a long time. Fu Bao saw the opportunity and rushed over. Wan Lauer took Fu Bao's dagger and quickly inserted it into Yi's chest. Yi struggled for a while and died. Wan Lauer was like a puddle of mud, sitting on the ground. Fu Bao hurried forward and carefully wiped the blood from the corner of Wan Lauer's mouth. Daddy, are you okay? Wan Lauer felt that the blood in his heart had been spit out, and he felt much better. The previous feeling of blockage also disappeared, and his breathing became much smoother. Dad is fine. He seems to be better than before. Fu Bao was relieved. But since he was fine, he had to seize the opportunity to pursue the victory. Dad, look at those people. They seem to have fallen off their horses. Wan Lauer looked up and looked around, and saw that he could only see one of the remaining 3 people, and he didn't know where the other 2 had run away. Chapter 479 Arrival at the Pass. But Wan Lauer saw at a glance a man with gauze tied on his head lying on the hillside not far away. That man was Jia, who was injured last night. He just jumped off the horse and fell directly to the ground. His head hit the stone and he fainted. Wan Lauer pulled out the dagger from the corpse in front of him, and blood splashed on his face. He didn't have time to wipe it off. He wiped the dagger on the corpse, picked up the knife thrown on the ground by the killer, and walked towards Jia. At this time, Wan Lauer was no longer afraid of these killers. Anyway, killing one is killing. Killing 2 is killing. What's the difference? After the first time, Wan Lauer was much bolder when he raised his knife this time. Although his hands and legs were still shaking, he had prepared himself mentally. These people deserved to die. If they didn't die, he and his daughter would die. In order to survive, these people must die. Wan Lauer closed his eyes and chopped the man's neck with a knife. because he was too nervous and used too much force. He almost chopped off his head. Wan Lauer felt that the other party was dead, so he dared to open his eyes. But the scene was too bloody, and he almost vomited. Fu Bao stood far away. Although she asked Wan Lauer to kill, she didn't dare to get close at this moment. Fu Bao took the opportunity to find out where the other two people ran to. But here was the rolling Shankyu, and he couldn't see where the man fell. At this time, Fu Bao heard the sound of horse hooves, turned around, and saw that it was their horse pulling the carriage. Dad, get on the carriage quickly. The horse knows where the two people are going. Wan Lauer was eager to leave quickly, but he was blinded by some light. When he looked closely, he found that there was a silver ingot on the body. Wan Lauer didn't care about being afraid at the moment. Squatted down and fumbled on the man's body. Sure enough, he found another bag of silver on the body. Wan Lauer fumbled again and found that there was nothing else. So he turned around and fumbled on the first body again. A bag of silver was also found on Yi's body. It was heavy, at least 50 taels. Wan Lauer was so happy that his mouth was full of flowers. It really proved his daughter's words that good people will be rewarded. He lost 5 taels of silver for medicine last night, but today he had so much silver. He was so happy that he quickly threw away the purse and put all the silver ingots in it into his own purse. Wan Lauer threw away all their swords, fearing that they would be recognized and cause trouble in the future. This is called destroying the body and destroying the traces. He heard from Wan Lauer that some killers like to mark their weapons. He couldn't do anything risky. After all, he was going to the capital, and these people seemed to be sent from the capital. After receiving the silver, Wan Lauer quickly climbed onto the carriage and put Fu Bao in the carriage. The horse seemed to know Fu Bao's intention and ran in one direction. After running for a cup of tea, Wan Lauer saw that both the man and the horse fell in a pool of blood. Wan Lauer didn't need Fu Bao to urge him. He held the dagger and approached the man carefully. He found that the man was still breathing, but his breathing was very weak. His arms and legs were weak, which should be broken. Wan Lauer went up and stabbed him without saying a word. The man immediately stopped breathing. Wan Lauer skillfully touched the man's body, but this time he found not silver, but silver bills, as much as 100 taels. Wan Lauer didn't blink and stuffed it directly into his arms. He was so happy that he was rich. Wan Lauer didn't expect that one day he would kill and rob, but he killed bad people, so he had no guilt in his heart. Now he didn't need a horse to lead the way. Wan Lauer had already seen another killer. He was not far away, but he seemed to be dead and his neck was broken. Wan Lauer ran over to collect money and found 20 taels of silver. He even kicked him in disgust. What a poor fellow. You are the poorest among all the killers. You must not have many orders. Right? Wan Lauer pouted and ran back. Fu Bao had seen her father collecting money and smiled secretly with her hands covering her mouth. When Wan Lauer climbed into the carriage, Fu Bao hurried over and asked, "Daddy, have you made a fortune?" Wan Lauer said happily, "Yes, my daughter. Look, Daddy found so much silver on them. Now we have money again. I won't bother with the old sheep head for the 5 taels of silver. Then Daddy will buy me some delicious food later. I want to eat braised pork." Fu Bao immediately made a request. "Okay, Daddy will buy you as much as you want. We have money." Wan Lauer was never stingy with Fu Bao food. The father and daughter drove the carriage happily. Feeling relaxed, they no longer had to worry about assassins chasing them. Even the horse's steps became lighter. After half a day, the carriage finally caught up with the mule cart of Old Sheephead and his group. Old Sheephead saw that it was Wan Lauer's carriage, and there was blood on Wan Lauer's body. He thought Wan Lauer was injured, so he quickly got off the mule cart. "Brother, are you injured?" "No, I got hurt by accident. Let's get Mr. Yan out." Wan Lauer didn't dare to say that he killed those people. Several people worked together to pull Jia Yanbing out of the haystack. Jia Yanbing looked very bad. Wan Lauer helped him into the carriage. Fu Bao came forward to help him, but she was too young to use much strength. However, Jia Yanbing fell down as soon as he entered the carriage. Fu Bao shouted, "Sir, what's wrong with you?" Jia Yanbing waved his hand weakly. "It's okay. I'm just a little too tired. I'd be fine after a rest." Jia Yanbing urged Wan Lauer to drive away quickly. This was not a place to stay for long. Wan Lauer whipped the horse, and the carriage galloped out. After pulling away from Lao Yantu and the others, Jia Yanbing asked Fu Bao Girl, how did you get rid of those killers? We just killed them all. Fu Bao's words were shocking. And Jia Yanbing sat up on the spot. But because of the big movement, he pulled the wound and made him gasp. You killed people? How did you kill them? Jia Yanbing was sure that the father and daughter did not know Kung Fu. So how did they kill people? Fu Bao described the situation at that time, and gestured while talking. It was so wonderful that it was comparable to listening to a book. Jia Yanbing was a little amused after listening to it. The luck of his father and daughter was simply amazing. But then he thought of Fu Bao's 2 perceptions of danger. This extraordinary perception made him quite amazed. Girl, can you predict dangerous things in advance? Yes. Fu Bao can feel it. Jia Yanbing was sure now. He didn't expect that the world is so big and there are so many things. He really encountered them. This life is worth it. But this matter? You should know it yourself in the future. Don't tell others. And you can't show this ability in front of people. If there is danger, you should speak quietly. Don't shout it out like you did just now. Understand? Fu Bao nodded. Well, Fu Bao remembers it. It won't be like this again in the future. Well, you have to remember that the jade is innocent. But the jade is guilty. Fu Bao didn't understand the meaning of this sentence. So Jia Yanbing explained it to her. Fu Bao suddenly realized it, and was more careful in the future. After walking for a few days, the group finally arrived at the checkpoint. At this time, there was a long queue at the checkpoint. The officers and soldiers checked the pass one by one. And the inspection was very strict. They seemed to be looking for someone. Wan Lauer couldn't help but be very alert, and secretly told Jia Yanbing in the carriage. Jia Yanbing frowned upon hearing this. Could it be that the person behind the scenes has already received the news? They want to investigate him here? But the soldiers at the checkpoint are under the command of military commanders. That person should be someone in the court. How could he have connections with the local government? Then maybe this person's background is not something he can shake? Jia Yanbing couldn't help but clench his hands into fists. Chapter 480 Entering the Pass. It was almost noon, and the sky was gloomy, as if it was going to snow heavily. Wan Lauer and his group were at the end of the line. There were 70 or 80 people in front of him, and they could only vaguely see the city gate. Jia Yanbing pushed open the car door and said to Wan Lauer, Brother Wan, those people may be related to the person behind the capital. We must be careful and try to find out if they are looking for someone. Wan Lauer also planned to do so, and he handed the carriage to Jia Yanbing. Mr. Yan, you come out and drive the carriage first. I will go to the front to find out the situation. Jia Yanbing put on the mask, only showing the area below his nose. Even if he stood in front of the killers now, the killers probably wouldn't recognize him. Wan Lauer ran over, and he didn't come back until a quarter of an hour later. Jia Yanbing saw that he looked nervous, and knew that the situation was not good. How is it? Jia Yanbing asked in a deep voice immediately. Wan Lauer glanced at the people around him, who were looking at them. He shook his head, didn't say anything, and quickly got on the carriage. Mr. Yan, let's go in and talk. The two entered the carriage together, and Wan Lauer whispered, I saw those officers and soldiers holding your portrait and confronting each other. We definitely can't get in like this. We must find a way. Jia Yanbing's fingers were clenched white, and his eyes were gloomy and terrible. He didn't know who the other party was, but he wanted his life, and his hand was even reaching to the border. Jia Yanbing took a deep breath. The more this happened, the more he wanted to fight him. He must not die. He must find that person. Even if he died, he must die clearly. Fu Bao suddenly exclaimed, interrupting the conversation between the two. Daddy, look, there are opera singers. Fu Bao pointed to a convoy coming from behind and shouted excitedly. Fu Bao likes to watch opera singers. During the new year, Wan Lauer would take her to the fair, where there were opera singers, and Fu Bao was fascinated by them. Wan Lauer wanted to give a perfunctory answer, but saw Jia Yanbing had already stuck his head out to watch. Wan Lauer also looked out from another window. I saw a team of cars behind Lao Yan Tu and his team, pulling suitcases, and a man sitting in a carriage was looking out of the window. But he seemed to be putting on makeup, with a face full of oil paint. Jia Yanbing's eyes lit up, and he quickly said to Wan Lauer, Brother Wan, there is a way. Wan Lauer quickly asked Jia Yanbing to speak. Jia Yanbing whispered something in Wan Lauer's ear, and Wan Lauer's eyes lit up and quickly got off the carriage. I saw him quickly come to the front of the carriage behind, and I don't know what he said to the driver, and then took out a silver ingot from his pocket and handed it over. The driver immediately smiled and happily took the silver. Not long after, Wan Lauer got some things back. Mr. Yan, the things are bought. Do you see if this is it? Wan Lauer happily handed the things to Jia Yanbing. There was only a box filled with rouge, powder, various oil paints, wigs, beards, mirrors and combs. Jia Yanbing was overjoyed. Now he was sure to pass the test. God really wanted him to be happy. Wan Lauer was driving a carriage outside. Jia Yanbing began to put on makeup in front of the mirror. Fu Bao looked at Jia Yanbing curiously. She painted her fair face black, stuck 2 mustaches on her lips, and used a red pen to dot a big red mole on her chin. She wore a wig on her head, but there was no hair on the top of the wig. Jia Yanbing looked like a bald man when he put it on. He was extremely ugly. Sir, you look so ugly in this way. Fu Bao can hardly recognize you. Jia Yanbing smiled and said, It shows that I am very successful in dressing up. But this is not enough. Fu Bao, give me your small bag of clothes. Fu Bao turned around and took a look. He picked the smallest bag in his luggage and handed it to Jia Yanbing. Jia Yanbing untied his outer robe, put Fu Bao's small bag on his back, and then put on his outer robe. And he became a hunchback. Even Jia Yanbing's own mother wouldn't recognize him after he was dressed like this. Brother Wan, I'm dressed up. Can you help me see if there's anything wrong? When Wan Lauer heard this, he came in and took a look. His eyes almost dropped out of his head. Is this still the gentle and handsome man a quarter of an hour ago? Now in front of him is an old and ugly hunchback. Mr. Yan, you are really amazing. They will definitely not recognize you. Jia Yanbing felt relieved. At this time, their carriage was also approaching the city gate. But Jia Yanbing's heartbeat became inexplicably fast. Fu Bao saw that Jia Yanbing was a little anxious, and he leaned against him obediently, saying softly, Sir, it will be fine. Don't worry. When Jia Yanbing heard Fu Bao's voice, the restlessness in his heart instantly dissipated, and he calmed down a lot. Stop. Lift up the window, and take out the pass. A rough voice came from outside. Jia Yanbing lowered his head subconsciously, and suddenly remembered that he had already dressed up, and he felt a little more at ease. Wan Lauer parked the carriage, took out Fu Bao and his pass from his pocket, and handed them to the officer with both hands. Sir, this is the pass for me and my daughter. Where are you going? Sir, we are going to visit relatives in the capital. The officer looked at Wan Lauer for a few times, and seeing that he was fine, he returned the pass to him. Who else is in your carriage? An uncle. Where is his pass? Wan Lauer knocked on the carriage quickly. Uncle, give me your pass. The officers need to check it. Jia Yanbing had already prepared the pass, and asked Fu Bao to hand it to Wan Lauer. Wan Lauer took it, and handed it to the officer for inspection. The officer looked into the carriage, and found an old and ugly hunchback sitting inside. So he returned the pass to Wan Lauer. Okay, let's go. Wan Lauer thanked him repeatedly, put away the pass, drove the carriage away quickly, and passed through the city gate smoothly. Wait a minute. Another person's voice came. Wan Lauer's hands couldn't help shaking, and Jia Yanbing couldn't help holding his breath. Wan Lauer had to stop the carriage. At this time, a group of soldiers came from behind. They were entering the city. I don't know which direction they came from. They looked like cavalry. The superiors have ordered that all carriages entering the pass must be checked carefully from today. Wan Lauer didn't know whether to stop or go. Just when he didn't know what to do, a soldier came with a spear. No parking here. Leave quickly. Wan Lauer responded repeatedly, Hey! Okay. Let's go now. Let's go now. Jia Yanbing in the carriage leaned against the wall of the carriage and breathed a sigh of relief. After passing this level, the rest will be easy. I hope the rest will be smooth. Wan Lauer drove the carriage forward for a while, waiting for the old sheep head and his group to come. After they met, they continued to walk in. Jia Yanbing pointed the direction all the way and went to the home of the sheep dealer he knew. Chapter 481 Father-in-Law? Jia Yanbing guided Wan Lauer and others to the door of the sheep dealer according to the route in his memory. Jia Yanbing had already taken off the bag on his back, torn off the beard on his mouth, and pulled off the wig on his head. But the paint on his face had not been wiped off. Even if he didn't wear a mask at this time, no one could recognize him. But for safety reasons, he still wore a mask. Jia Yanbing went forward and knocked on the door, and soon a servant came to open the door. Is your master at home? The servant looked at Jia Yanbing. Who are you? I am your master's friend. I have a batch of goods on hand and want to talk to him. When the servant heard that it was a business matter, his face was much more relaxed. Then please wait a moment. I will go to call our master. The servant closed the door and ran inside. Not long after, the servant came out again. Our master said he doesn't know you. He doesn't do business with people he doesn't know. Jia Yanbing handed the letter he had prepared in advance to the servant. Give this to your master and he will know. The servant had to run again. This time, he didn't wait long before a thin man with a square face and a straight face walked out quickly. He saw a dark-faced man standing at the door, wearing a fox mask, and asked uncertainly, "Who are you?" "Master Chen. Long time no see. Yan's greetings to you." Chen Zhen opened his mouth in shock when he heard the familiar voice. It took him a long time to react. The shocked expression on his face remained the same, but his voice was full of surprise. "Mr. Yan, long time no see. Please come in." Jia Yanbing took Wan Lao and Fu Bao into the yard, while Lao Yan Tu and others leaned against the wall and waited. As soon as they entered, they heard a dog barking. Fu Bao's eyes lit up immediately, because they didn't have a dog at home. Fu Bao wanted to see the dog, and his eyes kept looking in the direction where the barking sound came from. Wan Lao couldn't stop him, and little Fu Bao kept pulling him over there. Jia Yanbing and Chen Zhen were walking in front, and he and Fu Bao were walking behind. It was not good to walk around in other people's yards. At this time, a little boy 2 years older than Fu Bao ran over. The boy was chubby and looked very strong, with a rosy face, and looked very healthy. "Daddy, who is this little sister? She is so beautiful. Prettier than all my sisters. I want her to be my wife." Chen Zhen took a look at Fu Bao. She was indeed good looking. But how could this kid ask someone to be his wife right away? Chen Zhen looked at Jia Yanbing awkwardly. "Mr. Yan, who are these two?" Chen Zhen thought Fu Bao was Jia Yanbing's daughter. After all, Fu Bao was so beautiful that she would definitely not be the daughter of this man. But Jia Yanbing introduced, "I forgot to introduce you. This is my friend. This girl is his daughter, and also my student." Chen Zhen was shocked again. But he quickly recovered, thinking that this girl looked like her mother. "Right?" Chen Zhen did not dwell on these, but apologized to Wan Lao embarrassedly. "Brother, I'm really sorry. My Xiaozhuang is just like this. Don't take it to heart." Wan Lao protected Fu Bao behind him, and he was really afraid that this kid would kidnap his daughter. But now that the adults have said that this kid is just like this, what else can he say? Fortunately, Fu Bao is still young. Otherwise he would have to give this kid 2 punches, which would simply ruin their Fu Bao reputation. Since it's a misunderstanding, just talk it out. Children like to joke. It doesn't matter. But Wan Lao protected Fu Bao behind him, and had no intention of letting her out. His intention was obvious, to keep this kid away from his daughter. But Xiao Zhuang was used to being aggressive, and since Wan Lao said it was okay, he really didn't show any courtesy, and went directly behind Wan Lao to pull Fu Bao's hand. This frightened Wan Lao, and he quickly picked up Fu Bao. Xiao Zhuang pulled nothing, and was a little unhappy. "Uncle, I want to play with my sister. Can you put my sister down?" Wan Lao would not let go even if he beat him to death. This kid wanted to take advantage of his daughter at such a young age. How could he let Fu Bao down? "Xiao Zhuang, don't make trouble. My sister is a girl. Men and women should not touch each other. What did your father teach you?" Xiao Zhuang was a little unhappy, but after his father scolded him, he still stood aside obediently and kept a distance from Fu Bao. At this time, the dog started barking again. Fu Bao was immediately attracted by the barking of the dog. She blinked her big eyes and looked at Chen Zhen, and sweetly called out, "Uncle, can I go see your dog?" But before Chen Zhen could speak, Xiao Zhuang immediately said excitedly, "Sister, I will take you there. My dog is a mastiff. Very majestic. Even wolves are afraid of it. It's very powerful." Fu Bao felt even more itchy after hearing this. But Wan Lao just wouldn't let go, so she couldn't go down. Fu Bao had never seen a dog, let alone heard of a mastiff. But she wanted to see a dog that could scare wolves. It must be very powerful. She knew from the barking that this dog was more powerful than ordinary dogs. Seeing the sparkling light in Fu Bao's eyes, Wan Lao knew that he would not be able to stop it. So he had to think of an excuse. "Master Chen, the children are too young. I am afraid that the dog will hurt them. I will go with them." You can chat with Mr. Yin. I will not disturb you. In fact, Wan Lauer was worried about Xiaozhuang and was afraid that he would take advantage of the opportunity to take advantage of him. He saw Xiaozhuang staring at Fubao. Shenzhen did not think much about it. He just thought that Wan Lauer was concerned about the children. So he explained, "My dog is to watch the sheep. There are servants to watch it. It will not hurt the children. But after all, it is more reassuring to watch it yourself. Please feel free to do it." Wan Lauer was taken to another courtyard by Xiaozhuang, and Jia Yanbing went into the inner hall with Shenzhen. The closer they got to the yard, the louder the dog's barking sounded, and the more excited her face became. "Daddy, hurry up. Please walk faster." Fubao kept urging Wan Lauer. Xiaozhuang ran into the yard in front. Wan Lauer followed closely behind, and after passing the moon gate, there was a corridor. At the end of the corridor was a spacious venue surrounded by a fence. There were 4 or 5 dogs half the height of a person inside. These dogs were not only tall, but also strong. Its head was broad. Its eyes were deep and bright. Its ears were drooping and triangular. Its teeth were sharp. Its neck was thick. And its hair was dense, as if it was wearing a thick scarf. When they saw Wan Lauer coming, they bared their teeth and rushed up to bite Wan Lauer, scaring Wan Lauer back through the fence. "You all should behave yourself. This is my future daughter-in-law and father-in-law. You all should respect her. If you don't obey, don't blame me for cutting off your food supply." Xiaozhuang pointed at a Tibetan Mastiff in the front and said nonsense seriously. Wan Lauer was a little embarrassed. When did he agree to be his father-in-law? Chapter 482 Little Tibetan Mastiff. Wan Lauer quickly corrected Xiaozhuang. "Boy, our Fubao is still young. You can't say nonsense and ruin her reputation. I will recruit a live-in son-in-law in the future. I am willing to be a live-in son-in-law." Xiaozhuang looked at Wan Lauer excitedly. Wan Lauer's face became even more ugly after hearing this. Can he say that he didn't like this boy? At this time, Fubao pointed to a pure black puppy and said to Wan Lauer, "Daddy, that puppy is so cute." Wan Lauer's eyes were immediately attracted by his daughter's words. For a moment, he even forgot to refuse Xiaozhuang. So that in the days that followed, Xiaozhuang always wanted to be a live-in son-in-law for Wan Lauer. The Tibetan Mastiff cub that Fubao liked was pure black all over, like a furry little ball. Very cute. Its small body is round and chubby, and it staggers when it walks, like a rolling fur ball. Its pair of black eyes are like 2 bright gems, pure and harmless. Its mouth is small and exquisite, and its pink little tongue occasionally sticks out to lick its nose, which is adorable. Its soft fur feels as soft as clouds, making people love it. When Fubao first saw it, it was chasing its little tail and spinning in circles, which instantly made Fubao fall in love with it. Fubao fell in love with this little mastiff at first sight. Seeing that Fubao liked it, Xiaozhuang immediately patted his chest and said, "Since my sister likes it, I will give you this puppy." Fubao immediately said happily, "Brother Xiaozhuang, are you serious?" Xiaozhuang nodded proudly. A real man should keep his word. The servant looked at Xiaozhuang and hesitated to speak. But he was crying in his heart, "Master, you gave the mastiff away for free as soon as you said it. Have you asked the master? This mastiff is worth dozens of taels of silver." But Xiaozhuang didn't see the servant's expression at all. He went straight into the dog farm, picked up the little mastiff and ran out. Wan Lauer didn't know the value of this dog. He just thought it was better looking than ordinary local dogs, maybe more powerful, and didn't take it seriously. When they were in the interior of the country, no one wanted the dogs from their hometown, even if they were given away for free, because they couldn't even support themselves. So where would they get the surplus food to support the dogs? Therefore, Wan Lauer thought that the dogs were not worth much. At most, the dogs were better looking than those local dogs. But they couldn't be eaten just because they looked good, and they had to eat their food, which made them even less valuable. So Wan Lauer didn't take it seriously at all, seeing that his daughter loved it so much. He didn't refuse, and put Fubao down for her to touch. The dog was also very strange. When it smelled Fubao's scent, it pounced on Fubao, and almost knocked Fubao down. Fubao was still young, and it was a little hard to hold him. The dog ate like a ball, and felt heavy in the hand. Wow! So cute. With the help of Wan Lauer, Fubao finally hugged the puppy. Fubao's little hand gently stroked the thick hair of the little mastiff, and he was reluctant to let go. Wan Lauer couldn't help but touch the puppy twice. But the puppy immediately glared at Wan Lauer in a threatening way. Wan Lauer was not afraid of him at all. and glared back, muttering, "Are you just for people to touch? Why are you glaring?" The puppy was a tempered one, and it whimpered softly. Its originally pure and harmless eyes were now fierce, as if it was going to bite Wan Lauer. Wan Lauer suddenly felt bored, and slapped the puppy's butt hard. "You dare to be mean to me? I'm the girl's father. You have to look at my face when you eat in the future. If you are mean to me again, I will starve you." Fu Bao was speechless. She found that her father was a little like a child. "Don't be afraid, dog. He is my father. You can't be mean to him." Fu Bao patiently comforted the puppy. Sure enough, the puppy immediately became extremely docile, and rubbed against Fu Bao intimately, making Fu Bao giggle. "Sister, how is it? Isn't this puppy cute?" Xiao Shuang came forward quickly, and wanted to hold Fu Bao's hand. Wan Lauer had been on guard against Xiao Shuang. When he saw this kid approaching him, he knew that something bad was going to happen. He quickly pulled Fu Bao aside, and stood in the middle to face Xiao Shuang. "Xiao Shuang, thank you for giving my daughter a dog. When we come back from the capital, we will definitely bring you a gift. This is called reciprocity. Do you have something you like? Uncle will buy it for you." Wan Lauer didn't want Fu Bao to owe this kid a favor because of a worthless dog. Or he could buy it directly from Master Chen later. At most, 1 or 2 silver coins would be too much. After all, there are so many dogs there that no one keeps them. They have become wild dogs, and no one wants to pay for them. Xiao Shuang immediately shook his head. "No need. Uncle, I don't need anything. You don't have to be so polite. You will be my father-in-law in the future. This is a gift from me to my future daughter-in-law." Wan Lauer was a little speechless. He decided not to come here in the future. Fu Bao was busy teasing the puppy, and having a great time with it. And he had no idea what Xiao Shuang meant by wife. At this time, a servant came to invite Wan Lauer to come over. "Master, our master has finished talking to Mr. Yin, and we are asking you to come over." Wan Lauer didn't want to bother with Xiao Shuang anymore, so he quickly squatted down and hugged Fu Bao and left. Fu Bao was so happy holding the puppy. Fu Bao's silver bell-like laughter filled the whole way, and the puppy rubbed Fu Bao's face with its soft hair from time to time. Xiao Shuang also quickly followed behind, and talked to Fu Bao with his head tilted up. Wan Lauer's steps became bigger and faster, almost trotting, but he couldn't get rid of Xiao Shuang. This kid was like a piece of sticky candy. He walked fast, and he ran to communicate with Fu Bao, talking about what fun things there were in their house, and wanted Fu Bao to play with him. Fu Bao was indeed moved, but she was a little entangled. It seemed that they could not stay here for long, and should leave soon. She could only say regretfully, "Brother Xiao Shuang, next time Fu Bao comes back from the capital, I will play with you again. Okay?" Xiao Shuang was a little disappointed at first, but when he thought that he could see his sister again, he immediately became happy again, and nodded quickly. Wan Lauer had already made a plan to come back without passing through here. The three of them came to the front yard and saw Qinzhen and Jia Yanbing talking. But it seemed that the business should be done. "Mr. Yan, have you and Mr. Chen agreed?" "Yes, it has been agreed. Let's go to weigh it now." Wan Lauer was eager to leave quickly. At this time, the servant who was watching the Tibetan Mastiff came, hurriedly. "Master." The young master took the initiative to give this little Tibetan Mastiff, which was just 1 month old, to this lady. You see, the servant was afraid that Qinzhen would settle the account with him later, so he quickly shirked the responsibility in front of several people. This matter had nothing to do with him, and he couldn't afford to pay. Qinzhen saw the puppy in Fu Bao's hand at a glance. He was puzzled for a moment. He didn't expect that it was the work of his prodigal son. But it's strange. Every time, their Tibetan Mastiffs only gave birth to 1 cub. This time, they gave birth to 5 or 6. So many Tibetan Mastiffs will need a lot of meat to feed them when they grow up. Since this boy is promised to someone else, he can't let his son lose face. Otherwise this boy will make a scene again. He is in a big trouble. This is his only child. He is usually spoiled. He is a devil. If he doesn't agree with him, he will definitely turn the family upside down. Since it is a gift from the young master to a friend, then it is considered a gift for meeting. I will not prepare other gifts for the girl. Gifts should be given to people who like them. I think the girl likes this little Tibetan Mastiff very much. Fu Bao hurriedly thanked him with a smile. Thank you, uncle. Fu Bao likes it very much. This is considered a clear path. Only Jia Yanbing's eyes flickered. When did Qinzhen become so generous? He was bargaining with him in the room just now, and he refused to give up a penny. In the blink of an eye, he gave away a Tibetan mastiff worth dozens of taels of silver. He was a little confused. However, since he could take advantage of it, he was of course happy. He finally made up for the saliva he wasted in the room just now. Chapter 483 Old Sheephead's Good Luck. Old Sheephead had waited outside for quite a long time. But the sky suddenly cleared up at this moment. The afternoon sun was warm, and they squatted at the foot of the wall. This was a good place to avoid the wind. In the afternoon without wind, basking in the sun made people feel drowsy. At this time, the door opened, and Old Sheephead took a nap. Hearing the sound, he rubbed his eyes and stood up. "Big brother, let's drive the car to the slaughterhouse to weigh it," Jia Yanbing shouted to Old Sheephead at the door. Old Sheephead hurriedly. Hey. He also hoped to deliver the goods quickly and go home. There were so many sheep at home, and his wife was alone at home. He was a little worried. This round trip took 4 or 5 days, and he had never been out for so long. Old Sheephead immediately asked others to drive the mule cart and follow one Lauer's carriage to the slaughterhouse. The slaughterhouse is some distance away from Qingjin's home. After all, the bloody smell is too strong, so it must not be placed in a residential area. The slaughterhouse is on a farm outside the northern suburbs of the city. It took about 3/4 of an hour to walk there. This farm is an industry under Qingjin's name, because their family started out by selling mutton. A slaughterhouse was specially built on this farm. We're here. This is it. There are also special guards at the entrance of the farm. After all, the meat here is all real and authentic, so of course we have to be careful. The master is here. The guard saw Qingjin's carriage and immediately came forward to greet him. Go and call the steward. Tell him that a batch of new goods has arrived, and ask them to come out and meet him quickly. Yes. Not long after, a slightly wealthy and shrewd steward hurried over with a group of people. Hello, master. Qingjin nodded slightly. Hurry up and do your work. Qingjin spoke little, but he paid great attention to work efficiency. He believed that the Qin family did not keep idle people, and everyone had to be busy. The work of the day could not be delayed until the next day, so their business has always been good. The steward knew the master's temper, and did not say much. He immediately waved his hand. The people behind him were obviously used to doing this kind of work. They had a clear division of labor. Some people went to lift the scale, some people went to drive the sheep, and some people took notes. After working for nearly half an hour, all the sheep were finally weighed. 68 adult sheep. A total of 10,888 kilograms. One Lauer had already paid part of the deposit to the Old Sheephead, and now he only needed to pay him the rest of the silver, and he could leave. Jia Yanbing and Qingjin took Fubao and Xiaozhuang into the manor together, and Wan Lauer stayed behind to settle the remaining amount with the Old Sheephead. The Old Sheephead took the silver and was about to leave. At this time, the steward came out and said to the Old Sheephead, "Are you the Old Sheephead?" The Old Sheephead nodded quickly. "Yes, I am the Old Sheephead. What can I do for you, sir?" The Old Sheephead was a little nervous, thinking that there was something wrong with his sheep and they wanted to return them. He couldn't help swallowing and looked at the steward nervously. Wan Lao was also a little confused. What did this person want to do with the Old Sheephead? The Old Sheephead was only responsible for delivering goods. "Mr. Yen recommended you to our master, saying that your sheep are well raised and have delicious meat. Our old sheep just saw the sheep. Although your sheep have been transported on the road for a few days, they are still alive and kicking after being untied just now. Moreover, your wool is bright and smooth, and the body is well proportioned. It can be seen that you have put a lot of effort into it. Our old sheep want to cooperate with you for a long time. In the future, our master will take in all your sheep. If you agree, wait a moment, and our master will personally negotiate the price with you." The Old Sheephead didn't expect there would be such a good thing. He was a little confused, but whether it was a good thing or not, it depends on the price the other party gave him. "Okay, I wait. I'm tired and I take a rest here. It's not a problem." Wan Lauer didn't expect Jia Yanbing to push the Old Sheephead directly to Qingjin. But anyway, they would not do this business in the future, even if they helped the Old Sheephead. It was also a thank you for taking them in for one night and letting them escape the pursuit. This is even. The steward had not left yet, but said to Lao Yan Tu and Wan Lauer, "Our master has prepared some wine and invites you to come in for dinner. You have worked hard on the way. We will have long-term cooperation in the future. We are business friends." Our master never treats friends badly. Lao Yan too had not eaten at noon, and was very hungry. Hearing that there would be hot food, hot dishes and wine, he immediately became energetic and hurriedly thanked them. Thank you. Your master is such a good man. Wan Lauer and Lao Yan too entered the farm together, with the drivers behind them. They were led by the steward into a flower hall, where wine and food had already been served. Zhenjin and Jia Yanbing were among them. Fu Bao and Xiaozhuang sat on either side of them, and Xiaozhuang sat next to Fu Bao. Wan Lauer slapped his thigh in a hurry. He was careless just now, and didn't even guard against this kid. He didn't know if this kid took advantage of their daughter. Mr. Yan was really something. Although Fu Bao was not his daughter, she was his student after all. Why didn't he care about Fu Bao's reputation? He immediately walked to Jia Yanbing and sat down, and winked at Fu Bao. But Fu Bao was attracted by some interesting things Xiaozhuang said, and didn't see that her father's eyes were almost squeezed blind. Jia Yanbing glanced at Wan Lauer, and felt a little funny. He gently patted Wan Lauer's arm, and Wan Lauer gave up staring at Fu Bao, and turned to look at Jia Yanbing. Brother Wan. It's okay. I'm here. You've worked hard all the way. Let's have a drink. Jia Yanbing took the initiative to pour a glass of wine for Wan Lauer. Wan Lauer didn't drink much, and he had to be on guard against Xiaozhuang, so he didn't dare to drink. Mr. Yan, I don't drink. I have to drive in a while. I get drunk once I drink. What if I drive the carriage into the ditch? Jia Yanbing didn't really persuade Wan Lauer to eat more dishes. Wan Lauer didn't enjoy the meal. His daughter didn't even look at him during the whole meal. She just kept eating. Xiaozhuang was busy picking dishes for Fu Bao, and telling an interesting story from time to time. Fu Bao didn't have time to look at her father. Everyone could see the disappointment on Wan Lauer's face. After the meal, Wan Lauer couldn't sit still anymore. He ran over and picked up Fu Bao, wiped her mouth carefully, and asked with concern, Daughter, are you full? Fu Bao nodded happily. Yeah, I'm full. My little belly is bulging. Fu Bao smiled while touching her round belly. Since we are full, let's go quickly. Otherwise, we won't be able to catch up with the next stop when it gets dark. Wan Lauer looked at Jia Yanbing and said, We haven't settled the money yet. You don't want it? Jia Yanbing words brought Wan Lauer back to the money. Yes. 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 Look at my memory. I almost forgot such an important thing. Let's settle the money quickly. Wan Lauer didn't know how much Jia Yanbing sold the sheep for. Chapter 484, Unraveling the Mystery. Jinjin called the steward to take Wan Lauer to the accounting office to settle the money. This time, Wan Lauer did not leave Fu Bao behind. He carried Fu Bao to the accounting office. An old man was sitting in the accounting office, clacking on the abacus. Mr. G, the master has asked you to settle the payment for this master's goods. Mr. G looked up at Wan Lauer and said slowly, Is it the contract that was just delivered? Yes. Okay. I got it. I'm calculating it. Sit down and wait for a while. The steward settled Wan Lauer and left first, saying that he had something to do. Fu Bao sat on Wan Lauer's lap, holding her little mastiff in her arms. Her eyes had left the little mastiff and looked around the room. She found that in addition to a bookshelf and the table and chairs where the old man kept accounts, there were only the chairs they were sitting on and a high table. The furnishings in the room were simple, but they were facing the sun. The afternoon sun shone on the bluestone floor, making people feel warm and comfortable. Soon the old man put down his pen and abacus. Young man, come and sign. I give you the payment. Wan Lauer quickly put Fu Bao down and walked over quickly. When he came to the model table, he took a piece of paper handed over by the old man. Wan Lauer carefully read the words on it. Jia Yanbing actually sold this mutton for 17 won per catty. And this is a live sheep. He was very curious at this time. Could it be that Mr. Chen was drugged by Jia Yanbing? The mutton they killed at the border was only sold for 17 won per catty this year. But when they arrived at the border, they were sold directly for 17 won per catty. This was simply unbelievable. And the distance between the two places was only more than 100 miles. But the price difference was so big. Wan Lauer really wanted to ask Jinjin if his head was caught by the door. What? Did I miscalculate? The old man saw Wan Lauer staring blankly at the paper, and he stopped holding the silver in midair, looking at Wan Lauer and asked. Wan Lauer quickly waved his hands. No. No. I was just distracted by something for a while. I sign it now. Wan Lauer would not say what he was thinking. He was not stupid. If it was this old man who made a mistake, wouldn't he lose the silver in vain? One Lauer signed his name neatly, and the old man gave him 185 taels of silver. Our master said that the total is 184 taels and 960 coins. And the master asked you to round it up and give you 185 taels directly. You count it, and we will go through it face to face. And the silver and goods are considered settled. If there are any problems after leaving this door, I will not recognize it. I know. One Lauer agreed and started counting the silver. The old gentleman gave him a silver note of 100 taels, a silver ingot of 50 taels, and the rest were a silver ingot of 20 taels, a silver ingot of 10 taels, and 5 silver coins of 1 tael. There were no scattered copper coins, so it was easy to count. It's exactly 185 taels. Thank you for your hard work, old gentleman. It's not hard work. This is my job. Once the money is paid, I can enter it into the account. One Lauer quickly put the silver into his purse, and his purse immediately became bulging. Fortunately, the silver he had collected from the robbers was placed on the carriage. Otherwise his purse would have burst at this moment. After saying goodbye to the old gentleman, One Lauer held Fubao and left the account office. Jia Yanbing was already waiting for him at the gate. Mr. Yan, shall we leave now? It's getting late. We can't delay any longer. One Lauer was actually afraid that Qinzhen would react and regret it. After all, they only received 9 cents from the old sheephead. What if the old sheephead tells Qinzhen the bottom price, and they change their mind and don't want to buy it? So they should collect the money and run away immediately. Jia Yanbing didn't know what One Lauer was thinking, so he nodded. It's time to leave. Qinzhen is talking business with the old sheephead. Let's not disturb him. I have already said goodbye to him. Jia Yanbing words hit the mark of One Lauer. This is the best way to run away directly. One Lauer quickly carried Fubao to the carriage, and came back to help Jia Yanbing and put him on the carriage. One Lauer didn't even have time to say goodbye to the old sheephead, and drove the carriage away directly. He didn't see Xiaozhuang running far after the carriage. If One Lauer saw it, he would only drive the carriage faster. After leaving the city, One Lauer let out a long sigh. Mr. Yan, I suspect that the old man or your friend must have made a mistake in the account. One Lauer was in the mood to ask Jia Yanbing questions at this time. Jia Yanbing was confused. Why did Brother One say that? You don't know? Do you? Our mutton sells for 17 cents per pound, and a pound of mutton slaughtered at the border is also only 17 cents. Do you think your friend is confused? One Lauer was still a little complacent. Unexpectedly, Jia Yanbing burst into laughter. He felt that something was wrong with One Lauer just now, but he didn't think about it in this way. It turned out that he thought he had taken a huge advantage, and was afraid that others would find out. So he ran away quickly. Jia Yanbing laughed and felt a pain in his chest. He coughed quickly and stopped. One Lauer was a little puzzled. Mr. Yan, why are you laughing? What did I say wrong? Fubao was speechless to her father. Dad, do you think Uncle Chen is a fool? One Lauer shook his head. That's not the case. But he did a foolish thing. Dad, you think too much. This price must have been negotiated by Mr. and him. And Uncle Chen is a very smart person at first glance. He has such a big business. How could he make such a mistake? Think about it yourself. Fubao almost wanted to hold her forehead. Her stupid and simple father. What would he do without her? Fubao decided to bring her father wherever she went in the future. Otherwise she might be cheated away one day. One Lauer was awakened by his daughter's words, and began to reflect seriously. But he still didn't understand why Qinzhen would do this business, which was obviously a loss-making business. Is it for friendship? Jia Yanbing spoke up at this time to explain. Brother One, this price is the highest price I can negotiate. The price of mutton inside the pass is twice as high as that outside the pass. And the quality of mutton is far worse than that outside the pass. This is why I want to do this business outside the pass. This is only one aspect. On the other hand, Qinzhen sells mutton differently from others. Mainly for the nobles. And he personally goes outside the Great Wall every year to select sheep and transport them back himself. So we have saved him a lot of shipping costs. Every part of the sheep he collects is sold separately. And his mutton has become famous. And the price is 20% higher than that of his peers. The rich and powerful families are also vying to buy it. The more ordinary people can't eat, the more the rich and powerful feel superior. This is the way they do business. One Lauer seemed to understand, but also seemed to understand nothing. Fu Bao was silent and thoughtful. Jia Yanbing didn't bother Fu Bao and let the girl digest it herself. Chapter 485 Black Group. The carriage moved forward slowly, and finally arrived at a small town before dark. Wan Lauer had made a lot of money in the past few days, and was in a very good mood. With his purse bulging, he felt more confident. When staying at the inn, he directly booked 2 upper rooms because the upper rooms provided heaters, while other rooms did not. And Jia Yanbing seemed to be particularly afraid of the cold after being injured. Wan Lauer planned to leave later tomorrow and bought him a hand warmer for the road. After dinner, Wan Lauer came to Jia Yanbing's room with his purse. Mr. Yan, we made a little over 100 taels this time. Can I give you half of it? Wan Lauer knew that he could make money this time because of Jia Yanbing. He just ran errands. But in the end, all the money fell into his pocket. He felt a little sorry. But Jia Yanbing refused. No need. I owe you much more than this. You keep the money. There are still many places to spend money on the road. Wan Lauer didn't know where they had to spend money. But since Jia Yanbing said so, they must have to spend money. After all, he had never been to the capital, and he couldn't compare with Jia Yanbing, who had been to many places. Wan Lauer was very obedient, and he quickly put the money away. Since Mr. Yan asked me to put it away, I won't be polite. But if you need anything on the road, just tell me, and I buy it for you. Jia Yanbing nodded. He was alone now. What did he need? Although the winter inside the pass was also cold, it was much softer than the wind outside the pass. Fu Bao ran into Jia Yanbing's room with a little mastiff in his arms. The little mastiff was put on the ground by Fu Bao, but it didn't leave. Instead, it circled around Fu Bao, shook its head and tail, and rolled on the ground, like a little fur ball. Very cute. Fu Bao couldn't help but squat down and touch the fur ball. Seeing this, Jia Yanbing said to Wan Lauer, Fu Bao is really lucky. My friend is notoriously stingy. I didn't expect that he would agree to give this little mastiff to Fu Bao. Wan Lauer didn't care and said, Isn't it just a dog? It just looks better than the local dog in our hometown. It's not worth much, and it costs food. If you give it to Fu Bao, he will eat a lot of my meat tonight. If he always eats meat in the future, I can't afford to support him. I might as well get rid of him as soon as possible. After Wan Lauer finished speaking, Jia Yanbing and Fu Bao looked at him at the same time. Jia Yanbing looked at him with some surprise. Such an expensive dog. He actually compared it with a local dog? Fu Bao looked at Wan Lauer angrily. If he dared to give the dog away, she would cry in front of him. Wan Lauer could guess Fu Bao's intention, but he didn't understand why Jia Yanbing looked at him like that. What? What did I say wrong? Jia Yanbing covered his face and said calmly, Brother Wan, you need to go out more and see the world. What Xiaoshuan gave Fu Bao was not a local dog, but a mastiff. A dog in the world can be sold for 70 or 80 taels of silver, and it is not necessarily a purebred one. The one in Fu Bao's hand is obviously an authentic mastiff, which is hard to come by. Wan Lauer jumped up from his seat in shock. What the hell? Is this so valuable? Wan Lauer's eyes changed when he looked at the dog. Damn. This is a treasure. He can't give it away. It's 80 taels of silver. If it grows up, won't it be more valuable? How much does it cost if it grows up? Wan Lauer asked after thinking about it. It depends on the demand. If someone likes it, it might be sold for 1,000 or even tens of thousands of taels of silver. Wan Lauer was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. He wanted to worship the dog as his ancestor. He swore that as long as the dog didn't eat human flesh, he would buy it anything it wanted. Wan Lauer couldn't let go of the little mastiff and couldn't let it go. Fu Bao saw that her father changed his face so quickly and felt that her father had bad intentions. Daddy, will you give my little dog away? No. It's worth 10,000 taels of silver. Even if we sell it when it grows up, it will be enough for us to spend our whole lives. Fu Bao immediately stood up angrily and didn't want to pay attention to Wan Lauer. She asked him why he changed his face so quickly and that he had this idea. Wan Lauer also realized that his daughter seemed angry. And then he realized that he had said what was in his heart. He hurried to coax Fu Bao. My daughter? Daddy is just kidding. Daddy will never touch anything you like. Wan Lauer had already planned to go to Xishuang's house to buy another dog when he came back. He would sell it when it grew up. This dog grows fast. He only needs to spend 1 year's capital to earn tens of thousands of taels of silver. This business is profitable no matter how you calculate it. Jia Yanbing saw Wan Lauer in a daze, and knew that he was dreaming again. Brother Wan. What I said just now is that it is worth 10,000 taels of silver if you meet someone you want. And that person must be a rich man. So if you have other plans? Forget it. Wan Lauer scratched his head awkwardly when he saw that Jia Yanbing had seen through his idea. Hee. I was just thinking about it. Fu Bao decided to keep the puppy by her side in the future. And she had to be on guard against this bad father. Fu Bao learned a lot from Jia Yanbing along the way. Now looking back, her father thinks that he should be reformed. Otherwise he might be cheated when he goes back to do business. Fu Bao is really worried. Sir, I want to give the dog a name. Do you have a good name? Fu Bao touched the dog's thick hair with one hand, and looked up at Jia Yanbing and asked. Jia Yanbing thought that since it was Fu Bao dog, it would be more meaningful for Fu Bao to name it himself. So he said, I think it's better for you to name it yourself. After all, it's your beloved dog. You can call it whatever you want. Fu Bao nodded, thought about it, and then his eyes lit up and said happily, I know. It's so black and looks like a ball of fur. So let's call it Haichuan. Jia Yanbing smiled and nodded in agreement. Well, it's quite descriptive. So let's call it Haichuan. Fu Bao got the affirmation from the gentleman and immediately lowered her head happily and called. Haichuan. Haichuan. You will have a name from now on. Haichuan. The puppy was still too young to understand what Fu Bao was saying, but she still licked Fu Bao's palm affectionately. Fu Bao felt that her palm was a little itchy, wet, and soft, and she couldn't help teasing Haichuan again. Wan Lauer felt that with Haichuan, Fu Bao's attention seemed to be on it, and he didn't stick to him as his father. Wan Lauer felt a little lost, but he didn't realize that he seemed to be jealous of Haichuan. Seeing that it was getting late, Wan Lauer asked Fu Bao to go back with him to rest. When he reached the door, he suddenly looked back at Jia Yanbing. Mr. Yan, did you mean that I have not seen the world? Jia Yanbing was confused by Wan Lauer's extremely long brain waves for a while. And then he realized what Wan Lauer meant. Just now, he seemed to have told Wan Lauer that he should go out and see the world more in the future. But this man seemed to be a little slow to react. There was no way. Wan Lauer was not as smart as his brothers. Otherwise, he would not have stayed at home to farm. Now he was sandwiched between two extremely smart people. And he seemed even more stupid. Jia Yanbing couldn't dislike him so directly. So he just replied tactfully, no. I just think people should see the world more. Which is good for us. Wan Lauer felt that Jia Yanbing was deceiving him. But he had no evidence. Chapter 486 Heartwarming. The next morning, Wan Lauer got up earlier than Jia Yanbing and Fu Bao. He went downstairs to have breakfast, and then went to the market. He wanted to buy another set of clothes for Jia Yanbing, as well as a heating stove and charcoal for the stove. Hand warmers are easy to buy. But when it comes to buying charcoal, Wan Lauer is in a dilemma. He didn't know that rich people would be so particular. There are several kinds of charcoal for a hand warmer, and the price ranges from dozens of coins to several taels of silver. Wan Lauer carefully asked the store owner about the difference between these charcoals, and finally bought some charcoal that cost 1 tael of silver per caddy. The store owner said that this kind of charcoal takes a relatively longer time to burn and there is no smoke. Wan Lauer was afraid of suffocating Fu Bao, so he gritted his teeth and bought the expensive one. He didn't like to take advantage of others. Since Jia Yanbing didn't take the money he gave him yesterday, it would be the same if he spent the money on him. However, Wan Lauer felt that he might have been wronged. After all, they were so rich in the past. And the charcoal they used must be the best gold thread silver charcoal, which cost 3 taels of silver per caddy, which was too expensive for him, and he couldn't afford it. The charcoal that cost 1 tael of silver per caddy was his limit. After buying the charcoal and hand warmer, Wan Lauer went to the cloth shop and bought 2 sets of ready-made clothes with better materials, and also added a cloak. Wan Lauer walked back with a lot of bags. When he passed by the breakfast stall, he bought breakfast for the two and carried it back together. As soon as he returned to the room, he heard the sound of the door opening next door. Wan Lauer quickly put down the things in his hands, turned around and went out to see that it was Jia Yanbing who was asking the store for hot water to wash. Wan Lauer greeted Jia Yanbing and went into the house to take out the things he bought in the morning. Mr. Yan, here are 2 sets of clothes I bought for you, as well as a hand warmer and some charcoal. I saw that you were afraid of the cold, so I bought these on my own initiative. I don't know if they suit your taste. Wan Lauer brought the things in, put them on the table in Jia Yanbing room. and opened the bundle to let him see. Jia Yanbing was touched. Although Wan Lauer was not very smart, he felt that he was the only one among so many people he knew who would not calculate him, and was the one who really cared about him. In Jia Yanbing's view, this sincerity was far more than money. Brother One has a good eye. They are all what I like. Thank you for thinking about me so much. In fact, these things were the goods that the servants in their house would use before. But at this time, the Jia family had already failed miserably. What qualifications did he have to be picky? Wan Lauer was also happy to hear this. Wan Er's wife always said that he had a bad eye and could not buy things. This was the first time someone praised him for his good eye. As long as you like it. I bought breakfast and will bring it to you right away. Wash up first and eat it while it's hot. After Wan Lauer left excitedly, Jia Yanbing stroked the dark blue cotton robe on the table. His eyes moist. Whether a person is at the bottom or the top, there are always one or two people worth making friends with. He is very lucky to have met such people who can warm him for a lifetime. After breakfast, Wan Lauer went to call Fu Bao to get up. Haichuan wanted to pee, and barked in the house anxiously. Wan Lauer had never raised a dog, so how could he know their habits? Thinking that Haichuan was anxious to find Fu Bao to play, he directly carried Haichuan to the bed. But as soon as Wan Lauer put it down, it jumped off the bed by itself, ran to the door, and scratched the door with its claws. Wan Lauer was confused. What on earth was Haichuan going to do? Haichuan, are you going out? Wan Lauer squatted down and asked Haichuan. But Haichuan just kept scratching the door and ignored Wan Lauer. Wan Lauer was too lazy to pay attention to it, and was ready to let it go as long as it didn't get lost. Wan Lauer turned around to call Fu Bao. But at this time a foul smell rushed into Wan Lauer's nostrils. Wan Lauer looked down and saw that Haichuan had defecated. He was not in a hurry to go out. And he also peed, which was both feces and urine, which made Wan Lauer sick. How can you poop anywhere in the house? You beast? Wan Lauer picked up Haichuan and pointed at his nose and asked angrily. Haichuan's two bright eyes flashed a trace of grievance. Wan Lauer suddenly realized that it was scratching the door, just now, because it wanted to go out to pee. He thought that he might have wrongly blamed Haichuan. But he must be the one to clean up Haichuan's waste. He couldn't rely on Fu Bao, because the girl couldn't clean up by herself. Wan Lauer threw Haichuan aside, asked the store for some tools and wood ash, and dealt with Haichuan's waste. Haichuan was thrown aside and immediately ran to find Fu Bao. But it couldn't get on the bed. It was anxious and turned around under the bed. Finally, it could only lie on the footrest and wait quietly for the little master to wake up. After Wan Lauer cleaned up Haichuan's excrement, he was finally able to call Fu Bao to get up. If Fu Bao didn't sleep well, he would be in a bad mood when he got up. But now Wan Lauer is not afraid, because he has a magic weapon, which is Haichuan. He carried Haichuan to the bed, and Haichuan ran to Fu Bao happily, nuzzling Fu Bao's little hand with his mouth. Fu Bao noticed the furry ball and immediately opened her eyes. When she saw that it was Haichuan, her sleepiness disappeared. Haichuan. Fu Bao kicked off the quilt and hugged Haichuan in his arms and rubbed him for a while. And then Wan Lauer pulled him up to put on clothes. Wan Lauer felt that Haichuan was finally useful. After Fu Bao was packed and had breakfast, the sun was already high. When they finally set off, the sun was suddenly covered by dark clouds. There was a strong wind in the sky, and the temperature dropped a lot. Wan Lauer was so cold that he wrapped his cotton jacket tightly. Jia Yanbing was the first to feel the change in the weather. He was shivering with the hand warmer. Fu Bao saw this and quickly pulled a quilt for him. Fu Bao did not forget to greet her father. Daddy, are you cold? Wan Lauer was of course cold. His hands were already red from the cold. The weather was changing a bit fast. There might be a blizzard. My hands are cold. But I hurry up. Let's try to stop in the next county. I don't think the weather is very good today. If it snows, it will be troublesome. Wan Lauer said as he drove the carriage much faster. Jia Yanbing handed her hand warmer to Fu Bao. Girl, give this to your father. I just need to cover myself with a quilt to keep warm. Your father needs this more than us when driving outside. At least they were in the carriage, without the cold wind. Much better than Wan Lauer. And there were several quilts in the carriage, which Fu Bao pulled out and spread on the floor at this time. Fu Bao slowly walked behind Wan Lauer holding the warmer, trying to open the carriage door. But she couldn't open it with one hand. At this time, a strong wind blew, and Wan Lauer almost couldn't open his eyes. The door of the carriage was also blown open by the strong wind. "Daddy, the heater is for you. The master said he doesn't need it now, so you can use it." Fu Bao stuffed the heater into Wan Lao's hand and quickly turned around and ran into the carriage. Wan Lao's hand was stuffed with the heater, and a warm current suddenly flowed into his body. Chapter 487. It's snowing. When the carriage was halfway, heavy snow suddenly fell from the sky. Fu Bao leaned on the window, looked out, and shouted in surprise, "Sir! It's snowing! It's snowing heavily!" Jia Yanbing also looked out the window and saw the snowflakes falling like paper. Such a heavy snow will cover everything in less than half an hour. They are still more than half an hour away from the next county. But this is also for non-extreme weather conditions. Now that it is snowing so heavily, they are very likely to take longer. And it is estimated that it will take at least an hour. Wan Lao also looked at the sky worriedly. This snow is really not at the right time. Fu Bao was very happy. She thought it was a good snow. Along the way, she found that many places were dry and cracked, indicating that it should have not rained for a long time in the past. This heavy snow can at least solve the livelihood problem next year. When Haichuan saw his little master climb up the bench and look through the window, he was so anxious that he turned around on the ground. Woof woof. Haichuan barked at Fu Bao twice. Fu Bao turned his head to look and found that Haichuan also wanted to come up. Fu Bao climbed down from the bench with great effort, picked up Haichuan and put him on the bench. "Haichuan, do you want to see it too? Have you never seen what snow is?" Haichuan had indeed never seen snow. After all, he was only 1 month old, and it had never snowed in the past since he was born. Even though Haichuan got on the bench, he still couldn't see outside and scratched the carriage in a hurry. Fu Bao hurried to comfort him. This little guy was small and had a bad temper. Wan Lao wanted to drive the carriage faster, but the wind and snow were getting stronger and stronger, making it difficult for him to open his eyes. Even the horse couldn't see the road clearly. If he speeded up, something would definitely happen. Wan Lao slowed down the speed. At this time, a team of cavalry suddenly came and shouted loudly, "Pull over the carriage in front." But the wind and snow were too strong, and the voice was swallowed by the wind and snow in an instant. Wan Lao didn't hear it at all, but Fu Bao heard it. She quickly stretched her head and looked, and saw a team of soldiers behind them, moving forward quickly. Obviously, their carriage blocked their way. Fu Bao quickly called, "Daddy! Dad! Pull over quickly! Someone is coming!" Wan Lao heard it clearly now, and hurriedly drove the carriage to the side to make way for the left. The team of cavalry galloped away without stopping, as if there was something urgent. Wan Lao suddenly remembered that it seemed to have entered the territory of Texas. "Fu Ba, do you think those people who just passed by, could they be the soldiers under your elder brother?" Wan Lao said to Fu Bao with excitement. Fu Bao tilted his head and asked, "Dad, is this Dezhou?" "Yes, we are in Dezhou now. Do you think we will run into your big brother?" "Wow, I want to find my big brother. I haven't seen him for a long time. Fu Bao misses him so much." Fu Bao jumped up excitedly. Jia Yanbing suddenly asked, "Girl, what's your big brother's name?" "Wan Quan. My big brother's name is Wan Quan. He is the Lieutenant General of Dezhou." Fu Bao proudly puffed up his chest. Jia Yanbing was surprised. He didn't expect that the newly appointed Lieutenant General of Dezhou was actually the girl's brother. They are now in Dezhou, which is the territory of Fu Bao brother. They will definitely pass safely along the way. Jia Yanbing's eyes flickered. "Girl, we will arrive in Dezhou in 5 days. Maybe we can really see your brother." "Really? That's great. Fu Bao will see his big brother." Fu Bao happily hugged Haichuan and turned around. But the carriage suddenly bumped, and Fu Bao and Haichuan both fell on the quilt. Haichuan rolled on the quilt and got up. Fu Bao also rolled on the quilt like Haichuan and giggled. The carriage was instantly enveloped by a sense of joy and warmth. Wan Lao passed some villages along the way, and found that those villages were much more lively than the villages he passed yesterday. It turned out that everyone was celebrating the arrival of the heavy snow. Some people were cleaning the snow on the roof, fearing that the snow would be too thick and collapse the roof. When Wan Lao saw the scene, he also thought of his home. He was not at home, and there was no man at home. He didn't know if it snowed at the border. If it snowed, who would clean the roof? Wan Lao was a little homesick. He thought that he had been out for more than half a month, and he had just entered the border. If he wanted to get to the capital, he would have to walk for more than a month, and then it would be the new year. If it kept snowing, They might have to celebrate the new year on the road. The children's laughter and the adults scolding in the village were heard by Wan Lauer and Fubao from time to time with the wind. Wan Lauer missed his warm home at this time. No matter how strong the wind and snow were outside, they sat on the warm kong at home, chatting and arranging some fried food. They didn't feel bored even if they sat for a whole morning. Unconsciously, the outline of the county town appeared in front of Wan Lauer. He couldn't help but speed up. At this time, the snow on the ground had already reached his calves, and the carriage couldn't go fast in the snow. It was just such a short distance, which usually took a whip, but now it took nearly a quarter of an hour. However, they originally planned to arrive at noon, but now it was almost the end of the afternoon. The officers and soldiers at the gate of the county town rubbed their hands, stamped their feet, and stood in a shed nearby to avoid the wind and snow. Wan Lauer showed the pass, and the officers and soldiers took a look and let him go. This county town is called Yunshui County, which belongs to Dezhou. It is surrounded by mountains and is the only way to the capital, but it is at the border of Dezhou, and it still takes 4 or 5 days to get to Dezhou. Wan Lauer entered the county town and hurried to find an inn. There are several inns in Yunshui County, and Wan Lauer is ready to find one to stay at. Jia Yanbing's voice came from inside. Go inside. Turn right at the first intersection. Enter a small alley. Turn left again, and you will see a place called Ruyin. Stop there. We will stay there. Wan Lauer did not ask why, and hurriedly followed Jia Yanbing's instructions. Sure enough, he saw an inn with 3 floors. It was a luxury inn at first glance, and Wan Lauer couldn't help pinching his purse. It would cost a lot of money, right? It was also the first time that Fubao saw such a tall building. She ran out of the carriage excitedly, raised her little head, and looked at it curiously. As soon as Wan Lauer stopped the carriage, he saw a waiter coming up with his neck shrunk. Sir, are you staying at the hotel? Can I help you park? There is a place to park in our backyard. On this day, there was no one on the road. He finally caught a guest, and he couldn't let him go, so his attitude was very attentive. Wan Lauer jumped off the carriage, glanced at the door of the inn, and nodded when he saw that there was no one. Yes, staying at the hotel. Okay, please come in. The waiter quickly asked Wan Lauer to go inside. Chapter 488. The Man in Black Robe. Wan Lauer turned around and helped Jia Yanbing get off the carriage, and then went to pick up Fubao. Haichuan was anxiously spitting around in the back, wanting to jump down, but afraid. After all, the height was a bit high for him. Fubao quickly turned his head and urged Wan Lauer, Daddy, go pick up Haichuan. He's going to fall down. As soon as Fubao finished speaking, Haichuan accidentally slipped off the carriage. Fubao exclaimed, Haichuan. But Fubao was obviously too worried. He saw Haichuan fall to the ground, like an upside-down onion, with 2 furry short legs fluttering in the air, his whole body inserted into the snow, and his furry little tail swaying, looking very funny. Wan Lauer couldn't help laughing on the spot. Fubao couldn't help laughing, but she quickly got off Wan Lauer and pulled Haichuan out of the snow nest. Haichuan, you are so stupid. Fubao smiled and patted the snow off Haichuan, saying lovingly. Haichuan suffered a loss and felt very wronged. He rushed to Fubao and threw Fubao into the snow. The man and the dog had a lot of fun. Fubao, come on. Go in quickly. The snow will turn into water when it falls on your body and wet your clothes. It is easy to catch a cold. Fubao obediently picked up Haichuan and was held in Wan Lauer's arms and entered the inn. As soon as the few people entered, a group of people came behind them. They were all wearing black cloaks and black scarves, revealing only a pair of hawk-like eyes. When passing by Wan Lauer, he glanced at Fubao, and Wan Lauer intentionally or unintentionally. Fubao shuddered immediately. She couldn't help but look carefully at the men in black robes. A bad premonition went straight from the bottom of her heart to the top of her head. Fubao hugged the black ball tightly, and couldn't help shivering. His face was pale. This feeling was exactly the same as in Qinping County. Wan Lauer felt his daughter's strangeness and blamed her worriedly. Look, I just told you not to play too much. Now you are cold. Right? Wan Lauer thought Fubao was shivering because of the cold, and didn't know that Fubao was afraid. Jia Yanbing saw the difference in Fubao at this time. He moved to Fubao's side, reached out and held Fubao's little hand, followed Fubao's gaze, and found that the people Fubao was looking at were the black-robed men who had just come in. They were sitting in a corner of the lobby waiting for the restaurant to serve the food. And they didn't seem to plan to stay in the hotel. Jia Yanbing was also alert at this time. After all, Fu Bao's premonition was indeed accurate. He noticed that those black-robed men did not take off their scarves and robes even when they sat down, because a lot of snow fell on their black robes. And there was a stove in the inn. The snow slowly melted, gradually forming steam that slowly rose above the heads of several people. Jia Yanbing saw white steam coming out of the heads of several people. He knew that this was not the place to talk. So he did not ask more questions, but urged Wan Lauer, "Brother Wan, I am a little tired. Let's go upstairs quickly." Wan Lauer also wanted to change Fu Bao into dry clothes quickly. And he remembered that their luggage was still in the carriage. "Boss, give me 2 upper rooms." Wan Lauer no longer entangled in the issue of silver. The daughter was the most important. He directly ordered 2 upper rooms. He could not treat himself badly, but not his daughter. The shopkeeper immediately counted twice on the abacus and said with a smile, "Chung Hui, a total of 4 taels of silver." Although Wan Lauer had prepared himself mentally, he was still frightened by the sky-high housing price. However, since he had already said it, he could only bite the bullet and take out 4 taels of silver. The silver was not warm yet. "Okay, sir. I charge you 4 taels of silver in total. The upper room will provide you with 3 meals a day. Just tell me what you need." Wan Lauer's face immediately warmed up after hearing this. This was good enough. He finally felt better. Another waiter took them to the corner of the 2nd floor. The 2 upper rooms were suites separated by only a wall. Jia Yanbing did not go back to his room first, but looked downstairs. He saw a man in a black robe downstairs just looking upstairs. His eyelids jumped heavily, but he shouted calmly to the downstairs store owner, "Give us a bucket of hot water and prepare a table of food." The shopkeeper immediately replied, "Okay, sir." Jia Yanbing then looked away as if nothing had happened and followed Wan Lauer into the room. Wan Lauer quickly stuffed Fu Bao into the bed and wrapped him with a quilt. But Fu Bao was still trembling slightly, and Wan Lauer was a little anxious. "Mr. Yan, please help me look after Fu Bao. This girl was just playing with Haichuan outside. I think she has caught a cold. I will go to the carriage to find her some dry clothes to change into." Jia Yanbing quickly grabbed Wan Lauer. "Wan, wait a minute. I don't think Fu Bao has caught a cold. She is very strong and won't catch a cold so easily. I think she seems to be scared. Why don't we ask her first?" Wan Lauer said with a puzzled look. "No. There is nothing to scare her." Wan Lauer squatted down and looked at Fu Bao. Looking at Fu Bao's pale face, which was obviously abnormal. "Fu Bao, what's wrong with you? Don't scare Daddy. Tell Daddy if you have anything to say. Don't keep it in your heart." Wan Lauer was very anxious. "Daddy, Fu Bao is scared. Those people are here again to catch Fu Bao." After saying this, Fu Bao directly covered himself with the quilt, curled up into a ball, with a small bag on the outside. Still trembling, Jia Yanbing's eyes were thoughtful. Who would come to catch a peasant girl? Could it be that Fu Bao's identity was not simple? He turned to look at Wan Lauer again, and the more he looked, the more he felt that there was something wrong with this father and daughter. And there must be some secrets that he didn't know about. "Brother Wan, what's going on? Tell me. Let's find a solution together." Wan Lauer was already frightened by Fu Bao's words. "Those people are coming again? They have all entered the inner city. How can those people come? Fu Bao, are you sure it's those people?" Wan Lauer looked at Fu Bao's curled up body. Feeling distressed, he angrily pounded the bed board and turned a deaf ear to Jia Yanbing's words. Fu Bao lifted a corner of the quilt, and the fear in her eyes had dissipated a little. She saw Wan Lauer's bloodshot eyes, and her young heart trembled fiercely. She shouldn't be afraid. She is Fu Bao, and she must stand up bravely and fight those people. Fu Bao suddenly opened the quilt, stood up from the bed, put his hands on his waist, and said with a firm look, "Dad, since they are still following us, let's make sure they never come back this time. We have escaped from the clutches of the devil time and time again. I believe that God is on our side. And we are so close to Big Brother now, so we are more confident to take them all down." Fu Bao clenched his fists and encouraged himself. Wan Lauer was stunned by the big change in Fu Bao. This girl is really a bit fierce. If those people really come, they can only run away. With the 3 of them, some are young and some are sick. How can they take them down? Chapter 489. Fu Bao, who dares to face fear. But Fu Bao doesn't care about that. She decided to deal with those people. She doesn't want to be passive and afraid all the time. If she wants to eliminate fear, she must eliminate the source of her fear. This is also what she concluded from the last time when Wan Lauer killed all the killers who were chasing Jia Yanbing. And they didn't have to worry. This child really fulfilled Jia Yanbing's words, and was born with a heart of 7 orifices and a body of mind. Jia Yanbing saw a kind of fierceness of a newborn calf not afraid of a tiger from Fubao. But such a young child. Is it really ignorant and fearless? But Jia Yanbing doesn't know what happened to the father and daughter now. Those black-robed men are killers at first glance. And the murderous aura on them is even worse than those who are chasing him. Such people are not easy to mess with at first glance. He doesn't know whether he should be thankful or sad at this time. He was just rescued by this father and daughter and got rid of the killer's clutches. But now, he is trapped in the situation of being hunted again because of this father and daughter. The key is that he knows nothing about these killers. And the same is true for the father and daughter in front of him. Brother Wan, can you tell me in detail now? Why did you provoke the killers? What are your identities? Wan Lauer didn't know how to explain to Jia Yanbing. After all, Fubao identity must be kept secret. The fewer people know, the safer Fubao will be. However, when they were in Qiping County, Fubao identity had been exposed. Now no one knows what is going on there. But there has been no movement so far, which makes Wan Lauer a little surprised. No news is the best news. Wan Lauer is not a tangled person. What happened along the way has made him forget about this matter a long time ago. But now, he won't say it directly if he can hide it. Wan Lauer stammered. We are just ordinary people. I did some business and provoked the local bullies. I have a prescription in my hand, and they want to steal it. We were hunted down once outside the pass. But we have already sent those people to jail. I didn't expect these people to pursue us relentlessly, and even chase us inside the pass. It's a headache. Jia Yanbing looked at Wan Lauer in shock. When this man said that the killers who were chasing them were sent to jail, his tone was as relaxed and natural as when he imprisoned the slaves who made mistakes in the woodshed. This father and daughter are either always pretending to be pigs and eating tigers, or their luck is so good that they can turn danger into safety every time they encounter the killers. But Jia Yanbing would rather believe that they are playing dumb to eat the tiger. How could anyone in this world have such good luck? Can they always turn danger into safety? After saying this, Wan Lauer glanced at Jia Yanbing and asked with a guilty conscience, Mr. Yin, don't you believe it? Even I don't believe it myself. Wan Lauer thought Jia Yanbing was questioning his lies. But in fact Jia Yanbing was doubting their true strength. Jia Yanbing didn't know what to say at this time. After a long while, he slowly said, Brother Wan, you and the girl are not some hidden masters. Right? So these killers are repeatedly killed by you? Wan Lauer smiled bitterly. If that's the case, we are just lucky and can escape the pursuit every time. You don't believe what I said, do you? After Wan Lauer said this, he realized that the two seemed to have thought differently. But for him, it was a blessing in disguise. He didn't have to rack his brains to make up other nonsense. After all, the incident of seizing the prescription he just said was also true. It was just used for emergency. Let Jia Yanbing believe it. Wan Lauer thought he was quite smart. Jia Yanbing was completely desperate now. There are really all kinds of strange things in this world. Daddy? Sir? Don't say useless things anymore. We should discuss how to kill them all now. Fubao waved his domineering little hand, changing his fear just now and becoming full of fighting spirit. Jia Yanbing had a new opinion of this female student. This girl was not only fearless, but also belligerent. I wonder if she inherited it from her father or mother. Sir, when we were in Baiyun Town, I think the traps you set up were good. At least they can blunt their edge. Why don't we use them again? Although the traps are old, the people are new. They will definitely not be prepared. Fubao blinked his big eyes and looked at Jia Yanbing. Jia Yanbing shook his head. No. We did that last time to delay time and give us enough time to escape. But this time is different. We can't run away. There is snow outside. Even if we run, we will be caught up soon. At that time, we will have nothing to rely on and die faster. Jia Yanbing immediately rejected Fubao's suggestion. Wan Lauer also felt that this method could not be used anymore. And he didn't know where the killer was? Fubao, are the assassins here? Fubao pointed outside the door. Look! Those black-robed people downstairs are them. Wan Lauer couldn't help but shudder. Didn't they just meet? No wonder those people stared at him just now. They were assassins? Luckily they went upstairs quickly. Otherwise they would have been caught by those people now. Rather than assassins, it's better to say that they were here to catch Fu Bao. They might only kill him. After all, he was the only one who could fight against them. Wan Lauer thought he still had time to prepare. But he didn't expect those people to be sitting downstairs. But they didn't act immediately, which meant they must have concerns. Are they looking for the right time? After all, they are all you people. And this is the Qi. If they want to snatch people from the Qi, they still have to keep a low profile. Otherwise they may not even have the chance to leave the Qi alive. Wan Lauer figured it out, and realized that they must be waiting for the right time. So what time is right? If he were those you people, he would definitely wait until there was no one, or when they walked out of the inn alone. It was impossible for him to be alone. He would not leave the inn. The inn provided food and drink. Besides, it was snowing heavily outside, which was not conducive to traveling. He planned to stay here for half a month, and would not go out. So he could not be alone. Then, they could only act when no one was around, which must be at night, when everyone was asleep. After thinking this way, Wan Lauer sorted everything out. He still had half a day to prepare before he could fight them head-on. We still have half a day. I guess they will definitely take advantage of us sleeping. So we have to think of a way to spend the night. The three of us are definitely not their opponents. It is definitely not possible to fight head-on. We will be finished once we go up. Jia Yanbing walked to the table and sat down, tapping the tabletop rhythmically. This was an unconscious action when he was thinking. Chapter 495 Poison Powder. Jia Yanbing thought for a while before saying, "The camp of the Lieutenant Colonel of Dizhou is about 3 days away from here. But now it is snowing. It may take twice as long as usual to get out. Bar water cannot quench near thirst. Unless the Lieutenant Colonel can suddenly come to this county town. We can only rely on your good luck. Mr. Yan, these people are targeting me and Fu Bao. It is none of your business. Otherwise I will give you silver. You can change the inn, so as not to be implicated by my father and daughter." Wan Lauer said. He had already started to touch the silver from his body. Jia Yanbing chuckled, "Brother Wan, who do you think I am? Although I am a businessman and I value profit, I will not abandon you at this time. You have not abandoned me. So how can I do something ungrateful? If it were the previous Jia Yanbing, he would definitely leave without saying a word. But after these days of getting along with this father and daughter, he realized a truth. The most valuable thing in this world is not gold and silver, but sincerity. Without this father and daughter, he would have died many times earlier. But he can use his identity to go in and out. Maybe he can do something. Brother Wan, why don't you write a letter to the general of the Central Army? I will find a way to send it to you. Let's work hard in many aspects. I believe that one of us will gain something." Wan Lauer didn't have any hope at all. Not to mention that it would take 5 or 6 days to go to Wan Chuan's camp. Plus, it would take half a month to return. By then, his body would be frozen into ice chips. Wan Lauer didn't put asking Wan Quan for help in his plan at all. No. It's too far. It's too late. Wan Lauer shook his head in despair. How do you know it won't work if you don't try? Write it first. And see if it works. There is always a glimmer of hope. Right? Jia Yanbing comforted him. Wan Lauer sighed, and sat down at the desk in the room. The upper room of this inn has everything. Even pens, ink, paper and inkstone. Wan Lauer's handwriting is big and ugly. But he still wrote 2 pieces of paper, and wrote a letter for help. Jia Yanbing put the letter away, and stuffed it into his arms. I deliver the letter. But I may have to pay extra in this weather. Wan Lauer immediately took out 10 taels of silver, and handed it to Jia Yanbing. 10 taels of silver can deliver the letter. It's worth it. Even if Quanner can't save us in time, he can come to collect my bones. And we won't be exposed in the wilderness. Wan Lauer's words were a little sad. The atmosphere in the room was a little depressed. Jia Yanbing took the silver from Wan Lauer, gathered his cloak, put on his hat, picked up the hand warmer, and went out. Wan Lauer took advantage of Jia Yanbing going out to look downstairs, and saw those black-robed people eating and drinking. They heard the noise upstairs and looked up, which frightened Wan Lauer, and quickly retracted his head. Fu Bao was studying the medical book given to her by the old doctor at this time. She took it out, and read it when she had time on the way. She asked Jia Yanbing for words she didn't know. She had almost read the book. She had a good memory, and could remember everything she saw. Therefore, she remembered most of the book. Now she was confirming the last time, and closed the book. Daddy, I have to go to the medicine store. Fu Bao got off the bed, put on his shoes, and looked up at Wan Lauer. Wan Lauer was frightened. He was still thinking that he would never leave the door of the inn. But it was less than a quarter of an hour before his daughter was going out to the medicine store. Daughter, can we not go? What are you doing in the pharmacy? It's freezing cold. And those people are staring at us. We can't go out at this time. Wan Lauer was so scared that he quickly carried Fu Bao to the bed and sat down. Fu Bao looked at Wan Lauer seriously and said, Dad, I'm going to buy some medicine to make poison. We have nothing now. Only a dagger, which is completely useless in front of those people. We must play to our own advantages. But your advantage is that you can farm, which is completely useless for us now. Then we can only play to my advantages. I will learn and use it now, and try to combine the medicinal materials in the medical book that Grandpa gave me to make a highly toxic poison, so that Mr. Yang can find an opportunity to drug them. Fu Bao has a clear mind. Although the operation is difficult, it is better than doing nothing. And if she can make poison this time, she will have one more weapon for self-defense in the future. Fu Bao felt that she urgently needed to deal with those tales, so that she could study without distraction. Otherwise, she would be harassed all the time, and she would be worried every day. So how could she study? More importantly, Fu Bao wanted revenge. Last time, those people dared to hurt her father, and she must fight back this time. Fu Bao was not a person who would suffer in silence. But, if we go out now, there will be few people on the street, which will give those people a chance. We may not even find the door of the clinic, and they will catch us. Fu Bao thought about it, and felt that what her father said made sense. They couldn't go out like this, so let someone buy it for them. Dad, how about you write down the name of the medicine, and ask the waiter to run errands to buy it for us? Fu Bao immediately changed his strategy. Wan Lauer thought it was feasible. He quickly sat down at the desk, picked up the pen and dipped it in ink, waiting for Fu Bao to narrate. What I want to make is called voodoo powder. I saw the formula of this voodoo powder mentioned in my grandfather notes. It needs red scorpion tail, black widow spider venom, poisonous snake gall, poisonous toad skin, heartbroken grass, white atractylodes, astragalus, pinelia, angelica, and coptis. The last few are to confuse people. I just don't know if the first 5 are sold in the pharmacy. But the price should not be low. Dad may have to bleed a lot. Fu Bao blinked her big eyes and looked at Wan Lauer mischievously. Wan Lauer didn't care much about the money this time. His life was about to end. What was the point of having money? It would just give it to others. It's okay. As long as I can buy these things, I don't mind spending any money. Wan Lauer listened to Fu Bao's words. These things were all poisonous. If they could be made, they would definitely be their life-saving weapons. He could still distinguish the importance of them. Fu Bao happily hugged Wan Lauer's neck and said with a smile, Daddy is so nice. Let's get shower up quickly. Shall we? Wan Lauer touched Fu Bao's head and folded up the paper with the words on it. He was afraid that if something went wrong, he would have to hide it from the black-robed man downstairs. Wan Lauer took a deep breath, opened the door calmly, and shouted downstairs, Waiter, is our hot water not ready yet? Sure enough, the waiter immediately responded, Sir, I be right there. Right there. The waiter was seen carrying a wooden bucket of steaming hot water upstairs with great effort. Because it was too heavy, and he was going upstairs, the waiter walked very slowly. Wan Lauer watched the waiter carrying hot water to the door of the room, and glanced at the black-robed people downstairs from the corner of his eye, and saw that they suddenly stood up. Wan Lauer couldn't help but feel his heart beating faster. Would these people not take action now?